West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Tuesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. We appreciate you getting up with us. You're staying warm. Still a little chilly out there. We're here with you till 10 a.m. today. So we're excited. We've got a lot to get to on the show. Ross Tucker is going to join us in about an hour. We've got a deluxe jam-packed Pettycast at 8 o'clock this morning. Hi, Seth.
We will, a week from today, you guys will all be listening to Sean and I on Radio Row at 4 a.m. Pacific time. So get ready for that.
Buckle up, Buttercup.
It is. It's honestly, it's one of my favorite things about Radio Row on the West Coast. Or what do they call it now? The Media Center or whatever they're calling it.
Yeah.
It's at 4 a.m. Very few radio hosts decide that they want to go to the West Coast and be in an empty convention hall at 4 a.m.
Yeah.
And with my voice echoes out through the entire place.
You're doing radio for the entire custodial staff.
I try to tamp it down a little bit, but I've only got two volumes with my voice. It's either whispering or shouting at the top of my lungs.
And whispering's not good radio, I've heard.
I know it is. I've tried. I've experimented. I've tried to figure out a way to speak with at a lower volume where it still has the same level of energy, and I can't do it.
Yeah.
So get ready, San Francisco.
Yeah, buckle up, Bay Area.
Yeah.
This Payne and Pendergast are coming to town. That'll be fun, man. The last time we did a Pacific time zone Radio Row was 2 years ago in Vegas, and I, in particular, had a hard time with that one, not because of the early wake-up call, because I can do early wake-up calls. I'm a morning person, but it was walking through the lobby of our hotel that we were in on the Strip and walking past, because we would get up at about 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning to go to the convention center. You, me, and Aaron Raybald, our engineer, we would meet in the lobby at about 2:45 to head over to the convention center in an Uber. And the problem with that was it was in Vegas, and I was walking past an active casino. There were people.
An active casino.
There were people
Not even
playing
past it, through it.
Yeah, having to walk through it, and there were people playing blackjack, which I love. There were people playing craps, which I don't play, but I love the vibe of a good craps table nearby. All of the things, all the reasons that Amy and I are going to Vegas for a couple days in March, so that would be like having a gigantic tray of ice cream sandwiches out there that you have to walk by.
That was exactly.
Yeah.
And also just everybody was completely blotto drunk by that point.
Yeah,
for the most part.
yeah.
Because remember, we had to walk through the other casino before we got to Radio Row too. And
yes.
That was like a mile-long walk through casinos.
Got our steps in, man. We got our steps in on that trip.
So this one, it's different. We'll be staying close to the convention center, and for the most part, you're just walking past various, unfortunate people who are without homes at 2 a.m. Which, by the way, in San Francisco, the thing I remember from the last time, it was weird. There's a lot of homeless people, but they're zero panhandling.
They're
I
just
don't
chilling.
know. Yeah, I don't know. No, it's interesting because there was nobody actually asking for money or anything, it's different. It's a different experience in San Francisco.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm not going to give any of it away yet, but I've been talking to our boss. The guest list this year on the station is pretty good. It upgraded from the last couple of years.
Yeah, and for those of you who are worried about it, I feel like we have to give this disclaimer every year. Sean and I don't take all of the interviews that you guys don't care about. There used to be a time on Radio Row where basically it would be guest after guest after guest. And it was like, hey, this guy played 6 games for the Browns in 1973.
Yeah.
And he's here to sell you weight loss medication.
Right. Yeah, exactly. He's here to sell you the magic cap that'll cure concussions. Yeah, so that we're not doing those. We're not doing those this year.
I'm thinking about taking the weight loss medication for like 1 week. Can you do that? Can I do Wegovy for a week? when you're on vacation, just to avoid temptation.
Just see if it does the weight loss medication does that? It curtails the psychological part
appetite,
of it?
yeah.
Okay.
You feel full all the time.
Don't do that. Then it won't be any fun. We can't go out to dinner and eat and be decadent, you know?
I'm always such a blast with my 6 p.m. Pacific bedtime.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. You're going to be bed super early.
I get to bed. I don't mess around, man. Because you know what happens? By the end of the week, I end up flipping out on Aaron Raybald or something because I've had no sleep and I've drank more than I typically do and everything. I don't want to – that's my goal. I don't want to flip out on Aaron Raybald this year for the first time in Radio Row history.
He's got pretty thick skin when it comes to that
he totally
stuff.
does.
Yeah.
I flipped out on him last year, and I ended up, apologizing to him for 15 minutes afterwards.
Yeah.
Classic abusive relationships. Like, I'll never do it again, Aaron. I love you. I promise.
You and I have a lot of time on our hands. Like, we're done at 8 a.m. I know there's a few times we're going to be going back to the convention center to record interviews because we do that every year. But I got to find something to do during the day. I know they're going to want us to do some stuff for social media and things like that on the trip. I might go to Alcatraz one of the days that we're out there.
Let's do that.
You want to go to Alcatraz?
And then let's try to swim back. We'll see if it really could be done.
Yeah.
I'll be feeling strong on the Wegovy and whatnot.
Hey, Parker, have a couple hosts on standby. Seth and I are going to try to swim back from Alcatraz.
We're going to see if it indeed was possible.
Swim back from Alcatraz. Oh, man. All right, so we say all this to say we're excited for next week. We got a lot to get to. Do you think Ross Tucker joins us live at 5 a.m. Pacific time next week?
If he's a real man, he will.
Right. We got to figure that out.
I think Ross strikes me as probably like me. Our internal clocks are kind of hardwired, and it doesn't matter where you are. That's where I struggle on the West Coast because my biological clock is just hardwired that I will be up at 1 a.m. local.
Oh,
and so I got to be real careful about what I do at night.
Yeah, well, I can promise you I will be a poor influence in that regard, so stay the hell away from me. If you're with me, we're going drinking, baby.
Yeah.
Seth and I will see each other for 20 hours out there, the 4 hours each day that we're doing the show. All right, so yeah, Ross Tucker at 7 o'clock, Pettycast at 8 o'clock, in between a lot to get to. Jonathan Alexander had an interesting article yesterday. By the way, congrats to the Rockets last night. We'll talk about them in headlines. They beat Memphis 117-108 last night at Toyota Center. Third in the NBA power rankings right now, according to NBA.com. It doesn't feel like that with the Rockets. We'll get to that a little bit later. Jonathan Alexander had an interesting article in the Chronicle yesterday, Seth, and the premise was, with Sam Darnold in the Super Bowl now, we know that Sam Darnold has had a very jagged route to get to where he is.
Mm-hmm.
I'm reading the headline, from seeing ghosts to Super Bowl, why Sam Darnold's rise should provide hope for C.J. Stroud. I'm just going to ask you the 30,000-foot question about this. Does Sam Darnold's run to the Super Bowl enter your mind at all when it comes to C.J. Stroud getting his mojo back?
It does. I mean, if only because of the cautionary tale of, hey, man, look at all these various quarterbacks, not just recently, but in the past as well, that don't get off to a storybook start in their first 3 or 4 seasons, then that, man, sometimes it just takes a while for everything to click. And whether it's Baker Mayfield or Sam Darnold or Geno Smith or whomever else, you can always look to those guys as a reminder to be patient. Go back to Eli Manning. Eli Manning's first 3 years in the league were bad. Like, CJ's is way more promising than Eli Manning's first few years. Mm-hmm. It just took a while for everything to come together. But there's also a hazard in, succumbing to survivor bias and thinking like, oh, look, that's what happens. Yeah. No, the vast majority of quarterbacks that aren't awesome in their first 3 or 4 years never end up being awesome. Yeah. And most of them fizzle out. So you can't just say, well, look, it happened with Sam Darnold, so clearly this is what's going to happen with C.J. Stroud. And C.J.'s had a much more promising beginning than Sam Darnold's first few years. Yeah,
well, that's the thing. Where the Sam Darnold thing falls apart for me is that it took Sam Darnold several stops to get to where we are right now.
Yeah.
It took Baker Mayfield several stops to get to. It took. I mean, if Geno Smith is the one you're looking at now, Geno's terrible now, but he did have a nice little run there in Seattle for a few years. It took Geno Smith a few stops to get there. That's the thing for me. That's why I like you bringing up Eli. You bringing up Eli Manning, or even Trevor Lawrence looks like he's going to fall into that category here. Looks more like he's going to fall into the category of a guy who at the very least figured a few things out, or at least got partnered with the right coach to unlock the best version of Trevor Lawrence. You know, I still don't think Trevor Lawrence. I still think it's silly that he's the top MVP guy this year. I understand why, because he's a quarterback of a 13-win team. But the whole thing with Darnold and a few of these other guys is Darnold had to go off to Shanahan Football Academy for a year in San Francisco.
And like as far as then Baker Mayfield's always an interesting one because Baker Mayfield threw 26 touchdowns and 8 interceptions in his third year in a very run-heavy offense. He passed for 3,500 yards, but there was a lot of discussion about whether or not they should give him that extension after 3 years. I mean, he might be the best comparison in that he had shown a lot of promise. There was still a lot of stuff he didn't know about, and they didn't give him that extension after the third season. Yeah. I guess the other part of it, too, is every time we bring up one of these guys like Sam Darnold or Geno Smith or let's say Baker Mayfield, it includes going to a different place.
Yes.
And so there's one is, okay, maybe the guy needed a change of scenery for whatever reason. But two, and I really always wonder about this, maybe the reduced expectations help those guys.
Yeah.
That getting them out from the pressure of having to live up to this or live up to that and kind of just getting a restart on their career, that can be a good thing for people too.
Yeah.
So it's not as, Sam Darnold had just stayed with the Jets all these years. He'd be having this same experience right now.
That's a good point. Okay, so I'm going to use Baker and Sam Darnold in this argument because those are the two. I think those are the two most prominent names of highly drafted guys, a first and a third overall pick, who have now gone on to look. Sam Darnold's in the Super Bowl. Baker Mayfield has put together a few really good statistical years, kind of bubbled up to the top of the MVP conversation at times over the last couple of years, and then fell back. But still, I think above the line of good quarterback in the NFL. That's true. You know, if I'm worried about the C.J. Stroud story unfolding the same way or having to unfold the same way as Darnold and Baker Mayfield, that he's got to go somewhere else, then I'm equating the Texans to the Jets and the Browns. And right. I think the Texans. Okay, good. You're talking me back into this. I think the Texans are. I mean, undoubtedly, I think they're a better organization than both of those, with better coaching, better infrastructure, better ownership than both of those teams.
Yeah. How much of this is simply those guys maturing as quarterbacks, but also just being in better situations or in non-toxic or non-dumpster fire situations. I don't know which guys of the Jets over the last. I mean, at some point we might see Zach Wilson making an incredible reemergence or something. I doubt it, but still,
no, I doubt it too. But this is the type of he's on that same track as those guys right now.
Yeah,
he's on his third team. He was a failed second overall pick. I don't think so either, just because I've never been a fan of Zach Wilson's game. But I know you're just throwing names out there.
You don't like his whole shtick.
No, there's that. Well, I think as we're learning, there's not a lot of guys whose shtick I like. You know,
that's true. If you have a shtick, especially as a quarterback, right. It feels like
you're on my bad side.
If you've got a shtick as a quarterback, you're climbing uphill to get into Sean Pendergast's wheelhouse.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. So, okay, so I feel better now. I'm glad we had this conversation. It's the Jets and the Browns' fault. It's CJ is in a better ecosystem, Gladstone word, to realize his full potential.
Geno Smith, likewise, it was just a matter of, getting him into some non-toxic situations.
Yeah, he was Jets also. That's right. That's right.
Yeah, that might, you know what, the Jets could become like the new feeder system, the feeder league for NFL quarterbacks. Like, you just hope, if you're a team that needs a quarterback, just hope that the Jets draft one with their latest high first-round pick, and then just wait a few years.
Yeah.
And buy him at a discount.
Dude, it's going to get harder for the Jets now, too, with this NIL. The belief is that's what Dante that's the belief is that's what Dante Moore, the Oregon quarterback, did. Dante Moore he chose to go back to school. I'm sure he's getting a massive NIL deal. He got Oregon to the playoff this year, and he's a Heisman Trophy candidate. He's a really good player. Could have come out, could have been a top 5 pick. Said, no, I'm going to stay at Oregon. And the belief is like he didn't want to go to the Jets. The Stephen A. Smith was screaming about that, about stay in school, don't go to the Jets. And that's when Garrett Wilson was going at Stephen A. Smith, the wide receiver from the Jets. And it's like, hey, man, we're not so bad.
It's always so dicey, though, because when you start playing that game as a quarterback, if you think you're going to be a high first-round pick, then you're trading one bad situation for another. Most of the teams that are picking a quarterback in the top 3 picks tend to not be good teams.
No, and this just in, the Jets will probably be right there again next year.
I think the sweet spot is probably you should go back to school, maybe tank it a little bit.
Yeah.
Either have a character issue or something, but just fabricate a character issue. Have a birthday party and don't tell anybody about it, so that nobody comes to your birthday party, and then you end up getting drafted by a good team at 15 or 16 overall.
Oh my God, that's a great idea. And nowadays, you've got an agent who can actually on the through the back channels get word to NFL teams what's going on.
Yeah, like, hey, listen, just between you and me.
Hey,
don't be sure you don't tell Peter Schrager or anybody.
Right.
But he's got like 17 kids.
Yeah.
He had I convinced him to get a vasectomy 2 years ago.
God.
He got it reversed.
Oh my God.
The guy's dead set on impregnating as many women as possible.
If Dante Moore has these weird bad games next year, I'm going to be like, he was listening that day. He was listening to Payne and Pendergast that day. Okay, now the CJ texts are rolling in on the heels of that. If you're just waking up, we were talking about Jonathan Alexander's article about how Sam Darnold's ascent should give you hope for C.J. Stroud. You want to know why C.J. apologists don't bring up the Steelers game? Because this organization says if you win, nothing else matters.
QB wins. Baby. Yeah, it is weird. I don't think it's fair to have a conversation about C.J. Stroud without also bringing up the Steelers game.
Yeah.
It was 2 games in a row where CJ was bad. Yep. He was really bad for 2 games in a row. It wasn't if you start off with, hey, we're only going to talk about the Patriots game, and it was just 1 game. No, it was CJ in the playoffs this year.
Yeah.
And that's you can't ignore that. And to which a CJ apologist can say, well, he's had good games in the playoffs before. And I would say, yes, good point.
Yeah.
Good point.
He's had 2 good games in the playoffs. He's had 4 mediocre to bad games in the playoffs.
He has had, because right now,
all on the road.
I'm still really concerned about CJ and his headspace and everything else where he is right now.
Me too.
Plus, coming off the fact that he had a very unimpressive regular season as well. Did the things that you needed to do to win, but it wasn't impressive at all.
Nope.
But that you got to also remember, man, he's had really bad luck with his wide receivers in the playoffs. I mean, just every year in these elimination games, he's out there with a hodgepodge of various guys or without his number 1 guy. Go back 2 years ago, he had Nico Collins, but really nobody else viable out there.
Yeah.
So it's not a complete and total excuse for all of the other things. Certainly not an excuse for the Steelers game.
No.
But it's something to keep in mind if you're trying to be even-handed about it.
All right. Speaking of playoffs, a lot of talk with that Denver-New England game on Sunday about Mother Nature and the elements. John Lopez had a take on this where he goes after the NFL. I want to play that, and then a proposal for, if you are of the school of thought that weather is a bad thing, that snow is a bad thing, a proposal for the NFL. Do you agree with this one from one of the more prominent NFL writers? We'll get to that coming up next. Stay there.
Hey, maybe you've got 17 kids. And if there's one thing I know about having 7,
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, here was this was John Lopez yesterday on In the Loop, right out of the chute on their show. He was saying this as we were leaving the studio yesterday, and it kind of piqued my interest. And he said that the snow game in the AFC title game, which was really just like 30% of a snow game, for like 70% of the game, the weather was a very pleasant, wintry day, with no precipitation.
The third quarter, it was favoring Patriots because they had the wind. That was when the wind really picked up.
Yeah.
So at least 50% of the game. It's important to point out that Drake May had 86 yards passing in this game.
Yeah.
And it was, if you prorate it for good weather conditions, I mean, really 120 passing yards or so in a game. If it was a normal game, he had a horrible game.
Passing, he did. He had really good using his legs.
He was
horrible through the air. Yeah.
Right, but he wasn't. It looked like the Broncos were just taking it to him in that game.
John Lopez called the game, the AFC title game, an embarrassment to the NFL.
I thought yesterday was a complete embarrassment for the NFL.
Go ahead, Cook.
I really did. Especially once we're watching the NFC Championship game. Two teams playing at the highest level in good conditions, able to do anything they want, truly testing each other after two regular season meetings, not being hindered by anything other than their own greatness or mistakes or whatever it may be, making plays, all that. And then we got this crap that we just watched in the AFC Championship game. That was an abomination. It wasn't a true. Do you know in your heart that New England is truly the better team? Because I don't.
Honestly, Jared Stidham played better than I would imagine.
Right.
I think if it was clear conditions, I think he probably could have won that game.
Do you think in your heart of hearts, forget what you saw and everything else, do you think New England was the better team?
I mean, probably, but I can't say it with all
I think Denver was the better
that...
team. I'm really talking about the blizzard in the second half.
Sure.
Because to me, that's the embarrassment. I mean, you go 18 games and then you get 18 weeks, and then you go into the playoffs, and you decide it with that crap? They couldn't even see going in one direction.
Dome the league.
Exactly.
Dome the league. Exactly. Say it with me now. Dome the league.
They were talking about it after the game. They said when we were trying to run pass routes in one direction, you had to almost close your eyes. You had to squint, and you couldn't see any defensive play. Well, what do you think the quarterback would? That's how you decide the Super Bowl berth?
Yeah, that's how.
Yeah, and I guess, and I understand the embarrassment to the NFL part. I feel like that's it's impossible for me to lay that on the NFL itself. Like for playing football the way it's been played for over 100 years.
Yeah,
that it's the weather conditions matter. That's part of football, and that's the random dumb luck.
That felt a little Lopez-ish right there. The embarrassment to the NFL.
This is the problem, and you know how I feel about this. It's one of the things that annoys me about college football. I don't give a damn who the better, quote-unquote, better team is. I care who wins the tournament. And sometimes random chance and weather events and everything else all factor into it. That's what makes it really interesting.
Yeah.
And what I would say is this. If either of those teams had a formidable rushing attack, you would have come out of that game saying, well, that's why you have to build your team to be in the playoffs.
Yep.
Neither of those teams are all that great at rushing the football.
Yeah.
And because of it, it became much more of just a stalemate where nobody could get anything done. Like you pointed out, Drake May using his legs ended up being a huge factor in that game.
Yep.
So I liked it because, man, both of those teams, neither of them were the perfect football team or anything. But if you had a team that was genuinely built for the playoffs to take on all comers in cold weather, in bad conditions, etc., then it would have been a more emphatic victory for one of those two teams.
Well, and it's ironic that Denver wasn't that team. You know, Denver being in Denver, that they weren't that team. I actually do agree with Lopez's take that I do think Denver, like when the conditions were sterile, when there was no precipitation and the wind hadn't really factored in yet, Denver was controlling that game. I mean, they handed the Patriots 7 points on a stupid mistake. I'm saying play to play.
Yeah.
Like the Denver defense was the better defense. Jarrett Stidham moving the ball in the first half of that game. They were getting some things done on the ground, and then once the snow hit, they completely locked up. They had 18 plays for 32 yards starting with their first possession of the second half, Denver did. I
think that the Broncos were The Broncos were going to start struggling in the second half regardless of weather conditions.
Because of adjustments and things like that?
Yeah. It was just Jarrett Stidham he had that nice little stretch where he went 6 for 8 or whatever, after his first few passes.
Scored a touchdown.
Yeah. But then after that, it felt like he was starting to second-guess things. It felt like, okay, they had some nice little plans to get him some easy receptions out in the flats, but the Patriots were all over that. So I think whatever ambush quality or effect you might have had with your backup quarterback, that was going to start falling apart, regardless of the weather.
Yeah, he was. I mean, I think this was the case even when things were going well for Jarrett Stidham. Is that when the first read wasn't there?
Yeah,
he fled the pocket quickly. His feet were jittery. He looked like a guy who hadn't played in a real NFL game in 2 years. When the first read, the one deep shot he hit, I think it was to Mims. Was just drop back and throw it. There was no mystery to that. And then the touchdown was a boot to the right where Cortland Sutton's wide open in the back of the end zone. Like the easy throws he made. But when things got it all difficult, it got really, really messy quick for Jarrett Stidham.
I mean, the Patriots, even the quote-unquote drive that they had before that missed field goal attempt in the second quarter, it was 5 plays, 15 yards.
Right.
It was really because it was a field position situation. They'd taken the ball over at the 49 on that one.
Yep.
So really outside of the first, that little stretch he had where they looked kind of like they could move the ball, I wasn't sold on Jarrett Stidham.
So you're in favor. You like snow games.
I love it. I don't look obvious. It's the fact that we're talking about it is because it's an extreme exception that it gets as bad as it was.
Yeah.
But if it does get that bad, if you have if you're a well-balanced offense and you have a legitimately good rushing attack, that's why the playoffs. That's why you have to be. I like that you have to be ready to play any type of game in the playoffs.
Well,
and it does. The other thing that it does is it makes the regular season games that much more important.
Yeah,
Man, we've seen that in Houston.
Well,
gosh, if you could have had home field advantage through this playoffs, it could look a lot different.
Yeah,
a lot different.
For sure. I feel like the Texans' only way to win in cold weather is to not have to go to cold weather.
Yeah.
That is to go 14-3 and be the 1 seed next year.
Plus, I'll tell you this, because we're looking at it from the perspective of a team that plays in a covered stadium. I mean, I like that those northern teams have that feel of, oh, wow, look at Andrew Luck is so incredible. Look at his numbers. Yeah, but most of it's in a domed stadium. And let's see what happens when he gets into cold weather conditions.
So,
be a better and tougher football team. Be more complete. Be a quarterback that doesn't turn into the Wicked Witch of the West when there's precipitation.
Florio floats in an article yesterday, and this has been floated before and shot down by NFL people. Hey, what about neutral sites for the conference title games? We treat them like a big deal. There's a podium afterwards on the field and everything. It's the divisional and wild card rounds don't get treated like that.
Yeah.
What about neutral sites for the AFC and NFC title game?
I feel like these are takes coming out of a whole bunch of people who otherwise would label everything else the wussification of America. But somehow now it's like hey, you're wussified. But I would prefer that my playoff games be in a pristine environment that's fair to all. Yeah. No, screw fair. Sports are inherently unfair. You've just got disadvantages.
No.
And some of the advantages, look, you're a team with a great pass rush. Okay, great. Yeah, those indoor stadiums really favor you in the playoffs. If every team is covered or what have you, those teams, whether you're cold weather or warm weather, those indoor stadiums with a home field advantage are going to be a much bigger advantage than playing, say, in Foxborough in January.
This is what I would point out to those people, because this is what college football's playoff is. It's home stadiums in the first round, and then it's neutral site the rest of the way. And what's the big thing, especially this year in the 12-team playoff, when some of the venues for that quarterfinal round were half full, 2/3 full, and the environment stinks, and they're going, this will not be a real playoff until we get these quarterfinal games on campus.
It feels like an opinion, again, It's kind of how people in sports media love dynasties and act like the fans must love dynasties too. You're going to miss Kansas City in the playoffs. Go die. Go die now. Like, no, the fans hate dynasties unless your team has dynasty. Nobody gives a damn about the awesome column you're going to be able to write about this dynasty and how everybody should appreciate it. Likewise, sure, it's easy for Florio to sit in his ivory tower in West Virginia and say, it needs to be decided on a neutral field. You're penalizing the fans of the team that's the one area where the fans actually get to be a part of the advantage. Okay, create a devastatingly difficult home environment. Like in Seattle, those fans take a whole lot of pride in renting the moniker 12th man from the Aggies and being a part of the advantage there. You're going to steal that from the fans? My God, why do you hate NFL fans so much?
He likes the ones that click on his site, I can tell you that. Playing in heavy snow is a text, real quick. Playing in heavy snow or rain is dumb. It makes the sport a gimmick. All caps. Who can catch this ball in a blizzard? It's like a bad game show hosted by Shaq. Why the drive-by on Shaq?
Run the football. Run the football. Again, don't let yourself be wussified. Like, run the football. There are a lot of offensive coordinators out there who are shams and frauds because they grew up wanting to be passing game geniuses, and they don't understand the complete and total game of football. This rewards complete offenses and teams that are built to endure from September through January and February, more so than it does year long. You want to talk about gimmicks? Like, what's more gimmicky than an incredible passing attack in an indoor stadium? Like, that's the most gimmicky thing there is. And then all of a sudden, when it meets the true test of can you perform in the elements, can you figure out different ways to do it, then it falls apart. What kind of gizmo did you buy on late-night television?
Football is fake boobs. Seth and I are all natural, man. The snow, Mother Nature. I think. All right, so let's get to headlines. Pro Bowl news. Some real interesting Pro Bowl news. Rockets win last night, and I think good news for the Astros yesterday about the World Baseball Classic. Coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. to Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Here are your headlines for today. The duo, the inseparable comedy duo of Hawk and Locke. Hawk is Kalen Bullock. Locke is Kamari Lassiter. That's their nicknames. They're headed to the Pro Bowl, Seth.
Yay!
They are going to the Pro Bowl.
I'm going to confess something to you here, Sean.
Yeah.
I have zero idea anymore how much I should read into a Pro Bowl invitation when so many people turn them down. So I don't. And the NFL doesn't really disclose how far down the list somebody is or is not. These guys were alternates.
They do disclose. They were the first alternates at their position.
They were first alternates.
Yep,
Okay.
yep.
I thought that. Okay, so with Shador Sanders, we know exactly what
for whatever reason we do not. I think that shows how deep they had to go onto the quarterback. For those who don't know, Shador Sanders is headed to the Pro Bowl.
So because a bunch of other quarterbacks turned down the opportunity to go to the Pro Bowl. This is a more meaningful one in that we knew that Lassiter and Bullock were first alternates.
Yeah, they were first alternates, and I think they got snubbed too. I think they deserve to go over the two guys that they're replacing. Jalen Ramsey and Christian Gonzalez, we know, isn't going because he's playing in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Jalen Ramsey probably isn't going because he's 31 years old. He's like, it's not even a game.
He made the transition to safety. I mean, he did that thing it's easier said than done. You go from cornerback to safety. Everybody thinks, you don't have to be as good an athlete. There's a lot of mental work that goes into being a safety. So, but good for them. They'll have fun.
Yeah, they'll have a good time. Six Texans now in the pro, and it's not a game anymore. It's just a bunch of fun backyard events that they do. But they got 6 guys going there now. First time since 2018 that the Texans will have as many as 6 guys in the Pro Bowl. So there you go. J.J. Watt, DeAndre Hopkins, Deshaun Watson, Lamar Miller, Benardrick McKinney, Jadeveon Clowney. For those wondering, that was the group that went 7 years ago. And by the way, yes, that was a big thing yesterday. Shador going to the Pro Bowl. We'll hit that a little bit later. Because it brought all the Shador angst back up to the surface again.
Well, and I think it's kind of a tell to the people that are just more fans of Shador Sanders than the actual NFL, who have zero clue what they're talking about.
Yeah.
That it's cool, great experience for him, everything. And Shador, with multiple valid excuses, though, was still one of the worst quarterbacks in football this year. This is it. It's an illustration of what a joke the Pro Bowl has become.
At least
how many people don't even want to make a trip to. They turned down a trip to Orlando.
Yeah. Well, at least at the quarterback position for sure.
Yeah.
Because that's the one where Snoop Huntley, Pro Bowler. Okay. The Rockets win last night, 108-99 over the Memphis Grizzlies. Grizzlies without Ja Morant for a few weeks. He's got a ligament issue in his arm, in his elbow. So the Grizzlies a little undermanned last night, but they were, I won't say in control, but they were leading for a lot of this game. This game was a dogfight until the early fourth quarter, and the Rockets put a 21-9 run on the Grizzlies, and they kind of held them at bay. Held them 6 to 10 points at bay the rest of the way.
I think one of the promising trends from the last couple of weeks has been we've seen some impressive fourth quarter performances and taking season control of the game in the fourth quarter, where that was the thing that for a stretch was really starting to be a concern. And I think it's going to come in fits and starts this year as you try to figure out exactly how you're going to play without a true point guard, et cetera, everything we've already known. But we've seen some really good moments here in the fourth quarter, and hopefully that's a trend.
Kevin Durant, 33 points. Alperen Şengün, 33 points. Şengün was 15 of 17 from the field. He was owning the paint. Yeah. Durant got off to an awful start. The game is on replay here in studio. I forgot. He was 2 for 9 to start the game. He had 8 points midway through the second quarter. Finishes with 33, and he hit a few huge threes down the stretch in this game.
And then I think the other trend, again, that goes along with playing well for 4 full quarters, is that Amin Thompson has made a lot of progress in terms of playing point guard.
Yeah.
And I was like, it's how much of it is going to really be a valid thing in playoff series and everything. He looks way closer to that now than it used to.
In terms of distributing the ball last night, sure, he had 14 assists last night. It still looks awkward to me with Amin Thompson doing it, but you're absolutely right. It's getting better. It's certainly less messy than it used to be with
right.
turnovers
Well, I mean,
and whatnot.
None of us. This is a classic case of you predict how it's going to look in the preseason, and then when it happens during the regular season, we start wringing our hands over it.
Yeah.
Like, okay, Reed Shepard is still a young player. Amin Thompson is going to try to transition into being a point guard. It's probably not going to be awesome right off the bat, and it wasn't. But it's improving as the season goes along.
It's getting better. No World Baseball Classic for Jose Altuve. Yes! Pump my fist.
I think this is exactly the way the Astros should have handled it. I think Altuve, who always wants to do the right thing and be a good dude and everything, probably found it really, really hard to say no to Venezuela, to his homeland.
Yeah.
And this takes the decision out of his hands. I wouldn't be surprised if Altuve, in his heart of hearts, never really wanted to play in the World Baseball Classic, but he felt obligated to do it.
Yeah.
Where now the Astros give him – they don't have to make him the bad guy or the guy that feels like, he's doing Venezuela wrong.
Yep.
They're asking him not to play in it.
Up next, no World Baseball Classic. This is my hope for Carlos Correa either. Correa's talked about wanting to play for Puerto Rico, but I don't need any of them playing in it. And I got called out yesterday by some people for
Said you're
saying
not a true
that.
baseball fan.
Said I wasn't a true baseball fan, and I said, I don't know, man. I just don't want – I feel like I'm the truest of baseball fans. I want the team that I love to have healthy players going into the season.
A true baseball fan would understand the timing of the World Baseball Classic is atrocious.
Stupid, yeah.
And that it screws up guys' entire timeline of when they need to start getting ready to play baseball that matters.
I could have used you on my side yesterday. That's a great argument, that the place on the calendar is
especially
dumb.
for the pitchers.
Yeah. Dude, any extra...
You got to start ramping up a month early.
It's so stupid.
That's ridiculous.
Yep. All right, those are your headlines. Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Tuesday, which means Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL insider. We get thoughts from Ross on the conference title games. Where is he on the whole weather thing? Ross, a northern guy. I'm guessing he likes snow games, but we'll see. We'll talk to Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL insider. We'll do that coming up next. But first, Beck's Prime. Drove right by Beck.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Super Bowl matchup is set. It'll be Seattle and New England, couple conference title games. Our next guest was actually on the sidelines for Seattle's win over the Los Angeles Rams for Westwood 1. I believe on the sidelines. We'll find out. I can't remember if it was sidelines or if he was on color, but he is our Odyssey NFL insider. He is Ross Tucker. Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs.
Nationwide is on your side.
Sexy one right there. What's going on, Ross? Were you sidelines or were you on color in that NFC title game?
I was sideline. I only do sideline twice a year, it seems like. I do it one time, the wild card round. So they always give me 2 games wild card round. So I'm usually in the booth for one, sideline for one, and that sideline was the Texans at the Steelers this year. And then I'm always on the sideline for one of the conference championship games as well. So I was in Seattle, and I love it. It's just cool, the atmosphere. I mean, Seattle was so loud, and it was awesome. So, and maybe the coolest part about it is, because Westwood One is a partner with the NFL, I'm at the bottom of the stage when those guys are up on the stage, getting the NFC Championship trophy or whatever. So it's really cool to get a chance to, interview them, Sam Darnold and Cooper Kupp and Smith and Jigba and Mike McDonald, like right in the middle of like the best moment of their life.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Mike McDonald has a child, so maybe not for him, but I mean, it's a really cool. Like Cooper Kupp was like all teared up. I mean, I was talking with him 5 seconds after he finished hugging Matthew Stafford. So that was kind of emotional for him. And then Mike McDonald was just awesome. I don't know if you guys saw the video of Mike McDonald before the season. He started with his team. He said, guys, I want you to picture this in your mind. I want you to get this vision. It's late January. We're hosting the NFC Championship game. The 12s are going crazy. And that video obviously got a lot of attention over the last week or so. So I said to him, Mike, when you did that video at the start of the year, did you really think you guys would be hosting the NFC Championship game? He was like, no.
He was honest.
which I thought was great. Coaches do things sometimes that are just, what they think is the right thing to do for the speech. Not necessarily they really thought was going to happen. So I appreciate honesty.
Yep.
Ross, yesterday as we were doing our show, we saw a graphic up on ESPN, and they were debating whether or not apparently the Patriots defense is getting enough credit. And Sean and I thought it was funny because to us who've watched the Patriots closely through these playoffs, often a little too closely, it feels like, that should be the story is the Patriots defense has been really good. Drake May, partly because of weather elements or whatever, just hasn't been all that good. But the Patriots defense has been incredible. Are they though? I think I go into this game versus the Seahawks, and I think, man, the Seahawks have it going both offensively and defensively, and I don't see it being that much of a challenge. Am I underestimating the Patriots defense?
I think you're probably underestimating the defense. I mean, the Patriots, period. Mm-hmm. It is interesting to me, like fascinating, okay? Compare and contrast the fact that the Patriots are in the Super Bowl, and I'm not sure that Drake May has – I have to go back, but has he played that well in any of these games?
No.
I guess – no, in fairness, those touchdown throws, they were great catches against the Texans, but, the throw to DeMario Douglas – the one to Diggs, those were pretty impressive throws. Now, Booty made an incredible catch, but and then the Chargers game I'm trying to remember, but it's just like I'm going to go on in Buffalo at 4 p.m. today, and they must be losing their mind. Mm-hmm. How many years in a row has Josh Allen played generally pretty awesome in the playoffs, and they still haven't gotten there. And yet, Drake May, in his second year overall, his first year in the playoffs, he leads the Patriots to the Super Bowl without even playing that great. Like, life is not fair, dudes.
Well, we were debating that yesterday, Ross, because the Texans obviously feel like there was a huge missed opportunity for them. C.J. Stroud uncharacteristically just really in both those games, the game you were at in Pittsburgh and then the game in New England, he's still getting memed 10 days later over the 4 interceptions. So we were talking about that yesterday, like, man, which fan base, which team, in your case, which quarterback, Josh Allen, is watching that AFC title game going, oh, my God, like we had such an opportunity slip through our fingers here between the Texans and the Bills watching that game?
Well, it's more the Bills.
Yeah.
Because the Bills have gotten to a couple of conference championship games. The Texans haven't. And also, the Patriots are in the Bills division.
Mm-hmm.
And the Patriots own that division for, 20 years. And now the Bills have owned it for 5 years until this year. And I really think that was like a big factor in Sean McDermott getting fired, is just like, yeah, no, we're not ready for this. We're not, like, it's one thing to not get to the Super Bowl or to have the playoff failures, but we're not doing this thing where the Patriots are already, usurping us in the AFC East. Not when we think we've got, maybe the best player in the NFL. And so I think that had a lot to do with the decision that the Bills made.
Ross, what I think it's a huge victory for our show that we managed to have you on for 7 minutes, and we haven't mentioned C.J. Stroud yet. We're a little bit C.J. Strouded out because over the last week, it's almost impossible to talk about the Texans without all of it coming back to C.J. Stroud and his horrendous playoff performance. It wasn't just the Patriots game, it was the Steelers game as well. Where are you right now on C.J. Stroud and whether as some Texans fans are, should people be bailing on him completely, or should we remember that, okay, there's an upside here, there's a chance?
Well, I'm not bailing on him completely at all, but I thought Aikman, made some good points in that game, and I do. It's one of the darndest things I can remember because, I said it at the time. I thought it was the best rookie season by a quarterback I had ever seen. Now, interestingly, I thought Jaden Daniels, what he did last year, was even better. So we had like the back-to-back best seasons I've ever seen by a rookie quarterback. And then the last 2 years, it's just been choppy. And clearly they blamed it in year 2 on Bobby Slowick, which is interesting because wasn't Bobby Slowick the OC in his rookie year when he did so well? So they bring in a new guy, and it sounds like, unless I missed something, that D'Amico was a little bit non-committal on whether or not he was bringing him back, but I don't know. They're not interviewing anybody else.
Caserio did a press conference 2 days later where he said that Caley is likely coming back.
Yeah, D'Amico did that thing where he basically didn't answer any questions of that variety, and I'm guessing a few people picked that up and made it look like he was out on Caley. I think Caley's definitely going to be back, almost definitely. I guess the other part, and I wanted to ask you about this, Ross, is I'm very hesitant to criticize body language because sometimes it's all a matter of which camera catches a guy when and where. But, man, I got so many unsolicited texts from casual observers about CJ's body language after that game. And as an offensive lineman, I'm curious about that. What you think of CJ and kind of just his whole demeanor or everything else that goes into the way he acts on the sideline.
Yeah, I am with you. I try to not overanalyze that as well. It's a really interesting thing. And obviously, I'm sure the Texans wish he had played better, and every Texans fan. If he had played better, I think it's pretty likely that Caserio would have given him a contract extension this offseason. And I think there's a chance on some level that he might have saved the organization from a big mistake. I mean, at this point, he's gonna have to earn it, I think, in year 4. I mean, I would imagine that they'll pick up his 5th-year option, which is $25 million or whatever. Does that make sense? And I think he's worth that, because if you look at that, that only makes him like the 20th highest paid quarterback or 23rd or 24th or whatever the number is. So it makes sense to pick that up for a bunch of different reasons. But then I don't envision them giving him a new deal. I envision them wanting to see more in year 4. So he's been up and down in years 2 and 3. But if he was pretty good in the playoffs, there probably would have been a lot of pressure from his camp and just everywhere to give him that mega extension of $55 to $60+ million per year. Now, like, I mean, his agent can't even call the Texans right now. You know what I mean? Like, after those 2 games, I don't know what his agent would even say. And so I'm sure Casario picks up the option. But, you know, if he doesn't step up in year 4 and play more consistently, which obviously the Texans are hoping he does. They're hoping he plays some. They want to give him that contract. They want him to be the guy. But this performance the last 2 games might have put them in a position where he might have saved them from a major mistake as a franchise of giving him a mega contract with essentially 2-3 plus years of guaranteed money. Over the long haul, it might end up being a positive that he played poorly these 2 playoff games.
Right, Mulligetta calling the Texans right now would be like if you had a viral video of yourself puking on a waitress, and all of a sudden the next day calling a girl and asking for a date.
Yeah.
You're like, hey.
It would, except, and I'll say except what in a second here, but I need to remind people that Ross Tucker's our Odyssey NFL insider for your insurance and financial needs.
Nationwide is on your
Brought to you by
side.
Nationwide. Also, the Ross Tucker Football Podcast at Ross Tucker NFL. We'll hit you with those again before we get done with Ross here. I think, okay, devil's advocate, counterpoint here. I think David Mulligetta would call up the Texans and say, look, yeah, it was a bad night, but Trevor Lawrence got $55 million a year after doing less than C.J. Stroud did through 3 years. Tua Tagovailoa got a contract after doing less than C.J. Stroud did for 3 years. Kyler Murray got a contract after doing less than what C.J. Stroud did over 3 years. That would be my point. Is that the league is doing these things?
Yeah, and I would say, David, that's a terrific point. And 2 out of those 3 teams regret it immensely, and it has set back their franchises in Arizona and Miami, which is why we're not doing it. I'm glad that, good for Trevor Lawrence that Liam Cohen was able to get him to play better than he ever has before, and that looks like a good decision for them. But we're worried that CJ could end up being like Kyler Murray or like Tua Tagovailoa, and we don't want to do it, and we're not going to do it, and we don't have to do it, and we have him under contract for 2 more years. So we would love for CJ to be the guy here, have him go out there, prove it. The money's only going to go up. I mean, I know what Tua and Kyler and Trevor got. We're willing to wait, until a year, and he's going to get a lot more money if he goes out there and does what he should do this year.
Ross, the one interesting dynamic of this Super Bowl is going to be that you got 2 defensive-minded head coaches that are in the Super Bowl. For all the people that caution you, never hire a defensive-minded coach. You got to have a guy that's there for your quarterback all the time. But there will be the question afterwards, man, okay, are these guys going to be able to retain these offensive coordinators? And what does it look like afterwards? Which of these 2 teams do you think is best suited to survive the loss of their offensive coordinator?
Of which teams?
Like between the Seahawks and the Patriots.
Well, the Patriots aren't losing their offensive coordinator. I mean, Josh McDaniels isn't getting a third head coaching job.
Yeah.
That's like the beauty of where the Patriots are right now. Now, Kubiak's going to get a head coaching job. That guy, what he did to the Rams on Sunday, he's impressive. He's going to get a head coaching job. Now, I don't know if it's this year, but I think he'll get a head coaching job. But McDaniels, no one's hired Josh McDaniels for a third time.
Ross, this is where I don't want you to make this mistake. You're making the mistake of assuming that all 32 NFL teams make good decisions on coaching hires all the time. And man, you look at the Browns right now can't get a guy to even come into the building to interview. That I think at some point somebody's going to say, well, boy, he's older now. He's more mature. He's learned his lessons. And, we've got this young quarterback. We just have to get Josh. I agree with you that no NFL team should hire Josh McDaniels, but I think that somebody out there at some point is going to take a swing at Josh McDaniels.
I would be very, very surprised. Both of those jobs were absolute disasters. I think he got fired midway through the second year of both of them.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
That's almost impossible.
That's pretty impressive.
Midway through the second year?
Yeah.
Like, honestly, Seth, let's do a beer bet on that one because I would be shocked if Josh McDaniels. I mean, I don't even know if Josh McDaniels would interview.
I have an undying.
How does that interview process even go?
I have an undying faith in the ability of NFL teams to make ridiculously bad decisions. And I think at some point, whether it's Mark Davis or somebody else, I think somebody's going to listen to Josh McDaniels' explanation of how he's learned the error of his ways and that it's going to be different this time.
As the very active wagerer on this three-way conversation right now, there needs to be an end date, though, as to when he needs to be hired by. I can't have this open-ended beer bet.
Let's say within 3 years.
3 years, okay.
Yeah.
So the hiring cycle of 2029.
2029. Put it in your Google Calendar right now.
I got it. I'm putting it in.
Ross, I've got a great track record of betting against people who say that something's never going to happen. This guy will never play again. He's been arrested. This is his 9th time getting arrested. I will bet on that guy getting another opportunity. Likewise with Josh McDaniels, who's basically done the equivalent of he might as well have 7 homicide convictions or something, that he's going to get another opportunity as long as Drake May continues
Antonio
to play well.
Brown got you paid a couple times on some bets.
He did,
for a while until he didn't. I was no way there.
Yeah, but I'm still up like 19 units on Antonio Brown. I hear you're doing real well on your gambling podcast.
That is funny.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm up over 62 units. I am absolutely crushing it. And so if you're not listening to the Even Money Betting podcast, you're doing it wrong.
Yes. Hey, Ross, how about my front?
Or watching, by the way, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL.
There you go. Yeah, check Ross out on his YouTube page. You can check him out on social media at Ross Tucker NFL. Of course, the Ross Tucker football podcast is awesome as well. And we are, what are we, a couple weeks away? 2 weeks from Saturday is Valentine's Day. My front page story, you got that going too, right?
Oh, my gosh. I'm telling you guys, I've seen so many videos now. If you really want to make your significant other happy and you really want to surprise her and get all of the benefits, let's call them, that come with that, go to myfrontpagestory.com. It's crazy easy. But when you hand this thing to her, it's a professionally written story about how amazing she is. Looks like it's on the cover of like the Houston Chronicle. Pictures, framed. When she's opening it and you say, honey, I want to do something special for you, so I had a story written about you, that sounds amazing. Like, amazing. And then make sure you tell the writer when you fill out the email, make sure you say, I never thank her enough for all the little things she does for me. That's the line that's so money. Because no matter what, they do a lot of little things that you don't notice. But when you say that, they'll think you notice. Oh, my God, she notices. It's myfrontpagestory.com. The beauty of it, too, because I've talked to guys about this that have done it, it's framed so they have it hanging up in the house somewhere. So the next time you get in an argument or the next time anything happens or like somebody has to go pick up the kids, you don't feel like it, you just point to it every time. Did you have a story written about me? No, you didn't. I had a story written about you and how much I love you. What'd you get me? What'd you get me? Socks for Valentine's Day? myfrontpagestory.com. myfrontpagestory.com.
That's the best pitch you've given, Ross. The get out of work free card that it's hanging on the wall there all the time.
Yeah, it's like a constant reminder of how you gave them a better gift than they gave you.
Okay.
And you love them more than they love you.
Yes.
And it's like it ends a lot of fight. It's like my buddy's wife has, I don't know if I should say what they call it, but the tattoo that's above the rear that was very popular back in the day. It's called a blank stamp.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah. So my buddy says anytime he gets in an argument with, like, his wife has one.
Yeah.
So he said anytime he gets in an argument with his wife, that's how he ends it.
She's got a tramp stamp.
You've got a tramp
He says, oh, yeah? Well, you have a...
Oh, that's like having a finishing maneuver in your back pocket all the time, like the Stone Cold
It's unbelievable,
Stunner.
isn't
Yeah.
it? It's like, because like there's no coming back from that. If you're a mom with 3 kids that are like in junior high, there's no coming back from having that.
Did he get a My Front Page story done that features the tramp stamp, like a picture of it and everything?
No, but that's actually an amazing idea. His name's Kevin Shabatoni. His dad was my oral surgeon. Kevin, if you're listening to Houston radio for some unknown reason,
right,
go to myfrontpagestory.com, myfrontpagestory.com, especially for your wife.
There you go, Kevin. Go do it. And for whatever reason, what are you talking about? He's listening because we're awesome, Ross. That's why he's listening to it.
The first thing that pops up when I search Kevin Shabatoni is Kevin Shabatoni obituary. I feel like you just wrote it.
Yeah.
Man, or sealed his fate.
Yeah. Oh, you need to get into that now, Ross. My Front Page story, but it's obits for people.
I'm going to start a website.
Dude, that's so funny you say that. You know that was the start of the company because my brother-in-law's dad passed away. Suddenly it was sad. And, like, the obituary was the worst I've ever seen. It was like, Ralph was born, blah, blah, blah. Ralph was an accountant. Like, it was like
AI wrote it.
Yeah, it was it was like he was an awesome guy.
Yeah.
And so I gave it to my brother-in-law because I just want, and he has it up and his sons read it, and it's just because his dad passed before his sons were old, and it's really, really cool. So it's so funny that you say that. Not funny, but it's a great obituary replacement because it actually tells the story of people talking about how awesome he was.
Oh, that's really, really cool. My Front Page.
I got to record the show.
Yeah, go.
MyFrontPageStory.com.
Okay.
I got to record Even Money Podcast.
We'll see you.
MyFrontPageStory.com.
We'll see you at the Super Bowl next week, right?
Oh, you're going to be there?
We'll be there, man. We'll be there.
Nice. I love it. Can't wait.
All right,
see you,
cool.
boys.
See you, Ross. Got to go record that Even Money Betting podcast.
Gave him a 5-minute live read, and at the end, he's like, hey, I got to go, guys.
Got to get out of here. Soaked you for every penny that you're worth. See you later.
Hey, guys, I got to stop promoting myself and get out of here. Come on.
Oh, my God. That's
Give
funny.
me a break.
That's funny. Ross
a lot of listeners pointing out that Ross never actually answered my question about which team would survive the loss of their offensive coordinator better. But it is a good point that he makes.
He completely dismissed the notion of Josh McDaniels getting a head coach.
I don't dismiss that notion. Yes, I think it would be dumb for any team to hire Josh McDaniels as a head coach, but I think it's going to happen at some point. But the Patriots are in the sweet spot. That's what I've always advocated, man. If you can find that guy who's an awesome coordinator, but probably isn't going to get another head coaching opportunity. You know who had that in Tennessee forever was when Dick LeBeau was the defensive coordinator.
Right.
Like Dick LeBeau, awesome defensive coordinator. So if you're an offensive-minded head coach, you've got that side of the ball taken care of. Dick LeBeau was still coaching when he was in his 80s. And, nobody was going to give him a head coaching opportunity. I fear that's what the Patriots have for at least a few years until somebody screws up and hires Josh McDaniels as their head coach.
Listener points out something that you had actually pointed out when this topic came up about McDaniels a few days ago. Technically, Josh did get a third gig.
Right.
In between the two that he actually accepted and took, because he got hired in Indy and left after
He accepted and took 3 of them. Yeah. He accepted the Indy job and then bailed on it before he actually signed the contract.
Right.
So, I mean, he's been hired 3 times.
Yeah.
But he's only actually followed through on being hired twice.
What do you think hurts him more? The 2 places, well, I'll put Denver aside because it was so long ago. You think it hurts him more that I guess it didn't really hurt him in Indianapolis because the Raiders ended up hiring him. I think ultimately long term, the one bailing on the Indy job is the one that really makes him look like he is just worships Bill Belichick and is never going to break his ways of trying too hard to be like Bill Belichick when it comes to head coach. Because the story, the way that went was he accepted the job in Indianapolis, hired a bunch of coaches who had to leave their current jobs, along with their families and everything, then went back to pick up his things in New England, and Belichick basically gave him a spiel about how he was going to, teach him how to really be a good head coach if you stay. And McDaniels bailed on the job. Yeah. That's why I was surprised that he got another opportunity after that, because who's going to want to set themselves up for the embarrassment of being left to your point. You've been making this point this whole segment. The Raiders. There's stupid NFL teams out there.
Yeah, so, I mean, to say that no owner is going to make the foolish decision to hire Josh McDaniels again, it's almost like saying, nope, the owners don't make foolish decisions out there.
Right. Hey, speaking of the Patriots, let's hit this right now. This Brandon Walker of Barstool. He's part of Portnoy's crew at Barstool, but he's not one of these Patriots sycophants like Portnoy is. Dude, Seth, I don't know about you, but I get on social media, I get on Twitter, and for the algorithm feeds me things, and after the Patriots win over the Broncos, I am getting fed the Portnoy videos, and I don't even watch them. I don't even want to listen to this guy.
The annoying thing about Patriots fans right now is that they're acting like this is some huge slam dunk by Drake May, that they've made it to the Super Bowl despite facing all of these really good defenses. Like, yeah, he's faced really good defenses. He's had miserable performances, and yet they're still going to the Super Bowl. It's an impressive display. It's an impressive display by the Patriots as a team, but it doesn't all of a sudden show that, oh, yeah, Drake May is the MVP of the league.
RG3 had the worst one. I want to get to in a second, but set up this Brandon Walker audio.
So this is Brandon Walker, who works for a company that was founded in Boston, is owned by a huge Boston fan, talking about the worst part of the Patriots is not the Patriots, the football team.
I don't hate this Patriots team at all. Mike Vrabel is likable. Drake May is very likable. The no-name defense, there's no Tom Brady here. There's no Aaron Hernandez here. There's no guy that you just get tired of him. It's just the fan base.
It's the fan base. It's the people.
The fans don't deserve. The fans don't deserve it. The fans, when Brady and Belichick left, they just stopped. They stopped caring. They stopped watching. Right. They stopped living and dying with this team. Not all of them, but a lot of them. A lot of the ones we know, they just stopped, and they get rewarded by coming right back.
Yeah.
It's not fair. It's not right.
Okay. The best part of that. I hadn't listened to that yet. I'd only seen the video scroll through my timeline. I was kind of on like a Patriots diet the last couple days. I'm like, okay, I'm going to hear this for the next 2 weeks. I'm actually going to see my daughter's boyfriend, Charlie, later this week. Huge Patriots fan. Not obnoxious, but I'm sure he'll bring up the Patriots, all that. The best part of that was where he equated Tom Brady and Aaron Hernandez in the same bucket.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, they had Tom Brady and Aaron Hernandez. I'm like, whoa. I mean, that was. I mean, you had Brady, who we all got sick of. He kept winning these rings. You had Aaron Hernandez, went to kill 10 people. I mean, it's just.
Well, I think it showed the remarkable versatility of the Patriots back in their golden era. That they could be hated for multiple different reasons.
That's a really good point. Robert Griffin III tweeted this on the 25th. That would be Sunday.
Who cares?
Yeah. Yes. No. So, well, I'm trying because it's right after the game. That's why so this is right after the game on Sunday. He says Drake may face the toughest path to the Super Bowl in NFL playoff history. No QB. It gets worse.
Yeah.
No QB has ever beat 3 top 5 defenses to get to the Super Bowl. until Drake May. And even the way he structures the tweet where he hits a space and goes down and gives until Drake May like its own line on the tweet, like accentuates it. He says Chargers were number 5 defense. Texans were number 1 defense. Broncos were number 2 defense. All caps. Put some respect on Drake May's name. And I'm looking at this and I'm going, okay, he's going to finish at worst second in the MVP voting.
Right.
What the hell are you talking about, RG3?
Because there's this intense desire to ignore the ridiculously easy schedule that the Patriots had this year and say it doesn't matter. Yeah. He did it. It doesn't matter who he did it against. He's the MVP because just look at his numbers. Yeah. But you go into the playoffs. I mean, there's reasons for why he hasn't had an impressive performance in the playoffs. I would say the Texans game was actually pretty impressive given the weather conditions. Mm-hmm. But on the sum total of it all, it's not like he's driven them to the playoffs.
No,
I mean,
he had 86 yards passing in that game on Sunday.
He's averaging 55.8% completion percentage.
Yeah.
He's thrown a total of 533 yards, 170 yards or so per game passing, 4 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. It's been the Patriots defense, and then Drake May being a good game manager, really, and taking advantage of the defense, putting the offense in good scoring position at times. But it's not like this has been driven by Drake May one little bit.
No.
I would say, let's say Orlovsky's take was that 31 quarterbacks could have beat the Patriots in that Texans-Patriots game.
Yep.
And I think that there's you can say that. The average performance of the 31st best quarterback in the league, the average performance of C.J. Stroud this year would have beat the Patriots that day if they had just given him his average performance, which means that Drake May didn't play well enough to beat the 31st best quarterback in the league in that game.
Right.
He was less worse than C.J. Stroud. But he had a couple really impressive scoring drives.
The average performance of Shador Sanders wins that game in the divisional round. It does. Shador won a few games. He won enough games to get to the Pro Bowl, Shador Sanders.
The most impressive thing about Drake May in the playoffs has been that his offensive line really has some serious issues. He's gotten sacked 5 times in each of the playoff games.
That's the part that's getting exposed by these defenses.
Yeah.
Two rookies on the left side, Will Campbell and Jared Wilson.
They're bad.
Yeah.
They're bad.
Did you see the one play? I know you did because you watched the game. I don't know who was rushing. I don't know if it was Cooper or Benito. Benito had a horrible game. Benito put up like a total goose egg in that game. So it was probably Cooper. Will Campbell didn't even put hands on him. He just flopped to the ground, and the guy ran around him.
Okay, so he's trying to – but this is what they do with rookie offensive linemen, and it's embarrassing. Like when in the quick passing game, the offensive tackles will cut the guy instead of actually block him because you figure, okay, just got to get him slowed down, and the quarterback will get rid of the ball. Like veteran professional offensive linemen don't do that. That's a total BS college move. But that's where he is as a player right now.
Yeah.
He's kind of he's struggling late in the season. He's coming off a torn MCL, but he is a real liability versus really good pass rushers, as we saw in the Texans game. And Drake May's still figuring out a way to get something done despite this horrendous pass protection.
Yeah. So that's So I agree. Someone's
saying every time I see a rookie try to cut on quick game, I'm like, oh, you just have some pride. Like, what are you doing?
Okay.
You can do it in college because those guys go down like oafish redwoods on Quaaludes.
Okay.
In the NFL, there's a real risk that somebody's going to hop right over you or sidestep you and still get his hand in the passing lane.
I'm glad I brought this up. This gives me something else to watch in the trenches. You know, I'm not a hyper-educated O-line, D-line watcher. That gives me – the other thing you gave me this year to watch was defensive linemen immediately sniffing out screen.
Yeah.
And just stopping their pass rush. I see that all the time now. So, yeah.
Whenever you
I'm a total ball knower, man.
So whenever you see an offensive lineman try to cut block on pass protection, if the ball doesn't come out immediately, then it's on the quarterback partly or a receiver running the wrong route or something that the guy takes the sack. But that's why like that's why you don't cut block on a quick game because if things break down, like be a man and block that guy one-on-one.
Dude, yeah.
Cut block is all or nothing, and if the play breaks down at all, the quarterback's dead in the water.
That edge rusher had time to turn around, point at Will Campbell, and laugh at him before getting to Drake May. It was that easy. Like,
Ariante Ursary did it in the preseason once, and it always makes me cringe. It's a college move.
Did he do it again after that you saw?
I don't remember seeing him cut blocking in the quick game.
Would you, if you were a veteran defensive lineman on a team that had a rookie tackle doing that, would you say something to him? Would you have said something to Will Campbell?
It would. Well, it happens on the edge, so I wouldn't be out there. No, I would just encourage him to keep doing it. Yeah. You got me. Yeah,
I meant if you were on his team. I meant if you were like Christian Barmore or somebody, would you walk up to him and say, "Hey, bro, that's an amateur move right there"?
I don't know. I'd let the O-line take care of that.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Someone's saying here that they thought Brandon Walker meant to say Gronkowski. Seth, as somebody who occasionally puts a name in place of another name,
I don't think I would mess up Gronkowski and Hernandez.
I don't think you would either.
The one I always screw up with Hernandez is Tony Gonzalez, and I always feel awful about it because I'll say Tony Gonzalez when I mean Aaron Hernandez, and usually I am talking about one of the murder attempts or successful murders.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because remember, he did unsuccessfully shoot somebody in the head, which is hard to do.
Yeah.
But he did. He shot a guy in the head and assumed that he died.
And then the guy called him.
A few weeks later, got a call from the guy.
Dude, that's like HBO Max stuff. That's like HBO Max kind of stuff.
Yeah.
You know, like that's why I might go watch the Aaron Hernandez documentary
today. He unsuccessfully tried to murder somebody possibly at the University of Florida as well. Remember he was a person of interest in an attempted murder, and all of a sudden
he should have stuck with playing tight end. He was a really bad murderer. You know? Just should have just kept focusing on that instead of focusing on killing people.
We don't know how many other potential murders are still out there.
That's true. Yeah, the stats for football are right there on the back of his football card, but his stats for murder are really hard to unearth. That's a good point. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. No Jose Altuve in the World Baseball Classic made me rejoice, but I was told by someone on the Twitters, they said that I was not one thing that I think I am, and also somebody on the text page came after Seth and I about this take too. We'll read that also.
Trying to figure this one out.
Yeah, we'll try to figure that one out. But no Altuve in the World Baseball Classic. Hopefully the Astros aren't done forbidding their players to go to that event. That is up next. But Prize Picks. Okay, Prize Picks. Last
Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
I was watching the video during the break, Seth, of the take I'd been waiting for since Shador made the Pro Bowl yesterday. What does Shannon Sharp and Chad Ochocinco think about it? And I was watching it during the break. I may pull this audio, if not for today, then maybe for tomorrow. Mostly it's about how the Pro Bowl has just become, just sort of a joke.
Yeah. It sounds like they were acknowledging that a whole lot of players had to say no.
Yeah,
before
they did.
They got to Shador Sanders on the.
Yeah, that's what else I was going to say was that they have a pretty even keeled take about it. Unlike one big corner of the internet that's treating it like Shador earned this Pro Bowl accolade.
Right. Yeah, that is 100% that this is what,
He's the first fifth-rounder to make the Pro Bowl since Puka Nacua. I saw that.
Oh, really?
Yesterday.
Is that,
I saw that yesterday.
It's a shame that the Pro Bowl, it's always been a little bit dicey. It's in, somewhat of a popularity contest. Not nearly as bad as the NBA, but there's always that element to it. But it's gotten really, really bad as of late just because people there's very little prestige attached to the actual event anymore.
Right.
And because more and more, so actually going to a Pro Bowl doesn't mean what it used to be. Usually it was the exception that the fourth alternate would end up going to the Pro Bowl.
Yeah.
Where now it just seems very, very common.
Well, the point that Shannon Sharp made, which I think is a good one, the tipping point was when they took it out of Hawaii. Because when you put it in Hawaii, it was an event, and it was also after the Super Bowl too. They moved it to the week in between, so now all of a sudden, for the last 10 or however many years, the guys who are playing in the Super Bowl don't play it in anymore.
Yeah.
They move it to Orlando. Now it's actually going to be in San Francisco next week. Are you going to go to the Pro Bowl games next week and go watch them, Seth?
No, probably. I'm not going to squeeze that in.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go to Orlando in January, by the way, which is also, that's a thing, too. Orlando in January can be nice. It can also be 52 degrees and raining.
Well, no, it's in San Francisco this year.
It's in the Super Bowl. That's how little I know or understand about what's going on or what you're talking about at any given moment.
Yep.
Yeah. Wait, is this the first year that they're doing it at the Super Bowl?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I feel better about that at least.
Yep.
Yeah, maybe I will then.
Okay, let me ask you this. When the World Baseball Classic is in Houston this year.
Yes, I'll go.
I'm going to go too.
Yeah.
It sounds like a wonderful event.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like there's a lot of spirit out there, a lot of nationality, a lot of, just a lot of guys
playing for their home countries, or at least ones that they have a lineage to.
Right.
Like Spencer Arrighetti could have played for Italy.
Right.
Which, I'm guessing it's kind of like in Ireland when you show up in Italy and you're like, hey, I'm Italian.
Yeah.
They're probably like, yeah, cool. And your ancestors left. What do you want? You want a cookie?
Yeah. No, I just want to play for your baseball
team. You want some pasta?
Yeah. So,
hey, if you're Irish American out there and you think that you're going to go and be welcomed as a conquering hero when you go back to Ireland, let go of that immediately.
Right. Yeah. Brian McTaggart tweets yesterday, Jose Altuve won't participate in the World Baseball Classic at the request of the Astros. I think the Astros are doing the right thing here. I retweeted and said, good, none of the Astros should play in the World Baseball Classic. To which I got a reply from and I tried to stay out of my mentions of late, but I do dip my toe in the water from time to time.
Yeah.
And I saw this El Cap fella on Twitter say, what if they were playing for Team USA, FOH, at me. He's telling me FOH.
FOH.
Fuck.
He goes vulgar with you.
Whoop. Dump me, Ben. I just accidentally said the word. I did.
Well, he was vulgar.
Yes, he was vulgar. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. So
this is how agitated I got about it. Is I just cursed on the air right now. Boy, that's the first time I've done that at SportsRadio 610. You all heard history.
So basically, true baseball fans would be a fan of their favorite baseball players playing competitive baseball when they should be ramping up for the regular season.
Right. I didn't get to the true fan part yet. I'll just read this real quick. What if they were for Team USA, FOH? That's all I'm going to say, FOH. I said I wouldn't care. I could give two bleeps about the World Baseball Classic. I don't care about it. It's fine that it exists. El Cap says, well, true fans do, and fans who care about their country and players do, like Jose.
Mm-hmm.
So this is my question, Seth. Am I not a true baseball fan?
No, I think that what you are is a true baseball fan who also just has different priorities, and your priority, the highest priority on your list is winning a World Series.
Thank you.
I think you can be true fan of baseball. And then especially, I guess, if you're from those countries, whichever country it might be, that you're going to have a more vested interest. So you're an American who the highest form of baseball for you in terms of teams and everything is going to be your American team in the World Series.
Yes.
If you're from another country, obviously, you might have individual players that from your country that are playing in the World Series, and that's cool and all. But you could be a true baseball fan, but your priority is, man, this is really a chance for our country to compete against all of these other countries in this great thing. So you've just got different perspectives. It doesn't make one right or one wrong or one a true fan or a non-true fan. It's just you've got a different perspective.
Right, because I didn't go back at El Cap and say, no, you're not a true Astros fan because you want Altuve playing in the World Baseball Classic. I get people that want him to play in it. I don't want him or any Astros playing in it because we have evidence from 3 years ago about what it did, not just to Altuve, and I get it. Altuve could get beamed on the wrist in a spring training game. I understand that part. But he got beamed on the wrist in the World Baseball Classic. That factually happened. The other part is it ruined pitchers. There were multiple pitchers after that World Baseball Classic for the Astros who participated in that event who then had to go get Tommy John surgery.
Yeah, and I would say, too, like if you're at the point where you think to be a true baseball fan means that you want to have your favorite Major League Baseball players going off to play for their countries, then I would submit that you're a sucker for people telling you what's important and what's not.
Yes.
That, okay, great, I can randomly create any event and say that this is for the glory and it's an international competition and that all you hold to, you know what we need? We also are going to need you to sacrifice your firstborn son. If you don't sacrifice your firstborn son to the baseball gods, then you're not a true baseball fan. No, I will not sacrifice my firstborn baseball player for the glory of any individual nation.
Nor their ulnar collateral ligaments either. I'm not sacrificing that.
Yeah.
This text we got about this, and I want to make sure before you get lumped in with me, because I think I've been the more vocal about the World Baseball Classic than you have. Are you glad that Altuve's not playing in the World Baseball Classic?
I am.
I am too.
And I said, what I had said was I felt like, man, players feel a pressure to play for their birth country, wherever they're from, all of this. And players are going to feel that pressure.
Yes.
So maybe it's nice for sometimes the team to just come in and say, hey, like, we don't want you to play. So for that player, there might be older players especially that, man, I really shouldn't play in this, but I feel obligated, that it takes the pressure off of those players. Somehow this became a racial thing.
Well,
apparently.
that's what I'm about to read, because I don't think El Cap made it racial. He just didn't think I was a true fan.
No.
But this text I'm about to read is a bit more of a hot potato. 2 white Americans have no clue about the desire of Hispanic players to play for their home countries.
Right, which I talked about players playing for their home country, so I don't know where the race came into it. But that guy, he would further go on to say, well, he can guarantee you there's not a single Hispanic player who doesn't want to play for his home country, which sounds like a pretty sweeping generalization of an entire ethnicity. But still, I'm the racist one here, apparently.
Yeah.
I was speaking about, I would say the same for Japan. I would say the same for Italy.
I would say the same for USA, which is a bunch of white dudes.
Right. So I don't even know which direction I'm being accused of being racist here. I think it's a natural human thing.
Yeah.
If I'm allowed to think that there's some common traits we share as humans. There are other countries outside of Latin America where people feel an intense national pride for their country. Yeah.
Look, race guy on the text page. The Astros had more players miss more games than any team in Major League Baseball last year. This is an issue that crosses racial and ethnic lines. I want a healthy baseball team. Period. End of subject. Don't care what race or country they are. I want a healthy Major League Baseball team. That's it.
Yeah. And so for that guy who first, I said nothing about Hispanic players, but he's bringing the Hispanic players into it and then making a sweeping generalization about how they all must feel about it.
Right.
remember, we're the ones that are being racist here, Sean. That somehow
he guaranteed it, Seth. I guarantee you, not one Hispanic player doesn't want to play in the World.
That's
Baseball
what he said, right? Yeah. So he knows exactly what's in the hearts and minds of every single one of those players, Sean, based on their ethnicity. You racist bastard.
He's guaranteeing it.
But I didn't even bring. I was talking about in general players from South Korea or Japan or wherever else it might be. I was acknowledging that there can be. Let's say that our racist friend is correct, and that every single one of them intensely needs to be there. But they also might feel that conflict of the fact that they want to preserve themselves for their actual paying job and everything.
The team that pays them $30 million. Yes.
It might be nice for the team to take that pressure off of them by saying, hey, no, listen, we don't want you playing.
Great point.
Yeah.
All right, this is a good warm-up. We got the petty cast coming up next. All of our petties, text yours in, 713-572-4610. Pettycast coming up next. But first, thank you, Ben.
Point Lincoln at West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I have Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Tuesday, 8 o'clock, thereabouts, means it's time for the Pettycast. And get your petties ready. Send them in. 713-572-4610. All right, so I did a Dr. Ben Salento live read heading into the last break.
Yeah.
Talking about sleep apnea and whatnot, coming off of accusations from at least one texter that Seth and I, as two white guys, have no clue of the finger on the pulse of the Hispanic players that want to play in the World Baseball Classic.
And then he went on to say that he knows how exactly 100% of all Hispanic players feel.
Right. I need to know who this guy is.
And taking the moral high road. He spoke for an entire ethnicity.
Yep. It was a good lead into the Pettycast.
Every single individual feels exactly the same way.
This is a really funny text, though. Oh, great. A white guy thinks he knows exactly how I feel about my sleep apnea. Racist. That's funny.
Jeez, Sean.
I know.
Sick of you and your white guy.
I'm just assuming everybody hates sleep apnea. There may be some people out there.
When are you going to learn that you're not allowed to have an opinion on anything because of your whiteness, Sean?
I'll learn.
Until you get to that point, I don't feel I can respect you or have you in my household.
Still learning. All right, so this is good. So now we get to some opinions, racial or otherwise, I suppose, in the Pettycast here. And let's start with this one. This is one that slipped through the cracks last week, but was worth holding on to and may show up in Take-A-Mania. Who knows? This is Cam Newton on First Take. This has me personally particularly petty because he's talking about my school. Mm-hmm. Says Notre Dame has been irrelevant. Mind you, Notre Dame, who played in the national championship game last year, has been irrelevant for years.
And I'm going to tell you this. When you start to think about all these different things that the preferential treatment that Notre Dame has gotten, will get, and will continue to get, that's why I'm like, bump Notre Dame. It comes down to a point where now you start to say, Cam, you bitter. SEC is dead. That's cool. Oh, man, whatever. Notre Dame hasn't been relevant in years.
They were just in the national championship game 1 year ago.
They haven't been relevant for years. You take that one national championship with Coach Freeman out of the equation. They have not been relevant for years. My question is this.
Okay, so here's my thing. You know what? The irrelevant thing is just stupid. Like,
well, it hasn't been. That's the whole thing. Is they haven't been relevant in years.
Yeah,
that's immediately just factually incorrect.
It's factually incorrect.
Yeah,
I mean, and I would argue if depending on your definition of relevance, they're relevant all the time.
They've finished in the top 20 at least, in the past decade?
Yeah,
right. Every
like
single year
blip,
in the last.
They're like a blip here and there.
And generally in the top 10 more times than not.
The part that gets me isn't even that. It's the part, this preferential treatment that Notre Dame gets. I'm like, they got voted out of the college football playoff. What are you talking about, preferential treatment? Like, literally, the college football playoff committee said, yeah, we had you up here the whole season, but now you're out of the playoff. Like, what preferential treatment? They got voted out of the playoff.
It was, I would think it was an objectively bad take. The thing that annoyed me the most were the people who were trying to take up for Cam Newton by saying, well,
I'm petty at them.
What about TCU?
Yeah.
You claiming they're relevant now?
Yeah.
No, the statement wasn't they're relevant now. It's haven't been relevant in years. Right. I would argue that TCU was very relevant a few
years ago. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So it was just it was at the very least a bad phrasing. But also, I think that the problem with this is that Cam's been arguing on behalf of the SEC by saying, even though they're not as good as they used to be, they're still the most relevant because people want to watch them on television.
Yep.
And unfortunately, whether you like it or hate it, personally, I grew up with a bunch of friends who were Subway Notre Dame alumni, and
actual Notre Dame alumni.
Yeah, they annoyed me. They annoyed me. It annoys me that Notre Dame is as unfortunately relevant as they are.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
It annoys me.
So there you go. So you're petty about that. Cam's petty about something that's not true.
I'm petty about Cam. I would love to co-sign Cam's take, but it's objectively wrong.
Jerk.
I would wish you would be more objectively irrelevant, so I could stand up and say, "What the hell? This is the team we're giving preferential treatment to."
Yeah.
They are getting preferential treatment in terms of their whole conference thing. Well, no, not anymore though.
Right.
Yeah,
they just got voted out of the playoff.
Yeah. All right. Damn it. Come on, Cam, do better for me.
Do better. All right, here's Dan Lebitard. We played this one yesterday, but I think it's worth being in the Pettycast because I think this is pure pettiness from Dan Lebitard because he's trying to claim he's not petty about this. Dan Lebitard, noted radio host, former journo, Miami grad, saying Fernando Mendoza's iconic 4th and goal QB draw touchdown, that Mendoza was basically showboating by diving into the end zone.
I actually believe everything about Mendoza's both sincere and sweet. And yet, when he jumped into the end zone there and extended the ball, I'm like, wildly unnecessary. He could have just run in. He did that because he knew the size of the moment. Yes, I didn't think it was necessary.
I'm not sure he knew. In the moment,
yes,
he knew, oh, this is dramatic.
Yes.
I've got to extend the ball. That's crazy.
I'm not exactly sure he knew where other players were.
That is
He was just like kind of blindly like, I'm going to put all of my 6'5" frame into this.
That's nuts.
I understand why, because it was like extra dramatic, but he got spun around like a couple of times.
That guy, you think that guy is like, flair for the dramatic. I've got to extend.
Not only, Jeremy, do I believe that, because I believe he knew he was going to get in, but the other way looks more theatrical and wonderful. I'm not even criticizing him for it. I'm simply saying that part he was giving you a little extra.
We're good.
You know why he's not criticizing for it? Because this whole thing is a display of projecting. And Levitard's an attention whore, and he's seeing it through the lens of what would an attention whore do in this moment. This is what I would do in this moment, so I'm not going to judge him for it. There's no, again, objectively wrong. He was blind to what was going on to his right side. As he was starting his leap, he didn't even have in his field of vision exactly what contact there was going to be. And in that moment, too, more likely than not, he might not even have a memory of that actual run, because that's when you're in that unconscious mode of you're just going off of pure reaction. You don't make honestly, this is such a bogus besmirching of an otherwise incredible play.
Right.
Like that you have to somehow put your own ego onto Mendoza for what was an incredible football play. And a decision that even if Mendoza wanted to make that decision to do it to make it look more dramatic, he was physically incapable of doing because his head was turned to the left as the defenders were closing from the right.
It's a silly take.
It's just awful. I get more angry every time I listen to it.
Okay, well, good. Pettiness.
It's these former ESPN types. They're all, you can see why ESPN back in the day was there. And all these diva attention whores. Dude. And that this is the way they see the world.
Trey Wingo had a tweet about Shador yesterday that was some of the most obvious. Shador, for those who missed it, I'm jumping around a little bit here. For those who missed it, Shador Sanders is going to the Pro Bowl. And we know that he's like 13th on the list of quarterbacks in the AFC. But that's how many guys said no to go into the Pro Bowl. And so we all know that Shador Sanders statistically doesn't deserve to go. He started, even if he were good in the 7 games he started, he doesn't deserve to go just based on starting 7 games unless a bunch of people drop out, as happened with the AFC. So they got down to however many guys they had to get to before Shador. And Trey Wingo retweets the report of Shador going to the Pro Bowl. Objectively, and the key word here is objectively, this is patently ridiculous. In what universe does a quarterback with a QBR of 18.9 who threw more interceptions than touchdowns and completed 57% of his passes, a Pro Bowl player? Take the name away and look at the numbers, and no one would say that's a Pro Bowl season. Thanks, Trey.
Right, yeah.
Boy, that is some deep dive, hard-hitting analysis. No crap, dude.
Right. Anybody trumpeting this as somehow like a huge victory over the haters or something just flat out doesn't know what they're talking about.
Right. Well, and anybody thinking that the NFL is putting him in because he deserves to go in.
Yeah, it's almost it's like a line. It's like if all of a sudden the entire if the entire executive branch got wiped out and the Secretary of Agriculture becomes the president. Right, he doesn't deserve to be the president. That's just the line of succession.
Yeah.
There's a line of succession.
Trey Wingo's the worst,
The
dude.
Quarterbacks. Yeah.
If he's on Radio Row this year, we are not having him on again.
No, we're going to have him on, and I'm going to boot him off midway through. If he tries to pull any of his crap.
Was he the worst guest you and I have had on a Radio Row?
He was. Remember, because he didn't even let me finish the question I was asking to him before he assumed. It was a question about the officiating in the in the Texans versus
Yeah,
Chiefs
that's
game.
right. That's right.
And I was like, and he just assumed that I was a Texans fan
Yep.
that thought that there was a conspiracy to uphold like all this stuff.
Yeah.
And then he was just like totally. I've had this experience with him twice now. Just not like right before the segment, just on his phone, not engaging at all or anything.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'll gladly have him on so I can boot him off and
Yes.
midway through the
All right, cool.
the interview.
God, I hope
Yeah.
this happens. Here's
unless he's cool this time.
Well, that tweet tells me he's still the same trade and go, whatever.
Yeah.
Here's Mike Pettin, former head coach of the Browns. He's been on the Minnesota Vikings staff the last 3 years with Kevin O'Connell. A highly thought of defensive coach. He's retiring. He spent the first 2 years in Minnesota on Brian Flores' staff on the defensive side, and then, for whatever reason, asked if he could be put on the offensive staff for 2025. He was on a podcast recently where he was asked about Brian Flores' candidacy for some head coaching jobs. Here's what he had to say.
That's kind of why I wanted Brian Flores to be the next coach of the Browns, but obviously either he's not interested or they're not interested. I don't know. I know he has that reputation. You worked with him. You know, he was tough on the players in Miami, and I think he's been vindicated. What's your thoughts on Coach Flores?
Probably not many that I would prefer to share. I mean, we did see eye to eye on a lot of things, and that's why I spent this past year on offense. I was there in 24 and 25, or 23 and 24 on defense. So, you know, I'll take the high road on that one.
Yeah, okay. He took the high road, so not, you know, he took the high road, but basically said, I hate Brian Flores without saying I hate Brian Flores. Didn't see eye on some things. I like that Pettin's name basically has the word petty in it for the most part. You got to put it in there.
There's that's a tough one, man. Sometimes you can take the high road while also simultaneously taking the low road. But I do. If you don't have anything nice to say about somebody, then don't say anything at all.
Okay.
So there's that. There's that old true thing. But then also, to take it one further, don't say something nice about somebody that you have nothing nice to say about, because then it depletes the how meaningful it is when you do say something nice.
When you
about
praise
it.
somebody else.
Yeah.
That's a good point. That's a good point. All right, I got to get this one in here. Mike Francesa, former colleague of ours at WFAN, sister station up in New York City. He was doing some analysis on the NFC title game. And he's had a horrible run of picks lately, Francesa, Seth. He's been awful picking games of late. And he took the Broncos in the AFC title game largely because he liked Sean Payton. He said, Sean Payton will not screw this up.
Sean Payton is good at everything. Sean Payton's not going to screw up.
Okay. Good at everything, not going to screw up. And then, of course, Payton makes a very controversial decision to forego a field goal to go for it on 4th and 1, and it blows up in his face. Here's Francesa after the game.
He screwed up. He's got to go up 10-0 there with his defense and with a suspect quarterback. He could have gone up 10-0 in that game. Instead, he goes on 4th down, doesn't make it, doesn't even come close to making it, and they do not score again in the game.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I thought you told me he wasn't going to screw up.
He's not going to screw up,
Yeah.
but then makes this incredibly bad screw up. It's not like this whole thing. I mean, Peyton's a gambler when it comes to these big games. Kicking that onside kick in the Super Bowl would have been viewed as a horrendously bad decision if it hadn't worked out for the Saints back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, and you know, people are framing this as analytics and everything. It's really old school probability, and the analytics or old school football thinking would have suggested, you know, kicking the field goal. It's not. It doesn't have to be this highbrow conversation about math and computers.
Don't tell that to Mark Schlereth. Mark Schlereth is petty about the nerds getting in the head of Sean Payton.
It's really funny. I get into arguments because I hate analytics. I hate all analytics people. I don't like nerds. And I always get into this with guys. You like the 2-point conversion play, and we got to go for it on 4th down and all this stuff. And, you know, you get the sample size of data. But, hey, man, if I haven't blocked your defensive front all day long, right, that data changes. if my guards can't handle your 3 techniques, if my tackles can't handle your defensive ends, then we need to change. Like that math doesn't work. Math has never made a tackle. Math has never blocked anybody. Math has never done any of that stuff. And I always say this to analytics guys: how many 2-point conversion plays do you think are in any given game plan? And they're all like, I don't know. And I go, we go in with one that we like and one that we kind of like. And we practice them on Fridays in hats and T-shirts. So you don't ever get a full rep look at a 2-point play. And so that math is faulty. And you got to understand, like, that the feel of the game. And I thought Sean made a major gaffe not going for it or not kicking that field goal.
Yeah, the problem is that the analytics, at least depending on whichever model you're looking at, say to actually kick the field goal there. So it's again, and was it Mark? I'm going to talk about this with Mark the next time I see him. I'll probably see him this week. Yeah, let's not act like math hasn't been a part of football for a century or so. Like, it's always been. When Mark was a player, he got a game plan book with tendencies and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I think that there's still a place for, like, whichever version of math you're using in football, that coaches sometimes ignore the math. And I think in that instance, Peyton was probably ignoring what the math told him to do. It was an endorsement. It was an endorsement of what he's saying right there. It's not analytics ruining football. That's Sean Payton going with his gut over anything, and it didn't work out for him.
Nope. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. That was the Petty Cast. If you got things you're petty about, text in. We will read some of them, 713-572-4610. Up next, Jonathan Alexander had an article in the Chronicle that was an interesting article about Sam Darnold's redemption story. Does that give you hope, if you're a Texan fan, for C.J. Stroud? We will discuss coming up next. Ability trees.
Certainly will. Ability trees we have to discuss because, man, this weather could be rough on your trees. Really, really.
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, Seth, before we get into this topic, Jonathan Alexander's article yesterday is asking if C.J. Stroud, or if Sam Darnold's redemption story, we'll call it. The headline is From Seeing Ghosts to Super Bowl, Why Sam Darnold's Rise should provide hope for C.J. Stroud. What do you sense the hope level is on C.J. Stroud right now out there in the marketplace? With Texan fans.
Okay, the marketplace. With
Texan fans, you know what I mean? Like,
I mean, it varies. It's like it's all over the place. There's some people that are done on C.J. Stroud and think that they should try to. I don't know what that's the other problem is. If you're completely done with C.J. Stroud, what's your alternative and what should they be doing?
Yeah.
For one, I feel like that's an incredibly knee jerk. I get it emotionally. To me, just in terms of your best chances to actually be a really good offense, start with getting the most out of C.J. Stroud.
Fixing C.J. Stroud.
Out of C.J. Stroud,
yeah.
Right. That's where I am personally.
Yeah.
That, I don't know. You know what? The people who emotionally feel that, or maybe they rationally feel like, no, you got to start fresh. Maybe they'll be proven to be correct. Well, we'll find out within the next couple of years.
Yeah.
I think that after everything shakes out a little bit, I think if you give it 3 weeks from now, I'm going to guess that if we do a Pender poll of what do you hope for C.J. Stroud this season, I think 75% of Texans fans would say we gotta get C.J. on track, and that starts with an aggressive offseason approach at bolstering the offense, and that they'll have varying levels of degrees of how much do they think he can do it. But that the majority of Texans fans are going to say, all right, this is the year.
Yep.
You got to figure it out this year.
Yep.
That this is almost a tryout year for C.J. Stroud to get back on track to where it looked like he was going after his rookie year.
Do you agree with Jonathan's hypothesis that Texan fans should look at Sam Darnold's story and feel better about the chances of C.J. Stroud getting back to what we hoped for him when they drafted him?
I think, look, we did the same thing yesterday when I brought up Peyton Manning's horrendous playoff performances in the first 8 years of his career.
Yep.
Where he was bad in the playoffs. Other than a couple games here and there, he was really bad in the playoffs and eventually ended up winning a couple Super Bowls. The problem with pointing out guys like Sam Darnold or Geno Smith or anybody else, and I think people don't want Geno Smith from a couple years ago. The ceiling for C.J. Stroud needs to be higher than.
Yeah, I think
Geno Smith
Darnold and Baker Mayfield are the two that I would look at and go, okay, yeah, they.
Right. So I think that the trouble with that is it's good to remember that, and it's good to maybe temp back your more vicious opinions and think, okay, yeah, that's right. Maybe I'm being a little reactionary here. But it's also hazardous to say, hey, look at what Sam Darnold did, and forget the 99 other quarterbacks that had an unpromising start in their first 3 years and then never went on to do anything again. The majority of quarterbacks that have the beginning of Sam Darnold's career end up not being good quarterbacks.
Yeah.
But Sam Darnold's good to look at as, all right, CJ's had a more promising first 3 years than Sam Darnold did.
Without question.
Yeah, I think another guy that I would point to remember is Eli Manning, who in his first 3 years, if Eli Manning had his first 3 years in modern times, probably wouldn't have made it to his third season.
Yeah, you may be right about
they
that.
would have moved on to another quarterback or figured something else out. So that the challenges in becoming a bona fide, awesome NFL quarterback, it takes a few years sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
And look, hey, Russell Wilson and Tom Brady, if you take them and put them on teams that don't have a good rushing attack alongside them or what have you, Tom Brady wasn't all that impressive by pure quarterbacking standards his first few years. He did what he needed to do on an otherwise real impressive football team. It was only later on that he would become the version of Tom Brady that we remember.
The thing that scares me about the Eli comp, like about the Eli comp is Eli ended up winning a Super Bowl in the same building with the team he started with. Where things fall apart with Darnold and Mayfield, or at least did until earlier today with me, was they had to leave and go to multiple places before, especially Darnold, had to leave, go be a backup in San Francisco. won 14 games in Minnesota, but they still didn't believe in him because he failed in the postseason, and now he's the favorite to win the Super Bowl MVP next week. As you pointed out, Mayfield and Darnold, yes, both came from organizations or started with organizations that have a history of flunking everything in Cleveland and the Jets. Yeah. The Texans, I don't feel, are that level of organization. They're a better organization than both of those teams at virtually every level. The Eli thing is interesting because, Eli won 2 Super Bowls. Did Eli ever become a truly good quarterback? Because he led the league in interceptions the year he won the Super Bowl in 2007. He went on to lead the league in interceptions 2 more times in his career in 2010 and 2013. Every 3 years for about a decade, Eli would lead the league in interceptions. And boy, did he. 25, 27 interceptions one year. So that's the thing. The Eli thing is just interesting to me because I don't think he's a Hall of Famer. I think he's a very average quarterback. But the guy did have 2 amazing postseason runs.
Yeah. The other part of it, too, is I think with some of those guys like Sam Darnold or whatever, is there something about the change of scenery that isn't also just about the different coaches and everything?
Yeah.
It's that you take the pressure off and you take the expectations away, and guys can kind of learn to find their own way and be a quarterback they need to be, work on things in the darkness and out of the public eye and scrutiny and all of that. That's the hard part, is that it's a level of pressure right now on C.J. Stroud that really is going to be a sink or swim moment this year. I have multiple people on the text line telling me I'm 100% dead wrong because 100% of Texans fans don't want C.J. Stroud right now. Yeah. Well, you're lying because that's not the case. I don't know what the percentage and how it skews is.
100% of the people in their group chat don't want C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, as I see the people that come after Sean and me for being too critical of C.J. Stroud. Yeah. So you're 100% wrong if you're saying 100% of Texans fans don't want C.J. back.
Yep.
But there is a huge portion of Texans fans that are done with CJ, and that's a lot of pressure on a young quarterback. Mm-hmm. And so this year, it's kind of there's a gauntlet that he has to go through in terms of genuinely going by the words that he says in press conferences all the time. And brings it up a lot about how you can't worry about the negative comments, you can't worry about this or anything like that. I don't know. This organization sure does seem to be aware of the negative comments enough to comment on it all the time. We'll see. I mean, it's a lot of pressure on him this year.
Let me throw another wrinkle into this with CJ. And again, we're talking about Jonathan Alexander's piece saying that Sam Darnold's ascent to the Super Bowl should give hope to Texan fans. And I'll certainly throw Baker Mayfield into what I'm about to say, because Baker is really willing to use his legs and get into high-contact car crash situations. I think Sam Darnold is underrated athletically and his ability to do that. I think the CJ concussion PTSD is a variable that is attached to CJ that's not attached to these other guys. You can look at how Darnold refined his game and where he went and whatnot, and Baker Mayfield, same thing. I don't know Mayfield's history. I looked up Darnold's history yesterday, Seth, because that's who Jonathan's using in the article. Sam Darnold's been in concussion protocol 1 time in his career, and he played the following Sunday. He didn't miss a game. Yeah. CJ's been in concussion protocol twice, missed 5 games total in those 2 times, and this second time came back and functioned noticeably different in one particular aspect, and that was using his legs. And I think if CJ is unwilling to use his legs, especially if the offensive line is not going to be a great offensive line, then you're limiting yourself, you're limiting your offense, you're limiting your team. And that's something that we can sit here and make all the comps we want to about, Darnold recaptured his magic or captured his magic. He never had it in the first place. Baker Mayfield recaptured his magic, this and that. CJ's got to figure this thing out, man. Like the 19 carries for 20 yards over the last 6 games in today's NFL with that offensive line ain't going to cut it.
And the interesting thing about it is that he went through the concussion his rookie year, came back from it, and the next season ended up using his legs more as the season went along and used his legs effectively in the playoffs. Was using his legs effectively this year, but then he gets concussed again, and I don't think it's so simple to say, well, he's done it once before. He got over whatever fears he might have about his concussion. This is the second one, and it's completely different. We just have no idea. what exactly, and it's not like I need him to be top 5 in the league in rushing yards or anything, but as a threat to the defense and as a guy that also hopefully isn't getting frazzled and looking at the pass rush while he's still in the pocket, which we saw multiple times after he came back from the concussion, dropping his eyes, taking his eyes away from downfield and everything. It might be that much harder to come back from after the second concussion.
Well, it's like saying we're not going to run slant routes. You know, like it's like picking something. Like we know he can do it, right? We know he can do it. We've got evidence he's capable of doing it. And it's like cutting out screen passes or something like that. We're just not going to run them. But they really keep the defense off balance if you do it. Yeah, we're just not going to do it.
But even if you said, okay, you can be Phillip Rivers and still be a really good quarterback. But if it's affecting how you're operating in the pocket, then you're taking away the huge, one of the biggest chunks of being an NFL quarterback compared to being a quarterback at Ohio State, where your pocket is 3 miles wide and 3 miles deep, and you've got multiple first-round receivers running vertical routes that you can just hang back there and, bide your time. Yeah, I mean, it takes away, A, the threat of a running quarterback, and B, it takes away just the actual competence within the pocket if you're not a running quarterback.
Yep.
That's got to get better. And I mean, we really won't see whether that's improved until he takes a couple of big hits early next season.
I've had a few people pointing out, is Mills the next Darnold? That's where we are now.
Yeah.
Does
Mills end up being the guy that I think there's a couple things have happened. I feel like people have glossed over C.J. Stroud's rookie year a little too much and acting like he played like an all-pro quarterback or something. It was a very good rookie performance, but it still, by and large, they weren't a good offense. In 2023, there were still steps that they had to take, but it was a very, very good start by rookie standards.
Mm-hmm.
Likewise with Mills. Mills did some really impressive things by backup quarterback standards, and especially the way he performed in the fourth quarters in the Titans game and the Jaguars game was really impressive. But on the sum total of it all, it wasn't like he played like an all-pro quarterback or anything.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday here, just rolling along, 713-572-4610. Deion Sanders is trying to implement something. I saw this yesterday, that it would have been really funny if he tried to do it before NIL. Does he get away with doing this in the NIL era? And do we need to do something similar at Sports Radio 610? We'll tell you what it is coming up next.
Will building up the offense be a major focus? Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
And I saw this on the interwebs yesterday, so it's got to be true. Colorado football and Deion Sanders plan to issue fines to players for misconduct. Let's pretend this is true for a second. Some fines include the following. I'm imagining a coach doing this before NIL and laughing. Late to practice, $500. No show, which I guess, is that a problem? Guys just no-showing practice? $2,500. Late to meeting or film, $400. No-show meeting and film, $2,000. So it's all a bunch of late to this and no-show that. You know, it's like late to conditioning, $1,000. No-show conditioning, $1,500. Late to treatment, $1,000. No-show treatment, $1,500. The two big ones are violation of team rules, anywhere from $1,000 to $2,500. Public or social misconduct, anywhere, which I feel like public or social misconduct, I feel like the authorities might get involved in that too. Nevertheless, it costs you anywhere between $2,000 and $5,000 if you're a Colorado Buffalo football player.
I feel like much like it is in the NFL, having uniform fines for these violations is really unfair to the guys that don't make as much money as the guys that.
That's why is everybody getting NIL money on the Colorado team?
They are. I mean, it's almost like it changes every year, but I think like the base salary, if you want to call it that, or the average amount that offensive lineman might be making on a name team is $200,000 or so.
Okay.
So, but
still feels like steep fines.
I guess those are the guys who can least afford that. So yeah, they better be like you guys can least afford to screw up. So you might not be able to afford it monetarily, but you can also least afford to screw up already because of your stature on this football team. So we're not going to have a graduated fine system for you guys.
Do you read anything into this? Like Deion's having a problem with discipline inside his program?
I think he's probably trying to run it more like an NFL team.
Yeah.
All right, you guys are professionals now. This is how we're going to do it.
Yeah.
And that, I guess what I would say is I wouldn't read into it specifically with Deion that he's having a problem. I think that you're probably going to start to have more and more problems in college football with guys who aren't tied to their program. The coach doesn't have as much control over them as he used to. So one way I can exert some control here is by fining you guys. If you don't like me, back in the day, if you didn't like your head coach, you're kind of limited in your options.
Yeah.
And you could only get away with transferring once, and you're going to have to wait a year and everything else. Where now, if they don't like Deion, they can just get the hell up out of there, and why am I going to listen to you anyway? So he's trying to get some institutional control on it.
Yeah, I guess. I'm just wondering if guys are going to be like, I don't want to go to a program where I got to pay fines. I'll go somewhere where I don't have to pay fines.
I think the one thing that I like is the way that Cignetti and Kelvin Sampson have operated in the era of NIL is, all right, if you're the kind of guy, this is how Deion would take it if he's treating it like Kelvin Sampson or Kurt Cignetti. All right, well, if you're the kind of guy that doesn't want to be held accountable, then we don't want you on the team anyway.
Exactly.
So it's you can do a lot with players that they're not all across the board 5-star recruits or what have you, but by getting the right kinds of guys into your program in this era where all these other teams are trying to slap a team together every single year, that screening for the right kinds of guys can probably give you a big leg up.
Yeah, and that's what Cignetti did. That's a huge part of what he did. All right, so my question, Seth, do we need a fine system for Sports Radio 610? Do we need a kangaroo court of some sort here or fines to address in-studio issues, on-air issues?
I would say yes.
Okay,
we do.
okay. Because I have some ideas.
Okay.
Crumbs.
I'm thinking about people who've wronged me now, and I'm trying to think. Yeah, we do. Yeah.
Crumbs on the studio floor. $100. I come in here sometimes. There's crumbs all over the studio floor.
If we're gonna do that, I feel like we should have a little mini vac in the studio. Can we do that? If I would approve to that.
Yeah.
I would approve of that. I'm usually not eating solid food in the studio.
Yep.
I guess I do at times, though.
I would
so I might be guilty of this.
I would submit that we keep that fine, and if we provide a vacuum for people, it should be $1,000.
Yeah, okay. Put the vacuum cleaner in there, and then it's $1,000 fine. If you don't mini vac your crumbs up.
$1,000. Okay. Similarly, dirty coffee mugs left in the studio.
There's no crime in that. I think that should be 100% allowed all the time.
What are you talking about? Like
I'm the biggest, because I'm the biggest sinner when it comes to this.
Well, you better clean your act up because we're putting some fines in place.
This is what I argue. In my defense,
Yeah.
this is out of respect for the equipment.
Yeah.
Because we've had too many incidents in the past where people have spilled equipment, and then all of a sudden a whole soundboard needs to be replaced.
Okay. Let me.
And then, so I put it off into a corner, and then I forget about it.
Let me rephrase that. Dirty coffee mugs, still half full of coffee left in the studio.
Yeah, again, I'm 100% the one that's most
You
guilty
do?
of that. Yeah, I
Oh,
need to be held accountable. I need to be held. I can come play for you, Coach Pendergast.
$500.
Yes. I agree to be held accountable for my dirty coffee cups.
Hey, this one's petty, and it only takes 10 seconds of somebody's time to log somebody out and then log in. Logging out of your computer, $500. How hard is it to hit a button to log out of the computer?
No. The fine needs to be, it's not a fine, it's that you are obligated, kind of like an honor code at one of the military academies, how you're obligated to tell on somebody if you know they're doing something.
Oh, really?
Which I'm sure is 100% all the time abided by. But that if you come upon a computer where somebody hasn't logged out of it and they're gone for the day, that you need to email a very damaging email, a fraudulent email from their email.
From their email?
Yes.
That's the punishment?
Yeah.
Okay.
You need to send an email to that guy's family saying that you never really liked them anyway.
Okay. I'm not going to name names, but I come in daily to an already logged on computer.
Which is it, Creighton, or is it Sean?
I'm gonna say, Bijani sits in this seat.
It's
I know
Bijani.
on their show.
Okay.
Yeah.
If it was Creighton did that to me once. He
sent a phony email out?
He tweeted about how awesome Patrick Creighton was, which is kind of funny looking back on it. But at the time, it was like, I was kind of
that's a no-no, man.
It was too self-serving for Creighton that it annoyed me.
Yeah.
But looking back on it, I should have laughed harder than I did.
Okay, here's a few more. Leaving the AC in the studio on anything but cool. I've come in sometimes in the AC, there's 3 colors on our AC thing in here. Blue for cool, white for middle, and then orange for hot.
I think that's probably a Bijani thing, too, because Bijani likes it hot.
He does?
Bijani likes the heat.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's $750 on the Pendergast fine scale.
That's specifically the Bijani fine.
I feel like I got to have a sit-down with Bijani, I think.
Bijani's got some issues. He likes the heat.
Yeah.
He thinks he can beat me in a boxing match.
He may or may not leave half-filled coffee mugs next to a logged-in computer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is turning into the Bijani fine system.
Not hitting brakes on time for a little on-air, $1,000. And I know that I'm going to probably get fined quite a bit for that, but I need to get better.
Yeah,
not hitting brakes on time.
You know what I'll fine you for asking me a question 7 seconds before we're supposed to go to break. That's that one like you asked me a question and then you start giving me the hurry up, wrap it up thing.
Oh.
And I'm like, you led me into this danger, man.
Oh, okay.
And you're like, tell me to wrap it up
Okay.
after you asked me a question as we're supposed to be going into break.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, well
it's like you're telling me to funnel a beer right before we drive home or something.
Okay.
And then you're
how
aghast.
much? Okay, well this is your issue. How much should I be fined for doing
$17,000.
$17,000.
Yes.
All right. I mean, this is a joint thing here. I mean, it's hey Ben, can you break the tie? How much should I be fined for leaving?
$17,000.
What the hell, Ben?
Ben, how often does that happen? When we're late for break, do you see Sean giving me the hurry up signal after he had just asked me a
I don't
question?
ever do this. I just put my finger up like that. Sometimes I do this if we're really up against it.
When my favorite, gosh, I wonder if this is in
What about all the times I don't ask you a question and you keep talking 2 minutes into the
That's
$17,000.
Thank you, Ben. $17,000 for you as well. All right.
When Ted Johnson and I, we both started working for the station right around the same time, and Ted, so we'd be kind of going between co-hosting with various hostess fill-ins and everything. And Meltzer would always do a thing where he would hold his finger up. And I don't know what he would do it for. I think maybe it was like they were going to break, or it was like him saying, like, I have a point to make after you're done.
Oh.
But Ted one day I think Nick Wright goaded him into this. Ted gave like a 2-minute speech about how he hates that Meltzer finger. And the next time Meltzer does that finger thing to him, he's going to break his finger.
Dude, I totally believe
Meltzer,
that.
Bro, the next time you do that, I'm going to break your damn finger.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I've been on the business end of a Ted Johnson text message a time or two.
He's texted you?
He's texted me.
That's
yeah.
especially aggressive.
Yeah. Like after the show one time, he texted me.
Really?
He thought I was being dismissive of one of his points during the show.
Oh, really?
Yeah. We reconciled it. I mean, Ted's one of my best friends in the business, so he was on with us a week ago. We reconciled.
Ted and I both. It took us about 10 or 15 years to stop acting like we were playing a football game when we were doing a show. It was a process. Yeah.
I tell you this off the air. I'll say it on the air. I tell it to Ted. I loved listening to the two of you, just the two of you talking football. I loved that show. That was before I got here. That was one of the big reasons I wanted to come over here. I'm like, I want to do radio with those guys.
Vandermeer was like, Ted and I had both been doing radio about 2 weeks, and he was like, hey, Seth, why don't you and Ted do an hour-long show on Tuesday nights or something?
Yeah, it was good.
I didn't know what the hell I was doing.
It was good. That's what made it good, man. That's what made it good. All right. Do you want to add any other fines?
Yes. Yeah. Sean's giving me the go to break
let's
thing.
go.
No, we got to go to break.
We got to go to break. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. That was fun. Boy, Sean Bijani's going to lose a lot of money. All right. Payne and Pendergast, playoffs, Super Bowl, conference title games. John Lopez will not be fined for this take. He had an interesting take on the AFC title game yesterday. Do you agree with this about snow games, and should the league take measurements to make sure that something like Sunday never happens again? That is up next.
In the Loop.
Look, C.J. Stroud is not going to sit up there.
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you into the 9 o'clock hour. This was John Lopez yesterday at the beginning of In the Loop. He was not a fan of the AFC title game, at least the last quarter and a half of it, when it was played in a blizzard.
I thought yesterday was a complete embarrassment for the NFL.
Go ahead, Cook.
I really did. We especially once we're watching the NFC Championship game, two teams playing at a high level in good conditions, able to do anything they want, truly testing each other after two regular season meetings, not being hindered by anything other than their own greatness or mistakes or whatever it may be, making plays, all that. And then we got this crap that we just watched in the AFC Championship game. That was an abomination. It wasn't a true. Do you know in your heart that New England is truly the better team? Because I don't.
Honestly, Jared Stidham played better than I would imagine.
Right.
I think if it was clear conditions, I think he probably could have won that game.
Do you think in your heart of hearts, forget what you saw and everything else, do you think New England was the better team?
I mean, probably, but I can't say with all
I think Denver was
the
the better team. I'm really talking about the blizzard in the second half.
Sure.
Because to me, that's the embarrassment. I mean, you go 18 games and then you get 18 weeks, and then you go into the playoffs, and you decide it with that crap? They couldn't even see going in one direction.
Dome the league.
Exactly.
Dome the league. Exactly. Say it with me now. Dome the league.
They were talking about it after the game. They said when we were trying to run pass routes in one direction, you had to almost close your eyes. You had to squint, and you couldn't see any defensive play. Well, what do you think the quarterback would? That's how you decide the Super Bowl berth?
You made a great analogy when we hit this topic earlier, Seth, which is baseball. And there's people that like this about baseball and don't like this about baseball. But the one thing about baseball is that all the parks are different. There's a charm to it. It makes the game unique. That weather conditions and field conditions and outside elements is sort of the equivalent of the the varying dimensions of baseball parks. You know, it's different playing in Denver than it is playing in Houston.
It adds some personality to it. I think the biggest thing is that it's not an embarrassment to the NFL because this is how football has been since the beginning. It's the domes that came along the way that changed it somewhat. But by far for me, it's that there's a reason to want home field advantage. Look, you might say that you take the weather out of it if you have all roofed stadiums. The Texans version of the Patriots weather is that indoor environment where the pass is so effective, where the crowd noise really, really matters when you're in a covered stadium and what the strength of your team is your dominant pass rush. You still have an advantage because of the circumstances. I think the reason that you can watch a game like the Broncos versus the Patriots and say, well, look, it turned it into a crapshoot or whatever else it might be, it's because neither of those teams have a dominant rushing attack. If one of those teams has a dominant rushing attack, after that game, what you say is, man, you know what? That is a more complete football team that's able to win in those elements. They're both cold weather teams. They both have to deal with adverse circumstances and what have you. But the team that had the better rushing attack or the better rushing defense perhaps ends up being the team that wins a game because of that. That the purest and most physical part of the game, that's why they won. And it's not like this is a routine thing anyway where we're really blaming the elements all that often to that extreme degree. It becomes a fact. We blame the elements, but it's usually not as extreme as it was in the fourth quarter.
Well, no. I mean, we've had a jillion snow games. Has Lopez ever come in on a Monday and said it was an embarrassment to the NFL before?
And plus the other thing is before the weather got really bad, I would say, no, it wasn't clear to me that the Broncos were the better team. You know why? Because the Broncos quarterback gifted the other team 6 points.
Yep.
It was very clear night and day. That was a bad quarterback play right there, and that cost them a touchdown. And
the only touchdown that New England
had some nice moments, but before the weather got bad, it was starting to look like the Patriots may have figured Stidham out somewhat. So I don't think it was clear at all that that the Broncos were a better team. They had the home field advantage. But yeah, the weather to me is part of the charm of playoffs football, and it's one of the reasons that it's nice that you have to be a complete football team to give yourself the best chance of making it through adverse weather circumstances and everything else along the way.
It's a really interesting debate because I think people from the Lopez side of things, and there's a lot of people out there that are on that, hey, dome every stadium, keep the conditions, the field conditions, the weather conditions. You have them at 72 degrees everywhere, and now we really find out who the best team is the one that when the conditions are all equal is the one that's winning football games. And your argument is that, no, the best football teams are the ones that build their team in a way that can withstand all the different elements that get thrust upon you during a season and a postseason.
Right, and plus the other part of it is, too, that this is like the college footballification of talking about the NFL. For me, best team never factors into it. What are we doing? We're power ranking them? We might as well have the AP decide who the Super Bowl winner is. It's a tournament at the end of the year, and you end up being the Super Bowl champion. Mm-hmm. You're the Super Bowl champion for that year. Like in baseball, look, the Astros in 2019 were probably the best team in baseball, but they didn't win a World Series. Yeah. So it's the World Series champion of any given year. It's the Super Bowl champion of any given year. That's all that we ultimately really care about. And it doesn't have to come down to, no, this is the purest representation of which team is best. You got to win a game. You got to win 3 or 4 consecutive games under varying circumstances.
Here's where I'm at with it, is with the snow part of it here, is that if I don't have a vested interest in the game, I like watching snow games. I'm entertained by snow games. There's part of the whole thing about not being able to see the yard lines on the field. That's memorable. I'll remember that forever, stuff like that. I did have a vested interest in that game. I wanted Denver to win the game. I didn't want New England to get to the Super Bowl. Denver clearly adapted to the snow worse than New England did. New England was at least able to figure out how to use Drake May's legs. They did enough in the second half to score a field goal, which was all that was needed in that game. So that's when, for me, if I don't mind the snow game. I don't need domes on every stadium. I like the character of the various places around.
You know what, though? The part about that is I think the Patriots got luckiest with the weather conditions because, for one, in the third quarter it was bad, but it wasn't as bad as it was in the fourth quarter. And in the third quarter, the Patriots had the advantage of the wind. Yeah. And, they kept saying on the broadcast, you really can't explain just how big a difference this is right now. And so by the time it got to the fourth quarter, and it's all about maintaining a lead, the weather conditions had deteriorated much further. And I think at that point, even though you had the advantage of the wind at your back, they couldn't do the Broncos weren't going to be able to do as much with it as the Patriots could.
Did you, and maybe I missed this, and I listened to the whole broadcast. I know you and I have our fun with Tony Romo about having to watch a game that he's on. The sound was up the entire time. Did Nancy Romo ever mention on the broadcast that there was a big storm coming in?
Not until it started blowing in.
Because there were because I went back and listened to some radio in the Denver area, went back and found Twitter. Like, it was known that there was bad weather coming in.
Yeah.
And that feels to me like that should have been a major storyline, like in the second quarter of that game. Like, boy, so-and-so, which this team better take advantage of moving this way right now because, man, there is a mountain Easter coming in now.
It really takes you into Sean Payton's decision to go for it on fourth down instead of kicking or attempting the field goal.
That too, yeah.
All right, man, if it's going to be really low scoring in the second half, then we got to just put the points on the board and go up by as much as possible right now.
Yeah.
I think that's very but you could go the other way with it too and say, all right, this might be our best chance to score a touchdown.
Because it puts the game out of reach.
We can't expect to get down into the I could go either way on that. I mean, obviously, with hindsight, it's clear that, you should have taken the points there.
I thought he should have taken the points. I tweeted that he should have taken the points. This isn't me being revisionist. I put it in the rundown that he should have taken the points right there, all those things. And the main reason was you could see the personality of that game unfolding in the first and second quarter. This is going to be a low-scoring game, you could tell.
Yeah.
Denver's going to play it pretty close. The long, deep pass to Mims notwithstanding, I thought Denver was going to, kind of play it close to the vest. The Denver defense was humming early in that game. I felt like a 2-score lead even early in that game was going to put a little extra game pressure on the Patriots there.
One of the biggest things about that matchup, and I was honestly surprised that I didn't hear Nance or Romo talk about it. Maybe they did at some point and I missed it, was that unlike the Texans, the Broncos have an exceptional deep ball defense. They're very good at limiting explosive plays.
Yeah.
And that's the defining character of Drake May in that offense this year is how they're able to hit these deep shots. And the Broncos snuck out some of those deep shots in the first half when the conditions were still better. And that's where, again, though, you might go if Peyton's being realistic about it, in his mind he's thinking, all right, man, there's a chance that Drake May is going to hit one of these deep shots, but he should have also had some confidence in his defense that, no, the Broncos have a top 3 deep ball defense in the league, and this should be exactly what gives Drake May fits today is when we take that away from them, they're really not doing much other than that.
Yep.
And by and large, they did a good job of that. Drake May's legs were the biggest deep ball threat.
Yes.
Just him running up the gut for some of those long runs.
That won the game. I mean, that was the difference in the game was Drake May's legs, especially when they sealed the game with that bootleg at the end. Text message. Would Lopez have pissed and moaned about the most iconic game in NFL history, the Ice Bowl, Dallas having to play in Green Bay? 100% he would have, I'm guessing, right? If you hate cold weather,
based on this logic,
minus 57 wind chill, he would have absolutely said that was an embarrassment to the NFL.
I think, look, it balances everything out, though, too. It's that, hey, teams that have a roof if they construct their team correctly, you can have a really big home field advantage if you've got fast pass rushers, if you've got a quarterback and a passing offense, all of those things. You've got a big home field advantage. Those teams up north, they've got a big advantage at home if they're better suited to handle the weather conditions.
Does it surprise you that some of those teams that have that cold weather thing going are building dome stadiums now? Like Cleveland's building a dome stadium. Chicago is looking at building a dome stadium.
It doesn't surprise me just because it's still about making money and the fan experience is going to be better. I would guess that people eat and drink a lot more when they're not just hunkered down trying to stay warm in a game.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they go up and spend more time in the concourse.
Well,
but I think people probably just spend more money or are willing to pay more if they know that it's not going to be miserably cold.
The big thing I've been reading about, Seth, with these new stadiums, because I'm sort of a stadium nerd, is that they love the dome stadiums in these places, not just because of the weather, but they can use them year round.
Yeah,
they can get concerts, you get monster trucks, you can use them all year long.
That's one of the big benefits financially for owning an NBA team is that you've got that arena, and it's good for pretty much any type of event. That's owning your own stadium is in the NBA.
Fertitta's control the Toyota Center. Yeah, it's a really good deal. It's a really good deal. What about retractable roofs when the weather is so bad you can't see the field? You simply close it. All other times, let it roll. Yeah, I think you're going to see various things here. There's going to be look, we may be getting a new stadium here at some point in the next several years.
If there's one thing I know about retractable roofs, it's never as simple as you lay it out in the beginning. And I would include that with Minute Maid. Look, it's nobody's ever happy with it 100% of the time, whatever your strategy is. Baseball, it's simpler because they don't handle precipitation well at all.
It's just too hot here.
Yeah, with football, that would get super interesting because, all right, curiously enough, all of a sudden, they decided not to close the roof.
Let's have a snow game.
They decided to close the roof when the home team had a 10-point advantage.
Yeah. Yep. Someone said that Nance did mention at the beginning that they were expecting snow later. Okay. Oh, that's good. I mean, that was a storyline. You should have mentioned it.
The wind is the bigger thing there.
Yeah.
I mean, it was the wind was extreme.
Yep, it was. 7135.
Romo was better in that game in that I think it sounded like he was consciously shutting himself up during some of the rules discussions.
Yeah.
He said, I think somebody told him, hey, Tony, sometimes you make it more confusing when you're when you keep changing your opinion every 3 seconds on a rules discussion. Let's let Gene lay it out and maybe explain for the viewer exactly what's going on.
Dude, I know Tony calls for Gene like 10 times a game at least.
Yeah.
It feels like more. The terror in Tony's voice on the Jarrett Stidham grounding,
backwards pass.
fumble, backwards pass. Like, We're definitely going to need Gene on this one, Jim.
But the one thing that disappointed me about that was where, okay, we've got a rules discussion here, but he didn't break down the play and just show and explain that Stidham had done a good job of checking into that play, and they were going to throw a screen to the left, but the running back got hung up on behind the pass protection, and that's why it broke down. And that's exactly what you want Romo there for, is to explain, hey, why this play broke down. I really didn't. I would love for him to defer to Gene Steratore on the rules discussion part of it, but just explain exactly what went wrong on the play.
Yeah, he was Gene, definitely going to need you on this one.
It was quiet.
Yeah.
And then he said, I think we got to go to Gene on this
He's looking for Gene like he's trying to find his keys. Like he's like, Gene, where are you, Gene?
But then Romo made the good point, and he said, and at first I was almost going to be critical of Romo because from the initial TV copy, I didn't think it looked like a backwards pass at all.
Mm-hmm.
Romo said, I guess the only thing that could change here is if they rule it a backwards pass. And lo and behold, that's what they did end up doing, is ruling a backwards pass.
Yep.
So good job on that one, Romo. I think that to give a break to Romo or any of the other commentators, I think the booth review has made it way more confusing for the broadcast crew because there's times where something's getting reviewed up in the booth, but the broadcasters might not know it, and then all of a sudden it becomes a big deal, and you feel like, why didn't you guys tell me this was about to be a big deal?
Right.
And it's just because they really would have no way of knowing that the booth review upstairs was silently working at it.
All right, coming up next, the latest on favorites for the head coaching job. There's 4 head coaching jobs left. How would we feel if these 4 teams hired the favorites in that job? And the worst take on the coaching cycle that we've had so far, and there have been some bad ones. That's coming up next.
Nick Caserio shared his perspective on the Texans. 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, we'll close the book on the Dome Stadium talk. Text message. There's a reason why Super Bowls are always played in favorable weather places.
Oh, and that's untrue.
It's not it's been played. It's been played in New York before.
Yeah.
It's the argument was that the elements affect the rightful outcome, rightful with air quotes, outcome of the game. That the better team doesn't win because all of a sudden it's snowing and they can't play in the snow. That's not why they play Super Bowls on neutral sites in favorable weather, so they get the right outcome of the game. They play it because famous people all go there and rich people all go there, and none of them want to hang out in Buffalo for a week.
Yeah.
They'd rather hang out in New Orleans or Miami or L.A. or San Francisco.
And it is. And for one, too, I'll give you another part of that. They notoriously have awful field conditions when it's natural turf in the Super Bowl because they'll show you a documentary about how they've been growing this grass for 5 years and everything. And it doesn't matter because they take it up and they lay it down 2 weeks before the game on the surface, and it's horrible footing.
Yes.
It's just, but it looks so pretty on television.
And television is the big deal. Yes,
they very much make it not about the game itself in the Super Bowl.
Yep. A snow Super Bowl would be badass.
We're never going to meet in the middle on this. It's either people who aren't soft wimps and people who are about not wanting weather conditions to be a factor in your football games. Yeah.
There you go. All right. How would you feel if these four teams made these hires? These are the favorites in the clubhouse to, according to odds makers, to land the remaining openings. Only one of them's in the NFC, and I don't really care. If Arizona wants to hire Mike LaFleur, he's minus 200 to get that job. I'm guessing he's hireable now because he's the Rams offensive coordinator. He's had Sean McVay cough on him a few times, so he's got that McVay bug with him. Arizona can hire whoever they want. I know Mike LaFleur minus 200, Seth, so he's the favorite in the clubhouse to get the Arizona job.
Yeah.
Matt LaFleur's baby bro.
Mike LaFleur, not Matt LaFleur.
Right.
So don't judge. What's the name of the guy that is the current favorite for the Browns?
Nate Scheelhaase.
What's his deal?
He's the Rams passing game coordinator.
So it would be like a Bobby Slowick type of hire almost.
It would be like
Bobby
hiring
Slowick was the passing game coordinator for the 49ers.
Yeah.
I mean, likewise for Kevin O'Connell, Bobby Slowick, Mike McDaniel, all guys who were coordinators or passing game coordinators. Like Nick Caley was passing. Oh no, it'd be more. Yeah, Nick Caley was passing game coordinator for the Rams.
He was, but Scheelhaase would be going all the way up to head coach.
Right. Yeah. O'Connell and McDaniel would be guys that, whether they were coordinator or passing game coordinator, it was for a guy that was the actual guy.
Yeah.
I think that's probably the right tactic for the Browns right now. If you have the name brand candidates, 75% of them don't end up working out anyway. So if you're going to go, let me find some young whiz kid that people have identified as there's something special to them or different. You might not have the seasoning, but all right, let's take a swing at that guy instead of sitting here and continually being turned down by the more coveted candidates.
He met with them all day yesterday to the point that Mary Kay Cabot and people that cover the Browns were tweeting about him still being in the building. Boy, it's been all afternoon, and Nate Scheelhaase is still in the building over there, as if to say that, the longer you sit down and meet with somebody, the more likely it would seem that they're hiring him. They have not hired him yet. He left Cleveland not taking that job. I think he's also up for the Buffalo job. He must be an impressive dude, man. He's a young guy who's getting these head coaching interviews, and he's a passing game coordinator under Sean McVay. I mean, that just goes to show you, if you're in the building, if you want to become a head coach, get in the building with Sean McVay. That improves your chances by a substantial percent, I would say.
Yeah.
That you're learning under his umbrella there.
Yeah.
Buffalo, the favorite right now is Brian Daboll. Firing Sean McDermott to hire Brian Daboll as your head coach is interesting to me. I mean, McDermott's been hugely successful. Daboll's one foray as a head coach, he was good for a year and then was not only not good the next few years, but I thought kind of embarrassing on Hard Knocks when he was on there. Like the little glimpses of Daboll that we got.
Honestly, it did. He looked like classic. He looked like the stereotype of a football coach. that just it was almost like the Dennis Leary's character in Draft Day. Almost just
not a compliment.
Yeah, kind of just going by the seat of his pants and his gut feel on things, and doesn't really need to know about. I don't need to think too hard about all this stuff. Let's just go play some football. It felt like he was completely unprepared for the draft based on Hard Knocks. He had a passing interest in exactly what the team was going to do, or who even some of these prospects were.
How would you feel as a Texan fan if Buffalo, who theoretically, not even theoretically, they are a team you need to get through if you want to get to a Super Bowl, if they hire Brian Daboll?
I feel like there's still like a nostalgia for Brian Daboll that somehow he turned Josh Allen into the quarterback that he is today.
Well, he became good for the first time on Daboll's watch.
Right. But it was also as Josh Allen fixed his mechanics by way of working with Carson Palmer's brother. And using a bunch of high-speed cameras and everything. And they also brought Stephon Diggs into the mix.
They did.
That I think that you got to remember you're hiring a football coach, not a tutor for a third-year quarterback.
Yeah.
Because Josh Allen's not that third-year quarterback anymore. And the hardest thing with Brian Daboll for me was watching Shane Steichen get way more out of Daniel Jones than Brian Daboll ever did.
Mm-hmm.
And when he was brought in specifically to get the best version of Daniel Jones. I'm not 100% sold on Brian Daboll.
Clint Kubiak minus 300 favorite for Las Vegas. So that rounds out the coaching.
I wonder what Gary Kubiak's saying to Clint Kubiak about taking the Raiders job. Let's say theoretically he was offered the Raiders job. Do you think Gary tells him, hey, you know what? Sometimes maybe you got to pass on those first couple opportunities if it's not the right fit.
I think some of it comes down to what do you think of Fernando Mendoza?
Yeah.
They have the first overall pick in the draft. They got a shot at getting their quarterback. If Kubiak, I could see Fernando Mendoza becoming like a highly functioning Matt Schaub type, like the really good version of Schaub, and running that offense to a T with Ashton Genty there and Brock Bowers there. Not that you go into the number one overall pick hoping to draft Matt Schaub.
Yeah.
But if you honestly, if you had used the number one overall pick and you got the good version of Schaub from 2009 through 2012, and it wasn't Schaub, ultimately that didn't get you to a Super Bowl or anything like that, but he was a really you could do worse with the number one overall pick.
I wonder how Fernando Mendoza's shtick, how does that feel or play out in a less successful environment? Like we said earlier, we established that you don't like quarterbacks who have a shtick.
Yeah.
Fernando Mendoza's got a shtick. And it's a shtick that you appreciate.
I'm starting to like his shtick a little bit.
I'd have to go talk to some Cal people about exactly how much in love they were with all of his motivational speeches.
Yeah, that's a better ecosystem to go find out from.
He's in 2023 when he had 14 touchdowns and 10 interceptions. Were they like, wow, this Fernando Mendoza, boy, he sure does a great TED talk after these losses. Yeah,
he had a
wow. Yeah, but then he rounded in 2024. He had 16 touchdowns and 6 interceptions. That's when I was really motivated by all his positivity and everything else.
Yeah, man, what a great career move for Fernando Mendoza to go to IU. Yeah. Holy cow. Larry is in Stafford. What's going on, Larry?
Hey, what's going on, Sean, Seth? I'm going to get to my C.J. Stroud point here at the end. But, Seth, I want to thank you for explaining why revenue and dome stadiums go hand in hand. See, when I was in Chicago watching the Texans, I think it was maybe 2011, 2012, and Arian Foster scored that touchdown in the end zone, and we were sitting up there in Soldier Field, and we were soaking wet. I had no desire to move or do anything because that wind and that rain and everything up there had my ass pinned to that seat. And so then I go to Green Bay and watch the Texans play the Packers up there. And it's snowing and it's cold and everything. And I had no desire to move because I was frozen and didn't have no desire to get up and go get no hot chocolate because my ass had been sitting in snow all game. And I had no desire to move. Now, having said that, when you go to a comfortable stadium like the Minnesota Vikings stadium that has a retractable roof that you can open up, or like in Indiana or Indianapolis, which I'm not a fan of Indianapolis, but their stadium is in a position where you can open and close the roof, it just makes for a more enjoyable experience. And not only does the revenue play a part in it, but y'all all know gambling plays a part in all these games. So they want to put these games in a position where all these degenerates can make a lot of money, which I am one of. So I don't have a problem with that. So my whole point about this is this. If you can have a stadium up north and you have no concept of not putting a roof on it so that you can manually open it and close it and still have the elements in play, that's what we thought what was going to happen in Houston until we burnt up all them damn fans when Pittsburgh came to town and that sun burnt their ass up. So now our roof won't ever open. So I'm pro having a dome stadium. I just never knew that boy Lopez who goes fishing with Magellan shirts on and likes the wind blowing his little coughed hair. I didn't picture Lopez being that soft man, but as I say, things happen to change. Now, let me get to C.J. Stroud real quick. All these silly-ass people thinking that the Texans need to move on from C.J. Stroud and all this other stuff and talking about it's 100% Texans fans that don't want C.J. Stroud, your ass is a lie. Because every time I see a meme or somebody tell me that the Texans should go get Kyler Murray or Tua or somebody else, I want to throw up every ounce of hot chocolate that I drank yesterday. I don't want to have nothing to do with anything other than C.J. Stroud taking this offseason and getting his head right and getting with his quarterback coach or whoever and deciding on how he's going to play quarterback at 25 years old versus 24 years old, because C.J. Stroud gives us a legitimate chance again to go to Super Bowl. And I'm starting to wane off of my disappointment from that Steelers Patriots game because I got enough time in between this thing to see it clearly. But I do not want to be in the market looking for no damn quarterback. And you know who I want to? My girl Hannah McNair and my boy Pinky Ring, because they understand what it's like when your ass is looking for somebody to lead your squad. And another thing, go ahead and pay Will Anderson, man, so we can get this thing popping in our hall.
Yeah, appreciate it, Larry. I knew Larry would. Larry just needs time sometimes to come back around. You know, like he's back in a place now where, you know, CJ can get this. I don't think Larry ever jumped off the CJ train. But a lot of other people have. We'll see.
You know, and what percentage of Texans fans? We said in 3 weeks we're gonna Pender poll this exactly. Because you need to let the white hot emotion of the moment get past you a little bit.
Yep.
I think that at the very least, even if you're really down on CJ, and right now I've got serious concerns about CJ Stroud, and a lot of them are based on how he's played since his concussion. But I also have to realistically look at, all right, what's the best available scenario right now to me? And it's that, man, if you can get CJ back on track, if you can improve the way the offense is operating, all those things, those are way more realistic than pretty much any other quarterback option out there now. And that I know that there is a ceiling that's higher for CJ than what he displayed in the playoffs this year, and various other quarterbacks. The one I'll keep going back to this one to the point where I start to believe it as a fact or something. But Peyton Manning was awful in the playoffs. His first 8 years in the NFL. It took him a long time to be impressive in the playoffs. Even the first time he ever had impressive playoff games, for the first couple games, he got destroyed and threw 4 interceptions versus the Patriots.
The elimination games were Harden-esque.
It was the elimination games that were really bad. Yeah. So, now CJ hasn't been as good in his second and third seasons in the regular season as Peyton Manning was.
Yep.
So they're certainly not the same, but man, I can't take those. I'm fighting against the urge to take just this last couple of playoff games and think that that's what CJ Stroud is as a sum total. There's reasons to be negative, there's reasons to be positive right now, but there's not a whole lot of options outside the building to where it even really matters
available
for this upcoming year.
Yeah, available is the key word that you use right there. Available options. It's the best available option. Sorry, Joe Burrow's not coming here. I know people love to tweet Joe Burrow in a Texans uniform. That ain't happening. It's not available. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Speaking of CJ, I've got a question about this Pro Bowl nod to Shador Sanders. It has to do with CJ Stroud, and it's based on a lot of the information that's been coming out about Shador making the Pro Bowl. That's coming up next. But first, Men's Tea Clinic. Let me give you some information on the Men's Tea Clinic. I started.
2.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so yesterday it was revealed that Shador Sanders would be replacing Drake May in the Pro Bowl. The Pro Bowl games. There's no football game anymore. There's just flag football and little throwing contests and probably karaoke and things like that. But it was revealed that Shador Sanders would be taking Drake May's spot. The three quarterbacks elected to the game were Drake May, Justin Herbert, and Josh Allen. I haven't heard anything about the other two dropping out, Herbert and Allen, but maybe they will. I don't know. But obviously, you would think, Seth, to get to Shador Sanders eventually on the list, you had to dig pretty deep in the AFC to get to Shador Sanders. Now, we know that Mahomes is out. Mahomes tore his ACL, so he's hurt. Daniel Jones ruptured his Achilles. I would say he would have been more deserving Shador. I mean, based on, 2/3 of a season, but Shador only played 7 games. Daniel Jones played like 11 or 12. He's hurt. Lamar Jackson feels like I know he played at the end of the year, but he would definitely be excused for taking time off because he had all kinds of injuries this year. I know him. Oh, Bo Nix. Bo Nix is hurt. He would have been ahead of Shador. That's 4 guys right there. So then I look at the ones like, okay, well, who are the ones who finished the season healthy? And I'm looking online and I'm, people are going, how did Shador get in over Trevor Lawrence? And then somebody who is in the know will confirm, no, they asked Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
So I'll see lists like, okay, what about Joe Burrow? What about, there was one other name. Oh, Aaron Rodgers. What about Aaron Rodgers? C.J. Stroud's name is not coming up with any of these people.
Yeah.
And I think 2 things. One, pretty shocking that C.J. Stroud's name doesn't even come up. He's being treated like Tua, basically, because Tua's name doesn't come up either. The other thing is, did they ask C.J. Stroud to go to the Pro Bowl?
Well, I think that because this is what happens with the quarterbacks especially, I think, is that once you get down past the first couple of named alternates, most of the guys are going to say, like, I don't want to show up as a sham
CJ did that last year.
Yeah.
He got asked last year and said no.
Yeah, like you're kind of like, no, I don't want my first Pro Bowl appearance to be because I was it's like being a girl's 8th choice to go to prom or something, Like, hey, listen, I guess a guy's 7th choice. If I were to ask 7 girls to go to prom and they all shot me down, and I go up to her and I'd say, hey, I asked 7 other girls and they all said no, but do you want to be the special lady to walk in on my arm? Like, I don't know.
Nah, I'm good.
Yeah, so I think with quarterbacks especially, because there's a certain prestige, obviously, with the position.
Yeah.
And the veteran quarterbacks especially are more likely to say, nah, I'll pass. Thanks, I appreciate it, but I don't need a free trip to Santa Clara this time of year and just to be able to say I made a Pro Bowl.
But my question is, do you think they asked C.J. Stroud before Shador?
Yeah, I would imagine they did.
They should,
Based on
right?
however the decision they go. I'm sure they're using some kind of statistical measure or something to go down the list.
You would think.
Yeah.
I mean, C.J. Stroud is objectively a much better quarterback and was this year. You're being rewarded for your season than Shador Sanders. I just think it's really interesting. Everybody talk about this. And I want to be very clear. Like, because we're talking about this doesn't mean I'm upset about Shador Sanders being in the Pro Bowl. I'm not at all. I'm just curious how they arrived, how many guys they asked that said no, because I think it also says something about the relevance of the Pro Bowl still.
Right, no, I think 100%. There's a good chance that they asked 20 other guys and they all said no.
Right.
I think, honestly, this one text, it tells you exactly why it would end up being a rookie quarterback that finally said yes. He said, if I'm the girl's 8th choice to go to prom, I'm still getting lucky afterwards. So if so, I'm still going.
Yeah.
So, yeah, all right. If you could be guaranteed that you're getting lucky, sure. And that's where a rookie quarterback's going to say, yeah, why not? Yeah, I'll go to Pro Bowl.
Yeah.
Hey, get some free gear. Hell yeah.
This was the afternoon show on ESPN 850 in Cleveland, reacting to the Shador. They were on the air when the news about Shador Sanders getting named to the Pro Bowl came out. Here was their reaction to it.
Shador Sanders has made the Pro Bowl. What? Are you serious? Shador Sanders has been
Per
added to
Jordan
the Pro
Schultz
Bowl
sources.
roster. Shador Sanders has been named to the Pro Bowl as a replacement. Sanders is the first fifth-round rookie to make the Pro Bowl since Puka Nacua. So, hey, selling point for you. If
you got a Pro Bowl quarterback.
Nate Shieldhouse, you got a Pro Bowl quarterback.
Oh, dog. I mean, with all due respect to Shador, I mean, that's worse than the Snoop Huntley.
Yeah. You know, and now the aunties and the uncles, you can't get anybody to tell them nothing.
Everybody else out there knew he was a Pro Bowl quarterback, but Kevin Stefanski didn't.
Right.
Oh, my gosh.
My
I feel
God.
sorry
Slide
for
against
people in
Kevin.
Atlanta.
There it is.
Oh, that is hilarious.
Oh, my
There we
gosh.
go. We're good, Ben.
Those guys had the appropriate response.
Yeah,
You
no,
know,
they were
that
right.
was-
They were spot on. And
Right.
They were funny about it too.
No, yeah, honestly, the funniest part of that though too is that I think because I saw a couple people bringing up the first fifth-round rookie to make a Pro Bowl since Puka Nacua like it was an actual thing. It's that, all right, clearly, Puka Nacua was a rookie in 2023.
Yeah, I was going to say, they make it sound like it was back in the leather helmet era or something.
Yeah. Since Puka Nacua.
Puka's not even on a
what's happened with his career.
Puka's not even on a second contract yet. Since Puka Nacua.
Honestly, I think Shador Sanders 100% understands the dynamic of the situation.
I agree.
You know, like, I don't think what I would worry about if I were a Browns fan was, oh, man, I hope this doesn't go to you. If you're a Browns fan, you might worry, oh, boy, I hope this doesn't go to Shador Sanders' head. I don't worry about that at all. I think that Shador Sanders 100% understands the reality of why they finally had to go to him and to ask him. But he also, like, he makes a lot of money off of his social media accounts and everything.
Yeah.
He's going to be there covering the Pro Bowl and doing all that. It'll be a cool experience for him to hang out with some bona fide, really good football players. I think it'll be a good experience for Shador Sanders.
I think it'll be tremendous. He seems really well liked among players. Like, it's.
He does seem, and he, again, to his credit, I do think, I think some of the things, he had some quotes this year that were twisted out of context that made it look like he was taking shots at Dylan Gabriel, and sometimes they made it look like Dylan Gabriel was taking shots at Shador Sanders. I feel like both those guys, from what I could see, handled the situation pretty well.
Yeah.
And I think if you were judging Shador Sanders, if you could start right in August 1st and you didn't know anything about him, like, by and large, I think I'd be pretty happy with the way he handled the deal. If I didn't know anything about the whole draft process and everything.
The only thing I can think of that I thought would come across as either immature or silly, it was when he was miming his answers that one time.
Oh, yeah.
That was
kind of
stupid.
Upset with, somebody had criticized his body language, right?
Or they said he shouldn't be talking about certain things, and he's like, okay, well, his way of not talking was to then pantomime his answers. Like, you know, it's heavy as the head that wears a crown.
But again, that's another one, too. If I had just started in August and didn't know anything about him, I'd be like, that's funny.
None of it is stuff that's like ending the world or anything like that. You know, it's just.
That's a bogus hypothetical, by the way. I feel dirty for having said it. It's like, no, listen, I'm going to judge this guy based on these last 3 months and that alone.
Yeah.
Like, there's a limit there to where you.
For sure.
You got to draw the line.
For sure.
But at least I always try to argue it with Brandy. It's like, why are you judging me based on our previous 20 years together?
Yeah.
These last 2 months, I've been pretty good.
It's been a hell of a day. All right. So they're asking on TV right now on First Take, should the Browns call Deion Sanders about their head coaching position? Please call him. Please, God, call him. That would be amazing. The Sanders Family LLC setting up shop in Cleveland with the Browns. And then trade for Travis Hunter. Let's get the whole Colorado band back together again.
Would Shador it's funny because one thing that Deion had always said was that he didn't coaching in the NFL didn't appeal to him because of the different dynamics and how you have to deal with the players and everything. But now the NIL, like the version of the NFL that Deion presented and all the reasons that he didn't want to coach in the NFL because the players weren't necessarily as hardcore into it. There wasn't the same team dynamic and everything. The college football has become the worst version of all those things.
Yeah.
I wonder if the NFL might be more appealing to Deion now than what college football has turned into.
There's actual structure. There's contracts. There's structure.
Yeah, at the very least. Like you're not going to have to replace your entire roster. Like you're really good players. You're not in constant fear of them all just abandoning ship the next season because they get a better offer somewhere.
It's so wild, man. It is wild. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, they are in the loop. They have stepped into the studio here. Gentlemen, how are we feeling? How you doing?
Feeling good. Stepped right in.
That's good.
Yeah.
So we played your audio earlier from yesterday where you said that the NFL should be embarrassed about the snow game.
It's an
And
abomination.
I accused you of contributing to the wussification of America.
Yep.
Well, maybe in several other ways, but not this one. I don't think that was awful.
My feeling on the snow game,
but that wasn't just snow. That was the way they couldn't even see in one direction.
John, I know, but it's very memorable.
John,
You couldn't see any of the lines.
Here's my two biggest things about that where I disagree with you is that I think it was awful, but it was partly awful because neither of those teams have impressive rushing attacks, and that if you were a really well-rounded offense, that if you had Derrick Henry or something, that man, you could have really taken over in that game, and that's why I like the idea of teams that are constructed to handle all circumstances and all comers because that's what you're going to face in the playoffs. So I like that, and the other is it does. I think it makes the regular season that much more important and home field advantage because every couple of years somebody will say, oh, look, home field advantage doesn't actually matter. And then you get to a game where, man, if one of those is a warm weather team, if it's the Houston Texans playing in Denver in that game, man, that home field advantage really could have helped the Texans out.
No,
so
that's fair.
Yeah,
that's more than fair. But my thing is, I can honestly tell you that New England was the best team.
They were best equipped to deal with the hand they were dealt by Mother Nature.
I can tell you
they had Drake May able to maybe if Bo Nix were healthy, that would have gotten interesting because that's another guy who can use his legs. You know.
I think quarterback is the most important position, and Jarrett Stidham made the dumbest decision by a quarterback, and like that alone, like I can't.
When it was still sunny outside.
Right, yeah, when the weather conditions were still good. It was a beautiful day in Denver the first half.
I hear your point on the teams building for the playoffs, but isn't it kind of silly that we have geared so many of the rules and just the way that the league operates for one style of play to then have the most important accolade be decided in an entirely different style of football?
So you're saying the league is built around passing?
Yeah, it's built around passing. It's built around the fall, and then all of a sudden the most important portion of the season is built around the possibility of there being a blizzard and now having to play a different style of football.
No, if anything, I think it's a natural throttle. It's a natural limiter. It's a restrictor plate on it becoming nothing but a glorified 7-on-7 league. I think because like when you say it's built to be passing, I mean that's how it's evolved, and partly, I guess built because the league encouraged that and driven that. I personally like that it puts that much more emphasis on, like, okay, let's not go haywire on this.
It is kind of coming back around, too. Like, the running game has become more important over the last few years. So, so what's the question of the day, fellas?
Well, I heard you talking about Deion, and you guys were talking earlier about fines and such and what he said.
Oh, yeah, his kangaroo.
And I swear, hand to God, didn't know that you were going to talk about it on your show, but it is the question of the day that we put in there this morning. What should be a fine in your workplace, with a special emphasis on Sports Radio 610?
Do you want to hear the ones that we came up with?
Very much so.
Okay. I started off with crumbs on the studio floor as $500, but Seth said, "What if we get a vacuum, put it in the corner, and if there's still crumbs, it's $1,000."
Oh yeah.
If you don't go over and use a vacuum, you're just a lazy piece of crap. So that was one. Dirty mugs left in the studio.
There was one yesterday.
Half-full ones that may or may not be dip spit or
And I'm
coffee.
guilty of that a lot of the times. Not the dip spit part, but
You would owe $500.
Yeah. The one that I suggested was that if your co-host asks you a question 10 seconds before you're supposed to be going to break, and then starts giving you hand signals to hurry it up, then
we got a break.
$17,000.
The old grenade. I thought $17,000 was a little steep.
I think it's fair. I think it's fair, and that ties in with one that I had.
Okay.
Before we get to Seth, any host who uses statistical letters that you don't understand.
Oh, okay. Like
that who don't understand?
I'm not pointing any.
That who don't
I'm not
understand?
pointing any fingers, but
That who don't understand?
You're pointing your head.
the GPLQS says.
Yeah, but that who don't understand?
According to the GPLQS,
Why you got to call Reggie out?
Why
like
should
that,
others
man?
be? Why should others be? Penalized for your incompetence at times. You know what I mean? I feel like that's not my
everybody
fault.
knows the GPQTLS.
Seth's was fair for mine. I do that to him sometimes. I said it's fair, but we also have to agree that when you just keep talking for 2 more minutes without any prompting from me, that's also $17,000.
You know what you got into, and you asked Seth Payne a question. Seth Payne is going to expound.
That's right.
What do you guys think that the cost should be upon microwaving salmon in the office?
Oh my God,
microwave?
$17,000.
Okay, all right.
Why you got to call out Lopez like that?
What?
So there was a series of unfortunate events that led to that.
Hang on real quick, because I don't want to get fined for this. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey Sports Station. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Continue.
Yes. So I always bring a sandwich because I'm very considerate of my coworkers.
Very.
I always bring a sandwich.
You don't
at
bring
lunch.
2 sandwiches. That would be considerate.
But one day last week, right? Was it last week?
It was last week.
Yeah, one day last week, I forgot to meal prep. And so it's late. I'd been working, and then I run into the kitchen, and my wife says, "Just take this," and it's a piece of salmon with some potatoes.
It sounds delicious.
Yeah, so I said, "Sure." So, like I said, a series of very unfortunate events led to me microwaving salmon.
Sounds like someone should have been eating cold
Cold
salmon.
Can't you eat salmon cold?
Yeah.
Nah, you can't eat salmon cold. Come on.
I
You
eat
can eat
salmon
it
cold
cold.
at sushi places all the time.
We're not animals.
Oh yeah,
Animals.
But it was salmon with chipotle. It was like a salmon.
Oh, so you'd have cold sauce on there. Okay, so you had to offend everybody's olfactory sense.
That's right.
Yeah.
A real fisherman eats fish raw.
Well, I've been known to do that.
I watch a lot of those reality shows of people surviving up in Canada and everything, and they just right out of the river and suck it down.
Did you guys consider at all spinning this forward to Super Bowl week, Radio Row Week?
No.
Because I think that could be very interesting if we develop some fines for that.
Okay. I only had 2 more on our list. Leaving the AC on anything but that blue level right
Does
there.
that actually work?
Yeah, it does. It warms up.
Yeah,
I always think that those things are placebos just to – I feel like the building itself determines what the weather is.
Door button on an elevator.
Yes, exactly.
And that SOB is on white or orange over there.
Yeah.
And it's hot in here.
It does get hot in here. Somebody on the text board said, leaving your contract on the printer.
I didn't do that.
Should be a fine.
That was not me that left it there. Why? No. I don't know how to use the printer sheet. I have to ask Jesse Watt.
I'm incompetent for that. Come on now.
I'll fully admit. I have to ask when I need something printed. I ask Jesse Watt. She prints things for me.
Wait, somebody left your contract out on the printer though?
Yes.
Like they printed out your contract.
Yes.
It was sitting there all weekend
my
too.
contract with the amendment to my original. Yeah. Well, I signed my new contract.
Yeah, congratulations, friend.
Thank you. Yeah, you're stuck with me for a couple more years.
Yeah, I hope that there's enough for $17,000 fines.
Well, if you look at that, you know there's not. But not that I'm not fairly compensated, but there's not enough for the $17,000 fines. But yeah, it got left on the printer over there, and Figgy found it. And you had a great confession yesterday on that, Figgy, too.
Yeah. I was scared to look at it. I almost looked at it as motivation, but I decided not to because I didn't want to see how much you make and then be kind of unmotivated. Yeah, because you be around here working like Stephen A. Smith, and I don't even want to see no low number.
I'm
unmotivated.
That's a great take.
Hey, by the way, that every now and then somebody will send me. It's like once every 3 years or so, somebody will be like, "Hey," they'll send me a DM or something, and it's almost like out of concern. They'll be like, "Hey, I Googled what the average radio host salary was, and are you guys okay?"
Are you all right?
Yeah. Because I don't know how they, whatever those numbers are. So I've done it myself, and I'm like, oh, listen, if you're thinking about getting into the radio, no, it's way more lucrative than whatever they say it is there on that. It's not like it used to be, but it's still a good living.
You can totally get chicks. It's totally, yeah.
But the problem is, like any other profession that a lot of people might want to get into, no, it's dirt cheap at the beginning.
Yeah.
You're gonna suffer for a while before you end up
invest in yourself for sure. For sure. All right, boys. Well, I am looking forward to this edition of In the Loop.
We are too.
Yeah, Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto
You don't get to speak for me.
Antibodies and 17 G's to you, my friend.
Antibodies to you, Sean, and I'm going to give you the hurry up and get off.
You're doing the rap.
I love that. All right, we're done. We are out of time. Reggie Attitula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, They are in the loop, and they start now.
Happy Tuesday to you with a little bit of animosity underneath the waves here in the loop on Sports Radio.
Host violence.
Yes, violence.
Let's go.
This is the entertainment you will be provided today. Happy to be here on a Tuesday as always. Thank you for being with us wherever you listen, however you're listening. Thanks for making us a part of your day. Let's get going.
Let's get
on
going.
a Tuesday. How about that? 713-572-4610 is the number to text. Always appreciate you doing that. And thanks to the Mo Cameron Jewelers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
The YouTube page is Sports Radio 610, where I already see some of the usual names in there. Salute to y'all hanging out with us. And the Twitch chat is 610 Houston. John Lopez, how about a victory from your Houston Rockets over the Memphis Grizzlies?
How about a victory? A victory that looked the right way, too. Not just, I was
like, did it?
Well,
it's a little dicey in the third quarter.
Hold on. Middle of the game, second, third quarter, there were some moments when I said.
It was a victory sandwich.
Because you texted me and said, hey, man, this thing's looking pretty good. And I went, are you sure about that? But, no, all in all, 33 and 33 from your big two players. And a man on a little bit of a streak here as a point guard in recent games. I was looking at his GTP QSL, and it says that he's playing pretty good point guard right now.
Very good. I like that. I'm not familiar with that one, but I'll look it up in the break. I will. I'm glad that you brought up the things that you did. You brought up Alperen Şengün with 33 points, Kevin Durant with 33 points, Amen Thompson with 14 assists. How about Tari Eason knocking down shots, at least early, one of the few dudes. They got up more shots than they do on regular. You know me, and you said it. I end up being the stats nerd, so you know what? I'll lean into the stats. But I'm going to bring all of you into it. You, Fig, you, Lopez, and then you, the listener. Let me know, what do you think was the most important development from, I get it, a Memphis game on January 26th, right? This is a Memphis Grizzlies sub-500 team. This is not going to be a team that you measure yourself against. No John Morant. And they might be done with John Morant, whether it's him going at the trade deadline or him going at the end of or in the offseason. But regardless, I thought that there was three things that felt notable. Which one was the most important development? Option number one, Kevin Durant, less than 40 minutes in this game. 33 was ultimately the number of minutes that he plays in this game. Number two, Alperen Şengün, 15 of 17 from the floor. One of those being kind of a grenade that he was throwing, a last-second heave from three, his only 3 points. So he was damn near perfect. Damn near perfect from the field for 33 points. Or option number three, Amen Thompson, 14 assists. I believe that's a career high for him. Being able to dime the ball to some of his teammates. Which of those felt like the most important development for the Rockets?
Well, obviously they all three were huge in the game, but I don't
know.
I don't even,
do that.
Well, I don't even think it's close. I don't even think it's close.
Not close.
No,
okay.
I think Şengün, and not just the 15 for 17, which obviously was huge, but he had that hop again. He had that movement again, and he's been kind of dealing. Was it an ankle? I guess that he'd kind of been messing around with and having a hard time with. I think he said after the game on the court in the on-court interview that he kind of felt like that hop again. Look, ankles in basketball players, that's the proverbial bane of their existence. All the basketball players have some ankle issues. So if he's got his hop back, he might not go 15 for 17 consistently. He might not score 33 points, but he's going to be able to be that yang to KD's yin, and I think that's the biggest development.
Yeah, here is actually Alperen Şengün in the walk-off with Vanessa Richardson, Space City Home Network. I thought that he said something interesting here off the top.
33 points, 15 of 17 from the field. How are you able to be so dominant and efficient?
I'm not playing like myself lately, but, everybody has some part of the season, can play a little bit slippy, but, we're at home now. I feel confidence and, come here, kill it every night.
In the offseason, you worked...
I thought that just that acknowledgement for him. I have not been playing like myself, and this is him saying, I feel like myself. He was getting in his bag. There was times where he was coming down, he would dribble it up, basically direct do the traffic controller thing, put people in their spots and go, I am going to attack Santi Aldama downhill and spin move on him and get to my right. In fact, KD was even talking about it. Actually, can I get KD? This was KD talking about Alperen Şengün's play. And KD has been kind of like a really vocal leader, especially when he gets to post games. He's been very interesting and introspective about this team. This is what he had to say about Alperen in this game.
Just how he carried us really when we were struggling to shoot the ball. In the first three quarters, I thought we were getting good looks, but we just couldn't knock him down, and he was just that steady force for us, and which got us all going. So we were inspired by his play, and in the fourth quarter, we was able to turn around.
Yeah, I I think part of that is health. I think he's starting to feel better, and so that's why I think that's by a long stretch the best development. Not to downplay the other two, though.
Yeah, and I will definitely pick one of the other two. The one thing I wanted to ask you though is how much do you weigh who you're playing against? Shout out to Rob on the YouTube page saying that according to the JLQ, which is the John Lopez quotient, a man looks good out there.
Yeah.
How does the JLQ weigh? That was Santi Aldama. Like, this is a team that did not have an actual center to really oppose him that he was able to then go and, look like an MVP against.
Well, I think that matters. I mean, you're silly if you don't think that was an undermanned Memphis team from the get-go.
And at times, they weren't even having a center guard him.
So, but I think that might affect the 15 for 17 because he was getting some he was making some easy looks too. Yeah, but it's not going to affect how he's playing. And another thing that he talked about after the game was, usually, I'm getting the ball to a man and he's finishing. He was getting the ball to me and I'm finishing. And I'm paraphrasing, but that's basically what he was saying. So my second choice, as much as I want to see Reed Shepherd in there, big minutes, real minutes, fourth quarter minutes, I think it's just a great development to have him in. I think 3 or 4 games now, his assist numbers have been pretty consistent.
Yeah, this was actually going to be my selection.
Yeah.
Amen Thompson, career high 14 assists. And it's not just because Amen Thompson had these, right? The big question of this team has been what is going to be the point guard circumstance. And I still think that Amen Thompson is very atypical.
Yes.
For the role
and
that he ultimately has. He definitely has shortcomings. I think that defensively teams can sag off of him and that creates some tough situations. But I think Amen Thompson having 14 assists is not just Amen Thompson having good play, which it was that. I don't want to take away from Amen. It's something that we talked about a little bit and we haven't really dug into a lot, which is they're doing a lot more cutting and moving off ball. And then when they do have the ball is hopping around. I think that has helped create some of those Amen Thompson assists. You see this team finding something that feels more sustainable offensively, which is, you have one action happening, but off of that, you have somebody cutting and then getting to the middle of the floor and then passing there and then kicking out and then moving the ball around. They actually had at least above what their average is of 3-point shots taken because the ball was hopping around and then finding an open guy on the perimeter. Now, they didn't knock down enough of those. Yeah. But when Durant's opportunities to knock down open threes, that's something that helps juice what he does. Tari Eason has been good about that. When Jabari Smith Jr. is doing what he should do, that's another option there. That helps create more of these things. They were kind of, at times, they've been better from outside than inside, which is kind of odd. And I think that happens when you move the basketball in that way, and it helps when, Amen Thompson is that guy who can help be either a connector in some of those instances, but also an initiator of find that first cut, then the ball starts hopping. I think that was one of the things that's intrigued me the most over the last couple of games.
And I think he's starting a little higher when he gets the ball back. There'll be an entry pass, and then he's starting a little higher, which creates some momentum for him to get into the lane and start those passes. That's just a little tidbit that I saw yesterday.
And then defenses can't just sit back and watch you, right? When you don't have movement, the defender can sit and just watch the ball, and that's when dudes can get in passing lanes and get turnovers, which has been an issue for this team. Yeah. When you have dudes moving, they have to watch their man. They have to move with their man. It gives you an opportunity to maybe find little slight spots in the gaps in the defense and get to the rack and get some easy buckets at times.
And then here's the question, though, because we do have to be fair about this: will it stick? Because I used this word about something else last week. It's viral, like their offense, their movement, their ability to trust what they're doing on the offensive side in particular. By the way, they were pretty good defensively yesterday, as well. But I'm talking about the offensive side. Will it stick? I think what is promising with that would be the KD and Şengün dynamic, knowing they're not going to be the point guards. They're not going to be always the initiators, but they can be. The ball's going to go through them and their ability to work with each other.
Yeah, and I think that that also points to the idea of, hey, Kevin Durant's minutes. Like that's kind of the odd man out with our selections here. But Kevin Durant having less than 40 minutes, this was starting to get an issue. And even in his minutes that he was on the floor, he wasn't on ball as much in this game, which I know that when people were talking about whether or not you should bring in Kevin Durant, a chief issue was his age, what he still has in the tank, and not putting your team entirely upon him. You got to a point because of circumstance where you were putting a lot on Kevin Durant. And so if this is something that sticks, which is a good question because I wonder how much of that was Memphis is a high-paced team. I think top 5. I think they're 5th in pace this year. That's a team that gets up and down, and that forced the Rockets to have to play defense. They can be a team that succumbs to who their competition is at times. And so if they keep that same intensity, that can be good for him because you're moving the ball, and now he doesn't have to do as much initiating. And you can take some of the responsibility off of him and help make sure that he is as full of KD as you can get production-wise well into the end of the season and into the playoffs.
The thing with KD's minutes to me is let's see how it we need to see a 4, 5, 6 game sample size here because he's coming off of, 44 minutes and then 41 minutes.
Correct.
And so this might have been a conscious decision. Hey, we're not going to play him more than 35 minutes, in this case 33, come hell or high water. If they need to get into more of a groove of keeping him in that 33-minute and below range for his own good and for the playoffs. But I think that feeds in with what I was talking about, KD and Şengün.
Yeah.
Instead of doing a your turn, my turn, which has kind of been their offense with Şengün and KD, actually playing off of each other and being able to live that way.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. Again, when you have some instances where, okay, maybe you're not shooting well, having your stars show up like stars matters.
Yeah.
And both of them showing up at the same time made it that you were guaranteed to win this basketball game. 33 points apiece for both of them made it so that, okay, yeah, you didn't have a great shooting night, but you were able to win the basketball game, and so that was huge. But yeah, I saluted the Rockets here. Because that was a game that they very well could have lost, and maybe some of the ways that they played recently they would have lost. And I don't want to overrate it because, again, that's the Memphis Grizzlies, no Ja Morant.
Yeah.
It's not a great basketball team, but you weathered that storm, and I think you start putting some more things in place for you to find yourself. This ends up being more of a stepping stone, or maybe it should be, as Spurs again.
Yeah. Oh, that's right.
Tomorrow,
Yeah, that's right.
The Spurs again tomorrow. So how you stack this then matters. But I think that, you're right. Probably the Alperin is a big thing because Kevin Durant hasn't gone anywhere. And Kevin Durant also, it's worth noting, didn't shoot particularly great, but he still ended up with 33. Like, that's kind of what you expect from that caliber of player, right?
Yeah, yeah. No. And he didn't, but ultimately they got their points. Reed Shepard didn't contribute, and so that's even more promising that you could do it without having to say, okay, let's go see him light it up in the whenever he can.
Did you make anything of Reed Shepard not contributing 15 minutes, 4 points, 2 of 11 shooting?
I don't know if there is anything to be made there. 2 of 11 says a lot. 2 of 11 says a lot. It wasn't going to be his night, no question.
And if he's not knocking down shots, then the defense is not.
Yes.
Yeah, the trade-off isn't there. How about also the idea of, and understanding that the Grizzlies played a little bit smaller at times, Clint Capella only 7 minutes with a team, and you were tied in rebounding in the first half. Does that at all get to you? And we'll have more opportunity to talk about some of these things as well for the Rockets moving on in this show. But does that at all get to you as a team that very much needs rebounding to sustain the way that you play?
I think Capella is going to be one of those players, kind of a poor man's big man right now, Steven Adams, so to speak. But you got to limit his minutes, and he's not going to be able to contribute every night like that. He just can't. Not right now.
Okay, fair enough. But yeah, a victory over the Memphis Grizzlies, 108-99 for your Rockets. I thought that there were some good things within it, which is necessary in this time period. It gets to some of the dog days of the season as you're headed towards the All-Star break when everybody needs it. Putting good games together, I think, is necessary for this Rockets team. And that one felt like finding a way to find good things in what looked a little sloppy at times. All right, you're in the loop here on a Tuesday on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we're more than a week removed from kind of the exit press conference of D'Amico Ryans. Has he made any decisions yet? Do you expect any decisions? But more importantly, he said something about giving C.J. Stroud some notes for the offseason. What do you think those are, and what do you think they should be? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
Will building up the offense.
Faggy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Seemed like they got off the, off the slide.
Oh, God,
if you listen to Lil Kiki.
I was cringing.
Hey, no, Lil Kiki is a legend in these.
No,
if Lil Kiki said it's off the slide, then it's off the slide.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Why was I hollering? All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio.
Man, stop complaining about yourself, man.
Yeah.
You wouldn't even holler.
I wasn't? Okay. All right.
Nah, I don't think so.
Excellent. Shout out
You
to.
thought we were hollering. I think we're just talking.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. Precisely. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Happy Tuesday to you in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I shout out to listening to the commercials as well, because if you were listening, you would know that Odyssey's big game coverage is brought to you by Tide. And yesterday somebody had asked, like, are we in the time of year where we are for the next 2 weeks? If I hear you say something about the SB, I'm on your ass, because it's very much it's big game time, baby.
What if I'm predicting the Super Bowl?
No. I didn't. What was that? What was that, John Lopez?
Who do you think's going to win the Super Bowl?
No. You mean the big game, big dog. The big game.
Do the Rockets play on the big game? The day the big game play?
Yeah. That is a good point.
Yeah.
I feel like the NBA tends to kind of move away from that
because the Rockets game, whoever they play, might be the bigger game, right?
Yeah, Puppy Bowl though. They don't want to go against.
That's the big game.
They don't want to.
Are you still in on the Puppy Bowl?
Every year.
The Puppy Bowl. Look,
every year.
It's cute for about 5 minutes, and I'm like, this has no substance.
You say
for
5
me.
hours?
Minutes. I don't even think the Puppy Bowl goes on for 5 hours.
It does. It does.
5 hours?
Starts like, I think it does. It starts like 9
What are
in the
they
morning.
doing for 5 hours?
And then they do the
so
what is it, the
cute.
kiddie bowl and everything, and I'm like, all right,
I'm
so
not into the kiddie bowl.
yeah, the cats ain't playing. The cats are just chilling, man. But yes, shout out to everybody involved that is looking forward to the big game. I'm looking forward.
hours this year.
Oh, they're cutting back.
Yeah.
See, even they know, like, we can't keep doing
Lopez
this.
mad. He about to send an email over this.
We can't keep doing this. Somebody said, did Reggie steal Clint's hee laugh? Maybe. I don't know. It's a possibility. All right. We are more than a week removed from the Texans and, really more importantly, DeMeco Ryans sitting down with the assembled media and giving a lot of his thoughts after, the Texans flamed out of the playoffs. And one of the things that was most notable was, one, when we asked ourselves this Friday if we were going to get any news. We are a number of days later, still haven't gotten any news. All right. Do you think that he's gone through his process of evaluating his staff?
I think he has. He has to have by now, right? It's Tuesday?
I would hope so.
We might hear something today on any movings.
You think so?
Yeah, I think we might.
Okay. So maybe we just keep our eyes out for that, the possibility.
Yeah. But the other thing he said is literally every player. Now, they're gone now. I'm sure they're.
Oh, yeah. They have to have done their exit interviews and everything. Yeah.
But I'm also sure.
Cancun?
Wherever. Yeah. Yes and yes.
Aruba.
Yeah. All of
Cancun on 3.
All of the above.
I think they're going to Aruba. They like the wind a little bit more out there.
But I don't know if the coaches.
That's such a dumb joke.
I don't know if the coaches are still there, but I think there probably are. At least maybe through
They probably meet in the day or something like that.
Yeah, through today or Wednesday or whatever. But either way, one of the things he said is he's going to give every player, I don't know if it's a paper or a card or whatever, notes.
A questionnaire?
He said paper or card like this is 1986.
No, he said it. He said it like he's going to give them some notes, literal notes on this is what we want you to do. This is what we expect.
Like the emails we be getting from the big boss?
Yeah, I don't really see those too much.
I bet you don't.
When last time you got into your work email?
19. No.
All right. Okay.
So what are those notes for C.J. Stroud? Like he wrote down, let's say 3 or 4, this, and this.
I can see if it's just one big note that says protect the football, because that seems to be the large sentiment that they had. I think for one, how technical do we want to get? Like, how in the sticks do we want to get?
You're the coach.
You saying notes for the coach?
No, for C.J. Stroud, because you go off in the offseason.
He's giving every player some notes.
Yeah, so you go off in the offseason, and they are to themselves. But, it is incumbent upon you as a professional
like
to work on your
players
craft.
writing the notes.
Right, no. The coaches will give the players notes.
Okay, got you.
Going into the offseason.
Do this. This is what we want you to do.
This is what you're going to work on so that by the time you come back in, you are prepared to jump into our program, and we're prepared to be successful come next season. One of them, I think sincerely, is got to be about, footwork and, I made the joke. It is protect the football and feeling more comfortable in those moments making that decision. I don't know exactly how that note sets in, but that's got to be number one, seeing as especially that's the way that the season unfolds. And that was already a point of emphasis for them as well. So that's got to be a part of it. I do think that there's some technical aspects of it, which is one of them. The accuracy that he had seemed to go. And I don't know how much of that was like option routes and miscommunications, but there was times where it felt like, man, the ball is sailing on CJ. And not just in this later stage, but there was points even in the win streak, that run where you go, ooh, there's instances where he's throwing the ball high. And I was like, how much of that is him trying to protect the football from being turned over, but how much of it is also just mechanical things? So getting back to that accuracy, getting back to that dude who's putting the ball exactly where he wants to, I imagine that's got to be an offseason look.
I think that's a good one. My first note is going to be in all bold and maybe all caps, like a strongly worded email you were talking about earlier. Humble yourself. And by that, I don't mean CJ's walking around here cocky and all that. Maybe he is, but I'm just saying that's not the definition I would have. The great Greg Popovich always used to say, "Get over yourself." I think CJ needs to get over himself. In this way, we've talked about, well, it's not a fit, and CJ Stroud's body language, and he doesn't seem to really be embracing it. And then we all know what happened in the Patriots game when clearly they had some success, with the DeMeco, / Casario / Nick Caley style of New England and protecting the ball and run the ball. We all know that, right? Yet he still made those I got to make a big play moments. I postulated earlier, late in the season, is it starting to affect him that he's not being mentioned? Is he trying to make basically a 19-point shot, to use a basketball reference? Is he trying to become a hero, define his legacy on one play or 2 or 3 plays? Whether that's true or not, maybe it's not the best fit for him. Maybe he could thrive in another system. Get over yourself, man. Get over it.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some of that. The psychological portions of it gets a little tough on how do you handle that? Because I've seen a number of people say, hey, go get a sports psychologist, get with the one that Sam Darnold might have gotten to with or whatever.
Yeah.
And we'll talk more about that comparison as well over this program. But I wonder how well that lands when you're imposing that. That feels like that's one of those things that has to happen from the inside out as opposed to outside in.
I mean, that's good, hard
Yeah.
coaching. Good, hard coaching. Get over yourself. Well, but no buts. You know, here's the other thing, Figgy, and I know you have one. You're not, at this point, you're not going to win any PR battle if you're C.J. Stroud. You're just not. You know?
Well, yeah, right. And that probably ties in with one that he definitely has said to him, which is, don't get on the internet. Just go ahead and call whoever, AT&T, Frontier, whoever provides your internet. Go ahead and cut that off. Like, we just don't need to have contact with the outside world. You are the butt of everybody's joke right now.
Yeah.
But you need to find a way to avoid that, and more importantly, not find a way to not let that impact you, because it's hard to be like not care about that. We're human beings and whatever.
Right.
But he needs to very much like look internally and not externally, and that's one of those tough things to kill within ourselves.
Yeah, the one thing I was thinking about, if I'm D'Amico Ryans and I'm giving them a note, I would probably tell him to trust the process, maybe.
Yes.
Yeah, just
that
trust.
Ties in.
Trust the system, trust the process, because I feel like CJ might have trusted it a little early on. Eventually, later in the season, I think he just kind of started doing his own thing, like you said. I think the one thing I look at too is Davis Mills when he came in. I felt like he just followed the system.
Yes.
He didn't try to play hero ball or anything like that.
100%.
He followed the system, even if it was 3 and out and punted.
Yeah.
He followed that. He just did what the system did, and I think CJ kind of didn't do that in the last 2 games, or at least the last 2 playoff games.
I think you're right. And as much as I just said, you're not going to win any PR battles. You're also not going to. They're not going to change this. Maybe they'll tweak it, but they're not going to change their philosophy for you.
That's why I think you should just say trust the system
not
at
with
this point.
Defense.
But that's also another conversation that we can have about whether or not that is the right way to go about things.
Tweak it,
philosophy.
Yeah.
How do you think about this? Because it seems like somebody said they would go out of their way, to avoid the chatter, or maybe they're saying I wouldn't. How much do you think maybe the idea should possibly be? Hey, actually, maybe dive into this. See what this is and steel yourself to it and find a way to use it as fuel. Is it possible that you can counteract this and maybe, because there's been conversations about how soft CJ is or whatever, and whether or not you agree with that, is there a possibility that you go, all right, let's address this. Let's hit this head on, because there's some obviously different way to handle it. You can end up being a person that avoids it, or maybe you can go to the place or where you look at it head on and you go, don't run from this, don't hide from this. Steel yourself to it and run through that wall.
I think a lot of that has to do with the makeup of the individual. And I'm not going to sit here and I know CJ, say I know CJ Stroud inside out and what really, drives him and all that. But from the outside looking in, I think he's a guy that should probably avoid the internet and not lean into it.
Yeah, I think it's kind of deeper than that. It's not like a Baker Mayfield type thing where you see the chatter and
not
get fuel
Baker,
for
I would say lean into that.
Yeah, no, he do lean into that.
Yeah.
But I think CJ, I think it's a little deeper than that. I think he really need to focus on, honestly, some of his mechanics, man. Just getting this offense together. This is bigger than just some trolls on the internet just getting after his game. He really got to focus on his new offense and get it together.
I will say, and this is one of those things that we've talked about. I wonder how you implement it in the offseason, but utilizing his legs, and maybe I'm doing too much recency bias because we've seen Drake May and the way that he's done things. He has gotten a lot of credit for the way that he escapes, not just that he escapes. You saw him running the football in that game, in the AFC Championship game, was a large part of what he brought to the game, and otherwise not doing a lot. Yeah. But he escapes, and he escapes forward, he escapes up the A-gap, and he goes and gets yards that way. And C.J. Stroud at times demonstrated the capability of doing that. And you have to imagine that some of that hit that ultimately takes him out with a concussion for a number of weeks might have shifted that appeal, and you end up kind of escaping outwards and trying to escape backwards.
Yeah.
And how much do you go, hey, let's get back to escaping forward. Let's get back to addressing that portion of your game and seeing how you can attack teams with your legs as well.
No, I agree. And I also want to just emphasize, I do think the Texans are not without fault here. They do need to make some tweaks and adjustments for C.J. Stroud, but they're not going to change what they want to do philosophically.
Yeah.
Not with this defense, and clearly they're going to address the run game. But largely, C.J., get over yourself, man.
832 says be more aggressive, hit the weights, and get stronger.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't he say that it was weightlifting that ultimately put him in that place where he had that shoulder soreness that kind of kept him in the nebulous place?
Whatever. Well, we never really got an answer
No,
on that.
we didn't because we moved past it and then we were in the football season. Nobody was going to go back to it. Yeah. So, but maybe let's be careful about the weights so that we can get in and jump in and immediately be ready to attack the offseason and the training camp regimen that you have. Whatever it is, you hope that he attacks it with vigor and that he comes out with real progress, because that's going to be necessary to redeem his reputation, which right now is unfortunately on the internet in a very, very bad place. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Tuesday. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day, which inspired by Deion Sanders having a pretty substantial fine system for his players. What should be a fine in your workplace, and what should be a fine amongst the Sports Radio 610 fellas? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
In the Loop. 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I feel like we might have missed one of the biggest answers on the C.J. Stroud notes for the offseason.
Well, let's hear it.
Get a handle on the pre-snap.
Mm-hmm.
This offense going to be this offense remains the same.
It will probably, right?
Nick Haley not going anywhere.
Yeah.
It would stand to reason.
Mm-hmm.
With that being the case, that's one of the things that pre-snap matters a great deal. And there was a number of penalties that happened in the course of that. There were some instances where your pass wasn't the way that it needed to be, and you had to kind of rally over the course of the season to get that right. If you are a maestro in that as a quarterback, you elevate what the capability is within this offense, and understanding that, okay, the possibilities of this offense not being optimal, yada, 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 that's out of the window if you're going to keep this offense. Where you can maximize it is the quarterback needs to be able to be a maestro with it.
No, I think you're 100% right. That ultimately was part of their downfall, and especially when it comes to C.J. Stroud.
And if he doesn't do that, then he'll have to get a fine. Deion Sanders, head coach of the Colorado Buffaloes, he inspires our question of the day. What should be a fine in your workplace, and what is a special, what should be a fine for the Sports Radio 610 guys? 713-572-4610. We have audio of
we do.
I was about to call him D'Amico, which is a completely different person, but Coach Deion Sanders, this was him laying down the law of fines for his fellas there.
Don't wear your old team's gear in this facility. That's disrespectful. That would be like your lady that you have currently wearing her ex stuff. How you feel about that? She's sitting up there with a shirt on that has an ex name, while you taking and feeding and booing her up. That's how I feel about that when I see you come into the cafeteria, you eat our food with your last teams on it. Obviously, if you want to stay there, you should stay.
Did he say booing her up? And you're booing her up.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess so.
I like that. So that's going to be a fine. He had a bunch of different stuff, like cell phone in the meetings, going to be a fine, all that. So
it was like $1,700?
It's a lot of money. Yeah.
I think that this is unconscionable.
Do you really?
Yes.
Maybe the totals. Maybe the amount.
No, I think the fine.
You're getting paid.
They're not, but you're not getting paid in the way that you're not employees.
Yeah.
You're getting paid off of technically what is side work. Now it is de facto.
Well, I was going to say you're kind of employee.
But if you want the benefit of being able to fine them, like that also comes with collective bargaining.
All right, we got to get it on.
No, but that's a large part of this, right?
I get that.
Yeah.
But man, let's keep it fun.
All right.
Another day, man. We could get into that later.
As long as y'all hear my point on this, right? You got collective
bargaining.
Then, all right, man. What's to stop you from going, Seth Payne, and going, that's $17,000 if I see you wearing somebody, because
nothing's to stop you.
Right. So, anyways, what are the fines that you should have at your place of employment? And what should we have up here? Already coming in strong. Somebody said from the 281, not making more coffee after drinking the last of it.
Oh boy, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's how you know you just wasting coffee. That's not yours.
And you're selfish.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're just not considering anybody else.
Yeah. You like it. This ain't mine. I ain't paid for it.
Yes. I mentioned a couple. I want to get yours, so I'm just going to go through mine quick. Spit cups. Good Lord.
That sounds like somebody that's gotten got by a spit cup before.
Not got, but I've seen it. Right there, in fact. I gave Reggie a hard time about all these letters, statistical letters that nobody understands except him.
I try and explain them, don't I? I think I do.
Nobody mentioned underwear, which is very specific.
On the desk?
To Seth Payne.
You could have said it to his face, man. Why you wait 40 minutes later?
I have said it to his face in the past.
I need you to text him and make sure that he knows.
And he fell on the sword. He left a pair of his underwear on the table here.
He said they were clean, though.
He said they were clean. And then T-Mail came in, guns a-blazing.
Oh, yeah, this one's rough. This one's hard. This is hard to defend.
In a larger sense, eating someone else's food out of the refrigerator. In a very
sound like you got some experience with that.
In a very particular sense, Clint Stoerner took some of the tamales I made and gave to Tyler Milne.
Fix your wig, man.
And ate them. Not only ate them in front of T-Mail.
That was a big deal on that show,
T-Mail
man.
came on there and said, "This isn't funny.
Yeah,
this ain't funny."
They kind of hashed it out a little bit. He was pissed about that.
Yeah, he was.
I remember that.
Because you brought a pack for everybody, right?
Yeah.
So Quentin had his. He took it to the house, and then he was like, "You know what? Feeling a little peckish. Let me eat some of yours."
That's cold.
That is, yeah, you can't do that.
Cold-blooded.
Yeah. And then smile in somebody's face while you do it is the crazy part.
He did in front of him.
This is a fantastic one from the 281. Find Lopez every time he gripes about the Astrodome.
No, that should be a bonus.
Yep.
That should be a bonus.
Yep. That's a great answer.
Yeah.
Good answer, Bob. That's a good answer. Figures. Are there any other ones that you think of?
Yeah, since we all kind of keeping it personal, I think we are keeping it personal. Apparently, you got to, if you run out of paper, at the printer.
Yeah,
you got to fill it up, man.
That one hits my man where he lives.
No, you got to fill it up. And if you print something, go get your stuff.
Y'all ever see Office Space?
No, I'd never seen it. I heard about it. I
Space.
never seen it.
The copy machine.
Yeah.
The copy machine. That's the printer for Figgy.
Yeah, Figgy would take a bat. He would take an automatic rifle. A lot of things to
it. And start hammering.
But see,
it.
I understand once in a while if you come there, you got to put some little paper in there.
Yeah.
But I do it every single time, man. And then as soon as I put the paper in there, now 50 sheets of paper is printed.
Yeah, and you're waiting for yours.
Yeah, so I'm like, who printed all these papers and decided, I don't need it? That's kind of like the coffee thing, just wasting coffee.
Yeah, a lot.
Yeah, this one a little more, you wasting paper at this point.
I always know that whenever somebody gives a response like this, they actually have a story about it. From the 361, coming to work, smelling.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
Now, yeah, that one.
That's law right there.
And especially here, because not everywhere works like our job. But there's a gym downstairs. You can get a shower in if you need to, right?
Yeah,
there are circumstances that happen, right? Everybody has those days, but there's ways to remedy it around here. So,
but I think most of the time, though, the people that do kind of come in with BO, they don't even realize.
Yeah,
they don't even realize it because some people know they got BO, or they be like, "Oh, excuse me, I'm so." They let everybody know.
Yeah,
I just came from the gym, or I was working outside, and that type of thing. But most of the time, people don't even know they had BO.
Let me ask you guys this. This is a very sort of vague one. So we have open parking on the top floor over here. And I park in the exact same place.
No.
Every day.
No.
You about to claim that parking spot.
Every single day.
It is not open. It is not assigned parking. If somebody parks there, park somebody else.
Every once in a while, some bozo in a Suburban, a black Suburban, you know
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, parks in my spot.
It do not matter.
And
it is not
like,
your spot.
Huh.
You sound like a high school. This is my desk. Nah, man, it's not assigned seating. Sit your ass somewhere
I'm gonna
else.
start parking in Lopez spots now, man.
Quote,
I know exactly where you park too.
Oh yeah, everybody does.
Yes,
literally. That's my point. Literally, everyone knows where I park.
Are there?
And here's the kicker. It's out of the way.
Yeah, it is out of the way.
It's way out of the way.
It is
Stop
out of the way.
defending him.
But Lopez tried to claim one of the stalls in there one time in the bathroom.
Ain't there only two of them?
Yes. He talked about the first one is his. Was it the first one?
Yeah, the first one.
Yeah, the first one was his.
Well, somebody put a nameplate up once. Remember that?
Yes.
Is there anything that we got to assign for Super Bowl? Because we got, Radio Row coming up. In fact, we're flying out this weekend, aren't we? So that we can get going next week with all the fun guests and shenanigans that we're going to have. Are there any fines that we need to establish before going out to San Francisco for Radio Row?
There's always a little something. What do you got for
the first thing I thought about, just kind of be on time. And I know we kind of close to the, and I think it's walking distance, where we got to go do the show.
Yeah.
But just the whole waiting on somebody to come from the room and just be like, where are they at? It's 5 minutes late.
Right. No, that's
just
a good
be
one.
on time.
Yeah, that's a good one. How we feeling about grabbing coffee in the morning and making sure, you ask everybody, hey, you want something?
If you're going to get something, you got to ask the group.
Yeah.
I think that's a good one. I feel like, especially after last year, where Stoerner tried to set up the group dinner, hey, you get fined if you miss the group dinner, man. Team meal, family meal, you gotta be there.
Or you know what? I thought about that too. I think we need to try to come up with some type of plan because he did offer the group dinner, and it seemed like it was very expensive.
But then we saw the menu.
No, but
that was Lopez's fault too. He started talking us out of it.
The thing is, I think instead of just saying, nah, we good and just go somewhere, we should try to come up with a plan where everybody is in agreement instead of just saying, nope, have fun.
Yeah.
Okay. Pac-Man Jones should be a fine on itself. Yeah, fair enough. Somebody said fine the drive every time they talk about bodily functions.
I don't mind
Do
that.
they have enough money for that?
I don't mind that.
Or at least just they have to think of, should we keep the fine low? So at least it's like it's going to cost them a little bit, but they can still be themselves. We don't want to.
If Reggie used a random big word, he should be fine.
No, that's good. That's fine.
If I don't give you enough
big
context,
word?
if I don't give you enough context, I feel like I try and give you context or at least make it make sense. But I can get it if I'm just saying something where you go, I don't even know what you're saying no more.
If Reggie used the word assurance more than 5 times a show, he should be fine.
Have I even
That's your favorite word, man.
Is it really?
You said it like twice yesterday.
Insurance?
No, assurance.
Oh, assurance?
Yeah.
Really?
That should go to word. I'm learning more about you. That should go to word. Right
I didn't even realize it. These are things that I did not even notice about myself. Somebody said fine Figgy every time he talks about something on his property that he doesn't like.
No,
that's me.
Hey, we're helping.
That's not right.
Hey, that's a good thing about it being my property.
That's right.
I can talk about it.
That's right.
All right, very good. All right, keep those coming in. 713-572-4610. Appreciate you guys. All right, coming up next, let's go around the NFL where, hey, the Buffalo Bills have a brand new coach, and there's some new Pro Bowlers around Houston. We'll talk about that and more next.
Nick Caserio. Lincoln at West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Confirmation on the text line that Reggie needs to be fined with the big words. Somebody said,
man.
Somebody said Lopez needs to be fined every time he says blah, blah, blah.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
I think that we should throw out there that you should find Radio Row if you just stay in your room all the time. And yes, I'll put a name on it. Seth Payne, I'm talking to you. We need the Seth Payne fine. You can't just be in your room the whole Radio Row and us not see you. That can't be the way that this goes.
But he goes in flurries.
Yeah, he'll give you a little spurts.
See him for 2 days, and then all of a sudden he's everywhere.
Yeah.
Don't count on me on Tuesdays, though. That's my
podcast. You still gonna do the podcast from there?
Man.
Hey, okay.
Committed.
Yeah, hell of high water.
All right, so me and Fig on our own.
I'm
that
good.
day.
I'm good every other day.
Me and
So
Fig on our own.
we
that
can't
day.
do no little show out on Tuesday.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't gallivant around San
Well,
Francisco.
sure you can. I won't be there, but sure you
Very
can.
good.
I'll be there
Excellent.
Wednesday.
All right. Make sure to leave Tuesday clear. All right, let's go around the NFL here on Sports Radio 610, and we got some breaking news, I guess.
Yeah, we do.
It seems as though Joe Brady, previously the offensive coordinator for the Bills, is indeed going to be the new head coach of the Bills. Something that I believed to be the case for a long time, but as they drew out the search and had all sorts of different people involved, I started losing a little bit of confidence on. But ultimately, here we are. Joe Brady, the offensive mind, a dude who it very much seemed like it was at odds with Sean McDermott previously. He gets to be the big man on campus.
Yeah, the most important thing here, you say they interviewed a lot of people. Josh Allen hired him. I mean, that's a good hire by Josh Allen right there. Keep in mind, there were reports, all through the week and weekend, Josh Allen was sitting in on interviews, which is extremely rare. I guess it's getting a little more common, but this was a Josh Allen hire. Do you agree?
To some degree, yeah. I mean, Joe Brady has done a good job with this offense since he got there. Remember, I still vividly recall when they decided to fire Ken Dorsey, and I was like, the offense statistically is good.
Yeah.
And then Joe Brady came in, and you saw a difference. And I have a feeling that they like what Joe Brady has done there. Mm-hmm. I will be intrigued though because Joe Brady started having to make dinner with less groceries. Mm-hmm. Right? They definitely had a very good run game. The offensive line was solid, but the pass catching core that they had was, I don't know, regrettable, I think is the way that I would say it. And so will Brandon Beane do a good job of facilitating, especially with the head coach being the offensive play caller? I don't think he gives up that responsibility.
Yeah.
That will be an interesting thing to see how their relationship is versus what the Brandon Beane Sean McDermott relationship was when it came to acquiring talent.
I'm interested on what happens on the defensive side of the ball now because everything changes. You're right. I mean, there was some strife there, but now he's in that seat, so he's going to have a lot more say, a lot more power. Brandon Beane gains more power, of course, I think, as well.
Without question.
But he's going to have more power in terms of who the coaches are, who's the defensive coordinator, how does that all play out? So that's going to be huge.
How ready do you think he is for this? Because Joe Brady has been another one of those fast risers. Mm-hmm. It doesn't feel like that long ago where he was the offensive play caller at LSU at 2019, and then he makes his way to the pros as being a part of the staff and then being the offensive play caller.
Yeah.
And now he has an opportunity to be the head coach with a team that has expectations. Right? He's not jumping into one of these roles where you're rebuilding the team and you have an opportunity. This team has expectations right now and also at the same time has some clear deficiencies that need to be fixed.
12 wins, man.
They had 12 wins, but I think I actually like it, and I do think he's ready for no reason more than I think that relationship with Josh Allen clearly is strong, or else he wouldn't be named the head coach. And I think that vibe, hell, we talk about it here all the time. How's everybody fitting in? How's everybody getting along? Are they buying in to what the head coach is preaching. Well, the head coach is preaching exactly what Josh Allen wants here. I think it just goes back to the defensive side.
Somebody 346, a question that I don't really know how to answer. Keon Coleman out. I don't even recall how much of the Keon Coleman was with Joe Brady versus Sean McDermott. This is one of the issues when there's not a synergy of direction in mind in your coaching staff. Is I don't even know how various different factions of your team feels about your team.
No, I agree. I can't answer that right now. I don't know how Joe Brady feels about it. Now, here's the thing. We have very good firsthand experience right here. He's a hell of a play caller. I mean, he is a hell of a play caller.
He is. Yeah. He is. And it seems like at this point in the National Football League, that ends up being one of the most primary reasons to make some of these decisions. Although I will say, as quickly as I said that, there have been a number of hires recently, and particularly this offseason, that feel like they actually fly in the face of the idea of let's just go find a play caller and put them in this role. It seems like ownerships and general managers have been hiring in such a way where they're considering a little bit more the culture and how, who that guy is. This one doesn't feel though.
I think they all consider some type of culture. I think it goes into, boy, I hate this term so much, and I'm about to use it, silos. Is your silo defense, run the ball, we're going to win, built for the playoffs, all that stuff, which we've seen, here and in the postseason, or are you, let's trust the quarterback, be able to make plays. You're going to have to score points in this league no matter what. So I think, that's more than anything what the difference is in coaching hires right now.
Thumbs up higher, thumbs down higher.
I like it. Yeah, I like it. I think there's some continuity, some consistency there. The quarterback is buying in. How's your defense going to be? And are you going to be able to take that next
it
step?
seemed like they was fine with the way the offense and all that stuff was going. It probably was just a culture thing where they just wanted to get rid of McDermott.
Any concerns? Because, again, we'll bring this back home with Houston. You're still, as much as there's, some tumult around the way that you feel about this team, does this all change how you feel the Bills' place in the AFC as one of those teams that you have to get through?
Don't you have to consider that, especially when you consider some of these other hires? Obviously, Mike McDaniel going to the L.A. Chargers, and now you got Joe Brady and Josh Allen on the same page, and who knows what's going to happen, with the Ravens and Lamar Jackson and all these teams that were really sort of non-factors this year have gotten a lot better offensively.
All right, some other things around the NFL. Can I take you to Cleveland real quick?
Yeah, man.
I speaking of thumbs up, thumbs down.
Who want to go to Cleveland?
Apparently very few people. We talked about Mike McDaniel pulling his name out of that search. Was it Udinski pulled himself out of one of these searches as well? I believe it was the Browns.
Mm-hmm. He just did that a couple days ago.
Yeah, he did that a couple days ago. So we were looking around like, who wants to go there? According to a report, Jim Schwartz, who was currently the defensive coordinator, is, quote, gaining momentum to be the Browns coach, which I've seen others say is that nobody else is, quote unquote, gaining momentum.
What does gaining momentum really mean?
Right? Thumbs up, thumbs down on if they ultimately hire who is a long-term retread in Jim Schwartz and has shown to be a pretty interesting, solid head coach in the past.
Has he?
Well, he's been all right.
He was 4 years in Detroit?
Yeah.
And that was pretty much it.
His best thing in Detroit is they didn't go 0-16.
Yeah, I think he won the Super Bowl as a DC and Philly, or I think he won as a DC and Philly. Yeah, I think the first time.
Look, you talk about messes.
No, it's a mess because they just had an interview with the guy for the Rams. Yesterday or something like that. Yeah, they left L.A. with no decision or anything.
Well,
so you don't know if the Browns said thanks but no thanks, or he said nah.
Chillhouse is kind of young. He might not be used to writing out, his thesis and creating a structure for his written paper. On all of his. I still can't get past that they had dudes doing homework for their job.
Questionnaires.
He didn't put his name on the top of the paper, so he got eliminated from the search.
There. Yeah, there's 2 points off right there.
Sloppy handwriting.
Yeah.
Another point.
Penmanship.
Yeah.
He never learned, he's a little young, never learned cursive, so that really cut him down on his points. No, but sincerely, Jim Schwartz as the potential hire here, how do you feel about it?
Awful. I mean, the Browns, we also talk about, them being they're just messing it up even more.
At this point, why did you fire the coach?
Yes.
Why did you fire? You should have fired the coach in season at that point and let Jim Schwartz see what he could do then. I mean, to me, this made no sense. You better all keep it Kevin.
It's just they're going down the list. I would much rather, if I was a Browns fan, find some quarterbacks coach or something.
Wow,
that's to me. This seemed like a Lovie Smith type of deal.
Yes,
where nobody want this job, so let's just promote the DC to head coach.
Yeah,
for a year or two until we can get back into the market and get something.
Yeah. Hell, David Culley would be a better hire.
I don't know about that. You're taking it too far, man.
Hold on there, brother. See, when he said a quarterback coach or something, I'm just now realizing he was setting up the David Culley. That's all he was doing. Yeah. He was just trying to set up a quarterback, maybe even a wide receiver coach. Who knows? That was low. You didn't have to do that. Have you been following what's been happening with the Jets? The Jets have laid low. Aaron Glenn still. Aaron, not Andre Glenn. You see, I'm figuring things out. I'm getting better. They've laid low. They have not been very, prominent in the head coaching carousel or a coaching carousel at all. There's been a weird thing happening there. Did you notice this?
What's that?
So the Jets they retained their offensive coordinator, whose name is Tanner Engstrand. But there's reports that they have no intention to fire him. However, there have also been reports that his role with the team could possibly change. So he's the offense coordinator. He's the play caller. They're like, we might change his role.
Yeah.
And this becomes even more prominent because, according to Connor Hughes of SNY TV, the Jets are possibly working on a deal to hire Frank Reich to come in. And, he's an offensive guy. He's been a play caller. He's even been a head coach, obviously. That feels like they're basically hiring an offensive coordinator to take the job of the offense coordinator who has not been fired.
No, I that's exactly what it feels like. I don't know if they have a pre-existing relationship, though. That might have. It has kind of
him and Glenn.
Yeah, no, him and Angstad. I don't know, and I need to figure that out because it has all the markings of, look, man, we want to hire Frank Reich. You've worked with him before. We think that can be a good thing. Aaron Glenn, for all the bad things that happened this year, he's no dummy, and he knows how to get build these types of things. I think.
Yeah, I don't think that he's dumb. It just feels like such a very weird way of going about what is already a rough situation. And maybe the acknowledgement I need to make is that anything that happens with the New York Jets feels weird.
Yeah.
Because they are indeed the New York Jets, but this one feels odd.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie, man. I kind of wish something like that happened here a little bit.
Okay, so
where somebody just let's bring in somebody that kind of help with the offense a little bit.
Yeah, I think that might happen.
Does that
we haven't had any news of any changes in the Texans offense, but I expect something.
Yeah, who is somebody you would think can come in and help with the offense that's kind of related to that Patriots tree or John Carroll tree?
Well, you just answered the question.
Just like find somebody. But it has to be somebody with a little experience, right? That would be what you're trying to get.
How would you feel if Greg Roman came in here? He got ties to the
you mentioned him last week.
I mentioned him as a possible OC, but what if he just kind of come in to help out?
Yeah,
Nick Caley, just a glorified position coach with the offensive coordinator role. Is that what you're doing there?
Well, I think one thing we've established, or at least thought about, is Nick Caley in the passing game. Maybe not the most fluid combination there. Maybe not the best experience because he's always worked with tight ends mostly and run game and stuff. I mean, maybe I wouldn't be opposed to something like that. Yeah.
Greg Roman as a particular name does not get me moving because he feels like more of a running game guy anyways.
Maybe, yeah.
I feel like I would want to see, with the way that you're describing it with Nick Caley and what we saw, we know that he went into the Rams in order to help revitalize the run game. It feels like that's the thing that he has more strength of. I think you would want to address the weakness if you were
But
to
it
do
is something they
like
want
that.
to lean into.
Sure.
Yeah.
And so maybe you're just like address the strength even more or the desired strength even more.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have something about it. Is just this is a league where I need you to play football better.
Well,
as much as even though the league is
kind of need to run the ball a little better too.
Well,
they do.
I'm just saying the way they would think about it. They're just like, hey, this is what we are. Got Greg Roman in.
But he's still in there for a couple of jobs that exist. Now, I don't know that he gets either of them, so that's still the case. But then the question becomes, once you're in that place, being interviewed for that,
Raiders.
Yes, the Raiders job is still open, and he's still one of those names that is appealing for that. But also at the same time, Clint Kubiak is one of those names that is also appealing at the same time. And I wonder if the reason why we haven't heard much about the Raiders moving is because Clint Kubiak is still working. He is still working right now.
That would make the most sense because most of these jobs have now been filled. The Bills with Joe Brady, Mike McCarthy.
Yeah.
To the Steelers, Jesse Minter, Ravens, and go down this, John Harbaugh, Giants, Stefanski, Falcons, Halfley, Dolphins, Saleh, Titans. The only 3 jobs that are open are Browns, Cardinals, and Raiders. I don't think Clint Kubiak's going to be interested in the Browns or the Cardinals.
They didn't even interview him for the Browns either.
Yeah,
which good for him. He didn't have to go and do that.
Don't waste
work.
my time.
That's right. Save yourself some of your number 2 pencil. This is a good one though from the 832 here. If you're talking about Patriot system, offensive guy, has worked with Josh Allen, was given maybe too much credit in that. Brian Dable. You could sell me.
I would be down for that.
You could sell me very quickly. Except, breaking news, ESPN sources say that Titans are set to hire Brian Dable as the offensive coordinator.
Damn.
6 minutes ago.
Who else? Stab right in the chest.
Let me scratch that name. Let's go down to the next one.
Hey, man.
Hey, why are we having this conversation at this point, man? Ain't nothing going to change.
Hey, Dable. Titans.
Hey, man.
Yeah.
The Titans have put together a good staff.
They're putting together a little something.
That's a little scary.
Yeah.
The Titans have indeed put together a good staff there. So that's definitely going to have to be something that you watch as things move forward. And, of course, I should have mentioned this probably at the top. Salute to Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock, both Pro Bowl alternates, I guess, or substitutions, depending on how you want to see
with Shador Sanders.
I was just going to say, Fig, you know what? I love this. It's well-deserved. You know what ticks me off? It's all kind of getting it's a bad look because Shador Sanders got a Pro Bowl.
Look, they're in the same sentence now.
Oh, God.
Look at y'all like Shador Sanders bringing down the property.
Yeah, he is. He is. You put a trailer house in the River Oaks. You put
don't do that.
You did. You put a trailer house in River Oaks.
That's nasty business. That's a bridge too far. Man. You did too much here. I do want to see though. I do think that both of these dudes being in the Pro Bowl is going to be great for Texans social media. I think that this is going to be a social media gold mine with them in San Francisco rolling around together as Pro Bowlers. I cannot wait for that portion of it. So there you go. Salute to those fellas.
You're going to see a lot of Shador Sanders too, man.
Oh, yeah, you are.
Like it or not.
Yes,
that is true. That is true. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, Lopez, you've been really hot on the idea or big on the idea that DeMeco Ryans has been kind of a limiting factor, intentionally so, on the offense. Why is it, though, that you believe DeMeco is so emphatic about the Texans playing simply on defense but not so on offense? Let's talk about it next.
The Drive with Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
All right, in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you guys rocking with us on this Tuesday and whenever else you rock with us. But today is a Tuesday. I have to say that for myself, not necessarily for anyone else, because that is how my life is going right now. Regardless, all of our lives are going a lot different than we felt that it might be going maybe like 4 weeks ago. Mm-hmm. We thought we would be in heaven right now, and there was reason to believe that was the case. Unfortunately, some poor play, particularly from the quarterback, got you in a place where you bounced out. And the path still feels like it was there for you, but now we're in this place where we're reflective about everything. I think that
I'm still bad that they're not in the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
that we all get over the loss, but still, when you look at these teams and you see 2 weeks of hype that we're going to be a part of in Santa Clara next week, you still get mad.
How much fun
should be them?
Yeah, and the path was so clear, man.
Obvious.
It wasn't like Lamar Jackson standing right there, Josh Allen standing right there, Patrick Mahomes. It was so clear, man.
Yeah.
But, I mean, whenever your season ends, you go back and you look at all of the things. You look at all the little things, the big things combined. Obviously, the big things are the easier ones that we've kind of looked at early on. But I think some of the little things are things that we come back to. And one of those, especially for you've been really heavy on this, Lopez, the idea that DeMeco Ryans is super emphatic about being a fast, free playing defense, that he creates the system.
Yeah.
He creates the kind of the template, and then within that sandbox, he goes, go play fast, hit things, crash around, do those types of things. It doesn't feel like that has that same mentality on offense.
Well, it doesn't feel that way because it's not. Now, let me preface this by saying defense and offense, playing free and simple and straightforward. I understand that this is apples and oranges. I mean, this is truly two different things. On defense, see ball, get ball, attack, don't be too crazy. And we talked all year long about they just line up, they go get you. But it is from a philosophical standpoint, it is contrary to what DeMeco Ryans wants from his players. I mean, his words, you play better. You play better when you don't think as much. You play better when you just go. So why isn't that the case on offense? Why is it re-snap, read this, and call out this linebacker, and what's the coverage, and if the ball's going to go here, and as opposed to maybe a couple of quick, post snap, if you see this, throw it here, and just go play. Why is it that he's kind of contradicting himself? I get it, offense, he doesn't want turnovers and all that, but in terms of just philosophically, and I'm not just talking about C.J. Stroud. We've talked a lot about C.J. Stroud. We will talk a lot about C.J. Stroud. It's going to be a big thing. It's going to be a big thing all offseason. I'm talking about other players' perspectives as well. Like Nico, your second best player on offense. He's got very rigid certain things to do. Obviously, if coverages are a certain way, you go here. But are these other guys playing as free and easy and straightforward as they could?
No, I mean, the Erhardt Perkins offense, that is kind of one of the basis of what they do, even though this is kind of the word that's coming to mind for me is not quite the right one, but it's the only one I have, so apologies that it doesn't fit quite well. It's kind of a bastardization. Like there's a mix of various different things within this offense, and that's also a question that I think you have is Is there something that ends up being a little bit more clear in the way that this offense exists moving forward?
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that offense inherently kind of creates some things. There are some things that should be fast and free with it, right? There's like options that happen within there, but that requires a level of, relationship that is developed over time between receiver and quarterback, and trust that happens over time. I think some of it is just the imagination of those who calls the plays, right? I think that also exists within any system, right? Because I immediately went to system, but within any system, the practitioners of it make it what it is. We've seen people use different recipes or use the same recipe to different levels of success because the person actually utilizing it can take it up a level. I think that ends up being part of it. But I wonder how much the 713's point gets to this, which is they said they're starting to think that it's the quality of the offensive line, rookie running back, et cetera, that it's basically pointing to the idea of like the level of talent. There's something about, hey, we're just going to get out. We know we do. We're going to impose that. That happens with teams that are really good. When you have a whole bunch of talent, you can lean on it. Not to say that there isn't talent on the offensive side, because there clearly is, but it's not an overwhelming amount of talent to where you just go, we're going to go out here and run up and down on you because we have so much talent.
Well, you're right, and I think that probably 713 is right too. That probably is a factor. But when you just in your approach, we are really good when we just go. Except on offense, we don't want that. But, that's kind of what you're saying, and I think it kind of goes contrary to what his general philosophy is, because I think both his offensive and defensive philosophies have to do with the defense, and rightfully so in this case with the defense. But we have very recent examples of quarterbacks, probably I think most people would agree, not as talented as C.J. Stroud. Some would disagree, but let's just say not as talented as C.J. Stroud, being able to play that way, to play and be able to make that throw. Sam Darnold, I don't know what you think about his talent, but Sam Darnold was, they let him go.
I mean, he's got some talent. He was a
number 3 pick.
Yeah, number 3 pick. But
you get my point. Like he's been a guy that has struggled in similar situations, not fit, similar to how some would say, or C.J. Stroud would say he may not fit here. But in this moment, we have very recent examples of, when you just let them go and not think as much and play free, good things can happen.
Yeah, and I think that there's within this system, there are some tenets of that, and it usually happens when they try to run the football. The problem was that you didn't have the pieces to be a great running team. You possibly had pieces to be an okay running team, and even then, right, that not come together, especially when you start the season without Joe Mixon.
Yeah.
That's why I look so much at offensive line and the possibility of adding a frontline running back as such an important thing in this offseason, because if within the context of the system that you have, I think that is the place where you can be the most, I'm going to impose my will upon this other team, is going up to the line and being able to have dudes that move and create generation, space, and then having running backs that go, we're going to run, we're going to fall forward, but not just that, we're going to run through you as well and dictate upon you. I think that's it, right? Because there's people on the text line adequately noting that there's some inherent differences between defense and offense.
Well, I said it's apples and oranges, but I'm talking about just philosophically.
But there is there is the feeling of reactive versus proactive, and it does oftentimes feel like, I think there was someone
that's better. That's a better way to put it.
Where this this offense can be a little reactive to what's happening instead of proactive. And what's funny is I think sometimes the Shanahan offense can be a little reactive too, but it feels at least proactive in its answers, right? That supposedly it has. I just think that you weren't situated when you were doing that well, unfortunately. But if this is the offense that you're going to be, I think that, it has to – there's ways for them to have that fast free, but it has to come within the context of being able to run the football, which they weren't situated
But what is it doing also? And I mentioned Nico Collins, and we're not talking about C.J. Stroud per se, although it ultimately comes down to him because he's the one making those throws. But guys like – what were you saying during the break about Christian Kirk?
Oh, yeah, Christian Kirk. Yeah. First and foremost, I don't know how situated he was to be an option guy.
Yeah.
But I don't know that he strikes any fear in the heart of the opposing team. And it's probably unfair to be like, hey, every piece on offense got to strike fear. That's an unreasonable bar. But I do wonder if over time and with development, do you have more pieces that make defenses have to think, and then you can push and pull them in the way that someone like Jackson Smith and Jigba makes a team have to think, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm not even comparing to him, but I'm saying, are you putting some constraints on them, maybe stunting their growth? All right, forget Nico.
Christian Kirk is a whole product.
But hold on, I'm not talking about him. Forget Nico. Forget Christian Kirk. Jaden Higgins. I mean, are you really is he really flourishing the way he could because of the constraints?
I think he's developing. I think that there's something to be said about you had a rookie wide receiver have to take over a number 2 role in this offense, and he started coming around to it. That's another thing where I wonder, now do you have something that's closer to a 1-2 punch in year 2 as opposed to year 1? And then how do you feel about this thought that comes in from the 8-3-2? The idea that above everything else that we talked about, is it simply a mindset that occurs?
Oh, absolutely. 100%. Well, how we started this segment. Hey, just go when he's talking to the defense. And offensively, it's like, okay, just wait. Just wait. Let's do this before the snap. Don't forget this. There's a check down here. Run this route. Be safe. It's really of, just go versus just wait. And that's what's. I'm not mad about him. Just has me curious about.
Yeah. No, these are the large, broad brush things that I imagine DeMeco Ryans took the week and will take even more time to consider with their approach. Like this is the time where you evaluate, what is your approach? Does it work? Does there need to be tweaks? Yeah. And I think it would be fair to have some of that conversation. We were having some of that conversation last year in a very particular way. That being, hey, this offensive line, it doesn't feel nasty. Yeah. It felt like they started getting towards that, but I think that they could take another step towards that. And really, if you talk about on an offense, where does that type of mentality start? It feels like it starts on the front line. So maybe that is part of it, right? Establishing that type of nasty, and then you get that feel all the way across this offensive line with a quarterback that goes, I know I'm going to have time to step into my pocket, and that gives me a little bit of confidence. Yeah. With a running back that goes, I know I can hit this gap where it's supposed to be because these boys are going to move. Like maybe that's ultimately where you start to develop some of that as well.
I think they maybe lean into that just-go philosophy more with the offensive line and the running backs. We know that because of their blocking schemes, inside zones and such. They do want to just be that. It's just the whole philosophy offensively of sort of like, okay, just wait a second. Let's do this first.
Yes. That's going to be an interesting – I'm going to write that down and see if we can come back around and find who are the right players. Where do you find the mentality of offensive swarm within this team? Because it definitely has not felt like that, at least this season on the field. All right, you're in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping. How much do you believe this now with the Astros? And also – is this possibly where the Rockets might make a deal during the trade or towards the trade deadline? 713-572-4610. We talk about it next.
We're building up the offense.
GoLegal.com.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio's 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into some of the things that's popping. Again, I would like to salute Kalen Bullock and Kamari Lassiter for being named to the Pro Bowl. They're replacements, but it does not matter. They get to be honored. And I feel like the Shador Sanders conversation is kind of
You got to keep that same energy with Shador, man.
I'll point to that here in a second.
Alternate shouldn't matter.
I think in a larger scale, I'm not going to be, I think I've made it clear, I'm not going to be making any Hall of Fame cases based off of Pro Bowls, right? I'm not going to be doing that because of where it is. If you are looking at most positions outside of quarterback, you're still talking about good players for the most part, right? Like you're still talking about good players being Pro Bowlers. Quarterback ruins the conversation, though.
Yes.
And for the conversation for a lot of folks, which was why is Shador Sanders the case, I kind of looked at it and I did the math. So there's 16 starting quarterbacks in the AFC, correct?
Correct.
My math is right here.
Your math is correct.
The three that were selected as Pro Bowlers: Josh Allen, Justin Herbert, Drake May.
Okay.
I think that we were all good with those guys as Pro Bowlers.
I'm keeping count.
All right. Drake May is going to the Super Bowl, so he's not going to play.
Out. Yeah.
Trevor Lawrence was an alternate. He declines.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's 4 quarterbacks, right? I will take you to Patrick Mahomes, Daniel Jones, and Bo Nix. All of those dudes, season-ending injuries. They all need to, obviously recover, surgery, all of that. I will add to the list of AFC quarterbacks Tua Tagovailoa, Geno Smith, and Justin Fields.
Okay.
They all stink.
Yeah.
At least stunk at this year. God bless them if they can be better in years to come.
So we're
right?
at 10.
That is 10 quarterbacks. Aaron Rodgers is 42 bleeping years old.
Yeah, he's in bleep you mode.
Right? And Aaron Rodgers, just what we know about Aaron Rodgers as a person.
Yeah.
Does it seem like you get to his time off and you come and you're like, hey, actually, we'd like you to come in. You want to come in and have fun with these?
I ain't playing no dodgeball.
Yeah. Bleepy, I'm going to Egypt.
Yeah.
I'm going to somewhere in South America.
Yeah.
Somewhere. All right. So how many is that?
11.
11. Okay, very good. Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson. I think you might have a case for either of those guys. Lamar Jackson was banged up a lot this year. I wouldn't begrudge him taking time to just be like, hey, I need to get better.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow also, maybe that's the place where they should have gone, and maybe they probably
He's had
did.
a couple of injuries, and he might also be in bleep you mode.
It's possible,
so
right?
That's 13.
13 quarterbacks. C.J. Stroud?
Yeah.
I feel like he should avoid all cameras. And I bet he feels like that right now. That leaves you with 2 quarterbacks, Shador Sanders and Cam Ward. I kind of understand how this happened.
How would you feel if Davis Mills got the nod? Like, hey.
Oh, my gosh.
Have we seen that happen?
A backup?
Have we seen a backup quarterback be a Pro Bowler?
I don't think so.
We will in the future, man.
Yeah.
At this
the
rate.
way these people, yes.
Yeah. At this rate.
The problem with that is I still think Cam Ward would be a better pick than Shador. At least he played.
Are we sure that they didn't go to Cam Ward?
They might have gone to Cam Ward.
Is it possible that this was the last guy?
Well, what does that leave us with? Oh, crap. Shador Sanders.
Is it at all possible?
7 touchdowns, 10 interceptions.
Is it possible?
It's possible.
Okay.
But
And
why would? But
I don't
again,
say
why
this
would
to.
he-
I don't say this to denigrate him either. It's just how did we get here? I can see how this is how we got here.
But why would Cam Ward not want to go to a Pro Bowl?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why would Cam
That's a
Ward
good
not?
point.
Yeah,
I think Cam
yeah.
Ward would go.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
So they actually picked Shador over Cam Ward.
Rough.
If it went, and it's logical the way you're doing it, if it went that way.
Look at Tyler Snoop Huntley did go last year. That's a great point.
Yeah.
This is where we are. This is what the Pro Bowl is.
That's what it is, man. It is what it is.
Do we need 3 Pro Bowl quarterbacks? Anyways, that is how we got there. Do you believe this from Spencer Arrighetti? I forgot to mention this when we were talking about FanFest stuff yesterday. The FanFest happens, Astros FanFest happens on Saturday, or happened rather on Saturday. And Spencer Arrighetti, who is one of those, there's a lot of pitchers that maybe can escape your mind.
All of a sudden, sneaky good starting staff.
Well, he said that he feels like he's ahead of schedule returning from his elbow injury.
Wait a minute. An Astros pitcher said he's ahead of schedule?
Can I finish? I mean, I get it. The skepticism is well-deserved. But he did say that he was optimistic that he'll be able to hit the ground running in spring training after the recovery. And, obviously he was the dude who had the broken thumb.
Yeah.
When he was struck by the ball, then he returned. And then after, not having the greatest ERA 5.35, then, had to miss some time as well with the elbow. He said that it was inflammation and some nasty stuff going on, but he did not sustain a tear. There was never any concern on his end and that he was going to have surgery, is what he said. So, but he feels like he's going to hit the ground running for spring training. Now, how much do you buy into this? With, again, the caveat that we have a new training staff in stalls for the Astros.
Yeah, look, and this may surprise you, but as much as I was being facetious there about, hey, ahead of schedule, and you know how I feel about that. Never heard a guy say he's behind schedule. I actually listened to him, the availability he had with the media. He first of all sounded very sincere and very convincing. And you pointed it out. I mean, it's a different. They changed the medical staff and athletic training staff for a reason. So I actually kind of could see it happening where he'd be available.
And if that's the case, then you go back to your rotation of you add Imai to Hunter Brown. What does Ryan Weiss give you out of Korea? And then does Burrows land the way that you want to on top of Christian Javier? How does he look at another year removed from Tommy John? There's some names in here. Yeah, Imai, there's some names in here that you put into this rotation.
Sneaky pretty good. Of course, we all know, and not just the Astros, but every pitching staff that starts the season doesn't end the same.
No.
You're going to need that stuff.
But again, I think the more bodies that you have in here that are viable, the more opportunities that you can throw some of these at the wall and they stick. And I still very much like, especially after last year, the ways that you had a lot of these, what I affectionately termed quad A pitchers that came up and determined that they could be at least back of the rotation guys.
Yeah.
So what happens if you have all these guys that look viable and then those guys continue to progress or even look as good as they did last year? Do they filter in? Do you have competition and some level of churn at the bottom of your 5-man rotation or 6-man rotation, which of course, Dana Brown and Joe Espada have talked about wanting to do a lot more frequently this year. I just like the idea of having a competitive rotation, especially because anytime the Astros are any level of good, they can pitch.
A lot of right-handers, though. In fact, all right-handers.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
I had not considered that. So thanks for yucking my yum.
All
Appreciate
right-handers
that.
right there. So, still some work to do, but pretty deep as it looks right now.
Okay, awesome. Very good. Salute to what's my guy's name? Lifford, the AGM. James Lifford, the assistant general manager for the Texans, as he has his second interview with the Atlanta Falcons per Ian Rappaport. I don't know if I asked you this before. Does this actually move the needle for you? Because I do wonder for the average fan, do we even have a full understanding of what an AGM does and what impact they have on the staff?
No, but I think, being close to the situation here, I think we can all agree James Lifford has been kind of hand in glove with Nick Caserio. I mean, he relies on him. He basically came up in the league with him, or helped him come up in the league. He was slightly behind Caserio. So I think he trusts him. I think he's a big, important part of what they do. It'll be a loss. It would be a loss.
How would you feel if you were an Atlanta Falcons fan and you see this and they hired James Lifford? How would you look at how the Houston Texans, I guess, grew their team?
I think they're looking at the defense. They're looking at how they manipulated the draft. Lifford had to have been a part of that, even though Caserio pulled the trigger and D'Amico. But he's really, really high up. They're looking at how they've manipulated the draft to get game-changing players. I think they're looking at the acquisitions on defense. I think they're looking at some of the players they brought in. Otherwise,
honestly, they probably looking at all the players they did draft. Like you got a Kalen Bullock in what round? You got Kamari Lassiter in the second round.
Just don't look at the offensive line.
That's what I was kind of worried about a little bit, because I know if you look at the offensive line, you could probably be like, why would you get an assistant GM from there? But I think on the defensive part, you could be a little excited.
I think you are. If I were a Falcons fan outside looking in, I would be pretty excited.
So that salute to him. Speaking of drafts, by the way, tonight on Peacock, 6 p.m. Central, God's time, you can watch honorary coaches Carmelo Anthony and Tracy McGrady. Also, Vince Carter draft their teams for the 21 NBA sophomores and rookies for the Castrol Rising Stars game, which will include one Reed Shepherd.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I could watch that.
You could. Why wouldn't you watch it?
I absolutely could. That is a possibility. I could.
That is a thing.
Would you rather watch this or the Pro Bowl?
Yeah, I got to catch up on High Potential. Yeah.
Is that a television show?
Oh, it's great.
Is it?
My wife loved that show.
It's so good.
What is it on?
Peacock?
ABC.
It's ABC. Is it?
It's ABC.
ABC.
My boy said Peacock, and it's on ABC.
I don't know.
What is this show even about? I'm asking questions that I know that I probably don't actually want answers to. But
a genius underachiever that solves crimes.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah.
That very much
Yeah.
sounds like something I wouldn't watch.
Yeah, it's a little too lighthearted for me. It's too bright.
Lighthearted?
He said I needed to be more
Lighthearted.
gritty.
There's
I need
murders
I
in
need
every
real.
one.
But it's bright. It's bright, man. I need a gritty type of show.
It can get
Like Landman.
It's got a little grit
no,
to it.
it ain't got no grit.
Yes, it does.
No.
There's murders in every
No,
episode.
It's murders, but it's sunny as hell outside.
It's happy murders.
Yeah, that's what it
Who's
is.
out here murdering in the light time?
I need a dark, gritty type of Law and Order type of Trump show. It's too bright. They're in California.
I think he's a big fan of Law and Order.
I
know.
I am.
Yeah.
That and it is dark. Law and Order is. But shout out to Reed Shepard, who will be in this game. This feels like a game where he gets to have a lot of fun and show out. Does
Probably
it
gets
not?
drafted pretty high, huh?
I would imagine so.
Right?
Let's see some of the other
I
names
think
that are
so.
in here. Stephon Castle will be a guy that is well regarded.
Oh, he'll get drafted.
Montas
high.
Buzelis has been pretty
Yeah.
damn good this year as well. VJ Etchcom has been incredible.
Yep.
Con Knipple, Dylan Harper. There's some really good young players
Yeah.
in the league right now that will be a part of this game.
So tell me about it.
But Reed Shepard, I think
Yeah.
Reed Shepard will also have a lot of respect in this, and hopefully you'll get an opportunity to see what he looks like when he gets to fully unleash the clip. We haven't seen that probably since, let's say, Summer League, when he got a chance
Yeah.
to really run with it, and he's
Yeah.
like, "Oh, this thing can be fun,
Yeah.
right?" So
Yeah.
I think that'll be a fun reminder.
He was kind of showing off in the G League too.
Yeah, that's right.
Running
That
up 40
G League stint last year.
Yeah,
Oh my
yeah.
God. He was like, what is it? He put up like 40 something.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious. So yeah, that'll be fun. Unfortunately, that was not the case for him last night. However, the Rockets get a
Yeah.
win. It was all about the stars in this one. 33 points apiece for Kevin Durant and Alperen Şengün. One of them very efficiently, one of them not, but it did not matter. You used to show, and they did. 108-99. Anything special in this game for you?
For the Rockets?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, man. I think the fact that KD and Şengün were sort of, what's the best way to put this? I guess they were in sync, better than I've seen between the two of them. I said it earlier, instead of your turn, my turn, it was more of let's do this and feeding off of each other.
Better two-man game just generally
Yes,
in this
yes,
game, because
yeah.
there was a little bit of the Durant Alpe two-man game at times, and then very much you saw a fun Amin Thompson Alperen Şengün.
Figure you're going to
two-man
watch
game.
that Rising Stars draft tonight?
I probably will. Ain't nothing else on.
Yeah.
I got the extra TV, so I'm gonna do it.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
And real quick, and maybe we can find a time to come back to this. And
I ain't
talk about
watching
it.
no High Potential. I know that.
Yeah, you're missing out.
Did you see this? So have you been aware of what the Clippers are doing? The Clippers had looked really, really poor early on in the season. They've been on a 15-3 run. Like they're
talking about it too.
They're in the play-in as of right now.
They got rid of Chris Paul.
I don't know if that's why. However, the timing does work out. But they look like now. I don't know how well this will actually serve them in the playoffs because they will have had to do a lot of a run to get themselves into a place. But maybe they could climb their way up into high positioning in the play-in, or maybe into those top 6 seeds where they're actually in the playoff for real. And there was a blogger who had made a case that if the Clippers were able to turn it around to some degree, he said if they go 15-3 in any stretch this season, I will print and eat this tweet. And then he did.
He did?
He did.
John McClain.
Hey, John, that's the John McClain special. Yep.
Yeah, his name was Robert Flom.
Yeah.
He's a blogger, and I'm just like, why do people make these bets?
Why did John McClain make? He was going to eat the newspaper if whatever happened. I forget what exactly.
Forgot what the bet was.
Yeah,
he didn't know. It's on YouTube somewhere.
He went to his doctor and said, "Can I eat a paper?" And he said, "Just very little."
So this guy, Robert Flom, probably did better to just print and eat one tweet. But
yeah.
I don't think that he did this. Would you? In my brain, I was like, I'm going to go and get rice paper and make this. I'm cheating.
Look at you gaming the system.
I would have put it in some rice or some food or something like that. Cook it with the food.
I'm having them put it on on edible, like on a cake.
Yeah.
I'm having them print it on top of it. I'm cheating.
That's smart.
I shredded up.
Actually, I would have. Yeah, that's
yeah.
smart.
I would shred it up in some little pieces.
Yeah.
Just put it in something.
Yeah, pulp it up or something. Yeah, but apparently to this day, people still making these types of bets.
Yeah,
You would think that people learn. Nope. Keep making those bets. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rock with us. Coming up next, and of course, I haven't done this in a little while. I've jumped in the air and got myself out of whack. But Jonathan Alexander wrote a piece, and it's interesting because it was something that we were talking about on the show yesterday as well. But I have a question for everybody. How much does Sam Darnold, in the way that he's played this year in general, but then also particularly in the NFC Championship game, how much does it actually encourage you about C.J. Stroud and his potential going forward? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
All right, starts tomorrow, Houston Automotive Show. And look, it's not going to be what it was, but it's still going to be pretty dang cold out there. Good reason to get in.
Liggett of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I might regret doing this, but we always appreciate when you guys text in 713-572-4610. And we got a text over the break that said that they listen every day, which, again, shout out to you for that. It said 2 years ago, John Lopez put out a tip on how to boil the perfect egg. Peels perfectly every time. And they said, this has been the best advice I have ever gotten. Come on, you ain't got to glaze like that. That's a lot. Said, my wife is still thanking me for this trick. Keeps my deviled eggs the best looking. So I guess salute to you for this tip.
Well, you're welcome.
And you might as well put it back out here for those of us that didn't.
So how do you boil the perfect egg?
Perfect yellow, just perfect texture. All right, so you bring the water to a boil first.
Okay.
Don't put any eggs, boil first. And then with a slotted spoon, you just kind of gently drop the eggs in.
So it doesn't crack?
Yes, because if you just throw them in there, they'll crack. Just kind of gently put them in the bottom of the pan. And then as soon as you put the last egg in, however many you're doing, set the timer for 12 minutes. And the boil will kind of simmer down a little bit and then start boiling again quickly. So let it boil first, slotted spoon, gently put them in, 12 minutes, boom, best eggs you'll ever have. And the best thing about it is what he's talking about, the eggs come off. As soon as you get the eggs out, you fill another bowl or pot with almost exclusively ice, like
just really, really cold water.
A bunch of ice and just a little bit of water, and you put the eggs in there immediately, and the shell comes off the egg a little bit.
Oh, okay.
So you'll never have that where you're peeling them and there's a big chunk coming off.
Yeah.
No, they'll just peel right off.
Okay.
So the most key part there is another bowl or pan with ice, just a little bit of water to fill, to get to the top. Put the eggs in there. The ice will melt and the shells will come off the
Look
egg.
at that. You're not all beauty. You got some brains in there too.
Okay. Damn right. You're welcome.
So there you go. So shout out to the text. It's not a shout out Tuesday, but I figured might as well do that since it came in. Also, what's coming across? It seems like Carlos Correa is going to miss the World Baseball Classic in a similar way to Jose Altuve. He doesn't seem very happy about that.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know that he's very happy about that. But we'll.
You mean Carlos ain't happy about that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because Astros.
Yeah, but I mean,
Astros
that's the right decision.
He was kind of peer pressured, wasn't he? They asked Altuve, and they said, "Okay, how about you?"
Well, apparently
now I gotta.
Apparently, he failed to receive insurance, so he's not going to play for Team Puerto Rico.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So without the coverage, he would risk forfeiting his regular season salary.
All right.
Which
that would be kind of a little upset about that
I also would not go do something outside of work if it meant that I had a risk of my salary.
Yeah. If you do this, you could not ever get paid again.
I would be a little ticked off too.
Yeah.
All right. Jonathan Alexander for the Chronicle. One of the things I forgot about his particular lore is that he came from the Charlotte Observer. He worked at Charlotte, where he also covered Sam Darnold. Yeah. And this is something that we talked about as one of our lessons yesterday. At this time, actually, I brought up the idea that, hey, a quarterback can play within themselves and play incredible. And a quarterback that has had, issues in the past can redeem themselves to play that level of football in these types of stakes. And so Jonathan, seemingly in that same vein, wrote a piece about how, according to the headline, From Seeing Ghosts to Super Bowl, why Sam Darnold's ride should provide hope for C.J. Stroud. So I wanted to start with the question of, does Sam Darnold's trajectory, does his rise give you hope, give you encouragement about C.J. Stroud? 713-572-4610.
I actually don't see how it cannot. Just because, Darnold's had his struggle. By the way, he got shipped. He got shipped out of Minnesota because of similar struggles. Maybe not as
not nearly as robust, but he did turn a little bit into a pumpkin in the final few games of his tenure.
I mean,
in Minnesota.
The comparison is kind of eerie. Because that's about as far as we can go with him. He didn't get it done in the postseason, and then what happened? Another great season, another a terrific, maybe the best game of his life. To get his team to the Super Bowl, absolutely, it gives you hope. The thing that you have to sort of, take into account is what changed for him. And I feel bad because I'm kind of beating this drum like crazy. The Texans have to bend a little bit when it comes to what they're doing offensively. But I really just feel that he had Clint Kubiak. Clint Kubiak, all of a sudden.
And before that, he had Kevin O'Connell.
Well, and O'Connell's great. Don't get me wrong. I love Kevin O'Connell. I think anybody that has coached for him is going to be a good coach. But nevertheless, the organization felt that there was a sort of stagnation there, and he paused his development, and then it came a little higher. There has to be a good comparison.
Yeah, and I was there, and I think I largely am there, but I think I'll try and play the role of devil's advocate to kind of throw some of these things up. And sometimes the text line will do that as well. From 713, CJ isn't smart. He's definitely doesn't give me hope. That I don't like that as your analysis there. I mean, you're obviously within your right to believe that, but yeah, I don't.
How do you know?
I don't lean into that perspective, and I guess people will go back to the S2 cognition test was done there,
which was immediately dispelled.
Yeah, you've seen a number of people all across the sports landscape, the NFL landscape, say that we don't read into those things in the way that they try and make it seem that we do. But if to play devil's advocate, I think one of the things that you definitely have to bring up immediately is the time difference. This is a 2018 number 3 overall draft pick in Sam Darnold, and maybe you could say that you saw some of that turnaround 2 or 3 seasons ago when he was in San Francisco, but he had to go to Carolina where once that run game fell off because Christian McCaffrey, funny enough, against the Texans gets hurt, he becomes less of a capable quarterback. He goes and becomes a backup in San Francisco in that Shanahan, Kubiak style offense. And you start to see he came in and he played one of those games behind, was that Garoppolo still? And you saw, look, it might have been Purdy. You see, okay, there's some stuff here, right? Like there's some rehabilitation, but to what degree? Then he goes to Minnesota and you see, this is a larger degree, but is it sustainable? And now you see him in Seattle showing that sustainability. There was a process of time, and for Texans fans, I imagine we don't want to wait 3-4 years. And we don't want to see that all the changes that are necessary to get there. No, you can't. This defense is not going to be this for 4 seasons. I think that's a fair thing to say.
Contractually, they can't wait.
No, they can't to make that decision. That's also a great point. So it definitely took time. There was different stops. Although I do wonder, do you think that the stops were necessary? And how much do you think the times were necessary for Sam Darnold to find that rejuvenation?
I think they're necessary for a lot of quarterbacks. Sam Darnold is not the only one that has seen some growth that was really. I mean, hell, Baker Mayfield. Baker Mayfield's another one, and he slings it. He makes plays, and on and on and on the list goes. I think there's a lot of quarterbacks that at a certain age and a certain level of maturity. And you have to remind yourself, because it seems like he's been here for a while now, C.J. Stroud is still 24. He's still just 24. And so is
how old is Bo Nix again?
No, there are exceptions. I mean,
man is 37 years old.
Look at
he's 25. No, my point being,
but Drake May is
there's
young
dudes that are relatively young within the NFL that also are either similar age or also older, right?
But I think people sort of mature in an NFL way at different speeds. And I'm kind of thinking about this. I'm kind of just going to say this out loud as I'm thinking about it, more as a question, so I could be dead wrong.
No, but this is what we do. We talk it out.
Yeah, it's just sort of stream of consciousness here. I'm sort of thinking, I think there's a difference between being well-liked and being a great teammate. I think there's a difference there. C.J. Stroud is very well-liked by his teammates, by all accounts that we know anyway. But is he the great teammate that Sam Darnold has become, in Seattle? Would you disagree with that? Because I think a great teammate like Darnold.
What's the difference?
Well, with the injuries and sort of, he's talking about his post game this past weekend, talking about how he had to go through this personal growth as a teammate, and that's what kind of made me think about it and get better at it. I think you can all be well liked, but does that make you the best for what you're? But and really, what made me think about it is, what we talked about earlier, he's kind of got to get over himself and just, buy in and project as the leader of this team. This is how we're going to win, and I'm all in. You know what I mean? Because he's well-liked, but he's not making that. He's not projecting that.
But do you think it's still a little too early with that?
Maybe.
With CJ? Because Sam Darnold, he did have to go through a couple different teams and
he was
being benched.
Run out of New York.
Yeah, being benched and shipped off and be quarterback number 2 or 3, whatever you want to call it, for him to get to that point.
And I'm really just kind of, like I said, thinking and saying it at the same time, Reggie. I don't have any doubt. Those guys love him. I mean, just go down, his teammates. But does that mean that he's projecting the buy-in that he needs to project, the team, the team first mentality that he needs to project. I don't know. I'm just kind of spitballing here.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting question, and I think that these are the types of things that CJ definitely has to stop down and think about is how do you maximize your side of this? Because I think that there's another part of this with the Sam Darnold comparison for him is there was a lot of personal growth.
And again, he was talking about it. Yeah.
As you mentioned that he's talked about that he had to undertake within himself, right? A dude who came from USC and honestly had those turnover concerns there as well, but goes to the Jets, has to go to the Carolina Panthers, has to become a backup and be comfortable being a backup and take the opportunity to learn. Again, these are questions of, and we ask the question, is that necessary? Well, maybe not, but what definitely would make it, if it isn't necessary, that means that you definitely need to undertake the work so that you don't have to have something externally as a catalyst. You don't have to have something else externally jumpstart you creating that. You need to do that internally. So this is going to be even more so important that C.J. Stroud within himself and the organization around him makes some of those changes and addresses these things in such a way for him to jumpstart it and get himself on the right path.
See, I think it's kind of a tough conversation, too, because even talking about Sam Darnold, he had to go through these other teams to get to where he's at right now.
Sure.
And unless the Texans decide to just blow up this whole offensive staff and just bring in something totally different to try to change CJ, it seemed like the only option would be, if we want CJ to be better, is they have to ship him off somewhere else and he got to be a journeyman and just kind of.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, because that's Sam. All the quarterbacks you named, they had to go through that. Baker Mayfield had to go through that.
Yeah.
Sam Darnold had to go through that. Other quarterbacks had to go through that. Is it, I'm kind of spitballing too at this point. Is it any example where you had a quarterback that had a good year the first year, kind of struggled the next couple years, and then eventually get back to where he was CJ? Before? Yeah. Like, is it a good ending to this story where he could come back and be
on the same team?
Yeah, on the same team. Yeah.
That's a great question.
I know we kind of spitballing or whatever, but
yeah, that's a great question.
Because otherwise, the ending to this book is going to be, him going to a couple different teams and getting with a good coach.
Yeah. Well, we got a million texts coming in on that whole point about well-liked versus good teammate, and projecting the right things. It does seem like there might be something there, and I think you got me a little scared there, Figgy, with
honestly.
But this is all. It's worth being honest about. Is there encouragement there? Because I think very many people. There's enough.
And does he need to?
You could probably look at Trevor Lawrence, to be honest.
Yeah,
that's somebody that kind of came in, didn't really have that that what we thought he was going to be coming out of college.
Yeah,
and this year was the first year we were like, oh yeah, he kind of turned it around. We kind of found something.
And a good name that comes in on the text line now. There's a difference here. So maybe you don't see it as a distinction. Peyton Manning was a dude who absolutely grew.
But that's the reverse of what Figgy said.
He started off his rookie year.
He was terrible.
Yeah,
he was terrible.
As opposed to being really good.
But the point
he did grow.
And he was. It wasn't like just this rookie. He was bad. He was really bad for an extended period of time, and then there was a level of growth. Some of which that he gets Pep Hamilton a lot of credit for, which points me to one of the things that I was looking at was. With Sam Darnold, we talk about him having to go to different places, but how much of that was the circumstances in the organization that he was in?
Well, how much of it here is circumstances?
And not to say that, okay, there's zero talent, because I don't want to do that.
No, I'm talking about just offensively.
No, I know, but
concepts.
Sure, because I look at the Jets team that Sam Darnold comes into. Are you familiar with a Jeremy Bates? That was the offensive coordinator his first year with the Jets. His offensive coordinator his year, the Sam Darnold, 2021, where he was with the Panthers, that year was Joe Brady at the start of it, but he got fired mid-season. So there's a change that happens there. And then we know who his offensive coordinator, or at least who the play caller was, when he got to, actually it was Matt Rule was probably more there as well. But when he gets to San Francisco, we know Kyle Shanahan, and that's where you see some development. How much of it also is having that right leadership and molding there to be able to coach him and get him to the right place.
Ultimately, that's what we're talking about.
Right.
Ultimately, that's what it comes down to. We see it right now. We see it happening today. They fired a very successful coach in Buffalo, and they're bringing in the same guy that was there, Joe Brady, because of that connection that they feel they have with Josh Allen and Joe Brady.
So, I think that there is some level of encouragement in that you could see a quarterback who has talent, who looked like he should have been on the discard pile, who ultimately is now on the top of the sports, on the sports biggest stage rather.
Yeah.
But it's not full, unicorns and rainbows. There was some real work and there was some real time that complicates it. And it really depends on if they're going to be able to navigate the tough to the offseason.
Yeah.
Do they even want to undertake all of that, and will they be capable of undertaking all of that and getting it done in a singular offseason?
That's the scary part. Like, are they willing to make a change themselves, or are they just going to look at C.J. Stroud as the problem?
Yeah, that's the $1 million question.
And here's the thing.
I can't believe we're there, but I think it's possible.
And here's the thing. I'm not saying this like this is definitively the only way that you should handle this. There's an argument to be made that what we're talking about is a lot to try and undertake, and it might be more effective with your time benefit analysis to go, well, let's find somewhere else to go. Like, and I know that a lot of people are there, but I do believe that there's the possibility still exists for C.J. Stroud. How you get there is a real big question that we have to see with this team. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. And again, salute to Jonathan Alexander for the piece and the unique perspective that he brings with the Sam Darnold of it all. All right, coming up next, let's get to our lunchtime confessions presented by the Men's Clinic.
Casario. is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So y'all were talking about a consultant. That's where we are too during the break. Maybe the Texans need a consultant.
There's a lot of consultant talk just all over. But, I mean, that comes from where are the places, especially if you're not going to make large changes, where are the places that you can get better?
It's like so bad right now. That's not my confession. I'm just like, we're all confused.
I think the bad part is we know they're not going to make a major change. So it's like, hey, what about you bring in somebody to kind of help around a little bit?
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Now I'll get my confession.
Very good.
Non-sports one first, because I am very adamant and have long said that I am not a fan of baths. I haven't taken a bath probably in 35, 40 years. Baths to me is kind of, why would you want to lay in a pool of your own soot?
I know exactly what you mean, but I love that.
It just sounds funny
without the full context. Because I'm guessing you mean I just take showers instead. But you just going, I have not taken.
I have not bathed in 35 years.
Yes, that's what it sounds like. I know what you're talking about too, but that's what it sounds like.
I'm not a fan of baths per se. Last night I was really cold.
You soaked?
You took a bath?
I took
You got you some Epsom salt.
Look at this soft ass dude right here.
Literally. I bet his skin is soft as hell now.
I put that hot water on. It was like something in a movie.
Did you put some bubbles in it?
No, just a
Why not?
Hot water.
The house was
I
cold.
feel like it makes more sense if you do bubble. You just sitting in hot water? That's weird.
Yeah, but
he just made Lopez soup.
No,
that's weird, bro.
Ooh, who doesn't want some
all right.
Lopez?
No. Man, that's like washing the dishes with just straight hot water, no soap, no nothing.
But my thing was, I was just cold. We live in a house that was built like in 1914, so the floors can tend to be, get a little cold.
You got that wood floor too?
Yeah, the wood floor. Y'all have been there, and I was walking around like, man, I'm just getting cold. I can't warm up. We had the heat on and all that stuff. I took a hot bath. It was like something out of a movie. I dipped my toe in there. Ooh, it's hot. It was like that that old Eddie Murphy skit on getting in the hot tub on Saturday Night Live. And I was just like, I felt it felt so wrong, but it felt so right.
You should take more baths, man.
No,
it's not wrong.
I just needed to warm up.
I don't have a bathtub in my house. I just got straight showers.
Yeah.
But I miss the times where you could just, after a long day, put some Epsom salt in there.
Yeah.
And just kind of soak.
Yeah. Well, there I was.
You think Lopez was in there like a Rev Run with his phone,
with his BlackBerry,
just typing out messages?
I did have my phone.
I bet you did.
I was hanging over
Your
the
phone
side so I wouldn't drop it in the bath.
You should have got a glass of wine.
Yeah, there it is.
Candles.
These are my confessions.
So I was watching the Rockets game, and a friend texted me. Actually, it's a group text that I have, and it was just a random question. It was like, maybe this is insensitive, but why do British people have bad teeth? And I was like, that's a wild. What are you doing? And
did you do the research?
My confession is, that stuck with me way longer than I thought. I thought that was just like, how your friends sometimes will send something nonsense, and you just kind of talk about it and just keep moving. That one stuck with me. I lost attention in the basketball game for a period of time looking up. Why do British people have bad teeth? And there's not really a good reason, at least
the answer yes, first of all?
Now, in modern times, the answer is that is kind of overplayed. But in history, there have been moments where the British have not had the same level of aesthetic care for their teeth,
really,
as we have here. And I think that's part of it, is like the aesthetic appeal. Like, we Americans, we very vain, you know what I mean? And so the cosmetic dentistry industry, how that's come along, was very much more alive and well here than it was in Great Britain at times. And maybe they just don't care as much about their teeth throwing up gang signs and stuff. But the real confession is, at first, for a second, I was like, I don't know if you could ask that. And then I was like, I actually care more about this question than I had than I thought I would. I spent legitimately at least an hour thinking about, searching, and I had to stop myself. It literally was a moment of clarity where I was like, what am I doing right now?
Yeah. I mean, what answer did you come up with? What did you see?
Didn't even have a really good answer because this is one of those things where you hit Google and there will be some pages that are clearly based in Britain. They're like, this is nonsense. This isn't a real thing. And I'm like, okay, I want to believe you, but also I feel like you're trying to defend yourself right now and not actually telling me the truth. So I was Googling a whole bunch with all sorts of skepticism, and like an hour later, I'm like, why am I doing this?
But
to what end?
A lot of this, you just go to your personal experiences, having been there or watching shows of, like I watch the Great British, baking show sometimes.
Yeah, Great British Bake Off.
Yeah, or whatever it's called. And a lot of times I catch myself, that dude's got some bad teeth. Like, it's almost like it's just your own personal, like what? I would have said that the research said yes, that they do generally have worse.
Maybe they have a different type of way, teeth hygiene.
Maybe it's
Americans.
hereditary in some instances.
Well, I mean,
because it's not bad teeth like spaces and stuff. Sometimes it's not just like
it's
dirty,
just yellow,
yeah,
or
it's
tan.
not that. It's just like their teeth have like giant spaces in their teeth.
Yeah. And I have a feeling that it's somewhat cultural, the difference there. But supposedly, from what I saw, that is the gap has largely been closed nowadays. Yeah. But you asked 20, 30 years ago, it was there. Why? I don't really still have a good reason for it. Sorry.
Keep looking.
These are my confessions.
I got to confess, I'm not sure if I'm in the right or wrong here. And I was talking to Leroy, who worked in the front desk a little earlier, about something. So when we come to work, we had like some type of little key badge to get in the parking lot.
Yeah.
Or some people can use the Easy Tag. They can hook your Easy Tag up to it where you could just go up to the little gate thingy and it just open up.
Yeah.
Mine yesterday wouldn't work.
Mine didn't work either.
Really? Okay.
The Easy Tag thing?
Yeah. I almost went through that bad boy.
Yeah.
I was driving fast on the second level or third level.
That's weird. I'm like, what's going on?
Yeah. I had to go all the way downstairs. I had to call the man like, hey, it's not working. He has all of my information. I'm like, I actually work here.
T-Mill for him either.
Okay.
Wow.
This
is an issue.
Okay. So I feel, I don't feel that
so
bad.
It was a building problem.
Probably so, probably so. So, it didn't work again this morning. So
see, mine worked today.
Mine didn't work. I had to take a ticket.
Oh wow.
So I was telling
this
Leroy,
is real inside baseball.
Yeah. So I was telling Leroy, like, man, I need to talk to somebody so they could email the parking person that is in charge of all that to fix it, because I thought it was just me. And he was just like, oh, just talk to the lady right there. My thing is, I had issues with the lady in the past for some reason.
Wow.
So before
beef.
Yeah, it wasn't even beef, but she was kind of giving me a hard time. She was telling me how I went to her before about trying to fix it.
Yeah.
And she was like, oh, you could just use your key card on your key to get in. I'm like, yeah, but the issue is I have my key. I have an old school car with the key in the ignition. And I'm like, I can't just cut the car off to get inside the gate.
Sure.
And he was just giving me a hard time, like, oh, put it on the lanyard.
Oh, God.
And I'm just like, man, I'm like, all right.
Tell me what to do.
So I had to go to Erin Kapner to send her the email for her to do it. She did it. So I'm like, man, I got to go back to Erin Kapner.
And get the other one.
Yeah, because the lady ain't going to work with me on it.
You got beef. So, that's a beef. I don't care what you say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She seemed like a nice lady, but she just wouldn't. She wouldn't work with me.
Yeah, she ain't like you. She's like, oh, here he come again.
I had to go to a bigger boss on our floor to send an email for her to do it.
She said, here he come again. No.
So I was going to do it again because I ain't feel like going through this lady. I ain't know if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Or am I going about it the right way?
Yeah, no. I think it comes back down to
she wouldn't even work with me.
You got
man.
issues. Yeah, you got issues.
She was just like, just use your put it on the lanyard. She was going any other way without just registering my Easy Tag.
Y'all gonna have to settle this thing, man. One way or another.
In my days when I was working retail, I definitely know that person very well. That's like, I'm going to do everything to give you a solution that does not include me having to work. And I respect that person. I know that it would seem like I wouldn't. No, very much respect the person I will do mental work, but don't make me get up and actually do this because I'm not going to.
Yeah, because it's kind of a pain, and then I don't want to get to a point where I leave my lanyard by mistake, and then I can't get into the building.
Yeah.
So it's easier for me to keep it on my keys because I always got my keys. But she would not work with me on this one.
Man,
I had to go to somebody else to email.
I do want to get to one more quick one here because I think our listeners might have some input on this as well.
These are my confessions.
Coming from a text exchange I had yesterday. So we saw the Super Bowl prices, which, of course, as always, are outrageous.
It's like $10,000.
Yeah.
Breaking news. Very, very minimum.
We saw the national championship game prices, which, again, outrageous. So I came to the revelation yesterday, and I'm curious what you guys – I always have said, just once before I die. Just once before I die, I want to see the Texans or Houston get to the Super Bowl. I want to see the Aggies get to a national championship game. Came to the revelation yesterday that if that ever happens, I ain't going.
Oh, you just?
I don't think because I wouldn't go by myself.
You're not gonna pony it up?
No, I'd go with someone or the kids.
Come on,
boys.
you got the money to go, man.
$40,000.
You could pay. You could bring your whole family. Don't try that broke.
Don't you got movie money? What you talking about?
But let's say I do want to.
You got all these book deals.
Okay,
too broke to go to the
Just
Super
write
Bowl,
another
man.
book. What the hell?
Here's the thing. Let's say I do spend the $40,000 on tickets. Why would I want to? You want to spend $40,000?
That's your team, though, man.
I know, but
a lot of
that's
people would do it.
You said that you just need to go once, right?
Yeah, just once.
There you go.
Just once before I die. But would you guys?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
No, I already, oddly enough.
It's like a sad admission.
Yeah, oddly enough, the Super Bowl has never been all that appealing to me, mostly because of the way that it operates.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't have a fan environment.
No, it doesn't.
But
a national championship game would.
A national championship game would.
I don't know if I want to spend that money.
That one I'd be interested in, but a Super Bowl, it ends up being really corporate because those are the people who got
enough money to pay for it.
There's that, and then there's the allocations that are there for the NFL with all their different sponsors. By all accounts of the people that I know that have gone, they say that it just doesn't feel like any other game. I would much rather be at an AFC championship game than at a Super Bowl personally.
I'm kind of curious, out of all the diehard Texans fans we have, like the Debbie the Texans of the world, and
that's a lot of money.
I'm just kind of
would you spend it? 7-1-3-5-7-2-4-6.
I wonder who would spend that money to be there with some good seats too.
And also, whether it's Ohio State, Kansas State, A&M, Texas.
But I don't got to worry about that.
Whomever, Baylor.
Signetti moving around.
Yeah, but it's one thing to say, I could put that money together or I have that money. Would you spend it?
No.
Let's say $40,000.
I wouldn't.
For 4 people.
I'd have a bomb-ass watch party. You don't even understand, bro. We be in here.
Oh, yeah, you can spend $10,000.
Yeah, I'd have a bomb-ass
What about if it was just you by yourself? Like, just you? Because I thought about Adam Spillane, who he went to I think he went to the national championship game.
He got to watch his Indiana win.
Yeah, I'm sure it was probably maybe just he decided to go because this is it could be a once-in-a-lifetime thing. This never happened before.
Yeah.
Would you do it then if it was just you?
I probably wouldn't because I've spent too much of my life going to great events by myself already.
If A&M gets there, you wouldn't. If
I'd
it was
just
just
go
you,
with someone.
really?
I'd want to go with someone. Yeah. Isn't that sad?
I mean, it is.
Yeah.
That's the way that sports have gone. It really does suck because in modern times you can see a lot more clearly the big business of it. That leaves a good amount of fans out of it in some ways, but. That's the nature of business right now. That's how it continues to grow. But all right, those are your lunchtime confessions. Appreciate you getting involved from this 346. I'd rather get a new car. I respect it. Appreciate you getting involved.
Hey, that's facts.
That's very real.
That's how I felt about the wedding, to be honest.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, coming up next, let's try a little something else. No college football going on. Obviously, national championship, all of that handled. How about some draft news on a Tuesday? The D note is what we'll do next.
The Drive with
222-2222.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
It is a Thursday here in the Loop on Sports Radio. Tuesday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Hey.
I just tried to fast forward through the week right quick.
Yeah.
You hear that? It would
If only you had that much power.
Man, if I had that much power, we'd be skipping years at a time. I'd be so reckless with it. God knew not to give me nothing like that because it would be a problem, a capital P problem. Not just for me, for all of you. I'd be ruining everybody's life that way. But no, it is indeed a Tuesday. The one power that I do have is I get a chance to talk fine fun. We don't take it lightly. We thank you for rocking with us. Let's do a little draft news on a Tuesday. No college football really to get into, so it felt like the natural progression as we have the next couple of months gearing up for the 2026 NFL draft. So
D-note
is what we'll call it. It works a little bit less good than
Sound like
CFO.
a drug dealer.
Doesn't it?
Draft news on a Tuesday.
Got D-note.
Hey, I got that D-note.
Time for a little D-note.
And, hopefully it's good enough to where it'll feel like a drug for the listeners.
Yeah.
Where they're like, hey, man, you got that D-note?
Hey, we can do this all the way through April, man.
Hey, that's D-note over there. You got them bricks.
Oh, that's D-note?
It does sound, you know what? Yeah.
D-note, you got them bricks.
It sure does, doesn't it? Actually, you know what? I should start because there's one note that
I see what you did
we've
there.
kind of that was not intentional. That was not intentional.
The transition king over here, man.
Not even close. Not even close. But there is actually one draft note that I think we should start with because it hit Lopez so squarely where he lived. And shout out to our friend John Harris, who we need to make a part of the D note at some point.
Oh, he will be featured.
There's a lot of 5'9", pocket rockets.
That's right. I don't think that this gentleman will fit in the. John Harris made it alerted me to this, and so I alerted you to this. Did you see the Senior Bowl? One of the people who will be at the Senior Bowl who has to be on Texans draft watch.
Oh, yes, I did.
Wide receiver Tyron Montgomery. Now you're saying, Reggie, why would Ty Montgomery, not that one, not the one
where you play,
not the running back wide receiver dude, not the one who wore 88. Why would he matter to me? Well,
is he in the SEC?
He is not in the SEC.
Maybe,
a wide
maybe
receiver.
in some people's view.
He will be in the Senior Bowl, and he previously played at John Carroll University.
Oh, that's a wrap. Well, we got one pick down.
We have a John Carroll University wide receiver in the Senior Bowl.
Yeah.
How early do you draft him?
Oh, me or them?
You heard what I asked.
Second round, baby.
That's even more generous than me. I was gonna say third round, lock it up. Right?
Third round is insane. You got him being drafted like he's Jalen Noel or something, man.
Okay. Yes. What's your point?
Say that to Nick Casario face.
He's in the Senior Bowl. He's got the measurables, so to speak.
What are the measurables? Did you look at? Because I know you looked it up.
Yeah, he's got obviously a speed guy. Tyron Montgomery. We have to dig in on his draft role.
Do we?
Right?
Do we have to make him one of our like?
We should get to know him a little bit, man.
Okay.
Let me see if he got a YouTube channel or something. Stalk his social media.
Is he going to go to the combine? If he goes to the combine, that's a wrap. Right? Right? Because they'll have the interviews and all that stuff, and they'll talk about all the.
Man, if we see one video of Nick Casario talking to this guy,
he will.
It is over.
Whoever the Texans sent to the Senior Bowl will be taking a good look at Tyron Montgomery just to do it.
Yeah.
Just off of the strength.
Hey, John Carroll, huh?
Yeah,
they got a secret handshake. Little John Carroll handshake.
Do they have a handshake, John Carroll? But I figured that would be a note that you cared about, a note that more people care about. How about Diego Pavia with him being measured? Was it at the Senior Bowl as well?
Yeah, at the Senior Bowl, 5'9" and 7/8.
Yes,
didn't quite make it.
Does this not contextualize what he was able to do in college even more? It is sometimes overrated, the measurables of some of these dudes, because sometimes it's just about what can you do on the football field. At that position in particular, a quarterback playing at 5'9" and 7/8. He weighs in at 198, significantly lower on both stats from what he was listed at Vanderbilt.
Yeah.
The fact that he was able to dominate games the way that he was at quarterback at pretty much every level.
He's a football player, man.
That
guy's just a football player.
Football playing Jesse.
Does he need to be like a college football Hall of Famer?
Oh, I think he's probably going to be in the mix. I can't imagine why he wouldn't be somewhere down the road. No, I was thinking more in terms of NFL and next time. By the way, the Jets apparently had quote-unquote extensive meetings with Diego Pavia. this week.
They can't help themselves,
and they cannot help themselves. So here's where I'm going to talk about a couple of inches either way. Okay, I think Diego Pavia.
The kids are back in school, right? We did not close schools again today.
I'm being dead serious.
Talking about that snow.
Diego Pavia would like another inch, I'm sure. 5'11" makes a big difference in the draft.
That is the smallest quarterback that we've seen win a Super Bowl was Russell Wilson at 5'11".
And Taylon Green, the quarterback from Arkansas,
yes.
I think he'd like to take an inch away because he's at 6'6". And NFL profilers, NFL general managers. I'm not being funny.
I'm not laughing. There's a text that just came in that made me laugh.
I mean, I know it's kind of funny, but NFL experts and general managers and scouts, they hate quarterbacks that are over 6'6".
I agree.
They hate them.
I don't know what it is, but I very much tapped into this of my own accord, and it's just I think something gets lost at that. My thought is maybe just the levers of this. At 6, because in theory you go 6'7", and you're like, hey, you see over the line. Yeah. But I just feel like and it's not even just running the football or anything. The mechanics of it kind of fall apart. It's rare. I can't even think of if there's been a quarterback at those heights that has looked
Justin
good.
Herbert is it. I think he's 6'6".
And Justin Herbert's 6'6". Like I'm talking about, you get taller than 6'6".
No, but even at 6'6", you got an array. I came across a list: Felipe Franks, Jake Eason, Herbert, of course. Jake Luton, whoever that is.
Are you just naming tall quarterbacks?
Yeah, 6'6" or taller quarterbacks. Yep. Tyler Bray. These are all draft. Joe Flacco.
Joe Flacco was 6'6".
Joe Flacco's 6'6".
How tall was Brock Osweiler?
6'7".
Yeah, I mean 6'6" and over quarterbacks are not real successful. Josh Freeman, for Ryan Mallett.
Hey, that's Kansas State legend Josh Freeman.
Yeah, well, successful in the NFL. Mannion.
I remember Sean Mannion.
Yeah, who's now a coach, I believe, in the NFL.
I would not doubt that one bit.
Brian McClure.
Sure.
Was a 6. It just doesn't happen, man. They don't like quarterbacks that are over 6'6" or under 5'11".
And what's tough with Taylon Green, though, is he also has not demonstrated to be like
Jamarcus Russell.
All around. Yeah, his issues were not the height. Like you might even be able to make more of a case that the weight was more of an issue than the height.
Yeah.
And then there was also his proclivities towards certain ingesting certain things and then not really paying attention to the work that he needed to do. All those types of things. But yes, that particular thing with Diego Pavia, I took it more from the college football landscape portion of it. This probably, I don't know how much of it. He felt like a college football quarterback as opposed to a pro quarterback. But that one feels like it really deads his opportunity to do something special.
Yeah, it does. So tell me about Pavia, because I was looking at this and the draft profile, and he's got to get drafted. I mean, he'll be something.
You think so?
I think so.
You think he's like a day 3 flyer type pick?
I do, and that's what I was thinking about. I tried to think of, because everybody else comes up with comps. What is your comp? I came up with one. I don't know if it's good, bad, or indifferent. I think he's a combination, and now keep in mind, I'm just talking about profile. I'm not talking about skill set and winning Super Bowls. I think he's a combination of Jalen Hurts and Taysom Hill.
That one's. I'll have to think on that one. That one.
I think he can be a Taysom Hill type. Because he can run, he can finish. He's a football player, and that kind of thing. But
are you saying he can be a quarterback? Or?
He can throw some.
Okay.
I think he can do some. He's got quarterback. He's what do they call it? Quarterback traits, I guess. And possibilities.
Okay. Yeah, I'm. If he plays more than a few years in pros, I'll be surprised. Just to be entirely honest, these. I know that we are seemingly post height when we evaluate quarterbacks to some degree. Shout out to Bryce Young. Yeah. But I think that those things continue to matter in this. Seeing over an offensive line is one of those things that matters. Now, he is the type of dude where, like Drew Brees did a fantastic job, and he was 6 foot legitimately. But he did a fantastic job of being able to move and find those.
I don't see him being a full-time quarterback.
I don't see that being the case. Some other things on draft notes on a Tuesday. The Shrine Bowl took place up in Frisco. They do that there, and we saw some of those notes out of that. Sounds like there's a clear star that was born.
There was
out there.
They called him a sawed-off maniac.
That's quite an indictment, or not an indictment, but a kudos to a player like that.
Weren't you called that in high school, Figgy? A sawed-off maniac?
Nah, I wasn't. Nah.
So Navy defensive tackle Landon Robinson apparently is just moving fools all around. 5'11", 291 defensive tackle.
Might be too much. We might be asking too much here.
I don't know.
Not enough body.
Yeah.
Real small dude. It's good that he has the motor. Like, those are the types of things where maybe you can overcome some of the size. The size is very, very different there.
33-inch vertical.
The athleticism will help.
Measured at over 20 miles per hour at top speed. At 291?
The tough thing about it is him as defensive tackle, I wonder, can you make up for the size, or can you move him? But there's not really a good place to have him play. If he can show, now it's gonna be what are the tools that he has rush wise?
Yeah.
Because at 5'11", now he does have that size. Is he strong enough? Does he have the arm length? Because that's where we were talking about this basketball wise, where you have a dude who's like 6'6", and then you look up and they have a 7-foot wingspan. Does he have the arm length to be able to keep some of these guys at bay and maybe work against offensive linemen? Because if that's the case, maybe he can hold up some blocks and still be I don't know if he could be a one-tech, honestly, but he can maybe do some
He can
good
shoot some
three-tech
gaps
stuff and shoot
with
some
that
gaps.
speed and low to the ground and all that. Apparently, he's just been killing it out there. The Shrine Bowl, he's one of the absolute stars. He made the all Shrine Bowl team for what that's worth. And the other thing with Pavia and being draftable, again, I don't see him taking regular snaps at quarterback. But he's not at like this all-star game or even the Shrine Bowl, which is highly respected. I don't mean to demean it, but he's at the Senior Bowl. The Senior Bowl is
that's the big one,
the mecca, the mecca of all this.
Yeah, Poona Ford is 5'11", and he's been really good. Aaron Donald definitely has been on the smaller side, but you have to consider what we're talking about with Aaron Donald that's made him incredible. It's not just, it's also the power. So if he can show that level of power that Aaron Donald had in a compact frame, or someone like a Poona Ford, yeah, that could be interesting. But it sounds like, one, I know that the mentality is going to be right playing at Navy. Yeah. And if he can show that power and those technique, maybe he ends up being a dude. So, yeah, what's the name again that we keep an eye on?
Landon Robinson.
Okay, keep that in trouble. Hey, and especially if you get him at a discount.
And Navy, he's going to be a disciplined,
Is that a guy that you put on the Texans draft board? Is that what you're thinking of there, interior defense line?
No, I just know the Texans need that or always looking for that. So that was interesting.
All right, a little draft note on a Tuesday. We'll do that as we continue towards the draft in April. All right, you're in the loop. Coming up next, was Kevin Durant right? Are they still just learning what works offensively, or is it kind of just hoping that you get more nights like you did last night? Let's talk about that next.
All right, let's talk about Synergen X and Low T Center, the original.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
In the Loop on Sports Radio 610, things continue to move and shake various places around the National Football League. We were talking about it earlier, how the Jets were supposedly working on a deal to hire Frank Reich, even though they had not moved on from their offensive coordinator. They said that they wouldn't, that they would just find a different role for him. According to Adam Schefter, just mere minutes ago, apparently the Jets are parting ways with offensive coordinator Tim.
He must have been. He probably wasn't a fan of that.
I have a strong feeling that he wasn't. The way that Adam Schefter put Aaron Glenn and Aaron Engstrand had multiple conversations about the role moving forward. Ultimately, they made the mutual decision.
Oh God,
to move on.
You
that
had
might
to say
be that might be mutual though.
Hell no.
Yeah, that's like if somebody if Parker came in here and said, Lopez, we still want you part of the show, but we want you to work 1 hour.
Yeah.
And this other guy's going, you still gonna be part of the show.
Wait a minute, I thought
you
this was
gonna be
a bad thing. You got to come up with a better example than that.
And we go slice your salary in half.
That's all right. We'll work on that.
Like I still make $500,000 if it's like my salary in half.
Oh man, yeah. So that one came to bear there. So Tanner Engstrand, I'll need to go and actually review his work for real. That was not really a great circumstance for any offensive coordinator. I'm interested in what it was that he was doing there. You don't have to go too far, but I'm just interested in what that was.
Yeah.
And then also it's been made official that Mike McCarthy is the Steelers head coach. So that
he's on the podium right now.
Yeah. That is he there he is with his that tie looks like he bought that in 1987, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That looked like a tie from the thrift store.
Yeah, that tie is definitely older than me.
That collar looks like it's screaming.
All right. You took it to fat shaming. I was talking about old tie.
I am a big advocate of don't make fun of people's appearances. That's just me.
That tie look bad though, man.
It needs to be better.
That looked like an old alderman.
You know what he was doing? He was like, "Let me wear a tie that makes people think back to the good times of the Steelers." That's what he decided.
It looked like that tie was on Good Times, the TV show from the 70s.
Oh man! All right. How about this? The Rockets get a victory last night versus the Memphis Grizzlies. Not the toughest foe by any means. There were some interesting things, and we talked about this earlier. Some interesting developments that felt like they might be sustainable, particularly offensively. For me, I've been big on there needs to be more motion in this offense. If you don't have a ball handler that can create, and if you don't have like incredible shooters, what you need is movement to create movement on the defense, and then you can find seams to attack. It feels like we've gotten a little bit more of that with cutters and slashers and what have you. And maybe, just maybe, hopefully I'm not just projecting, but maybe we're seeing some level of progress. Was KD right then? Because there was a point in time where he was talking about this, right?
Well, let's hear from him. Let's hear from Kevin Durant, because I think there's an argument to be made both ways on this, but let's hear what KD said about that.
Finding out how I like coming off handoffs and pick and rolls and where I like to ISO. So we're learning each other, and we'll continue to learn each other as we both get better. We both get more acclimated to the system, So that process of like figuring each other out is ongoing throughout the whole season. Tonight's one of those nights you take a step in the right direction.
We're talking about Şengün.
Yeah.
We're still learning each other. The process is ongoing as we're learning the system, and it's getting better. And so at first I was like, yes. I mean, it was obvious last night. Last night was a really good KD Şengün 1-2 punch, not a you go, I go, as I've been calling it.
Right.
It was a really good, sort of joint effort, feeding off of each other. The pick and rolls, you mentioned that earlier, but also being able to know, how to play off each other. And it was a really good effort. But I mean, we're after the midway point here, and I started to think, man, still just kind of learning the system. And then I started thinking, hell, it happened on defense last year.
Correct.
I mean, they found a little bit of a revelation with the double bigs about this time of the year last year, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So,
in fact, I'm trying to remember, February is when it really felt like it was hitting its stride. But about this time last year, they found what ended up being one of the big answers for them, which was the double big, which helped solidify their defense and really leaned into the offensive rebounding portion of everything that they did.
So it led me to believe, okay, maybe, but there are some sort of mitigating factors that are part of that, and can they survive it? And that's what I was going to talk to you guys about today is like, does it solve the initiating question, the point guard question? Now, keep in mind, in this great game that Şengün and KD had together, 33 points apiece, Amen Thompson was really good.
Yes.
As part of that.
Without question, I think that that's all part of it. For me, I thought that the 14 assists, the career high for Amen Thompson, was in large part because of the style of offense. I don't think that as much as I want to give Amen Thompson his credit, and please don't view this as me trying to say that he did nothing to this end, I think that says a lot more about what the entirety of the offense was and the way that it flowed, that there was more opportunities for him to make that pass that led to scoring, right? I don't think that he is taking a crazy leap over the last week or so in his passing ability. I think that there's more opportunities within a flow that was happening on the floor, which honestly I think is also important. In the modern NBA, it's one of these things that's been a trend. They're not calling plays in the same way. It's not that you walk the ball up and you look over to the coach, and the coach is like, hey, we're running set number 34, and then you get out there and you run the set, right? It's more of
options.
The style that we play, it basically is. Option is, hey, these are the things that we do to flow into. We know that this is the style of things that we do. When this happens, you kind of triggered this, and then that flow, everybody knows, and you kind of work within that, the natural flow of the game. This feels like they found themselves a little bit of a flow where they'll cut off ball and they'll get to the middle of the floor, and then they're just more willing than they have been at all at any other point in the season to pass the ball around. None of y'all are so damn good that you need to hold on to the basketball and make sure to get this up if there's a better shot to be passed to. So move that thing around. And it felt like they've done that a little bit more in some of these games, particularly in this one, and I think that it shows with the men getting that ball around. And I think that also was part of, maybe not a large part, but a little bit of why Alperin, all these A names getting me here, was able to be so dominant, is that when you actually have this ball flowing around, the defense is worried about that. And then here comes Alperin going aggressively at an undersized or an undermanned big in the middle of the floor.
Well, and obviously we want to see more of this. We want to see a trend, next 3, 4, 5 games, if this is something that they can lean into and really sort of develop like they did the double big. I mean, they if you remember, they kind of just, dipped their toe in the water even with the double big lineup until it started to really take hold, and then it became a staple. I think the same thing is true with this. You got to see how it develops. But I do think they're realizing, and as you mentioned, there are fewer of these in the NBA and basketball these days, but there are still a lot of them. A classic point guard, the quote-unquote classic point guard, there are still a heavy dose of them, but not as many. And I think when you realize, well, neither one of our options would be a classic point guard in an NBA world right now. Obviously, Reed Shepherd has some of those attributes with ball handling and maybe distributing and running the floor and finding the spaces, but defensively he's not. And then Amen Thompson is absolutely not a classic point guard. All right, so how do we use them then? Because they still can get their assists. They can still knock down the shots. They can still attack the basket in Amen's case. And I think that's where KD and Şengün can initiate it a lot better.
And you know what's fun is that that there's actually reports that the Rockets are expected to end Tari Eason's minutes restriction soon. And I think that could also serve as a boon for them, because Tari Eason, in this game in particular, he's the first guy to knock down 3-pointers in this game. I think he had knocked down 3. He ultimately finishes 4 of 8 from deep. So he did miss some after his first few of them. But he was a guy who he's been shooting better than most of the guys, at least on the consistency way. And then he's an energy guy. He's a guy that's a little bit of a spark plug for their efforts. And I don't think it's a coincidence that him coming back, you see the defense improve a little bit with some of their intensity. You see the offense pick up some pace because he has that kind of energy. Now, sometimes he'll throw the ball away, which we need to work on. In fact, his mom was even tweeting about that, interestingly enough. But, yeah, I think that also helps with your energy, your motion. And that's one of the things that I question, right? When you ask, can they keep this going? Energy is necessary. If you're going to be an off-ball moving team, you've got to have the energy when you do that. So someone like Tari Eason being more involved with more minutes will be helpful. But just as a general, they're going to need to maintain that energy, especially as well, because I imagine that's going to help rebounding-wise. You look at this game rebounding-wise, and you don't have an individual that had 10 rebounds, but you have 8 from KD. Jabari has 8. Tari Eason has 7. Alperin Şengün has 9. Amen Thompson has 8. And I think that speaks to, and those are your starters. Talk less of the rebounds that are then filtered in by some of the other guys that work in from the bench. And that's going to be important, especially because of another thing, which is Steven Adams ain't coming soon. If he does return to you, it's going to be later on in the season. And offensive rebounding is still a vital part of what you do, or rebounding in general. And so you're going to need to find the energy to rebound because you're giving some size a little bit more and more as your bigs are going down.
No, and you don't know how much you can really count on Capella. He's been, he's had his moments for sure. And the other thing is you do have to sort of qualify it. I mean, because Memphis was greatly undermanned.
Sure.
And it was Memphis, a team that is 5-6 games under 500, something like that.
7, in fact.
7,
now.
Yeah. So you do have to take that into account. But I think the KD was, to answer the first question, yes, I think KD was right. It has to be those two guys, working together to be able to understand and play off each other for them to have the success.
And KD would know, right? KD has been as much as people will get him on the legacy front of being some level of mercenary and hopping around, having to jump in and find a way to make this work pretty quickly is something that he's done.
He's
a
a
few
basketball
times.
nerd.
He is.
Yeah, he's a nerd.
He don't care about nothing besides basketball.
Yeah.
And yeah, he cares about this, but he's also been in the circumstance where you're dropped into something and have to make it work. And he's done that, at the very least, you could say, with the Warriors, even if you don't necessarily love some of the ways that it's worked in other places. He knows what that feel is, and he knows how that tends to develop. I'm interested in seeing how this continues to look. And I think that I like what they've started to trend towards. It feels like, and not just because I feel like I've been right in some of this, but it looks like things that are useful and that could be sustainable. A good test of that will be tomorrow versus the Spurs.
And I think a big factor with all of it is we really haven't seen Şengün fully healthy. And I think he even talked about it. I think getting, he's had, I think it was an ankle. It might have been something else, but he had a little something bugging him, and he talked about, he didn't really feel like himself. I think he started to look like himself last night, getting a little more, burst out of his jumps and such. So getting him healthy is a big part of it as well.
Real quick, though, with this Rockets thing, because I think we've talked about that. We mentioned, though, Steven Adams, obviously not in this game. He dealt with that grade 3 ankle sprain, and he will be continuing to deal with that for a while. We know that Ime told Michael C. Wright that no help is coming on the point guard front. Do you think that there should be help coming on the big man front, seeing as, you're not going to have Steven Adams for a good amount of time? Alperen Şengün can only do so much as that guy, and Clint Capella is an interesting case. There's been some
limitations there.
Yes, there are.
Yeah.
There's been instances where he's played pretty big. He's gotten rebounds. But then there's also a game like last night where maybe you can say that you didn't need him in the capacity, but he only gets 7 minutes. And you go up and down with how consistent can he be, because you're used to having a consistent backup big that you use in big minutes and is a big part of what you do.
Yeah, look, I think you almost have to. You don't know if Steven Adams is going to come back. And this is your identity. This is how you're going to play. When you just mentioned all the guys and the rebounding, et cetera, don't you think you probably need to at least kick the tires on something out there?
Yeah, I think that as opposed to point guard, big is a place where you might be able to find someone at a very low cost that can come in and do what you're asking, which is not be a facilitator of your entire offense on
and
the
not
point
have
guard
to command
side.
minutes.
It is come in, soak up some minutes off of the bench, and be somebody that can rebound, somebody that can set screens, and that feels like that's a lot more doable on the trade market this year.
I agree, and it's also their identity, and that's what they have to lean into. You need another big to be able to do it.
So shout out to the Rockets. I thought that this was an interesting game. They did play a lot closer to Memphis than they should have in the middle portions of the game, but they handled it and they got a victory, and they did it with their stars. Speaking of their stars, Kevin Durant, one of those. What is one of the? You said that he only cares about basketball, and one of the ways we know that is sometimes the way that he carries himself, saying his hair is unbrushed, and one of the most favorite ones of the internet is that you can see his ankles be ashy sometimes. Shout out to him. He did something about that. Apparently now he is endorsing CeraVe. Are you familiar with CeraVe?
I am.
The lotion company?
Yeah, I am actually.
And he put out the first commercial, or I guess this was a social media push, in the best way possible. Kevin Durant reading mean tweets.
Bro, KD, please put some lotion on your legs, dog. Why are you actually watching my legs so closely, brother? Every time I forgot to put lotion on my ankles, I think about that one photo of Kevin Durant's ashy ankles. I had 35 on 12 shots that night. That is way more important than my ashy ankles. No way KD can be that ashy. No way. LOL. OMG. It was a skin incident. My legs went viral. It's all good. There's ashy and then there's Kevin Durant. So it's a new scale for ash. Kevin Durant knows damn well that running down the court with ashy legs is highly flammable. I have yet to see that. I've been ashy in plenty of games. I might not be a millionaire, but at least I moisturize regularly. That's good. That's an affordable practice. Hopefully you become a millionaire like me. They chant, "You need lotion," at KD. I'm dying. Oh, is that funny? Okay. No wonder he always wears those long-ass leg sleeves. That is not the reason why I wear leg sleeves. It's because I'm cold in these arenas, not because I'm ashy. Next time you take a matter into your own hands, make sure it's lotion. That's actually pretty funny. I don't have a reply to that. Going to be the first NBA player with a lotion deal.
There it is.
And there's
a lotion deal. I thought he answered those pretty good. Shout out to the person who had KD stumped. He usually got a comeback for everything.
I think he did a really good job.
Is he one of a few NBA players that could do something like that?
Without question.
Yeah.
That could just lean into the criticism.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And actually sometimes most times he doesn't. He gets defensive on Twitter a lot. But that was, and I thought it was great performance, so to speak.
I don't even think it's performance. I think that's why it's beautiful. That's just him.
He do it every night too.
He
by
does.
the way,
After every game, it feels like part of
He be
your
all in
post
the
game.
comments.
Yeah, part of your post game. Just getting I guess prep for lack of a better term.
He searches his own name
at KD Trey, right?
At least he had good conversations though. He kind of adds to it. It's not like the Honey Badger where he just getting real defensive and just blocking people.
No,
he actually add to the. He have a conversation with the person.
Absolutely, and now those conversations will probably be next time somebody says he's ashy. He's like, "Hey, I made money off of that. Deal with it." So there you go. Shout out to KD, clapping back once again. Just a rocket after our own hearts. All right, you're in loop on Sports Radio 610. It's about that time where we hand things off to Figgy Fig. What you got for us, man?
Yeah, so I came up. I didn't come up with this list, but I found this list of the top 15 best cities for dating. Did Houston make the top 15? You will find out soon. Plus, I think I'm gonna make Lopez. I got an idea for you to live longer, and it have to do with your grandchildren.
Okay. All right. Let's see if we can make Lopez live forever. We'll do it next.
In the Loop. is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the mixtape in the loop. Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to everyone out there. So I got a list of the top 15 cities for dating. Did Houston make the top 15?
There's no way it can't be in the top 5.
So wait, before you say that, I'm gonna give you what the criteria they gave.
I don't care.
Yeah,
you had me at dating.
Hey, let's see if you got that same.
Did you even date in Houston?
No.
So this is per consumeraffairs.com. They analyzed the 110 largest cities, U.S. cities, to determine the best city for dating, considering stuff like dating opportunities, cost of living, quality of life, and interest in dating. So you still on that bandwagon, Lopez. It should be top 5.
Yeah, this feels good.
All right, so number 15, I'm going to start from the bottom. Number 15, San Francisco.
Okay,
so we'll be at. So Reggie, I ain't trying to put your I tried to put your business out there.
It's a work trip.
Are you still technically single? Okay.
It's a work trip, though. You know what I mean? Work trip is a little
get
tough.
out of here. I bet, get out of here. You better not have a drink in your hand then, Mr. Work Trip.
Yeah, but our work trip, our work is a little different. Our work is a little different.
Man, come on, man.
Yeah.
All right, number 10, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Milwaukee
is interesting. It's a little alcove up there, you know, and I don't know. Is Milwaukee relatively young as well, especially because of?
I don't
feel it is.
I have no idea.
I haven't looked at their demographics, but no.
Yeah, number 13, Portland, Oregon.
I could see that. I could absolutely see that one. Yeah.
Okay. Number 12, Cincinnati, Ohio.
No idea.
Good luck to them.
Yeah. I'm going to speed run through these.
Imagine having to go to Kentucky to go having a date.
Yeah.
You got to fly into Kentucky to go to Cincinnati.
They really
got no
their airport ain't even in their state.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
Right,
Number 11, Seattle.
I agree with that one too. I can see that. Yeah.
Number 10, Buffalo.
Okay.
I don't know. Yeah, again, some of these lost on.
You're not far from Toronto, so I do wonder how much that also has an impact on this.
Yeah. Number 9, St. Louis.
Okay.
I don't know when the last time I thought about St. Louis is. Like this is the impact of sports on our cultural kind of.
Once they
collective.
left, you ain't had nothing to think about.
I do not think about St. Louis nearly as much as I
don't
used
play
to.
cards that much.
Yeah.
Nah, they're NL and everything, and then the Blues. I'm not really paying that much attention to hockey, to be completely honest. I just do not be thinking about St. Louis.
Yeah.
Number 8, Chicago.
100%.
Yeah, that sounds like a really good answer.
Number 7, Washington, D.C.
Again, 100%. Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like D.C.
pretty young.
D.C.'s got weird dating though, because everybody has some very close attachment to government,
But
and
it's
then it
a
ends
lot
up
of
being weird.
entry level businesses there.
Yeah, you got some young chicks that's like, hey, okay, you got it going on. Okay.
But you end up with a lot of aides, with a lot of
what kind
government aides of sorts, where you're like, all right, this person is a congressional aide, and now they're so concerned
a lot
about
of interns.
Yeah, that feels weird. I bet.
Yeah. Number 6, Atlanta.
Yes. Number 5 better be Houston.
Atlanta felt like the Wild West of this.
4 or 3 or 2.
This where it get
or
interesting.
1. Okay.
This where it get interesting. Number 5, Cleveland, Ohio.
Really? Okay.
I was shocked to see this.
We go to our Cleveland, Ohio correspondent, Figgy Fig. How accurate is this thought?
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know if I'm going to Cleveland to find somebody to date. Number 4, Minneapolis.
Okay. All right. I
maybe not in this very moment, but Minneapolis is a place that people don't think about a lot. It's actually a really nice place when it's warm enough to go outside.
Okay. Number 3, Boston.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Why didn't I think of that one too? That's got to be top 5.
Boston also. Yeah. More than you would think. A lot of different things there for you.
Yeah.
19 different colleges alone. In the Boston area.
Okay.
So, it's a pretty educated city as well, if that's something that you're going for. But, there's a lot of different things.
Is what I'm saying.
There's a lot of different things and different places for you, so you can get to the place that you need to be.
Number 2, Pittsburgh.
Oh, we on here, baby. Pittsburgh, there's no way in hell.
Yeah.
Are you for real?
Number 1, Rochester, New York.
Y'all Rochester?
Rochester.
Get out of here.
Number 1. So, Reggie, if you want to find a nice little date to go on, go to Rochester.
Rochester, New York.
This list is crazy, bro.
Yeah, so
I almost pulled a Sean Pendergast right there.
Yeah?
Yeah.
We'd have had two dump buttons in a day.
Yeah, so coming in if you want to know where Houston is, I'll let you know in a minute. But coming in last at 110 is Colorado Springs.
That makes sense.
Yep, and I'm going to go through the Texas cities, some of the main Texas cities.
Yeah, Texas really wasn't represented, especially cost of living and quality of
Dallas
life.
wasn't even represented.
Yeah, so Austin came in at 42.
Okay.
Lubbock came in at 45.
A lot of, I won't say.
Lubbock is higher than Houston, huh?
Dallas came in at 56.
They are smoking something.
And Houston came in at 60.
Ain't no way.
Well, they're full of crap.
Ain't no way in hell.
They are full of crap.
Yeah. So, Reggie, I wouldn't try to date nobody here, man. Don't even pay attention.
All right. According to this list, I'm gonna book
go
a flight
to
to
Rochester.
Rochester.
You know how many young bucks are dying to come to Houston on vacation or a work trip or something like that?
Yeah.
From 346, not expecting a ring in Cleveland. I can see it.
It's the mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610. Lopez, I think I got a solution for you to live longer, and this has to do with your grandchildren.
Okay.
And this is according to a study I found, and this is courtesy of studyfinds.org, I want to say. And they found that grandparents who babysit their grandkids a lot tend to be mentally sharper than grandparents who don't babysit their.
I'm going to live to 110 then.
Because they keep you on your toes, don't they?
Yeah.
No, we ask to. We ask, hey, Natalie doing anything? You doing anything?
Yeah. Now they did say grandmother. This occurs more with grandmothers than grandfathers because grandmothers tend to be more hands-on than grandfathers. But
they haven't watched me in action.
Yeah, I was about to say, how hands-on are you with your grandkids?
Look, man,
or do you push everything to jam?
No. In fact, the other day when one of them Natalie was spending the night with us, we took her outside. It wasn't as cold. I took her outside, and she goes, "Let's run, Grandpa." I was like, "Run?" So, of course, you know what I did? I ran.
Ooh, man.
We just
you actually ran?
Yeah, we ran like 10 or 15 at her speed, little.
Okay, I was about to say, I'd be fake running.
But I was dying. By the end of it, I was dying.
Do you think this study, I don't think it's no hard-hitting proof that this is a fact. Do you think this is
reasonable?
It feels anecdotally, it feels spiritually right?
Yeah,
if you're an older person, having that energy and having the, as you mentioned, like the unpredictability, kids keep you on your toes. Man, have you ever taken care of a kid? Just the thought of, as soon as you hear a sound, you're like, what's that? What are you doing?
Oh God, our line is not on our watch.
Look, you might bump your head, but not at our house.
Our go-to is not on our watch.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
No, it's funny too because sometimes me and the lady could be downstairs and we hear a little boop boop.
Yeah.
Look upstairs. What was that? I don't know. Oh well, we ain't about to investigate this.
Yeah.
But with a kid, you definitely got to be like, who is that? Is she okay?
Hey, what y'all doing in there?
Yeah, you got to do that. Yeah, so I don't know if I'm having kids anytime soon, so I might have to borrow some kids or something when I get older.
There's nothing like it,
hey, I'll be your grandpa.
Yeah.
Okay, I feel like that's not the way we should do this.
Hey, it's people that do that kind of have those kids that come in from college and all that stuff, and they just
that is the exchange. Yeah.
It was actually, I think it was a Kroger commercial about that.
About like being an exchange student, foster or what have you.
Yeah, a couple didn't have. I think a couple didn't have any kids and all that stuff, and then they had the exchange students coming in all the time and kind of keeping them alive a little bit.
Yeah, no, there's no question about it.
I feel like that'd be a great way to learn about American culture. Be at Figgy's house. I feel like that. Hey, what I need you to do in American culture, what we do is we take this weed whack, we cut the edge of the lawn. That's what we do. Everybody does. It's a rite of passage. So get out there right now.
I think I got a lot of nieces and great nieces, so I think I might be good in that area. It's the mixtape in the Luke Sports Radio 610. So we talked about, you heard the promos about us going to Radio Row. I want to say we fly out Sunday.
Yeah,
I believe so.
Yep, and we are flying Southwest.
Oh, you heard the news. This is where you're going?
Yeah. This is where I'm going. So today, I think they made an announcement earlier, probably around June, July last year. But starting today, Southwest Airlines begins assigned seatings, doing away with their popular open seating policy and all that stuff. So let's go to ABC Texas with this story.
Two factors, I think, driving this. One, Southwest's own research showed that about 80% of their flyers wanted an assigned seat, and more than 80% of the people who booked away from Southwest said they did it in part because they wanted an assigned seat. So they had clear data that this was important. The other thing here, you know, Southwest has been under a lot of pressure to increase its profitability. One of the ways it can do that is looking at where the trends are. And if you look at other airlines, they've made a lot of money selling extra legroom, premium economy, those sorts of things. Southwest didn't have that. Starting today, they do have extra legroom and assigned seating and this new boarding process. So instead of the ABC 1 to 60, you know, you have to check in 24 hours before, and if you're 1 minute late, you're in like group C67. That's all gone now. You'll have an assigned seat. There will be 8 boarding groups. They'll still pre-board people who need extra time, and then it'll be the people in the premium seating or their A+ frequent flyers. And then for general boarding, they're going to board from the back to the front is their strategy. They said they did more than 1 billion boarding simulations and then real-world testing to make sure they could still board the plane in about 30 minutes to keep those quick turns going.
You down with this?
Well, no. First and foremost, them getting out here being like, we did this because of you. You asked for this. No, we didn't.
Yeah.
Why you lying to kick it? Y'all trying to make money. I do appreciate that they're boarding back to front, though.
Yeah.
Because that has always annoyed me. How we got to walk, we got to walk through all these people to get to the back. It's already enough of an indignity. It would make more sense to get the back, and then you're not having to walk past people to get to your seats.
And the people that's getting on in the back be the last people on the plane. So it's like, man, let us on first then.
Yeah. Look, I agree with Reggie. I mean, it was clearly, financially driven, but I will say this: they didn't ask me, any of these questions. But I'm one of those 80%. I never liked it. I never liked it.
I actually was fine with it.
Ever.
Yeah, I was actually fine with it because I like sometimes you might. I think the luxury I like in it is when it's not a full flight and you get that seat and you be like, is this like? Hopefully nobody comes sit in this seat right here, and then that moment where you say, all right, everything good.
So many strategies you have to kick into gear and all this other stuff. I was never a fan.
I think I just got used to it because I always fly Southwest.
Yeah.
All right, it's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. This is kind of sad right here. I don't know if you've seen the actor from The Blind Side. You got Quentin Aaron who played Michael Orr.
Oh, really?
The Blind Side, yeah. So reports he's on life support in the hospital.
I didn't see any of that.
Yeah, he was only 41 years old. Had been in the hospital for 4 days after collapsing in his home. So I just want to say prayers up to him. And hopefully, everything work out, man. That's a little scary. 41 years old is pretty young, man.
Yeah.
Apparently, he had a blood infection, is what they're saying.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. So, some sad news right there. But also, I also want to give a shout out to the Houston Texans defense.
Okay.
And we talked about this early on when it was in the playoffs. Remember that report came out saying, I think it was from Aziz, pretty much saying they had White Boy Wednesday.
Yes.
Going on. I'm going to do it tomorrow.
Oh, yeah?
White Boy Wednesday tomorrow?
White Boy Wednesday tomorrow, man.
Okay.
All right.
I didn't want to do it after a loss and all that stuff, but
I'm in for it.
I got it all queued up. I'm ready to go, man.
Yeah.
So
all right.
Tomorrow, White Boy Wednesday.
So that is something to look forward to tomorrow.
And for those who don't know, they came up with White Boy Wednesday playing I don't want to say white people music. I don't want to generalize it like that.
Well, they changed the playlist.
A lot of white bands like from the maybe 2000s, that type of stuff. Linkin Biscuit.
You said Linkin Biscuit.
Linkin Park and Limp Bizkit.
Yes.
Yeah. They combine them.
Yes. Yeah. So a lot of that type of stuff.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna do it tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm in. 100%.
Yeah, I was in as soon as I heard it, and we were very upset. One of the many reasons we were upset after the Texans lost was that we did not get an opportunity to fully embody White Boy. Can you imagine going into the AFC Championship game with White Boy Wednesday, or even more, right now, if the Texans were going to the Super Bowl, all the hype and then
you're jamming.
Yeah, I wish we knew this early on in the season,
I do too.
man.
Here comes some Paramore out the gate. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
I try so hard.
That's what you have to look
At
forward to.
the end, it doesn't really matter. I'm ready for the white boy win.
I can tell.
You're ready.
I had to
You're
sit back and
working
let
on
you
it
go.
already.
Yeah.
All right, that is the mixtape right here in the loop on Sports Radio 610, 1:20 p.m. every weekday at the Figgy Fig on social media. If you see something they believe to be mixtape worthy, and it seems like we have created some new threats for some folks as old ladies. Somebody said, "I'm gonna tell my lady if she don't get it together, I'm going to Rochester." I see you, big guy. I see you. All right, coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. Earlier, we did say, with C.J. Stroud and the exit interviews, he gave them, him being D'Amico Ryans and the coaching staff, they gave C.J. Stroud notes to work on in the offseason. Were there any other notes for anybody else on the team that you think there should be? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about that next.
Nick Caserio shared his
Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Thank you, Figgy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Been a fun Tuesday here in the great city of Houston. Thank you guys for making us a part of your day. Shout out to the 832, and shout out to all of you whenever you text in, whatever insight that you bring, or just your thoughts, your opinions, your laughs. It really does make the show better. But yeah, we were just talking about the Southwest of it all. Shout out to Sean Pendergast. He done already put up a big amount of money for his latest Southwest flight or what have you. So he's not very happy. Appreciate him listening as well. But from the 832, they said they were on the first flight out of Vegas this morning on Southwest. So they
had the assigned seat.
One of the first few people on this new way of Southwest operating. They said it's different, but not bad. So that was the first reviews that we're getting.
And that's what we're going to do, isn't it?
Yes, in fact, yeah. We'll get that feel of it and see. Now, of course, I don't know that we'll have the same feel because we will not have booked the ticket and everything. So, which I think is a large part of the circumstance there. But yeah,
it will be different just flying Southwest because I fly all the time. It's gonna be a little different not lining up in that A group, B group,
or 24 hours before, setting an alarm so you can get on that first group
and still get C
and still get bad.
C group.
And you missed a good text here and made me laugh.
Oh, did I?
346. Talking about Figgy's list of best cities to date. Houston was 60th?
Yep, number 60.
He said, I need that link. I'm going to copy and paste it to my mom and mother-in-law. So I'm wondering.
someone's been on your ass about it. When are you going to get married?
Well,
look.
Find a nice girl.
Look, there's empirical evidence that it's hard out here. I'm trying.
Go to consumersaffairs.com.
Consumeraffairs.com. Okay, very good.
When are you going to find a nice girl?
I'm guessing that Figgy might post that somewhere at the Figgy Fig. It's his social media if you want to check it. All right. Earlier we were pondering even is the word that I'll use. What are some of the notes that maybe DeMeco Ryans and the coaching staff would have given C.J. Stroud in his exit interviews? Let's open that up wider. For the rest of the team, are there any notes that you would give you headed into the offseason for the rest of the team? 713-572-4610.
And just to sort of reset, DeMeco is literally writing down things for every single player on the team. Do this. We want to see you get better at this, et cetera. I'd like for you to transform yourself this way, whatever. And we talked about C.J. Stroud, and mine with C.J. really fell very simply, get over yourself. Why don't you be humbled a little bit? Because whether you side with him or not about this is a good fit, it's not a good fit, the offense, what they're trying to ask him to do, et cetera, it doesn't matter. They're winning, and they play great defense. And if that's the offense, sorry. I mean, that's the offense. Get over yourself and buy in a little more. And yours on CJ
I think they needed to refresh he needs to refresh the mechanics. There was a lot of times where he was off on his throws, whether it was high or later on in those games where he was just kind of missing a little late. Refresh the mechanics. And then also he needs to really master the pre-snap stuff. It can't be, there was excuse making, and I'll raise my hand about it for him during pre-snap this year. It can't come back and be the same. It's got to be. You've got to be able to be a maestro, get guys in the right places, have the right pass pro protection set to maximize what offense is if you want to be a quarterback that's successful.
So as far as like if you were writing that card out or that paper or whatever and handing it to someone, to me, mine first in the office would be Cade Stover. You have to get better.
As being a pass catcher?
You have to. Or else there might not be a spot for you here much longer.
You think so?
I don't know. I mean, young guy, one-dimensional. They rely heavily on the tight end in this New England offense. Brevin Jordan's coming back. So there's another receiving tight end. You'd think you'd hope he stays healthy, Yeah,
the knock on wood there, man. He's had a real unfortunate go.
I mean, buy a jugs machine. Just take it to your farm.
Hell, you know what? We'll let you borrow one of these.
Let me live on a farm.
We'll ship it up to the farm for you.
Yeah.
That's a great point because he goes and works his farm in the offseason. The toughness ain't the issue. I do wonder if it's let's be a little bit more diligent on pass catching because imagine if you have him as a more diligent pass catcher because Dalton Schultz was fantastic this year, and I think that what even if he comes back and gives you what he gave you, that's great, right? having another guy, especially one that you know that you can block, but then also has the threat of being a real, true receiver, not just, hey, we can dump the ball off to him and it's fine, but a real, true receiver, that forces defenses to have to adjust. And hopefully the Nick Caley, he likes the idea of 12 personnel, maybe even 13
That's another
personnel.
reason, yeah.
If you are more effective, then I think that you can start doing some of the things that we've asked from Nick Caley and that you want from any coordinator, which is do things that force a defense to bend, do things that move a defense out of their comfort zones, and then you can be able to attack them. So I think that'd be great. 8-3-2, I don't hate this.
Yeah.
Nico, how have you met a guardian cat, big dog? Like we might need to get him into that place.
Wow, that's a good one. Yeah.
Like that might need to be where we are here is guardian cap. I wanted to go to Dalton Schultz because, I have a particular frustration with Dalton Schultz, but he had a good season. It's just, can you be more of a dude who you can box out defenders?
Be actual a two-way tight end, so to speak.
Well, not even that. Like I think that he showed.
Oh, you mean as a receiver? I thought
as
you
a
were talking
receiver,
about blocking.
Because I think that takes him to a whole nother level. One of those things that Nico does really well. Defender on his back, they're not frequently getting through to the football. Even Jaden Higgins has shown an ability to defender on his back, box him out, catch the football. Dalton Schultz, it feels like they get through his body too much, and I think he adds that.
It's a bad year to complain about Dalton Schultz, man.
And that's the thing. But that's been a frustration that when it pops up, it really kills me because those hitches that they run for him, usually he's great at finding space. But in the instance that there's someone on his back, I don't trust him to bring that ball in. If I do how much better do you feel about? We need 5 yards. I can get that anytime I want.
Yeah.
If I can get Dalton Schultz to box a dude out.
And the only other one I had in terms of other players, what you would write on that card, and I don't even know what I would write. I just know that they have some issues with him somewhere, whether it's physical, technique, or whatever, is Juice Scruggs, man. What? This is a draft pick. It's a high draft pick that is just it's just lost.
Yeah, I was like,
he's
that was
lost.
very, very wishful thinking on you there.
I mean, it's almost as if, but he's got the body, he's got the pedigree, he's been on the field, he's made some starts. Where did it go wrong here?
I don't know, and
That's
sometimes it's not all that easy to be able to tell where it goes wrong there. Yeah, I don't. Is there? It's funny because we were talking about offensive guys. Is there anybody defensively? I know some people have come up with some names and like above that. Or there's somebody who went to Nick Caserio at various different points. Is there anything defensively where you go coaching points that you would like to see?
Christian Harris, listen a little better.
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
Buy
Christian
in,
Harris either.
whatever it is.
It's over, baby.
It's over with him too?
It feels like it.
Where was he drafted again?
Christian Harris was a third rounder.
I think both parties need to part.
Oh yeah,
I think Christian. I think
mutually
he can still
part
play.
ways.
Yeah, I think he can still play and go somewhere.
He's made plays.
It ain't here.
Yeah.
Yeah, appreciate D&M Auto Leasing because that voice you hear is Ron, the show Hughley. Soon thereafter with him is Clint Stoerner. We appreciate D&M Auto Leasing for giving us an opportunity to crosstalk. The question that we threw up there, D'Amico Ryans talked about it, and we know in football there's going to be the exit interviews, and they're going to, before they send these guys off to work on their own and have their offseason, they give them notes. We talked about the notes that we'd like to see. CJ, are there any notes that you would have for any players on the team going off into the offseason?
I don't know, game that well enough.
No.
Hey, man, I got some dudes up front that need to stop getting their ass kicked.
Yeah.
Well, how many of them do you anticipate being
says
bait?
Weight room.
No, that was the thing. Is there's definitely some things that I had, like questions or like points that I had about this offensive line. I just wonder how many of those dudes I actually expect to be back.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like maybe if you is there anything that you think that Jake Andrews can do to be a bigger, stronger dude? Because I feel like get big, be a bigger human being.
He's giving it all he's got.
Yeah, I was like, I think he's giving it all he's got. I don't
Blake
know.
Fisher's one where you're like, I think they're just trying to find a place for him on the field. He's still got issues.
We talked about it yesterday. The plan you would think when you draft two tackles back to back and you think Titus is coming up is to replace him.
Mm-hmm.
Is so you don't have to pay Titus big money and you can have them. I don't see how they can do that.
Yeah,
Blake Fisher.
Mm-hmm.
And say Blake is going to be guy like that's it to me up front. Still technique gets away from them and I mean and even sometimes, man, it seems like it's just even upstairs. Like it just they improved, but still anytime teams were going to send blitzes and pressures, like that, they would still have issues with that way too much. So that's still to me the just that part of passing stuff off and understanding exactly who has who. They still have too many misses when it comes to that. So, them dudes up front, really, I didn't really want anybody on defense.
Yeah, I'm kind of churn. Like that's where I didn't even. I think there's churn. I think if you end up with two more offensive linemen, I feel good. Whether it's a guard and a tackle or two guards, I think that I'd feel a lot better. Are there any notes that you would have if Clint Stoerner was the coach trying to give some notes to these dudes headed off to the offseason? Is there any notes that you would have for any of these players?
Yeah, I mean, there would definitely be notes. They would have a notebook full of stuff there as needs to work on in the offseason. I don't care who you are. I'm not privy to a lot of that information. I don't know them, obviously that well. But I think you're stuck in a spot where you got several guys that produced that are veterans and limited from a talent's perspective, and you got a lot of dudes that produced that are rookies and just need what rookies need. Woody Marks, Higgins, Noel, Big Ursery. I mean, you just got to get in the weight room and let an NFL offseason change your body, change your mentality. And so I think those are two areas where it's like, what do you really do? I mean, I don't think you get too with the rookies. It's legitimately just an NFL offseason, committing wholeheartedly, being a pro for a year. And with the veterans, it's like, hey, man, if you ain't already done everything you can to be the best player, then hell, your ass ain't. I mean, you ain't gonna be here long. So, I don't know if there's too much specific that I would. I mean, because you got all you're gonna get out of Dalton Schultz, you got all you're gonna get out of Nico Collins. I mean, we can get into the CJ conversation.
Well, we did. That's how this started.
Right.
I just feel.
I think that's where it all lies, right?
Yeah.
CJ's got it with this offense, with Nick Caley. It's got to be, you see these OCs and quarterbacks being just, attached at the hip.
You always feel like they're in lockstep, and you never felt that here.
No question.
Yeah.
Maybe that's part of it is, hey, y'all two need to find a way to get together and get on the same page somehow.
You know what? Let's slip in here and settle in on this crosstalk. I was listening to you all earlier today, and I think the mark of when we do our job right is when you got people sitting in the car talking back to you, or even wanting to push to call in. Had I not known that I was going to see y'all today, I probably would have got on the phone and called in. And I thought it was a good conversation y'all were having about CJ, and I got your point because you kicked it off with, I just want him to get over himself.
Yeah.
And I get that point from it, and then I think it kind of spawned to, I know Figgy jumped into with just like, yeah, man, maybe this offense doesn't fit you, but you figure it out, go with it and deal with it. The more I've been thinking about it, I was thinking about it. I want CJ to buck.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I do. Like, I want, like, and I hope this whole situation, because he hears it, no chance he doesn't hear what has happened. I hope this has hardened him to a space of, like, the hell with this. If I'm going down on the ship, I'm going down on the ship with me. And
on my terms.
And not just my terms, but, Doug, and Sean McVay ain't in here for me to just have to bow down. Yeah. Like, there's a part of me that wants him to be like, no, man, this ain't it.
I think he's done that. I mean, it seems like just from body language.
Well, I think
even more aggressive. More aggressive with it. Because to me, we can all sit here. I've heard Clint say it, you've said it like, no, man, he's too talented to try to fit him into this dumbass system that or just not even system, but mentality that they have. The mentality of do what Davis Mills does. Yeah. Right. When Davis Mills, like the glory days of Davis Mills, I know he went 3-0, but why don't you go take a look at them numbers again? Yeah. Right. Like 57% completion percentage. Like I just like to put him in that and say go. He's too talented.
Well, I totally agree, but my bigger point, Clint, was they're not going to change. Like, D'Amico is not going to say, you know what, let's go ahead and sling it around the ballpark and let's let Nick Caley run the West Coast offense. That ain't going to happen. So my point is more like, and he went with the defense and everything. So my thing is like, look, tell CJ, I'm sorry, you may be right, but you better fit in here or else then we got real issues.
I get your point. And I would hope to CJ to be like in some fashion go to hell. No, like no, I'm not like, and I wouldn't want my quarterback. It's dumb to put him in that space to me. Hey man,
and it may have been.
It's like, no,
but it ain't going to change.
I hope he doesn't just lay down. I don't care. I don't think Clint would. I don't think Clint would just lay down. I hope he. I hope he did. Well, look, there's Lauren will get Clint to lay down, but I don't know about that. But like there's a part of me like, no, Nick, we're not. I'm not doing this. The whole mentality of, hey man, a kick is good.
Yeah.
Ending this thing with a kick. Like, hey, man, let's not be aggressive.
Yeah.
Like, he's too talented for that. And I don't know, man. I would hope to see some pushback.
Yeah, I would hope to see some pushback during the season. I hope to see some pushback, when it all started. I think you're a year in. I think they are not committed, man.
That's my point. Yeah.
I think we can talk about.
Maybe.
Well, Nick Caserio came out and said it. I mean, hey, Kaylee's coming back. They are pot committed to this approach to offense. They're pot committed to the quarterback playing a certain brand. And I mean, I'm with you. I would like to see a CJ Stroud from jump that bucked a little bit more, but I don't think he's got it in him. I don't think he
ain't gonna win.
He
may not have had it in him.
He might have had the Kevin Durant thing happening where he was trying to be too much of a good soldier.
Oh, I think that is what he is natural. But hey, there are some things that may change some people.
Sure.
And when you hear people talking about him the way he's being talked about, there is a bit of, well, hell, man, if I'm going down.
Yeah.
Well, if you're looking at it from a standpoint of like, what's your end game? Like, there's no sense in just making waves now just to make waves. They're committed. They're like, what's your end game is. You and your agent need to sit down with Nick Caserio and say, "Hey, man, this ain't it, man. Get me up out of here."
Yeah, well, maybe
y'all done wasted 3 years of my career with these first-year coordinators. Now I'm in a system that I don't like.
Yeah,
y'all got to get me up out of here.
Yeah.
Or the end game of, hey, man, y'all, hey, can we compromise?
Yeah,
like, can we come together and listen to the table?
I think D'Amico does need to bend and let him do a little bit more stuff that's conducive. Just keep him happy.
Your quarterback, it's like when you like it almost. I get what you're saying when you say like keep him happy. You probably need to do the KIL.
Yeah, you're listening to KILT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. The drive is live. I'm actually good to keep having the conversation.
You take that out of my check, Parker. But no, I just like I don't I hope we get a more chip on the shoulder, hardened CJ. Because I'm sorry, I know many people are mad at him. That dude is a competitor. Yeah. That kid is a competitor. And before 2 months ago, everyone in here thought he was he had it before. Hell, 3 weeks ago he had it, and I don't think that is just going away. And to me, it's just like this is like we all sitting around here. This is stupid. Why the hell would we ask him to play like Davis Mills? Why would that be the game?
I don't think you're wrong, but you know the answer as much as I do because that's how they want it.
And I get what Clint's saying. They're probably dug in heels deep. But I still, man, the end game.
He's in no position to play to poke his chest out.
Exactly.
His chest.
Yeah.
And they're pocketed the other direction. For me personally, when we're talking about stuff like this, whether it's at work or football or quarterbacks or whatever, like. What's the end game? Like, you can't just make waves to make waves.
I'm glad you brought that.
What is the end game?
The end game is for our team and our offense to be as best as it possibly can be.
Yeah. I know what your end game is.
That's what I'm saying.
But what is his end game? He's not in a position to sway them to fire the offensive coordinator and change play callers again.
Yeah.
He's not in that. He doesn't have that kind of power in that.
And even if they don't want to do that, like we can come together about an offense that where he's in a space where he feels comfortable.
Yeah.
And what can be frustrating is that was what the bill of goods was. Nick Caserio or Nick Haley coming in and saying, I'm going to put in an offense that will adapt to the talent. Yeah. And it does not feel like that's been the case in a few different places, to be completely honest.
Well, I agree from the outside looking in, that's what it looks like. But I think if you set down Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans, I believe they tell you that offense is exactly what they want.
Oh, no, for sure.
They got to execute better. Quarterback can't turn the
football.
That's what they said. They got to communicate better.
And I believe you. And I want CJ to. I'd rather CJ kick up, have an issue, than to just get along to ride on.
They're all fixable.
Fellas, appreciate you letting us dig into your time a little bit. D&M Auto Leasing, we always appreciate the opportunity to crosstalk with these fellas. Again, The Drive is live.
The Drive is live, and you hear Clint. You see Tyler. Tyler's broke out the Oilers jacket. I mean, he's mixing it up. I still think that denim number is warmer than that Oilers one.
It was a little warmer today.
You think the denim's warmer than that starter?
Yeah,
is it really?
Yeah, because the sleeves them some hot box sleeves.
That is a Houston starter. That ain't like that old UNLV starter I had back when you were a baby.
That's the pullover.
My mama found out with that UNLV had some gang ties. She said, "You ain't wearing that out the house."
Got to keep you on your toes.
I had one of them puff starter, boy. I mean, that thing had them big. It was big, red, black, and white. Them streets of Baytown that was on City Under Siege got me. Yep. Mama hung up my UNLV jacket and said, "No more, son."
Yeah, the UNLV one. I was out there.
You ain't leaving the house with it.
Yeah. Text line coming.
UNLV and well, I know Tyler did. Hell, maybe they were gone by the time he got there. You know, Baytown was on City Under Siege at one point.
I did not know that.
I didn't either, but I
guarantee you, I did not know.
If I remember it correctly, it was something to do with gangs per capita or something like that. Something weird, something different like that.
OBT.
Yeah, that was in days when I think Hank Shrek had a Miami jacket. Mom said, "Nah, you ain't wearing that out there no more."
Yeah. I had the Miami pullover, the Hurricanes had the starter.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah, I had the pullover, had that number. I think Ficky said that the other day. I heard him on In the Loop. That was back in the days where you could just wear other teams' stuff.
Oh yeah,
because you liked it. The Eagles one was hard too. I had a friend had the Eagles pullover starter. You could just wear it just because you liked it.
I had an Eagles. I had the Kelly Green Eagles.
You had the Kelly Green one. Yeah, that was. Yeah, I didn't get to get a
Joe Montana, Kansas City jersey.
Did you?
Ooh, that's nice.
And that was I had the real one too. I got for Christmas. I waited till Christmas so mom and dad would spend a little bit of money.
At 19, yeah.
I wonder whatever happened to that.
Garage sale.
It's probably.
It was a real sewn on numbers and name and everything. It was a real deal.
I bet Pops probably got it somewhere.
Pops think if he got it, he don't forgot where it's at. Now Granny may know where that joker's at.
No, I'm not going to tell you they don't know where it is. They got it in a box somewhere.
I'm gonna have to hire them Storage Wars folks when Granny passes away.
Oh man, that's a good show right there.
Ain't no telling how many storage units she got.
Yep. I used to watch the hell out of Storage Wars. All right, somebody texted just manage the game out win like that. Rather than him do that, I would rather him buck up to this and just I'm not a fan of the just go along to get along because there's countless examples of Tom wasn't over there arguing with Bill O'Brien just for the fun of it, or other guys weren't arguing not even to the top of time. People will buck when they don't no, man, this ain't working. And I don't know. CJ feels like he is backs against the wall coming into next year. And this is absolutely the lowest that anyone has looked at him. People talking about trading him. People talking about moving on from him. Texans fans are done with him and all this and that. To go down in a system that you ain't comfortable in.
It goes back to some of the conversations we've had over the last week is, if I'm CJ, like a lot of people, and I view CJ this way. Right now ain't the time. You don't have the bargaining power right now. You don't have the power that you had a month ago. But right now is a critical time for CJ Stroud. And 10 years ago we wouldn't even be talking about this. Right now is a critical time for CJ Stroud and his representation to decide. Because just coming in with a bad attitude or coming in bucking the system or whatever. Nobody wins in that scenario. It's particularly him in his fourth year before getting an extension or getting traded. They've got to come to terms and go, all right, they've screwed us twice the first-time play callers. Where they've landed right now in year 3, we can argue. I know C.J. Stroud's got to feel some kind of way about it, hurting his value. You going to sit around for year 4 and do it, or are you and your representation going to go in there and have some tough conversations and try to get moved or buy in, one of the two? Those are the two options to me. But
I don't think you necessarily have to be an a-hole to buck the system. I think it's now if they push you and they're just like to hell with it. No, man, which they could do. They're like to hell with it. But I think there could be a conversation of, hey guys, can we figure something out where I'm more comfortable in this offense and we can mix some of this this stuff up, because I think that was probably the number one thing that you can see from him and other quarterbacks who are successful. You clearly see, like, he ain't comfortable or real major belief in what they're doing offensively. And can we come together, or is this just going to be, no, it's done this way and that's it? Because he's getting blamed for everything, and he holds a big piece of what's happening. But it didn't just start with the turnovers there. It was the whole thing of this offense and how it's done. Can we, as he said, bend a little bit? Like, I think this when I say Buck, like, this could be like, can we sit down and figure out what's going on with this offense? I believe this offense can be much better. You all have seen it. I can play much better. Can we bring some of these notes in? Because I think that's what good coaches do. And just not accept, like, all right, man, we just going to run it, man. We're just going to run it as this person texts in, hey, man, don't try to win the game. Just don't lose it. Like, can we move off that attitude?
Yeah, if you protect the ball, your chances of winning go up to like 90% or something.
Yeah, we got that too. Yeah, but I mean, like, can we? He's just too talented of a player to go down, and there are other things behind it, Clint. Of like, yeah, man, I'm losing out on getting paid. People are looking at me completely different.
Yeah.
But I would not hope that CJ just doesn't come in and just all right, Nick Kalen, y'all. I'm just going. All right, yes, sir. We're just going to do this. No, I hope he comes in with his thoughts and like, this is what I think can help me. Now, can we compromise and put something together? And I think that's what good coaches do. Now, if Kaylee is incapable of doing that and can only really run his own stuff, then obviously that's an issue. But I would just hope this isn't just a CJ walking in the door. As you said, we're at a pivotal point in his career right now that he just walks in the door and just goes into another offense, another year into this offense that he's not comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like. Here's the part that I get hung up on the most is, as I've said many times, is the communication piece with this offense, and that's one of those things where it would be a very easy fix. Let's say, because I don't know, but let's say for whatever reason, the more responsibility that C.J. Stroud has gotten in this offense, when I say responsibility, is what he said he had done his whole career, which was being able to communicate and have more control at the line of scrimmage, right? Okay, let's say that was a real struggle, and it causes a lot of the late out of the huddle. It causes a lot, and there's some kind of hurdle there that can't be fixed overnight. So now Nick Caley has to pare his offense down to where it can be communicated easier, right? Or you have to just accept that, hey, CJ's not at a spot where he can execute this offense, communicate this offense at an extremely high level, at a high enough level that they want him to communicate it at. And again, we're still at a place to where there's like, I mean, I just don't know how you handle that situation, other than just the quarterback's got to buy completely in.
Yeah, quarterback, but the quarterback has to buy in, sure. But I also think that there should be a working together to make sure the quarterback is comfortable and completely buys in, right? Like to just like, all right, hey, man, like, hey, Lamar, man, just here, man, we want you to just run this, dude. Like, we're not like, I mean, we're not going to use your legs. We're not going to use the things that are some of your strengths that have been good for you. And we've seen you be great at this. We want you to come and pull and do this, and not do like. I think it's a part of a coach's job and coaching staff's job, especially with a player who has shown you what he can be, to work with said player, and not just come in here and just say, because somebody just texted in and said, are you not listening to Clint, Ron? He has no agency because of his play. Players play and coaches coach. Well, I would say Nick Caley don't have no damn agency. The hell's he done? What agency does he have? C.J. Stroud's been better at his job before in this league than Nick Caley has. Nobody's got agency. They can all sit the hell down if they want this offense to be at its best and try to figure out the best way that everybody can do it and feel comfortable.
Hold on, so.
Now, if y'all sit down and do that and CJ still looks like he did the last two games, then that's a different thing. Coming up, the Patriots being in the Super Bowl it may be the worst case scenario for the Texans. Wait till you hear Clint's thoughts on that. We'll do that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
What do I expect from Nick Caley in year 2? Be cleaner operationally. That just
sports leader, Sports Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. As I see it, the text line, YouTube and Twitch is alive and well. Love it. Love the interaction going back and forth. I see you, Frank. I see you, Retro Ren. I see you, Champ Slice will be in the building. Jonathan, Brandon. Always have a good time with you on YouTube and Twitch. Joel out there every single day. Virginia, see you as well on Twitch. We have a good time every day. You want to text in 713-572-4610 to jump into the conversation. All right, Clint, explain what your thought is here as you see the New England Patriots. They're in the Super Bowl. We'll be down there next week as well. Shout out to Planet Fitness. We'll be down there next week to get ready for the game and get you guys the sights and sounds. But why is it that you feel like the Patriots being in the Super Bowl is the worst case scenario for the Texans?
Well, I mean, it couldn't get in unless you're one of those, in Casario we trust and D'Amico we trust, and whatever happens, just let it all play out. Unless you're one of those kind, you got to look at this Patriots being in the Super Bowl as a worst case scenario for at least for all of us Texans fans. One, just the history of the Patriots of the South, the New England thing. They're back. They're in the Super Bowl, so they're whatever hate one might have for New England, boy, it is alive and well right now. And so just that history in Houston, whether it's accurate or inaccurate or fair or foul, that is back because they are successful once again. But I think it's more of the similarities that New England and Houston have right now. Like the conversation we just had about Nick Caley, the system, the conversations we've had all week long about the team overall and the opportunities that were missed and yada, yada, yada. You look at the New England Patriots, and the fact that they're in the Super Bowl shows that what these guys believe in and what they constantly, the drum they constantly beat, it just lends, proof to what they believe in. Look at the similarities. You're talking about a defensive-minded head coach. You're talking about the exact same system offensively that they're at least trying to install here, right? You're talking about a rebuilt offensive line. A couple rookies involved there, and Andrews involved there. You're talking about they're doing more with less in the pass catcher scenario, arena, whether we're talking running backs, wide receivers, or tight ends. No Nico Collins. They don't even have a remotely close to Nico Collins, right? No. They're doing more with less in that wide receiver room. I would say Hunter Henry and Dalton Schultz are probably pretty comparable. I'd say Hunter Henry's probably a more willing blocker, but pretty comparable tight ends in terms of how they impact the game. Older veterans that are more leaders. Not real explosive, not really threatening a defense, but getting the job done. Running back room is good, not great. And you got a defense over there that's one of the better defenses in football. So I don't know, Ron. Can't we make that happen? If you're expecting change down here of any major, which again we've talked about multiple times, of any major player involved on the offensive side of the football, I think the proof is up in the Northeast right now, and they're gonna be on the big stage under the bright lights in 2 weeks.
Do you see any differences though? Like, do you if that's what their plan is and what they're preaching? And you said similarities in some places where they're better and some places where the Texans are better, right? You talked about the defenses. I think their defense is good, but I think the Texans' defense is obviously better. But do you see the differences? Because I can see some of the differences. Do you see the differences of why, to me, some people would say, yeah, in theory that sounds good, but there are some differences.
Oh yeah, no, they're obviously the offensive play caller's got Super Bowls under his belt. I mean, but so there's obviously a difference there. I would say the quarterback right now is viewed as being, quite a bit better right this second. So yeah, I think there's obvious, conversations and debates to be had if you're like literally comparing the two, one by one, position by position. But if you're just overall the approach to building a team and the approach to winning football, I think the messaging in both buildings are probably pretty similar.
Well, I could see the messaging probably similar, but I mean, Josh McDaniels running that offense is a huge deal. Right?
Oh,
I
no
mean,
question.
that's a huge, it's such a big deal almost that in comparative to what the Texans have and the inexperience they have, it's almost like I think there is an argument in some spaces. No, I would say it's at least about the same, right? I think their running backs are clearly better, but I think you could argue your receiving core is better when you got Nico Collins, right? So you could say it's about the same, right? I know we want to talk about competition. One played to a point where your offense was top 4 and second in scoring, right? The other one offense was able to put up 21 points against that damn defense, the Texans, that doesn't give that up to really almost anybody. I just it is such a difference with the play caller and what I think Josh, because Josh, one thing we know is Josh can morph his offense to what they said about Nick Caley. Josh has actually done it. I didn't know if Josh could do it until he had that year with Cam Newton, and it was like, whoa, hold on. He can do Tom Brady and Cam Newton? Okay, got you, Jack. Mac Jones and Drake May? Got you. I like that difference is such a big deal. It feels hard even to grasp the comparison on that part. But the message and everything like that you said.
Yeah. But it's not, it ain't, obviously you don't have Josh, but to simply say the approach, the belief, the offensive terminology, the scheme, the way in which they're going about offense. Now, it may not work with Nick Caley because you don't have Josh, obviously, but the offense is working to a degree of one team's in a Super Bowl. Obviously, Josh is better than Nick Caley, but the scheme, the system, what they're trying to get accomplished is being represented in the Super Bowl right now. And I'm one of the fans of hey man, I would rather see it. I don't like the system. I don't like a system that's not necessarily a great fit for your quarterback. I don't like a young offensive coordinator that can't do what he said he was going to do and necessarily build around the strengths of his team. Hell, I'll argue that the biggest strength that's needed to be built around is the one that Nick Caserio's telling you that they're not going to build around, the quarterback. But if you're sitting in their office, that's exactly what they're trying to accomplish.
Yeah. Well, maybe Nick can do it. Maybe Nick can get a little bit better with it. But, yeah, no, they got a lot of similarities, right? And D'Amico and Vrabel are probably similar guys, defensive mindsets, and they got a lot of similarities. Yes. Boy, that boy Mike hit a home run on that OC call. he hit a home run on that. I'm telling you, Josh McDaniels, with Nico, CJ. All right, coming up, if you have not heard this college football transfer portal story, I sat for 8 minutes and listened to the explanation of this story from Dabo Swinney. If you have not heard this story, I promise you don't want to miss it. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Will building up the offense be a major focus for the Texans in the offseason? Doesn't sound like it per Nick.
346-200-6700. That's 346-200-6700.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Before we get to this college football story that you if you missed it over the weekend, it is crazy. I'm not even mad at this snitch. I'm almost not even mad about it. He was prepared and ready though. Dabo Swinney. We'll get to that in a second. But Clint, news as you know, we had tied a record 10 coaching vacancies opened, and one of the big ones were filled. One of the ones that Texans fans will be paying attention to, and that is the Bills. They, if you remember, fired Sean McDermott, who was there for a long time, very, very successful, just did everything but get to a Super Bowl. And they fired him after the loss to the Denver Broncos, the overtime loss to the Denver Broncos, and they have now promoted and hired Joe Brady, who was their offensive coordinator. Remember, Joe Brady, he came in after they fired Ken Dorsey, who was the OC a couple of years ago, and then the offense started to jump start, added the run game a lot more, didn't put as much on Josh's plate, but he is now being promoted to be from the OC to the new head coach, a young guy, 39 years old, 5-year deal. When you look at this from many perspectives, do you think this is good for Josh? And if you're a Texans fan, is this a hire where you think, okay, this is potentially going to take them to the next level?
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to take them to the next level or not, but I love the hire.
Do you like it?
Yeah. Look, I think there's been two different occasions where Joe Brady has proven taking over off. Now I know there's been some hiccups along the way, but I mean when you look at what Joe Brady did when he took over at LSU, and they went on that historic run, arguably the best college football season ever, with Joe Burrow and company. I mean that was special. That they had great players. Don't get me wrong, but he had a way of highlighting those players and bringing the most out of, getting the most out of them, bringing the best out of them. No doubt about it. And then you fast forward to being in Buffalo and taking over, that offense, as you just mentioned, to making tweaks, which were pretty ballsy moves because it ran Stephon Diggs up out of town and made him less of an impact on the offense. And
but took the ball out of Josh's hands a little bit.
Yeah,
they started to really push the run game.
He tamed Josh a bit. I know it's hard to believe here when we watch how our defense has his number, but he tamed Josh a bit. And the offense got better. I mean, were they leading offense scoring-wise in the league this year?
They were up there. I think they were in the top three. I think they may have led in points.
31, I think, in points.
May have
but yeah, that's
back-to-back years.
So when you look at what's gone on in Buffalo, to me, I mean, there's a couple of the vacancies this year that there's a real emphasis should be placed on being as causing as little disruption as you can. I mean, as you mentioned, Buffalo's a good football team. Could there have been a need for a new voice? Sure. Could you look at it and say, hey, man, the offense is good. The defense just needs a new voice. The defense needs a change. We need to completely, renovate the defense and everything be fine with the offense? Absolutely.
That's what it sounds like. It seems like what they're saying is we didn't need somebody – because I was surprised if you're saying – because owner who stepped all in his mouth repeatedly last week, but the owner made it seem like, hey, we just can't get over the hump with this. We've got to do something completely different to get over the hump. And then they hire from within, which you would wonder But clearly their thought is we like the situation where the offense is, and I'm sure they feel like they need to add some players. But we like where the offense is. We just need a different voice defensively maybe, and they think Joe can be that. It's just when you look at that job and what they're trying to get accomplished, and the last step they have is to get to and win a Super Bowl, you would think maybe it would be somebody with a little bit more experience.
Yeah.
But who knows?
Well, I mean, the thing is, you hired you hired the part to your
Josh
point.
had to have a whole lot to do with it.
Well, Josh was in every meeting. They're trying to claim now, what I read was that he didn't have any say-so in the final decision, but I'd be shocked if you go with Joe Brady and Josh didn't at least say, hey, guys, I like Joe better than anybody we've interviewed. So, I'd be shocked if Josh didn't have a heavy hand in the final decision. Oh, yeah. But here's the thing is, you look at Sean McVay, you look at Andy Reid, you look at you can even talk about LaFleur and Jordan Love, like these head coach, offensive-minded head coaches linked with these really good quarterbacks are putting a good product out there. And so, and you know exactly what Joe Brady is because he's been in your building for so long. Josh Allen knows exactly what Joe Brady is because he's been in your building so long. So, yeah, I actually like this hire. It was just a matter of time before Joe Brady got a head job. I feel like he's the one guy that's remained on, not even the top tier of, head coach interviews every cycle that comes around, but he's kind of one of those that's just lurking. He's always kind of the second-tier guy that he's not a for-sure hire. He's not the Ben Johnson type deal, but he's always in the mix. And so I think it was just a matter of time before somebody that eventually happened anyway, so why not in Buffalo?
Yeah,
you know who he is.
He beat out McDaniel. He beat out Brian Flores.
Brian
He just took the job as the OC for the Titans. Brian Daboll beat him out, and a lot of people thought he was the front runner for it. Yeah. But and this is from I think any Texans fan or any competing team in the AFC, I don't dislike the move, but it doesn't right now get me to a space where I'm like, whoa, all right, Buffalo is probably in better hands. I don't know. Like when the Chargers hired Jim Harbaugh, I was like, oh, okay, they may get a little serious here when they bring a coach like that. And Joe is just more like, he has a relationship with Josh, but it's not necessarily like, oh, I know he is going to take them up a notch. But we'll see. Young hire and could be there a while. The funny thing is people have been trying to run Joe Brady out in Buffalo. Like him as the coordinator, they've been complaining about Joe Brady, and now he's promoted to being the head coach. All right, Clint.
Highest scoring offense in the AFC, man. It's hard for me to run that guy.
In there, they've been over me, especially.
Must be nice.
I'm telling you, yeah. This college football, this Clemson Ole Miss drama. What is this? Is this kid a linebacker?
It's one of the top transfer linebackers out of Cal. This is just one of those. I mean,
it is.
And there's one going on in basketball too with the G League kid coming back to Alabama and playing.
Yeah, 14.
It's the damnedest thing. But just the NCAA college athletics right now is just an absolute mess. I mean, I guess this is the time when you realize just how powerful they are because we're all still in love with them and watch them and follow just as close. Yeah. But what a mess. I mean, if you hadn't heard about this Clemson Ole Miss transfer portal issue and NIL issue with this linebacker, I mean, this is one that you can't make this stuff up. Luke Farrelly is his name. He's one of the top linebacker transfers that's in the transfer portal. Played at Cal Berkeley last year, and he commits to Clemson. Signs a contract with Clemson. $800,000 a year for an inside linebacker, Ron. For an inside linebacker. $800,000. That's where we're at in college football, by the way. $800,000 for 1 year. And he goes to Clemson. He enrolls in classes, goes to class for a week.
He's on campus.
He's in meetings working out with the Clemson football team. And all of a sudden, this new staff at Ole Miss starts hitting that old text message line and starts texting him. And says, hey, man, text him what – and by the way, this guy's sharing the information with Clemson. The Clemson has record of all these
The kid is telling them he is not trying to hide any of this.
I'm staying, just letting y'all know.
All the messages.
Just letting y'all know Ole Miss is coming after me, man. They want to know how much it would cost me to buy out, how much. They offered me $1 million instead of the $800,000. I'm staying at Clemson. This goes on for, I think, about a 48, 72-hour period here.
Well, it started with an assistant coach, and then the head guy at Ole Miss, Pete, came on. He came in flying with the text message.
I'm going to get there.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to get there. Yeah, they offer him $1 million, and he ain't playing. He's going to class, and he's going to meetings and all that kind of deal. And so Dabo has his general manager say, hey, man, call old Pete Golding over at Ole Miss. He only been coaching for about 4 weeks. Call him over there and let him know this is tampering, man. He needs to settle down and leave our guy alone. Well, Pete said, okay, I hear you. So here's what I'm going to do. So Pete, he texts the linebacker, and he says, how about I turn my 1 year, $1 million deal into a 2 year, $2 million deal? So he upped the ante $1 million. Long story short, they go back and forth. They track this kid down. Now, to the kid's credit, he did pull up in the parking lot at Clemson and let them know, hey, I'm going to Ole Miss.
I mean, $800,000 to $2 million. I mean, you just forced it.
Hey, man.
I wonder how high they'd have gone.
He is now at Ole Miss, and Clemson is, of course, I mean, I don't know if you call it pressing charges or filing, whatever the hell you want to call it, but the tampering stuff going on in college football. I mean, if you're brazen enough as a head coach and as a football program,
and they got all the messages, right? They got
all the text messages. Now the kid had told his agent that he was going to give them all the recent messages. So I don't know that they have all of the final messages of the $2 million offer, but ultimately that's what's happening in the kids at Ole Miss right now. But we're to a point where the coaches are brazen enough. A player's under contract in class. They literally texted him at 8 o'clock in the morning in his class and took the offer from $800,000 to $1 million the first time. That's how Pete Golding is literally personally reaching out to him.
Damn, and Lane left that.
Yeah, but that's the other wrinkle.
Lane
right?
Lane leave they open it. They took it from million to $2 million quick.
Hey, he learned from the best.
He skipped 1.5.
Everybody thought Lane Kiffin, the worst coach in college football, was going to go to LSU, and Pete Golding has somehow found a way to get on a level playing ground with him. He is pissed off Dabo Swinney, man.
Hey, Tyler, Dabo came with papers to that press conference. He called a press conference. I watched over 8 minutes of Dabo go through this entire story, and he's a hell of a storyteller.
He timelined it. He timelined it the whole way.
He's got. He should have brought
an overhead.
And I'll be honest, I wasn't even mad at that snitch. Like, nah, man, you ain't go. My man is in class. Like, you're just. Hey, man. Because he warned him. He said, "Listen, I ain't gonna make it public." Then my man Pete said, "All right, cool, $2 million."
Hey, the best part of the whole story when you're watching that video is Dabo is like what was what's the Duke's name? Mine just blank. John Wayne. He's like John Wayne in a Western, and you feel like he's fixing to get the best of somebody. And then he goes, well, I'll be damned if old Pete didn't offer him $2 million, and he's out of here. It was a real letdown. I thought Dabo was fixing to steal the show with like, yeah, damn it. We sued the hell out of him and got $20 million. You ain't doing this in college football no more. Instead, he said, yeah, God told us he was going to Ole Miss.
Hey, man, my man Dabo said, man, I wasn't even getting into this transfer portal stuff. And now I get in and this is exactly why the hell I'm out.
Yeah, now I'm in it and I'm losing a Cal Berkeley linebacker that's my age.
To Pete Golding.
Yeah, right, to Ole Miss.
$2 million.
Oh, man.
My man's in class in Clemson. All right, coming up. I got a question to ask Clint, Tyler, and the people about our guy CJ, because it is something that has helped me kind of figure out my thoughts with CJ. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, power outages can happen anytime. We got lucky this year with hurricane season. My bulkhead and our.
Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Rock and roll! Touchdown, Texans!
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Here we go. CJ in the gun. Fires over the middle. Tipped and intercepted. A rolling catch. Here's Woodson over the 40 and knocked down. Big hit at the 36-yard line by Woody Marks. Another pick. Third of the game. That one was high. And off the deflection, Woodson got it.
All right, welcome back in. Hour 2. Tyler wanted to play that.
Just setting the tone, baby. So negative.
Tyler wanted to play that. Then the first thing I look on the text line and I see is CJ's a fraud.
3 interceptions in the divisional round will have people saying that about you.
And it was 4, but who's counting? But
damn it, you're right. Vandermeer's voice was ringing in my dome off that highlight. He had one more in him.
I want to give it the full truth and context.
He had one more in him.
Tyler was out at 3, but he threw one more.
Yeah, the fourth one may have been the worst, or the second worst. Nothing was better than that jackpot shot he threw up.
500!
Yeah. Now I feel a little worse about that because he did get his arm hit. At first, I thought he just ran back and threw it up, fly ball up, but his arm did get hit on that one, so I will give him that. But no, welcome back in as we get going here today. A little real or fake coming up a little bit later on. But I wanted to, because I've been asking myself this question, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. And I think this is kind of where I start with my feelings of I don't think that this is what CJ is going to be. I saw somebody text in earlier and say, like, they've got to treat this the way New England did Mac Jones. He's not going to be able to recover from this. Just move on and get your next Drake May. Listen, everybody's entitled to their opinion, but I would just I started with this question myself, and I want to pose it to everybody here. Do you think C.J. Stroud is scared of the moment? And I say scared, like scared of the moment. Don't want it. Didn't want to be out. Didn't want it. Or do you think it was a situation where he just played poorly? Like, do you think he was scared of the moment? And for me, Clint, I didn't get a sense either one of the games that he was scared, that he didn't want the moment. I got shell-shocked. I got, like, confidence is waning. But I didn't get, like, we've seen athletes, people, like, they don't want it. They don't want it. They don't want it anymore. They don't want to be out there. You can see it in basketball a lot. They don't want to take shots. They don't want to be out there. I didn't get that. Do you get, because I think a lot of people are concerned about CJ in the big moment. I get that, but I think that's different than being scared. Do you get the feel when you watch it he's scared of the moment?
No, I mean I'm assuming you're using the term scared for a reason. No, I don't think scared is the right.
Like scared, like meaning like he didn't really want to.
I think, I think he is I think he has a hard time handling adversity. I think the passive good guy approach is hard to follow when adversity strikes. It's easy to follow the quarterback when you're indoors and you're throwing for 300 yards and you're not throwing interceptions, but when you're outside and you're in enemy territory and things aren't going great, that's when that's when you find out whether your quarterback has ice water in his veins. That's when you figure out if your guy can the other team rattle him at all? Can the circumstances overwhelm him and rattle him at all? And I think ultimately he doesn't have that. I think it's not about being scared of the moment. I think if everything is right in the moment, I think CJ'd be fine. But unfortunately, that's not how the game's played. I mean, there's adversity even in the biggest, baddest, most impressive runs. There's adversity, and so I think and those happen to be the most critical moments when you need your quarterback to be the stabilizing factor.
Do you think it's any adversity? You think it's his own I think it. I'm with you on on that. It feels like when it's personally him that has messed up, which I don't think that's abnormal. Now you played, and that's like I think he can. I think when other stuff, when like players go down, I don't think CJ goes and except for the tank situation. But I don't like if players get injured, like when they went in, they've had some adversity where Nico's missed games or had to come out in the middle of the game. He doesn't seem to go into the tank. I think he goes into the tank when he messes up, right? Like when he throws 2 picks, I think he kind of goes down into it, which to me isn't that abnormal. Like when you're the cause, when you're the
but there's the abnormal part of it is it's this poor pitiful me. And I don't mean that as negatively as it comes out. It's like
the body language, the look,
the whole thing is you're right. If it's him not playing well, the tone changes, the pouting on the sidelines, the body language is bad. If it's in the moment and the adversity strikes and the momentum's going the opposite direction, there's that same guy that mopes and has bad body language is never going to be the guy that's gonna stop the momentum, look his guys in the huddle and go, all right, you mother, let's get this stuff going the right direction, go win this damn. He's never gonna be that guy. That's the part that I'm sold on. Is I just don't believe that you can.
You don't think he can grow from getting better with handling adversity?
I think he can grow, but I think
grow.
I don't think he all of a sudden takes this organization by the balls. I don't. I mean, he can't even, like, to me, he's not even a guy that can handle his own emotions and the responsibilities of the position in a confident way, like that exudes confidence. Like I don't see him. Like I don't see him making the turn to where all of a sudden there's this Super Bowl caliber, playoff caliber pedigree that is just this leader that moves the needle for the entire team. I don't. That ship has sailed for me with CJ. That's when I told you after that game, it wasn't just a knee-jerk reaction to the game, but it was the nail in the coffin for me of like I do not believe that CJ is that guy. And as long as the Texans can keep him out of situations where you have to put the game on his back in big moments, you keep him out of situations where he's a turnover machine when you're on the road and the environment's not just right. Like, if you can keep him out of those situations, then you can win with him. But to me, there's always going to be adversity throughout a season where then you got to deal with the moping and the body language and the other stuff. And I think players see that, and I don't think players respond well to that.
See, Tyler, the reason I'm interested in your thoughts, 713-572-4610. No. I think the ultimate thing for me with it was, and I see some people jumping in, someone on YouTube, he looked scared from the first throw of the game. Young in mind, a lot of self-affirmations. No need for another Framber in this town. CJ sucks. People's the saying about Darnold. Now look at him. The fight, the bite down the dog.
Darnold. Yeah. Use that as an example. He's been through 4 teams.
The reason why I said scared. See, I don't think I can recover from somebody who's scared of the moment. Right, for me, I don't think James Harden will ever win a championship. That he is. Don't mean to put in your wheelhouse, Tyler, but he lost me the San Antonio game where it wasn't that he just played poorly. He was just like, I'm out on taking shots. Mm-hmm. Like that is wow. You're not even like you're just out, right? Like that was, and it wasn't the first time he's just shown up. Like, one thing if you miss 16 shots or something, that's one thing. Or thing. So I never got the feel that he is scared of the moment. I thought he just played poorly in the moment. Yes. To me, all the other stuff, I think at 24 you can grow well enough. Like, I am one that doesn't believe, and I can understand how you can believe it. Hell, you played the position, you've been in it. I don't believe you have to have your quarterback has to be your leader. They can be one of them, but it has to be your great leader, right? Like, I don't think Russell Wilson's a great leader. I don't think Aaron Rodgers is a great leader. But those guys have won championships. We've seen that they can play well enough where it can meet enough. If you're scared, I can't do nothing with that. The other stuff I think we can see him get to a space, for me personally, that he could find a way to have experience in managing emotions better. Like, I don't think it's abnormal to throw 2 interceptions in the biggest game of your life and your confidence be shaken a little bit. Nor 3 or 4, right? I don't think that's weird, right? So to me, I feel like we could go. And the other part is, I've seen him in adverse situations not react the way he did and just turn the ball over all the time. Like, we've seen him in moments where he's lost guys. He's had players. He hadn't had all his full cast. There were things, and he did not just pee down his leg like he did. So I just, like, the reason why I threw the word scared in is scared I can't come back from. There are some other things that maybe you can't come from back. When you look at that and you just say he is never going to be the guy as you just laid out that's going to be I grab the team by the balls type of guy. And that's something you can't get past. That's what it was for me is, as long as I see that he's not scared at 24, I feel like all the other stuff he can grow from enough where it's hard for me to give up, to completely walk out of the door on him like I think a lot of people are. But, I mean, I just think you can grow from those things with age and experience.
Yeah, no, I don't think you're wrong. I think you can grow through those things. The key is you're at a point where you got to pay a guy $50 to $60 million and hope he grows through those things.
Yep.
And that's a gamble that I would be willing to take if I were coaching or general manager of a team that is headlined by my defense. And so that's the key is that, one, I'm with you from a sense of I can't get with somebody that was on board and had no questions about CJ, never thought twice about his leadership, never thought twice about, the body language and the going into the tank and the inability to handle those emotions. And then all of a sudden you watch that one game and that awful, awful, awful first half and go, well, I'm out. Like, that's not where, to me, that was just the final nail, if you will, that made me jump. So I mean, there's just multiple things along the way that I've questioned, that I've seen. That, again, if it's a rookie, cool, man, love it. If it's a rookie that's 1 year removed from being rookie of the year and kind of carrying the franchise, cool, love it. The further we get removed from that, the more control that guy gets, the more he struggles. The bigger the moments become, because the expectations of year 3 are much bigger than year 1, and we're going the wrong direction with how we're handling those situations. I'm just not willing to pay 50 or 60 that experiment through.
Yeah, because I've said to people, somebody just texted, what great quarterbacks do you think have those looks that CJ had? I would say the best quarterback potentially in the world right now today. I would invite you to go look at last year's Super Bowl highlights and go take a look at Patrick Mahomes in the second half. Go look at some of the looks on his face. He looked shell-shocked the way that CJ did after he threw his pick 6. One of multiple interceptions that he threw in that game. Like, and I know some of you do. I don't think anyone thinks he's scared of the moment. He has shown that. But I mean, it happens. I mean, I think you do what he did in the biggest game. Like, I'm not surprised by something. And I know yours is not just in that game. You've been talked about his demeanor and how he reacts to certain things for a couple of years now.
Yeah, well, I just there's little things, Ron. Like, I'm not saying that I could play with the likes of C.J. Stroud or anybody even close. But I guarantee you this: if I went over and spent a year with Nick Caley, we ain't even shaping our mouth when the year's over to talk about we got to get out of the huddle better. We got to get out of the huddle quicker. We got to communicate like that. We ain't doing that. Like that there's something there's again, and this isn't necessarily a CJ thing because I'm not in the building. I'm not privy to what it is, but there's something that's there with some big pieces of playing that position and moving the needle. Because I when you're paying a guy $50 or $60 million and he's your starting quarterback, I need that guy to be an elite leader, whatever that looks like. You know, I need that guy to move the needle for this football team more than he's leading Bible study and more than he's just a really good guy and he's a good friend of mine and I got to go over there and remind him he's the best quarterback, one of the best quarterbacks in the league kind of deal. Like I think you've got to be that guy.
Do you think his teammates view him as a leader on this team?
I think they would tell you they do. But I don't.
You don't think deep down they do? Because I think his teammates. That's the other part. It's something you have told me when we first started working together. The dudes got to be able to have respect and follow that
100%.
And the important guys on that team seem to respect that and look at that. And I wonder if they view CJ as one of the leaders. Maybe they're just saying it. I wonder deep down, do they view him as the guy that you're talking about?
Yeah,
some of them may believe
I
that.
listen less to for me. Like it's easy for me, Ron. I mean, I know. Like I've heard Will Anderson talk about the CJ the leader. If you're my best friend and you're a legit leader, and you go out and go through a rough stretch. I don't. The first thing I need to do is not come tell you how great of a quarterback you are. Like I don't need to do that. Like Josh Allen lost a playoff game for his team. Do you think his teammates that needed to go up to him and go, "Hey man, you're still a top quarterback in the league, man"? Like the fact that people have to do that or feel the need to even think about doing that, to me,
you think they do that because
they feel
like
need to.
CJ needs it
because they're looking at the same thing we are. That bad body language. Moping that thing.
Like D'Amico opening the press conference by saying he's still in CJ's corner and he's got his back and all that.
And I'm not. And by the way, Tyler, that's a great point because you're spot on. I'm not saying shame on you, D'Amico, for doing it. Those are just things that I look at. I don't listen to what they say about if you're having to tell me how much of a leader somebody is, or you're having to tell me how much of a leader you are, you're not a leader. That guy's not a leader. Like in my opinion, that's just that's my opinion of it all. Is I don't believe that when you talk about the top quarterbacks in this league that are dudes, I don't think that are $50 to $60 million guys. I don't think guys are having to remind them that they're top. They feel like they're a top quarterback in this league.
Yeah, a lot there, and I see a lot of people coming in with it. We'll do a little real or fake coming up next, as we do each and every Tuesday. I give a statement. You let me know if it's real or fake. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, if you are in the process of
281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, let's do a little real or fake. We do it every Tuesday where I throw out a question or a statement, and you let me know if it's real or fake. Let me start with you, Tyler. Rick, the Astros should be the AL West favorite. Right now, Seattle is the current favorite. The Astros should be the AL West favorite. Real or fake?
Oh, man. You know where my heart is, but I'm going to say that is fake. It is,
really?
It is properly set right now. Yeah, there's just too many question marks right now, not only with the lineup in general in Houston, but I'm thinking about the arms, the pitching rotation, everything that's going into that. So I unfortunately believe that is real.
Real or fake, Clint?
I'm going fake as well.
Oh, I'm sorry, fake.
You got fake, yeah.
I'm going fake as well. You switched it up on me, T. I'm going fake as well with T. Yeah, look, I'm here, man. I'm hoping for another great run with the Astros. But when we're talking about preseason favorites in the AL West, I don't know how anybody even would shape their mouth to think that they're in the same category with the Seattle Mariners. And I don't even know what the Mariners who they lost in, but
they lost Suarez, the third baseman, who was a big piece for them.
That rotation. No, I can't go with that. I got to go fake.
The deal is with everybody healthy, which at least to start the season, you hope that everybody for the Astros will be healthy. I like the lineup, a lot. I like the Astros lineup. I won't say a lot better, but I like the Astros lineup. I don't know if the Big Dumper is going to put together a season like that again.
What a nickname!
Yeah. Cal Riley put together a hell of a season, and so I don't know about that. Now their arms, their rotation. Now Hunter Brown's the best pitcher out of the bunch for both teams, but they've got a much better, at least much more proven rotation to start right now. I think it's closer than many people look at because, again, I think the Astros. They got to figure out how they can, but when you start talking about Altuve and Yordan and Paredes and Correa and Diaz and the guys that they can run out there, Pena, the guys they can run out there from a lineup perspective, it can roll. Now I don't know how they can get all of them in there and play positions, but it can roll where you don't got to depend on a Christian Walker to be great for you. I'm with you. I just have more, at least, understanding of what the Mariners are doing from a rotation standpoint. So I will say fake, but I think it's closer than maybe we look at it. Some as Siler said, they got a couple of questions. They hit a couple. We get a better understanding of some of the pitching. Then it's like, okay, here we go. And I don't necessarily think the Mariners have just, all of a sudden come in and just now it's their division.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I still think there's probably some mental hurdles with the Astros, with the Mariners. So
one less now with Framber gone, though.
No, yeah, with Framber going, yeah, but we'll see. Yeah, I got you. We'll
one less mental hurdle. Get it? Because it's crazy.
The CJ to Framber thing. Come on, guys.
Dude, that caught me off guard for a second.
I've seen it a few times on the text line. I just tried to ignore it, but my goodness. All right, Sam Darnold. True. Real or fake, Clint? Sam Darnold is a top 10 quarterback right now in the NFL. Real or fake?
Ooh, I'm going to go fake.
Woo! Oh, you didn't get caught up in a moment.
No, not yet. I think it's worth the conversation.
It's close.
But no, I mean, he might crack the top 10 if I start listing them. But the guys that I don't know, Ron.
But you got to, and not just the season, but I mean, like,
would I take Sam Darnold right now if I could pick top 10 quarterbacks? Would I pick?
You think he would fit?
Would I take him to run a team? All things considered, good scenario. Would I take him? Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Pat Mahomes, Matthew Stafford, Dak Prescott. Who am I leaving out?
Would you take Herbert over him?
Yes, I would take Justin Herbert over.
Would you take the guy who may win the MVP, Drake May, over?
Right now?
Yeah.
No.
You wouldn't? Trevor?
No.
Baker?
No. Jordan Love would be one.
You would take – see, I would take Baker. I'd take Drake May over him. I had him around – I guess I'll give mine. I'll say fake. I had him around like that 11-12 range, right? Depending on how you feel about a certain guys. Like I got Drake, I got Josh, I got I had the kid from Washington. Like
Jaden Daniels.
I would put Jaden Daniels over him.
I would too.
I think he was just injured, right? And then like Jared Goff is like the weird.
I take back my Drake May. I take Drake May.
Yeah. So like he's getting close, but you start but it's tough, man. He's put 14 and 3 seasons back to back, and then I think he gets cool points for he left Minnesota and they just fell apart from the quarterback position.
Yeah.
So I think it's close, but I think he's got to put together another year. Like I said, Baker, would you take him over Baker?
Ooh.
Everything equal.
Yeah.
You take him over Baker?
Well, that hurts my heart too. I'm a Baker fan.
I think you may need a couple of minutes.
Yeah, I probably need to think about that. It's
I'm
fake,
taking
though.
him
He's
over.
not the
I'm
top
taking him over Purdy. I'm taking him over guys like that. Real or fake?
I think it's real.
You think it's real? You got him in the top 10.
Over 4,000 passing yards, good enough for fifth most in the league this year. He's playing in the biggest game that everybody wants to be in 2 weeks. Most points per game, Seattle Seahawks in 2025. I'm going real.
Text line said, "Damn, y'all didn't even mention Jalen Hurts."
Yeah.
Hurts got to be in the right system, and I would if they could find an offensive coordinator in Philly, I'd take Hurts.
That is crazy. We were talking about Jalen after he was Super Bowl MVP as a top 5. That was the conversation of him jumping in there with the seasons he's had. But you're right, man. I looked at that list of quarterbacks. I glossed right over him.
I mean, it's tough. I mean, you can talk about Jared Goff and
there's a lot of good quarterbacks
Jared Goff's
in the league.
he's won a lot of football games, man.
And
his
numbers are nuts. Jared Goff's got to be close to leading the league in passing this year. So yeah, it's a tough one. All right, coming up, there's some news.
Fake, by the way.
It's fake. Yeah, we all got it, except for Tyler. Tyler's real. Tyler's got him in the top 10. There's some news that came out over the weekend that I wonder. I know I'm going to be, but I wonder how many Texans fans are going to be watching this throughout the season. We'll discuss that next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
What do I expect from Nick?
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
You ever watch Bobby?
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. Someone text in, no, Sam Darnold is not a top 10 quarterback. Neither is Jared Goff.
Supposed to say fake.
I'm going to tell you what. Like, when you start to look at Jared Goff and what he has done in his career, like you start looking at his numbers in his seasons, Jared Goff will catch you off guard. I mean, he rolled out again this year, second in yards, second in touchdown passes, with completed 68% of his passes. Right behind Matt Stafford, the MVP in both categories.
Bite a kneecap off.
He's got a couple 4,600-yard seasons in LA. Like his numbers, he's going to be, well, I was going to say he's going to be like the Phillip Rivers of this era, except he's actually been to a Super Bowl. That's the other part of that, too. He's also been to a Super Bowl, but his numbers are going to be insane.
Yeah. Is it just one Super Bowl he's been to?
He's just been to the one. But been to the championship game that they blew against Washington. No, NFC championship game against San Francisco. They blew that lead. They were the 1 seed the next year with Washington. Yeah, his numbers will catch you off guard. Now with him, I don't think anyone has ever thought like that he's one of the top 2 quarterbacks in the league. But I feel like that's the way with Phillip too.
Yeah. He's got kind of a Schaub feel to him. He's done it for way longer than Schaub did.
I was about to say, I feel like
that Schaub had.
Maybe I need to go back and look at Matt Schaub's, because when you say that, initially I feel like that's disrespectful to Jared Goff.
Well, it is in the sense that Schaub did not do it for nearly as long as Goff has. But Schaub led the league in passing yards one year.
Bro, he's a
Kubiak
5-time Pro Bowler.
He is going to flirt. I don't think he's going to get in unless he like wins a Super Bowl, and maybe that won't. Because I just don't think people look at Jared Goff and say, man, that dude's at any point that he's one of the best he's like, when I say one of the best, not like one of the top, like he's the best. Like we have arguments about him being in the top 10 all the time, but like you said, he's 5-time Pro Bowl, whatever that means. Now Shador's getting in, but
I love the drive.
I think he's got some all pro. I think he may have a second team all pro in there at least. But I don't know, boy. It's his numbers are going to be like, damn. What the hell is Jared Goff? He passed Dan Fouts. Like he's gonna have some crazy numbers. Them offenses that he was in. All right. Speaking of offenses. And when I saw this come out, I know I put a tweet out and I saw some people respond to it. But I wonder, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. I may be alone on this. But once I saw Dolphins to promote Bobby Slowick, the offensive coordinator. Bobby set 1 year out and got his spot back. Got himself an OC job, just sat and waited and got the job. Now he is running the offense for the Miami Dolphins.
Dang it, Bobby.
And the first thing I thought was, I am keeping tab on the Miami Dolphins next year. Their offense, I am watching what they do, what it is, because the Texans better not be worse than them. Unless they come out and start to do some stuff in free agency that they really go off, because I don't think Tyreek Hill's returning. Right, and they're kind of starting over. Who knows what the quarterback situation is over there? I like that one. I will be keeping a close eye on what their offense looks like, and I will be comparing it to what the Texans in year 2 of Nick Caley's system looks like when they fired Bobby Slowick to get to Caley, and now we get to see them, where it looks like you would think next year all things point to the Texans having more talent. and in a second year of a system, them Dolphins better not be clearly a better offense.
Well, what a landing spot for Bobby Slowick with Jeff Hastley. I mean, you're talking about a guy that came from Green Bay, so a guy that's been in an organization with what you would think Bobby Slowick is similar to from a scheme standpoint with the LaFleur brothers,
yep.
and so. Yeah, I mean, he just stumbled into it, man. He knows the personnel because he was there last year under McDaniel as an assistant or as a consultant or whatever the hell you want to call it. So, yeah, look, I mean, I think anytime that you have a run in Houston where you're part of all the things that we saw C.J. Stroud in this offense overcome, the injuries, obviously the good quarterback play and good offense all around that was put out there. Over 2 years. It was good enough to win 10 games. It was good enough to get a Rookie of the Year. It was good enough to overcome a ton of injuries. You know, it was good enough to turn the most dysfunctional organization I'd ever seen into something that was well respected. And you decide, hey man, we got to make a change, and really the only change you make is that guy. Yeah, I think the next time he gets hired, I think we're gonna keep tabs on what the hell he does. Absolutely.
Yeah. Someone texted him. Well, they got A-Chain or Chan. They got A-Chan.
Right.
They got A-Chan. They got Waddle over there. I'm like, guys, they like that. That is a team that is clearly starting over.
Yeah.
To me, where they are.
I wonder
right
what
now.
they're going to do with Tua. I mean, Bobby Slowick comes from a system that. You got Jimmy Garoppolo, and you got.
But even if Tua performs well under, like if.
That's what I'm talking about. I mean, where I'm going with it is Tua is really a pretty good fit for what they have at quarterback. Typically, they don't need 6'5". They don't need anything great in the arm talent or arm strength world. They need a facilitator. They need somebody that can communicate. They need somebody that can process at a high level. And physically, I don't know exactly what's been asked of him of late, but you got to think Bobby Slowick's system is similar to what Mike McDaniel was doing. So, yeah, man, anybody that has an opinion about Bobby Slowick or about Nick Caley is definitely going to be dialed into what Miami's offense looks like next year.
Retro Ren on YouTube says, doesn't take much to be better than the Texans offense run. No flex there. Listen, I'm just telling you, I won't speak for you all, although I think many of you will. I'll speak for myself. If we get in there, we're about 10, 12 weeks into this puppy, and Bobby Slowick's over there, and you look over there and you look at the parts. Frankly, I don't really care what the parts are. You look over there, and Bobby Slowick has this offense running, an offense that started to struggle at times under Mike McDaniel last year. If he has this offense rolling, and it's rolling better than the Texans, I'm damn sure going to be looking at, okay, now hold on, Jack. This team's out here rebuilding. Like what the hell was really going on? What was really going on?
I'm going to tell you, statistically, there's probably not going to be a whole hell of a lot of difference. I would bank on Bobby Slowick landing somewhere middle of the pack. I'd bank on Nick Caley landing somewhere in the middle of the pack.
That's generous.
Well, you look at it this year. Even from a point perspective, it's still it wasn't.
Yeah.
They somehow can hang their hat that they were middle of the pack, but we'll see how it stacks up because I'm gonna be honest with you. If I'm a betting man, I'd bet on Bobby Slowick.
Yeah.
I hate to say that. Boy, it's painful to say, but that is.
No, man. No, they're in year 2, man. No, they it can't be that. No, if that Dolphins offense is better, if they even just feel and you look at it, if that's better, it just I won't believe it. I won't. No, they got Nico. They got guys over there. No, they won't. They won't. No, I won't believe it. By the way, with Joe Brady taking that Bills job, Brian Daboll, who was thought to be the front runner, he is going to go ahead and be the offensive coordinator for the Tennessee Titans. And obviously that is within the division. I think there are conversations there, but that's not where I want to head. I want to head to Guys, what in the hell has happened to the Philadelphia Eagles? They can't give that job away. Brian Daboll was one of their top candidates, him and Mike McDaniel. Brian Daboll has decided, all right, I don't have a shot at being a head coach. But damn, I'll rather go to Nashville and Tennessee to coach Cam Ward and the rest of those guys that I don't know of in Tennessee than to go to coach a team that has been one of the most successful teams in the last half decade, that's been to multiple Super Bowls, won one, that has Saquon Barkley, that has Dallas Goedert, that has that offensive line, that has A.J. Brown, at least for now, and even if they don't have him, who could probably bring in a lot, Devontae Smith, Jalen Hurts, who has been successful. You've run a system where you could, and they're like, nah, man, I'd rather go to Robert Saleh in Tennessee.
Yeah,
that is why they can't give that gig away.
Well, I think they've dug the hole or the proverbial grave. I think the way that they have normalized what A.J. Brown does, the way that they have normalized what the head coach, what's his name in Philly, my mind just went.
Oh, Nick Sirianni,
the way he handles business. I mean, he goes through OCs and DCs like left and right now. So
but some of them become coaches.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way he. I mean, I told you like before the Brian Johnson stuff, the way he kind of got railroaded on that deal in Philly. I think there's probably some of I don't want to deal with A.J. Brown and what they've kind of how they've built that thing there, as well as I think the way that Sirianni's handled when things don't go right is probably frowned upon.
Yeah, there does seem like there's mess surrounding that. Yeah. That maybe somebody like Brian Daboll. But I will say, if whoever is the OC there next year, if they get them back to being a good offense, they're gonna be a high head coaching candidate, the way that Kellen Moore and Shane Steichen.
Yeah,
does.
Yeah.
But hell no. I'll go to Cam and whoever the hell else they got. It is hard to name other Titans. All right, what you got coming up?
10 NFL job openings, head coaching job openings in the NFL. 7 of them have been filled. Which hire turns you on the most? One of them's close to home, which Ron just mentioned right here in our division. We'll talk about that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though,
Robinhood Derivatives, LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
This cycle of NFL head coach hires, there's 10 openings, y'all. There's 10 openings. If this is the year, if you were a potential head coach, this is a year because there's plenty of options to pick from. If you were one of the top candidates, obviously, 7 of those 10 openings have been filled. The question is, which one turns you on the most? I'll run down the list real quick. The New York Giants hired John Harbaugh. That division might be up for grabs, Ron. I mean, obviously, Philly's still the powerhouse right now, but with their offense seemingly always having issues, the Cowboys, who knows what they're doing, and the serious backslide of Quinn in Washington with the Commanders, that one he could be in the mix sooner rather than later. Joe Brady, the offensive coordinator that's been with Josh Allen in Buffalo for the last 3 years, 2.5, 2 and some change, I think it was, but 3 years. He gets the head job in Buffalo, so they hire from within. I actually love that hire. That's a team that expects to continue competing at an extremely high level, so starting over across the board would be a tougher, much steeper climb than hiring somebody in the building that already knows the quarterback's familiar with. Right here, you're not starting over on offense. You may be adding a piece. I don't know how they've had the success they've had with the receivers that they've had in that building. I mean, I think when you look at Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson, I mean, how those two guys have gone years, not every year, because obviously Josh had Diggs, but how they go any year without having a top end wide receiver is interesting. But Joe Brady in Buffalo, Mike McCarthy goes home to the Pittsburgh Steelers. I didn't know it, but originally from that area, big Steelers fan growing up. So Mike McCarthy, the old Green Bay Packers.
It was emotional today with that bad tie.
Yeah, that whole thing was bad. That whole thing. When I walked in to our pre-show meeting, we were having a press conference, and it was not. I mean, I know that football guys could care less what it looks like on TV, and I'm assuming they're all real football guys. But boy, the owner, the head coach, and the GM were sitting up there, boy, and they looked like 3 bumps on a log. Now
hostage video.
Yeah, man, it was rough. So I would imagine that Steeler Nation is not completely, excited about Mike McCarthy being the guy.
No.
Interesting dynamic there is the Aaron Rodgers dynamic of he did mention possibly wanting Aaron Rodgers to come back, but then immediately went to how excited he is about Will Howard. What was Will Howard? What draft was he? Sixth round draft pick. There you go, Mike.
Firing up about
there
sixth
you go,
round.
Mike. You look over the Hall of Famer that you've had experience with, and talk about your sixth rounder right there. That's cute. Kevin Stefanski, he gets hired in Atlanta by the Falcons.
I'm sure they love that.
Yeah. Interesting dynamic there with Baker Mayfield in the division at Tampa Bay, talking trash about Stefanski immediately. Probably obviously a background there that I don't think Baker was real excited about his time in Cleveland. I do wonder how much of that is Baker just stirring the pot within the division and creating a little more drama around that in-division matchup there. Interesting thing with Stefanski as well, Ron, is he just can't get away from the quarterback situations.
Yeah, but he has gotten away from the Browns.
He has gotten away from the Browns, so we'll see if that is all the dysfunction that has been Kevin Stefanski. But he did get away from the Browns. Kirk Cousins, he was the OC in Minnesota with Kirk Cousins in 18 and 19, I think.
Yeah.
And you've obviously got
Penix Jr. there.
Yeah, Michael Penix Jr. there that can absolutely spin it. Hafley, the defensive coordinator, Jeff Hafley?
Yep.
I didn't put the first
Packers,
name down. Jeff Hafley. went from the Green Bay Packers defensive coordinator to the Miami Dolphins head coach and hired Bobby Slowick, who was already in the system with Mike McDaniel in Miami. So
that must have been impressive for you to be in there and then come in and then just promote a guy.
But the thing about that is that
maybe they have a history.
If you've got a guy that knows the landscape offensively, knows the ins and out, has a plan, can keep the same system in place. That system is what Jeff Hafley came from in Green Bay. You keep some continuity there, maybe get ahead of the curve offensively. It's a defensive-minded head coach, so you're going to have to hire somebody from your background anyway, from the Green Bay Packers or somebody that you cross paths with. And I think Slowick checked several of those boxes. Robert Saleh, right here in the division with us here in Houston. The Tennessee Titans hire Robert Saleh. And I don't know, is it official, Ron, that they hired Brian Daboll? Have they made that official?
That's what reports are saying. As I see here, ESPN has put it out that Brian Daboll, they're expecting to hire Brian Daboll.
Yeah. So Brian Daboll with Robert Saleh, two really good, minds on each side of the football. Robert Saleh defensively, Brian Daboll offensively. I like Daboll having experience in a college program in Alabama. Obviously, having the experience with the young quarterback Jackson Dart in New York before he got fired. I think that the Cam Ward. I was hoping for Cliff Kingsbury there. To be honest with you, I wanted to see that offense with Cam Ward on the ones and twos. But Brian Daboll ain't bad. And then Jesse Minter is the Ravens head coach, former defensive coordinator for
he's
the
a
Chargers.
hardball guy, right?
Yeah.
They started under John, followed Jim, and has been with Jim all the way since. That was one that everyone there said was a foregone conclusion that he was going to get that gig.
And one other big move that's been, I believe, made official is Mike McDaniel, the old Miami Dolphins head coach, goes to the Chargers.
Yep.
Which is interesting, Ryan, because you look at Jim Harbaugh and kind of his background, I think it's probably a little bit more pro style, a little bit more run oriented, a little bit more vanilla and physicality, and boy, it's. I wonder how that's going to match up with Mike McDaniels with his creativity and kind of outside the box thing. I think it'll be a good match because you obviously know who you're hiring, but it'll be a different looking John Harbaugh.
But as crazy as Mike is, we know where he comes from and we know what he did in Miami. They still run the football.
Yeah.
Like that's San Francisco, Miami. He's a little creative. He runs the football, and that's what Jim wants to do.
Yeah. Which one of these? Which one? And you can even throw McDaniel in there as a Chargers OC play caller. Which one of these hires turns you on the most that we've talked about?
McDaniels is a big one there. I won't go there. To me, and you start looking at the combinations of some of these.
Yep, coming together.
And in the division, the Robert Saleh, Brian Daboll situation, and Brian Daboll is contingent if he doesn't get the Raiders job. That's the report. He is accepting that gig. The only way he won't get it is he interviewed with the Raiders today.
Gotcha.
Is if he doesn't get that gig. But it looks like he is going to potentially be there. But that combination, I think Robert Saleh is obviously a great defensive coach. But I think Robert Saleh was a good head coach. This is a little bit of the Stefanski thing. He was in there stuck with the Jets and the owner who did whatever the hell he wanted to do, and then he was forced to have to deal with all of the Aaron situation and all of that stuff. I thought he was a good head coach in a tough situation. And then Brian Daboll is somebody, he can turn over the offense. I see Cornbread said Brian Daboll had one good year with the Giants. It was more than that. He was kind of the one in Buffalo that started the turn for Josh Allen. He was those I think a couple years he had with Josh Allen is when we started to see Josh Allen take the next step from being potential to being a great player. So I like that combination of a guy that has been proven to work with the young quarterbacks and get results from young quarterbacks, and Brian Daboll to go along with Robert Saleh. So I think that one's the one to really look at.
You know the other thing about Robert Saleh and Brian Daboll that I like, and I'm talking about kind of if you have concerns about Robert Saleh's time in New York, which rightfully so, I get it. You can. That's cool. The quarterback's already selected. You know, I think the Zach. What was Zach's last name? Zach, the quarterback.
Zach, the quarterback.
The one with the mama. One from the one.
Zach
Wilson. I was going to say Zach Smith.
Sexy mom.
Yeah. Well, isn't it something we go straight to his mama instead of trying to find his last name? But
exactly where my brain took me. I'm just being honest.
You know that is obviously was a bad, quarterback pick in the top 10.
Yeah.
I think Cam Ward's the real deal. I think you've got Cam Ward. Somebody else picked your quarterback. So I think that and the coordinator hire of Daboll, that changes the game for Saleh in a sense of if you're looking in the rearview mirror and looking what he did with the Jets, you got your quarterback and your play caller that are significantly better than the dudes that he was dealing with, and the organization. As much as a lot of folks around here want to bag on the Titans, they're definitely at least healthier and better than the Jets.
And even though the Jets have sucked ass for years.
Mm-hmm.
What is it? I think they ain't been to the playoffs since 2010. I feel like since the last time, that's been the last time they've been to the playoffs. But they oddly, one, it's in New York, and they oddly have these weird expectations, even though they've been terrible. Right? Like if he comes out and is still getting his program together next year, I don't think he's on the hot seat or has to be worried about things, right? I think they're going to give him a chance to build this program, and I think it could go quick if the quarterback and OC combination, they get the right players in.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna go a little different route, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm Kevin Stefanski in Atlanta. That can get me good and worked up. That'll force me to watch Atlanta at least early on. That the combination of you got a couple of different quarterbacks that you could go with. You've got an unbelievable amount of firepower on the offensive side of the football. The Falcons, I think he's taken over a healthier job than I think most would think the Falcons actually are. I mean, they're right there on the cusp this year, and I think they've got some options, and I think they've got some weapons. And so Kevin Stefanski being an offensive-minded guy there, Ron, he's
a two-time coach of the year at Cleveland.
Yeah.
I mean, he's had some good moments.
And stepping out of that Cleveland dysfunction, man, I think any thoughts on which one of these you think crash and burn?
I mean, I don't like the McCarthy situation. I especially don't like the McCarthy situation just because it feels like this is a combination with Aaron, and there's nothing wrong with Aaron. I feel like they need to start over.
Yeah.
And it feels like they are going to continue to put themselves in a position where they're like not good enough to just be terrible and they get a high draft pick, but they're good enough to be like 18th to 20th.
Good enough to mess up your draft, not good enough to win it all.
Yeah, and they're just going to sit there and like they need to, like if they were hiring Mike, which I don't know if you look at it this way, they were hiring Mike, said, all right, man, this is a 5-year plan of starting over, trying to find the quarterback and this. But I feel like they're going to be in a similar situation that they were. It's just their organization is more offensive minded.
You think this is Aaron may have something to do with it? You think him and
I think Aaron probably I could see Aaron coming back at this point. Like this is like this move to me to hire McCarthy is like we're ready to win.
Yeah.
We're ready to compete and win right now. And I just don't know that they have that roster right now.
Right.
To do that.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if they can't get the defense has got the names. That's for damn sure. Can they get that right? I think they feel like they're probably a piece on offense.
Like I think it would be smarter to be shopping TJ Watt right now.
Wow.
Than to trying to because I mean, like you said, man, like they got names over there.
Yeah.
But like this is they're not a football team that is
they're not scaring anybody.
No. Like I don't even know what moves they can make to go to get into the championship level.
That's Ryan Hughley. I'm Clint Stoerner. You're listening to Sports Radio 610, Houston's sports leader. T-Mills on the ones and twos behind the glass. Hang in there for T-Mills' best bets. It's a rough night last night, but he's gonna turn that thing around. He's gonna get it turned around for us today.
Damn.
No doubt about it. Boy, you could be worse. The bet that The bet that I piggybacked that the line changed by 1.
That's a nut punch.
It hit where it changed. Tyler hit it. I lost it. Boy, I tell you that is a.
It hit right above the hook for me to win and right below for Clint
to make it even worse. Tyler, I don't know if you were watching that game, but he had 2 assists, and I was like, this doesn't have a chance. And he rattled off 3 like bang, 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 and I was like, whoa, it does have a chance. And then he gets 6, and I'm like, ain't no way this ends. Next thing I know, he ain't even on the floor.
Yeah, I think Şengün had 2 assists in the first quarter, and it stayed that way until the 4th.
Yeah,
I thought y'all hit that.
He did.
I did.
Okay.
He didn't.
The
I
line
was on
moved.
5.5.
He bet it at 5.5. By the time I got on, the line moved to 6.5, and it hit 6.
Damn. I thought he got 6. I thought he had 7. So he got 6 assists last night.
He got 6.
Them damn hookers, they'll get you.
Well, I've been got by a hook several times.
Luka
lately.
got you though.
I can't bet it individually. I can't bet it by itself.
None of my other bets hit.
Oh,
needed Alpy.
We got to find somebody that'll let that. I mean, by the time they'll have that number so high, by the time that Luka bet starts, by the time we get it in somewhere, they're gonna have the overset at 13.
Yeah, I might give you money for that one since I can't bet it on my side.
Well, I can't bet it individually. I got to bet it.
Got it.
It's underdog, baby. Got to bet it. Got to bet it with the parlay action.
Parlay.
Your wife plays with you, doesn't she?
She does. She does several times, several ways.
Nice.
Coming up, guys.
Never forget Zach Wilson's mom.
I feel like I understand I'm going to be alone on this next thought, but there's something the Astros are doing that I don't really like how they're handling this. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, look, it's a new year. Hell, January's almost up, y'all, and there's the reality of it is we got this little cold spell right now, and hell, you should always make sure that your oil change is done on time in your car, your significant other's car, your kids' cars. Keep them cars, the oil's changed, and the service up to date. But here's the deal: this time of year with this weather cooling off, you need to get down to Jiffy Lube, no doubt about it. But what you need to realize is your tire pressure is a problem, could be a problem in this weather. So get down to Jiffy Lube; they'll make sure your tire pressure's right. How about your battery? This cold weather, going from hot to cold, can cause some battery problems. Jiffy Lube will take care of that for you. Also, wiper blades, washer fluid, right? You can get all that taken care of at Jiffy Lube as well. Not to mention, you can save $26 on a premium oil change right now, or 50% off of a conventional oil change if you mention Clint Stoerner down at Sports Radio 610 at one of any of 60 locations, 60 Jiffy Lube locations.
is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
If you don't know the facts, then you gotta chill.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, I understand why you played that, Tyler, but we're gonna push this a little bit. This is Tyler. This is why Tyler is always searching, looking, and why he's one of the best producers in the world. As this comes across, Adam Schefter, and I checked 9 times. Let's see if this was the real Adam Schefter. According to Seth Wickersham and Don Van Natta, a couple of writers, very close to the Patriot situation, Bill Belichick, the 8-time Super Bowl winning coach, two Super Bowl wins as a defensive coordinator, 6 as a head coach, is not a first ballot Hall of Famer. Belichick.
Holy smokes!
Bill Belichick fell short of the 40 out of 50 votes needed for induction to the Pro Football Hall of Fame in his first year of eligibility.
This is nuts.
I
got to believe somebody got hacked.
This is a bunch of people who got hacked.
From everybody.
This is everywhere. This is Ian got hacked.
I don't blame you for thinking that though, because it's that nuts.
There's just got to be more to the story.
You refuse to believe.
I mean, did
Jordan do this?
Jordan who?
His girlfriend. Is this Jordan's work?
Let me say, what did you?
Of course.
Is it because he's still coaching? Because he's considered not retired?
No, I mean they were
he
voting.
wouldn't be on the ballot at all.
This dude must have pissed some people off more than we ever imagined.
Has he been gone 4 years?
This is unbelievable.
Don't you be gone for 4 years?
I don't
and
know.
He probably has been.
Whatever it is, he's on the ballot, and he didn't make it first ballot.
Maybe he hadn't.
What the hell?
Whatever it is, I don't care how many years it is, he's on the ballot, and he didn't get 40 of the 50 votes needed.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's him and Lombardi and everyone else, right?
There's got to be. Yeah, there's got to be.
He's got to be right now. They're not getting hacked.
Clint won't believe
it's fake news. I think
nuts.
It is more. I understand Shador going to the Pro Bowl more than I understand this. Like that would send Shador to the Pro Bowl over this. This is listen, Bill. I know Bill. It was crazy when he put Joe Judge and the Ohio State Buckeyes' current defensive coordinator, Matt Patricia, in charge of the offense. But damn, it didn't wipe away everything.
Damn.
It didn't wipe away everything.
I mean, these aren't baseball voters. Surely they're not not voting for him for the stupid deflated balls and other cheating stuff.
That's got to be what it is.
Is that what it is?
It has to be. That's what it has to be. They're teaching him a lesson.
I don't care, though. It's kind of funny.
If they do this, they got to do it to Tom, too, don't they?
That would be somehow even more nuts.
They got to do it to Tom.
Oh, wow. Coaches only have to be retired one full season.
He got on the ballot. He should have been on the ballot when Gerard Mayo got fired.
This is wild.
This is again, I think your vote should be taken away. This is breaking news rolling across ESPN right now on television.
Wow.
That is, he is not a first ballot Hall of Famer. I would not accept the jacket or go up there whenever they do put him in.
You gonna pull it? What was that, T.O.?
Yep. T.O. Well, no, I'm not pulling the T.O. T.O. accepted the jacket. I'm not accepting it.
It's a pretty cool jacket.
You're
hell
accepting it, right?
I'm not accepting the jacket. I would dig my heels in this hard if I were Bill. Bill's probably thinking the world's against him already because he's a little horned up with a young chick, and everybody want to mind their own damn business. And now my six championships, my 2 as a defensive coordinator, as Tyler said, it's me and Lombardi. Apparently passed Lombardi up about 5 years ago, I thought. He didn't get 40 of the 50 votes.
It's been a while since something's broken.
I would tell them, I would go classic, old school rock. You take that gold jacket, and you can shine that son of a bitch up real nice, and you can turn that thing sideways and shove it right up your candy ass. That's where I would be. The whole thing. It's insane. Wow. It is. I need every last one of them to be lined up like a firing squad, but we're not going to shoot you. But I just want you all lined up, and I want to get your understanding of why.
So more than 10 people. More than 10 voters.
More than 10? Like it's not even
didn't vote the best coach of all time into the Hall of Fame on the first ballot. That's wild, man.
Somebody's going to get rock bottom.
What? Like I got it? No, I need every one of them to be lined up, and it should be a simulcast between ESPN, Fox, the Food Network, CNN, MSNBC, Fox News. Everybody should be every one of them tell us why. Why did you not? Because if it is at all, it's got to be the deflate gate. It can't even be the girlfriend. It can't be this thing with Jordan. It can't. It's got to be the deflate gate and all of that stuff.
None of that stuff matters.
Not
even hiring a defensive coordinator as the offensive coordinator. None of that matters. I've been as critical as Bill as anybody. I begged for Bill to be held accountable for the stupidity that was the post-Brady part of his head coach career in New England. This is ridiculous.
This is insane. Again, if you're jumping in and you're wondering, no one got hacked. They didn't get hacked on ESPN.
They removed it.
They did because they just did it for breaking news. They ran a breaking news clip.
If Bill Belichick didn't get into it and it was real, they would have just ran a little banner around the bottom. They'd have broke in, and these two guys right here would be talking about it.
They just broke in before the show.
It's not even on the list over here on Pardon My Interruption.
It just happened.
They already did it. It disappears after they talk about it.
No, I don't know.
It already happened. It's not being hacked.
I think somebody hacked a bunch of news breakers.
Bill Belichick.
All at the same time.
Bill Belichick somewhere.
Cyber.
Somewhere. John McClain.
It's probably a Razorback grad somewhere because they hired Bobby Petrino.
Somewhere John McClain is rolling around in his living grave, angered by this. Bill Belichick.
Oh, that's the truth.
The 8-time Super Bowl winning coach, 2 as an assistant, 6 as a head coach, did not get voted in as a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Cockamamie idea.
And I think it's very clear point that Clint made. 10 people.
More than 10. He needed 40.
More than 10 people said, we just don't see it.
That's 20%, boys. Is there only 50 voters for the Hall of Fame?
For the coaches, I'm guessing. Like
I expect this from the baseball writers. Like, this wouldn't even be shocking. Like, they're snubbing a guy. But this is nuts.
John McClain, 713-572-4610. John, call in right now and explain yourself and your friends.
Boy, that's brutal.
Someone texted Rob Torres, Bill Belichick is a complete scumbag, but this is ridiculous.
I agree wholeheartedly, Rob.
This can't be just because he just became alive with Jordan.
It's just really pissing people off.
The number of
I want names
of seasons that he was coaching that they went to the AFC Championship.
They've been to 11 Super Bowls.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
10 Super Bowls.
I don't remember the
Bill
percentage.
Belichick got Bill Parcells got the one.
Somebody got it. I'm telling you, it's a hack job.
It's not a hack job. It's not a hack job. This is clear. It is. But seriously, if this has to be the deflate gate, any of like that, what was it, Spy Gate and Deflate Gate? He's got 2 of those. Then Tom Brady. They have to maintain this with Tom. Tom can't be a first. Tom got suspended 4 games. Then Tom is not going to be. Is that what we're going to do? The best player for now in the history of the sport, is he not going to be Tom? No, let them do Tom like this.
It'll never.
You don't ever. Did you think this would happen?
No, I did not.
You think that over 10 people would vote? Would see Bill Belichick on the ballot for football?
No.
Did they think this was for baseball? Did they think that they were in the baseball? They think they were sending people to Cooperstown. Maybe that's what it is.
This is I can't get over it. I'm shook it.
They're not talking about it on TV, Tyler.
They already talked about it.
They should still be talking about it.
That's the way the show works.
There should be graphics blown up there.
The whole thing is about a timer for each topic.
It's pardon the interruption. It should be, hey, pardon the interruption a little longer than normal.
They interrupted. They kicked it off with it.
Nobody got hacked.
They should have a guest. Stephen A. should be guest speaking right now.
Someone said maybe they want Brady and Belichick to go in together. No,
that'd be cool. That means Belichick's got to. That means he's got to wait another 2 years.
How pissed off do you think Bill is?
Oh, he's literally red and fuming.
First, he got completely exiled from being able to coach in the league anymore. Nobody. He couldn't get a job. He thought that Atlanta Falcons job, he thought that was his. He couldn't get a job, and now he can't get into the damn Hall of Fame.
Meanwhile, all these people still trying to appendage block him.
How many people have more wins than him? George Halas? Don? Shula? I think that's it. I think that's the list.
Do all the voters have to publicize their ballot, or is it kept secret?
No, I don't care. It needs to. I need names.
These are things McClain could answer. I'm going to try to get.
I need names and ages. And if John McClain voted against him, John wouldn't do that.
Hell no.
Not John sat in that blue chair right there across from us and told us how important Casario's 6 trophies were when they hired him. There ain't no way in hell that went out the window when it came time to put Bill in the hospital. I mean, hell.
All right. God. Good heavens. All right. We're going to try to find out some more things. Tyler is on the horn trying to figure out somebody with a Hall of Fame vote to figure out what the hell this is about. I think all the Hall of Famers the next time they go should wear their jackets inside out. All of them. Well, maybe some of them Colts.
Band together.
Maybe some of them Colts. Maybe Dwight Freeney's okay with it. But they should band together and wear their jackets inside out. Andre, pull your jacket inside out. This is ridiculous.
That's unbelievable. You got to be kidding me, man.
Clint is still convinced that this
got hacked.
Clint believes
I think Cal got hacked too.
Clint believes it's April 1st. That's what Clint does. All right, we'll continue with this breaking news and man, there's somebody who's been even better than I thought they would be here in Houston. That's it.
I just got the red carpet. We're wanting to get into a controversy.
Nick Caserio shared his perspective on the Texans' disappointing end to the season.
In the end, I'd say our shortcomings come down to execution. Can't turn the ball over 5 times. We control that. 3 touchdowns that New England scored. We didn't play the coverage or the technique the right way on calls that we've done countless times. In games of that magnitude, the margins are as small as any. You either make the plays and do the right thing or you don't.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Desk 713, call Lee. Your traffic report is sponsored by Kirk Holmes. On 290, the Northwest Freeway, eastbound at Antoine. It's an accident that has a right lane and a right shoulder blocked. Ready for your custom-built luxury home in the Texas Hill Country or Greater Houston? Talk to Kirk Holmes, recently awarded 3 2025 Texas Association of Builders Awards. Best Architectural Design, Best New Custom Home, and Best Owner Suite. Visit KirkHomes.com. That's K-U-R-K, because at Kirk Homes, it's all about you. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Stock market volatility isn't easing up. From tariff tensions to tax talks and now conflicts on the other side of the globe. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see if your investments will hold the line. Today's uncertainty can put your financial future at risk, so it's time to protect what you've worked so hard to save. Ryan Wheelis and the team of financial advisors at Allied Wealth devise strategies to create predictable income for your lifetime. Call Allied Wealth right now to discover options such as a possible up to 30% upfront bonus or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. Call Allied Wealth right now and claim your free income review. 281-444-7555. That's 281-444-7555. Or text the word PLAN to 21000. This is a paid marketing announcement from AWM Financial Services and does not constitute investment advice. Any discussion of guarantees and bonuses are up to the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
How about a simple New Year's resolution that guarantees you'll succeed? Look, if you're dealing with a hair loss issue, you know who you are, and I'm talking directly to you. and I've got good news. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment is the answer for you. Start the new year feeling more confident and looking more like your younger self. Sounds like a deal, huh? I'm telling you, when you witness your own natural hair growing in the places where it's been balding or thinning for years, and it's your own natural hair, you're going to be as confident as you've ever been. Look, from Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology to their highly experienced team, there's nothing I trust more in the hair restoration game than the advanced FUE treatments from Advanced Hair Restoration. These treatments, they begin to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and your new hair is backed by the Advanced Hair Guarantee. You heard me, I said guarantee. Simply put, your comfort and your overall results are priority number one at Advanced Hair Restoration. Step into the new year with a fuller head of hair. Sounds like success to me. To get a free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 832-68-HAIR. 832-688-HAIR. Check out the before and afters at advancedhair.com.
It's a new year. Ready for a fresh start or career reboot? At My Computer Career, prep for a more recession-resistant future in the high-demand fields of IT, cybersecurity, in months, not years, including AI. Whether you're starting out or switching careers, no prior training is needed. Attend school online from home or on campus. Go to mycomputercareer.edu to take the free career evaluation today. mycomputercareer.edu, an elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Save more on the brand's
There's never been anything like this.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, a lot moving, shaking here in the break. We found out anonymously that right now at this point voters aren't allowed to talk about it.
Well, sorry.
So that's that one is. Hopefully, at some point, these guys are able to explain themselves. If you're wondering what we're talking about, Adam Schefter reporting this: Bill Belichick, an 8-time Super Bowl winning coach, 6 as a head coach, 2 measly ones as a defensive coordinator. Not good enough to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. I want to check that again. I believe he is 3rd in wins.
That
behind,
is correct.
Is that correct? I think he is 3rd in wins behind Don Shula and George Halas. Those guys were done. Were started coaching by the time most of you weren't alive, and not good enough to be a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Ron, we were just talking about the boss man. I mean, you can remove the caveat of football. I mean, he's in your probably in your top 5 greatest coaches of all time.
Yeah, I
mean, Saban in college football.
I think he's an argument in there. Saban,
Phil, and NBA.
Yeah, probably Phil maybe. Yeah, Phil. Yeah, Phil.
There's a couple college basketball guys you got to throw in the mix.
Yeah, John Wooden, probably throw in there. Coach K, as much as that was tough for me to say.
Dean Smith?
No, hell no.
No?
Take his ass on.
And that would be Joe Torre.
Maybe.
He's
maybe
kinda on the
managers.
cusp.
Maybe.
But I mean, you're
drunk Tony La Russa.
Yes.
I think he's
a winner.
Maybe in there. Yeah, I mean, I think he's in there when you start.
He's in the overall sports Hall of Fame for coach in the top 5. And his own sport doesn't put him in the first ballot Hall of Fame.
Yeah,
you got to be kidding me.
What's my man's name that coached the Red Wings? I know.
I
ain't got the hockey.
What is this? I can see his face right now. Scotty Bowman. There it is. Scotty Bowman.
Take your word for
I mean,
it.
all these guys are in the same like 6 championships.
Yeah,
we're in that neck of the woods.
Scotty Bowman. Yeah, all those with the Red Wings. Yep.
What if I told you?
Yeah. My man, they said first ballot again. Like the only explanation could be is either one, they got personal and didn't and try to punish him like they did T.O. and Michael Irvin. Which, again, I don't know what he has done to do that. Hell, OJ's still in. And then,
damn.
He is.
No,
if you're going to keep him out, then you could have taken OJ out. Like, if you're going to keep him out first ballot for whatever it is, or this is just, no, we're not going to mention that name, text line, from Penn State. We're not going to mention that name. We're going to leave that one out. But and ESPN puts it up here. Belichick falls short of the votes. Falls short.
They'll get it next time.
Good God,
so
man.
Casual with it.
Who was voting for him? Who was it? Eric Mangini?
Seriously, think about this week. Think about this week, boys. Shador Sanders gets into the Pro Bowl and Bill Belichick does not.
That's what I said. It makes me. I can believe that more than I can believe this one.
Good God.
Dang, man. Again, if it is about
Jeff Saturday get an interim job in the NFL or Bill Belichick.
Look at Jeff's legit. I mean, like, honest to God, I would not. If I were Bill, I would hold a grudge out of this world. Now, I'm a natural grudge holder, but I would hold a grudge out of this world. I'll never forgive you bastards for this. He's got to have a statue. Hell, he might not. Is Bob Kraft behind this? Is Robert Kraft behind this?
That old hornball.
Text line coming in. Y'all are forgetting Spygate. No, I'm not. I'm not.
We talked about that too.
No, I'm not. I don't care. Deflategate, Spygate. I don't give a damn.
That's an interesting wrinkle, Ron. To your point of is if this is you're setting a precedence now, are you going to do the same thing for Brady? And how long has Brady been removed? 2?
No, it's been more than 2, isn't it?
He sat a year and then went into the booth, didn't he?
I guess so.
Because Baker's been in Tampa for 2.
Baker's been in for 3.
2022 was Brady's last season.
So 22-23 was his last season. So he's 3 years. He's 2 years. We're 2 years from
away.
Finding out about. You gonna hold that same?
I mean, to me, you have to.
He's a player, though. It's different.
You have to. I mean,
and hear it already.
That's the thing. I mean, because they sure enough overlooked Antonio Gates in that steroid thing, because his ass got on in. That is. I didn't mean to take you out there, Antonio Gates, but I mean, that is wild to me.
You think Antonio Brown gets in?
No. I mean, he should.
Yeah, he should. Absolutely, he should.
I think they may. Yeah, he's going to wait. He's going to wait till every bit as long as Michael Irvin and T.O. did.
They're going to get him
or
in.
Chris Carter. They held Chris
posthumously.
Carter.
They're going to wait till AB dies so he doesn't have to talk on stage.
Some people said Robert Kraft's got to be behind this. Man, it is insane. He's got to be hurt. God, boy, he's going to give the ACC hell now after this.
There's not much that I think could get to Bill. This has got to cut deep.
All of this has. But just think about how the NFL, if you're in his mind, how the NFL has treated you for the last 2 or 3 years.
That's fair. Good point.
He couldn't get a job. He couldn't get a job in the NFL. Clear.
It's painful.
It spun so far that he went to looking for love in an unusual space, and found it.
He's always played in that younger pool. He dated old girl from Little Rock.
Well, this is
that old gal he dated forever.
This is taking the younger pool to another level, though.
Yes, he did, didn't he? Good for him.
On IG right
She'll
now.
Come walk
I
around.
guarantee she'll post
something on IG right now.
She should post something right now with a gold jacket on.
Tom should get out in front of this just in case they try to do this to him.
Oh, you think so?
Yes. I think. I don't know if
you just stay his ass dead ass clear.
Tom should. The lucky Tom don't have a game, does he? We lost Fox. It's NBC's got the Super Bowl. Tom should come out and lose his mind. Damn, man, Tom was on Inside the NFL last year, and they did him like this. I mean, Bill was on that. That is, I can't even. I don't know how. I don't know how they vote if they it's a Scantron and they mark yes or no or they write it. I don't know what they do. How the hell you could say, nah, cheated the game? How you could. That is insane. Insane. I can't believe this. They've made Bill Belichick a victim. Like, I have sympathy for Bill Belichick right now.
Jason Witten got in first ballot.
But it is nuts.
Jason Witten got in first ballot. Larry Fitzgerald, is this his first ballot?
Yeah, Larry's going to get in.
Drew Brees.
So what's the class?
I'm looking at.
Oh, my God.
It won't be finalized until February.
Text line, Bill is reaping what he sowed. No, he's not. He's not reaping what he sowed.
Oh, how about this?
Is there another coach that got in?
No, another coach, Chief. There's another owner.
Who? Bob Kraft? Did he get in?
Here's your.
You're not.
Robert Kraft got in.
They did not announce that he got in.
Oh.
But the key 2026 finalists. Here are the finalists: Drew Brees and Eli Manning. Drew Brees' first year. Larry Fitzgerald, first year. Torrey Holt, Reggie Wayne. Frank Gore, first year. Jason Witten, first year. Marshall Yanda, Jari Evans, Willie Anderson, Terrell Suggs, Kevin Williams, Darren Woodson. Special teams, Adam Vinatieri. So there's another Patriot, by the way. Other candidates include Coach Bill Belichick and contributor Robert Kraft are also under consideration.
Bro, Lynn Swann was a first ballot Hall of Fame.
He should be, just like Bill.
Bill's above him, though.
Yes, yes.
Jason Taylor, first ballot Hall of Famer.
He was great.
The final class will be announced at the NFL Honors Show. Isn't that when we're in San Francisco?
Yes.
Troy Aikman first ballot.
Again, deserves it. Just so does Bill. Text line or YouTube and Twitch. This has Robert Kraft written all over it. No, we ain't going in together.
Well, what if Robert did decide that? We ain't going in together.
We'd never know.
Well, if he goes in, it'll be pretty obvious.
Well, then his mac and cheese making ass should have been the one waiting.
I don't even know what that means. Is he big into the
Kraft macaroni and cheese?
Well played. Coming up, 5 o'clock fire. Carlos Correa is the latest victim of the World Baseball Classic. A lot of news in the NFL from coaching hires. How does that affect the Texans? The Rockets got a big one last night. It looked like they may lose to a lesser team, but then they went off courtesy of their two best players. All of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make the decisions that I think are the best for the football team. T-E-A-M as in team.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
What do I expect from Nick Caley in year two? Be cleaner operationally. That just simply can't be a problem. And then the second thing for me is it's Nick Caley's job to get his quarterback to wholeheartedly put blinders on into what though Nick Caley's selling. One way or another, find it, make it happen, and let's see what 26-27 holds.
Ride home with Clint and Show, 2 to 6 every afternoon on Sports Radio 610.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713-CALL-LEE. On the West Sam Houston Tollway, northbound after Memorial, it's an accident that has a right lane blocked. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610. Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Doesn't surprise.
merchant and swap firm.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's a 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show team will have the latest, and the latest is we got a little 5 o'clock fire. I did want to make a correction on something I said in the last segment about Bill Belichick. I said he was third in the history of wins behind Don Shula and George Halas. That was incorrect. He is second in wins all time, so even better. You missed it. His chance to be elected to the Hall of Fame, and Bill Belichick was left out, did not get enough votes to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. So,
by the way, that's sub 80%. I mean, all they needed to do was eclipse the 80% mark of voters and didn't get it. So somehow, some way, 20% of Hall of Fame voters decided that a coach that's not only the greatest football head coach, NFL head coach, but he is in all sports greatest head coach of all time type of conversation is not going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Tough one there. All right, moving on. The Astros, Clint, Carlos Correa, he will not participate in the World Baseball Classic after he failed to receive insurance on his contract. If you missed it, he seemed rather annoyed by this. He is not happy, especially coming out with how excited he was last week talking about him being able to play for his country, Puerto Rico. This comes off the heels of yesterday, Jose Altuve saying it was out of his hands, and the Astros request not participating in the World Baseball Classic. So I know Tyler and a lot of others are excited that Carlos Correa is the latest that will not be participating in the WBC.
Hard to get hurt at home, boys. I'm a fan of this, no doubt about it. As well as, again, I will echo what I said yesterday about Altuve. I just find it hard to believe that, and maybe all organizations do this, but boy, I listened to Joe Espada talking about resting players and getting everybody off their legs all year long. It's hard for me to grasp the thought that players should be, playing an additional 3 or 4 weeks, whatever the hell it is, before the season ever starts. I'm
that was a no-brainer for me.
Yeah, it's a no-brainer for me too. Yeah, no-brainer for me too. Glad they're not playing.
The interesting thing to me is I can understand where fans are in this. Many are celebrating that are Astros fans. I could understand where the Astros sit on this and not wanting them to go over in major league clubs feeling the same way. It is clear, especially to, countries like Puerto Rico, Venezuela, Dominican Republic. Yeah. Like, this is – I want to specify, I've talked with different people. Chris Santiago, who works with us here, a lot of people like, this is huge to them. Like, every bit of Olympics, like, I don't know if it is that big to Americans, but this playing for their country, this is everything to them. They love, this is as big as the season to some of these guys. And I can tell that, especially from Correa, and I would wonder with Altuve if they're a little bit put off that the Astros, the way Altuve made it seem like it wasn't even his choice. It wasn't his decision. Yeah. It was forced to not be able to go play for their country. And I would assume they're probably a little bit peeved and annoyed about that.
Probably.
And I just like I could see a Altuve and Correa, not as much with Correa, but Altuve's the face to me of the history of this franchise, and has done a ton to put his body, never left like Correa did, stayed here, and damn, I can't go play for my country. Like I like that is. I understand where Astros and coach and teams are, but that one is, I bet, clearly for Correa was. I bet you that's a tough one to swallow for some of those guys with how important it is to them.
Yeah, boys making a lot of money, man. Stay y'all's ass right here in Houston, and let's get ready for season.
Yeah, I know. They don't view it that way. Like I know, like you said, it'd be different than the Olympics. I think this is like that to them. I don't think I maybe I'm wrong with it. I'm not saying that Kyle Tucker and Mookie Betts and
the Americans.
I don't know that it means as much to them as it does. I don't know if it's a big a deal to them, but they are staying home, so we'll see how that goes. Maybe they'll be a little ticked off for a little bit, but as you said, I don't know how you didn't get that insurance in that contract. Tough for you.
Bistro's a loyal.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, one of the vacancies in the NFL has been filled, Clint, and that is in Buffalo. They have decided to not go with more experienced coach, somebody outside of the building like a Mike McDaniel or other guys they have interviewed. But they've decided to replace Sean McDermott with their offensive coordinator, Joe Brady. Joe Brady is going to get a 5-year deal to go and be the head coach for the Buffalo Bills. They fired Sean McDermott last week after their loss against the Denver Broncos in the playoffs. He was there 9 seasons, but Joe Brady, 36, is coming off his second full season as Buffalo's OC. He took over for Ken Dorsey, and now they have promoted him to be the head coach. Clint, you got to believe Josh Allen had a lot to do with this. I don't have a problem with it. I think he should to this point. And when you see Joe Brady, it's hard not to think that Josh Allen was a big part of this decision when you see where they settled and landed in. How do you like this hire for Josh Allen in Buffalo?
I like it. I like it a lot. This was not a rebuild. This was not a start over. This is a pick up where we left off type of hire and our type of job, and I think the hire matches up. You can argue that there's a lot of organizations out there that the head coach, the biggest voice in the building, may run its course. Maybe that was the case with Sean McDermott. Maybe they wanted to do things defensively differently, but Sean wouldn't allow that to happen. And now they've got a fresh voice, a fresh way of doing things, which offensively seems to be there seems to be a significant difference. All the situations I've been a part of and covered, and it's clearly the vibe in the building is a little different with an offensive-minded head coach and a defensive-minded head coach. Maybe that was needed. To your point about Josh Allen, their own record talking about he was in all of the meetings leading up to the final decision, so he was clearly part of and privy to all the information necessary. We'd be crazy to think that at no point Josh told ownership and the general manager. By the way, I like the guy we got in the building a lot more than any of these guys we interviewed. You hire who you want, but that's my vote. I got to believe that Josh did that at the very least, and here we sit with Joe Brady as a head coach. It's been a long time coming. Joe Brady's been a head coach candidate for 2 or 3 different cycles now, and he's been a little bit more of a tier 2 guy, not necessarily a tier 1 kind of no-brainer type hire. But I'm not shocked to see him land a job anywhere, and definitely not shocked to see him retained as Josh Allen's right-hand man.
When you look at it, do you get a sense, as somebody who roots for another AFC contender with the Texans, do you feel like this is a good thing for the Texans that they're staying with a lot of the same voice in the building, or do you look at this and say this is something that this is another team that the Bills may have improved with this hire?
Well, I mean, you clearly had the Texans. I mean, the Bills' number under McDermott, and now you can also see you had Joe Brady's number and Josh Allen's number. But the fact that there's a change in the building after you've just had their number and made them look pedestrian several times, I got to think could probably favor the Bills. At least it's not run it back in the same mentality. So I would think that would probably favor the Bills, if anything. But to be honest with you, it's so muddy when you talk about the Texans and the Bills. I mean, the Bills look like world beaters against everybody but the Texans. And so I don't know that it really matters. As long as Josh Allen is quarterbacking in that style of being willing to hold the football a little bit longer and try to extend plays, with this swarming defense, you have no chance. And so I welcome a matchup with Josh Allen, as crazy as that sounds, if I'm the Texans any day of the week.
Yeah, I don't know about Joe as a leader of men. They clearly know that better than I do. But you could look at it and say, one, we could probably add more weapons.
Yeah.
To this offense, but we do already know with this offense, this has been a team that's been like top 3 in scoring under Joe Brady, right? The offense, they find a way to get points. Even in the game they lost, they scored 30 points against the Denver Broncos to lose in the playoffs. But their defensive philosophy has been the thing that's been a shortcoming for them. Even though Sean McDermott, that's his side of the ball, there could be a thought of, we need a different defensive voice. We need a different defensive look and thought and mindset. So we can't do that and keep Sean McDermott. So let's get rid of Sean McDermott and then, because I wonder how much this is of Joe. Does he have full autonomy to pick his DC? Like, I wonder what this is like. It seems like this is the way that the Texans were before D'Amico got here, where it was a GM-driven team as opposed to a coach-driven team. And Brandon Beane, who's still there, who kept his job while Sean McDermott got fired. Maybe this is him driving this as much. So, yeah, interesting place where Buffalo can go. You want to keep the quarterback comfortable. We know Josh is comfortable. If they get any kind of defense that could go along with their offense and weapons, they got a chance. So that's one to watch. Even though we don't know what Joe is from a leader of men perspective, but that's one to watch.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, last night the Rockets got a big dub last night. That third quarter got a little dicey. Second and third quarter got a little dicey. The pace of the Grizzlies seemed to give them some issues. The Grizzlies, they like old Mike D'Antoni. Let's just run this thing and run it and get shots up real quick. Have one of the quicker paces in the league. But they got 33 apiece from their two top scorers in Şengün and Kevin Durant. They were great. Here is Şengün with his thoughts coming off of last night's game and where he sees himself.
33 points, 15 of 17 from the field. How are you able to be so dominant and efficient?
I'm not playing like myself lately, but, everybody has some part of the season, can play a little bit slippy, but, we're home now. I feel confidence and, come here, kill it every night.
Hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
There is Alfred Şengün, and that audio is courtesy of Sports City Home Network, and there's Vanessa Richardson on that interview. And, I'm glad they were able. They went on a big run, I think like a 20-5 run to really take over this game against a Grizzlies team that didn't have Ja Morant, but got some guys that play really hard. And I do think where the Rockets have kind of been up and down, I do think you can point to Şengün either not being there with the injuries. He's had some lower half injuries, or his play just being up and down a bit. And I think they need him to be, because Kevin Durant has kept up his end. Kevin Durant is playing his ass off, very consistent. Kevin Durant's only missed two games this season thus far, and he's out there, and you know what you're going to get from him. But they look different when Şengün is playing to the level that he played earlier in the year and what he did last year. And if they can get him, if it's a health thing, they get him going. That's where they're a real different team.
Well, it was last night was obvious with Şengün they were going to clear the floor and let him have one-on-ones as often as he could get them. And in fact, it was so obvious early watching that game that I knew my assist bet that I needed 7 assists. I knew it was going to be in trouble because every time he touched the ball, he wasn't looking to facilitate. I mean,
they opened it up.
They opened it up and said, "Hey, go," and we're letting him go one-on-one. And even if he didn't like the look, he'd kick it back out. They'd shoot it right back down there to him. And so last night was definitely one of those nights where Şengün was made the primary, the primary on the offensive end of the floor. And it was pretty, man. I mean, it was pretty. By the way, that audio right there. I mean, I know it's Vanessa too, wasn't it? I mean, that Şengün that takes me back a little bit. That's I don't know, but that's not what I expected.
Oh God!
Yeah. I expected a little bit more of the drop that you have. You know what I mean?
His English is coming. He's coming along.
But the English is better than I expected. It's slightly more nasally than I expected. He's a little more comfortable than I expected. Yeah, I mean that wasn't what I was looking for out of Şengün right there.
Shout out to Tyree Eason, who had a big game, shot the ball well, and Amin Thompson almost had a triple-double, 8 points, 8 rebounds, and 14 assists last night to help them out. So big win for the Rockets.
I know it's not fair, but the only thing I remember from Amen Thompson last night is dribbling 90 miles an hour down the lane and dribbling it off his shin.
It's completely unfair.
I know it is. I'm willing to admit that. I know it is. But that is what I remember. And I know one of the assists that Şengün got was a monster dunk that he got cutting down the lane. But it's like he takes off down that lane with two defenders standing in the lane, and he dribbles the damn thing off his shin. And I'm like, what in the hell was that?
Yeah, what you say? You keep saying you watch bad. You get bad Amen Thompson.
I'm just telling you, man. Now I get to a point where I don't see anything else.
I think you're starting to see it. Yeah, you're starting to see it.
I feel like Kobe.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, another coaching cycle. It looks like we know the Titans in the division. They brought in Robert Saleh to be the head coach, but it looks like right now they're in line to bring in Brian Daboll. The only thing holding it up is if the Raiders decide to hire him. They interviewed with him. He interviewed with the Raiders today, but Brian Daboll looks like he is set to be the OC in Tennessee. Your thoughts? I don't think you're worried about. I don't think Texans fans should be worried about the Titans, but
fake Oilers.
When you look at Robert Saleh and Brian Daboll, Cam Ward, the building of this, is this something where you're like, hey, watch out for the Titans in a couple of years?
Yeah, worry's not the right word. You are correct there, but I do believe that this is something that could work out well for the Titans. I mean, defensively, obviously, they're going to be really good. They got some pieces, and Robert Saleh's really good. I would have preferred to see Cliff Kingsbury there with Cam Ward, but that's just the quarterback in me wanted to see that OC quarterback matchup. But Brian Daboll is, I think, definitely be good for Cam Ward as well. And one thing is for sure, I think it is an immediate upgrade on both sides of the football from what they've been doing over there. I forgot about Daboll's New England days.
Yeah, New England, Alabama.
I forgot about that. I knew the Bama, but I forgot about the New England stuff.
Yeah, New England.
That's some Brady
Alabama.
ties, right?
Yeah.
Was Brady there still? No.
I think so. And then obviously what he did with Josh with Buffalo before going to the New York Giants, and the 1 year he had with Daniel Jones that was really, really good, and then they lost their mind. So, that could be a combination, Clint. You could see working. You could see Robert Saleh. I think Robert Saleh was a good coach with the Jets. It's the Jets, and now he's got somebody who can handle that offense. All right, coming up, T. Mill's best bets. Yes, it was not a great night, but he is looking to turn it around on a Tuesday. We'll let you know about what you can potentially win. That money, he's going to try to get you back on track, so stay tuned for that. And we'll continue with the little Texans talk because this is going to be something everybody's going to be watching all year long. You may say you aren't, but I promise you, I believe you will be. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, New Year's here, baby. January's almost up. I hope you're getting in shape. Are you seeing the results that you want? Look, if you want real results, you got to get with Synergenics and Low T Center right now.
celebrity guests, and station shenanigans every day. It's a radio experience unlike any other. Right here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive. Having a good Tuesday here with you. Coming up here in just a few minutes from now, we will get T-Mill's best bets. 1 for 4 last night. It's all right. It could have got worse. Very close to being worse.
It's recoverable.
Yep.
Yeah, you could have been me. Pick the right one, but pick too late and you still lose. That could have been a deal.
The thing we talked about with the Celtics and them threes, I think they were like 13 for 44 or something like that. Yeah,
that might be the worst miss I've ever had on an over.
It was rough. I mean, I told you, like I said yesterday, man, they hit them, and then some of them games they gonna take them.
Bunch of silly geese.
They're gonna take them. But T-Mill's best bet's coming up. He's gonna try to recover from that 1 for 4 start, as he's gonna try to get into the green. So come roll with him. All right. Clint, as we've gone through, if you missed it in the 4 o'clock segment, go back and check it out on the YouTube or on the podcast page. As Clint kind of looked at a lot of the new head coaching positions that have been filled, and looked at the OCs and some of these positions that have been filled that could be really, really interesting to look at and see who may be the next Mike Vrabel this year, who may be the next team that comes in right away and gets it rolling. And Clint, there was one hire that happened this weekend that I was like, oh man,
juicy.
It's juicy for me, and I'm gonna be watching. And Clint, that was Dolphins going ahead and promoting Bobby Slowick to be their offensive coordinator. Maybe I don't think I'm alone. Maybe many of you are moving past it and not looking in the rearview mirror, but I'm all in it. I'm gonna be watching that Miami Dolphins offense, because I was one that thought, and I still believe, obviously something occurred in the building for the success that they had for him to roll immediately out of there, and I've just felt like, man, as good as that was year one, and it wasn't awful year two, but as good as that was year one, you gotta figure out, maybe we can get one more year to at least try to work this out, see if we can improve upon some adjustments. And they didn't, and they went another way, and they went the Nick Caley way. And I'm really intrigued to see if Bobby Slowick sucks, or Bobby Slowick slows, or he's so predictable like he was here, and the changes they had to make.
Yeah, it'll be interesting, man. I mean, because here you think with the tie with D'Amico Ryans makes you damn near untouchable. And then after 2 years, one of which was the likes of stuff we've never seen before, at least I'd never seen before, with C.J. Stroud's rookie year, to a pretty good year where you match the win total and you go to the second round and you have some pressure problems, you have some O-line problems, you need to fix them, and boom, he's up out of here. As I said at the time, I could see justification to keep him as well as moving on from him if you know exactly what direction you're going to go. And so, as I said at the time as well, I don't know. This is a risky move, firing Bobby Slowick to then turn around and hire Nick Caley. Well, now Bobby Slowick gets hired in Miami, and now you got something to bump Nick Caley up to, an X, if you will, that you can bump Nick Caley up to. And it's going to be a bad look if Nick Caley and with C.J. Stroud's year 4 and 5 can't keep up with what Bobby Slowick's doing in Miami, of all places.
Yeah, and I mean, they've got some parts, but they're in a kind of a rebuilding stage, obviously, and they're going to probably lose Tyreek Hill, who you would think they move on from. They've got Waddle, they've got Achane out there as the running back, so they've got some guys, but you look at this, it'll be, as you said, one to watch, just the comp and the comparison, because I think once Bobby Slowick left here, I think many people, weirdly to me, but many people felt like it was time. Like it was the right move to make to move on from Bobby Slowick. And I don't know how many people are now happy with the offense. But if he goes out there, man, and either way, they start balling out, and you're like, whoa, what the hell? Yeah. And the Texans are in the stall.
It'll be interesting because, I mean, we can't talk about C.J. Stroud's rookie year without talking about the job that Bobby Slowick did. I mean, they overcame, some serious problems up front. They overcame, and you can argue before this, Nico, nobody thought Nico was going to – I know there's some folks out there that were going to die on the heel of Nico, but nobody knew Nico was going to be a top receiver in the league when Bobby Slowick took over and did what he did. And so, what Bobby did here in Houston with a rookie group with a lot of problems is probably pretty comparable to what he's taking over in Miami. Yeah. I mean, there's probably going to be some voids on offense.
There may be a rookie quarterback.
Yeah, there could be a rookie. Good point. There could be a rookie quarterback. There could be, some serious with a defensive-minded head coach. That there could be a serious commitment to the defensive side of the football, not so much to the offensive side of the ball. And so it ain't like he hasn't done more with less and been really good when expectations were really low before. So it should be familiar ground for Bobby Slowick. But like you said, I mean, the thing here being in Houston is, week in, week out to have a Bobby Slowick check is going to be fun to navigate.
Yep. If Bobby gets it done in Miami, then we have to say CJ is the clown from the Texans.
It will not be a good look, that's for sure.
I don't know. If Bobby gets it done in Miami and we sit there and we see that the decline for CJ has dropped to this point, like, is that what we'd be thinking, like CJ's the clown? I mean,
you can't. I mean, I don't know what to think about because, I mean, I can't think they let Bobby Slowick get out of here if everything was hunky-dory between him and C.J. Stroud. But, I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know exactly how.
It certainly wasn't hunky-dory behind there. And I don't know. I'm not just saying C.J. and Bobby, but just overall something happened that they felt like they had to make the move. All right, let's get to T-Mill's best bets. Remember, if you need to go back and revisit these, you can go to @TMillRealDeal and listen or check out the bets that he has on there, and you can get in there and get your bets in there, make a little cash. What you got tonight?
Yeah, spend a little more time really focused in on these 4 picks tonight. I'm tired of this losing stuff.
Uh-oh, here we go.
Thank God for Alpy last night. We're 1 for 4. Got 4 more on a Tuesday night around the NBA. First, the New York Knicks plus 13.5. They are hosting the Kings. Knicks 12-4 against the spread at home. Those last 16 games. Lock that one in. Might be my favorite one this evening. Pistons taking on the Nuggets in Denver. I'm on the over in that game. Set very low, 215.5 points. Pistons, Nuggets, over. And then 2 player props here. One that we have gone to often and won a lot of money on. Drew Holiday, Portland, over 3.5 rebounds for Drew Holiday. That's my favorite one, actually.
Who's that? He's still getting minutes out there with the Portland Trail Blazers.
That's right, and he'll get those rebounds. Lock that one in. And then lastly, SGA OKC's in action tonight. I got over on his rebounds. Have not bet over rebounds for SGA this year, but over 4.5 rebounds for him and the Thunder this evening. Those are your 4 best bets. I feel perfection coming on.
Let's get them in early, man. They ain't going to play a lot.
In your plums.
They got the Pelicans tonight. They're going to beat the hell out of them boys.
Turning a nice bluish hue.
Well,
ready for the farmer's market.
Knicks Kings, not a bad one. Not a bad one. There it is. Check it out at T-Mill Real Deal. Knicks plus 13.5 versus the Kings. Taking the over at 215.5 between the Pistons and the Nuggets. The Nuggets are hard to decipher what they are without Jokic, but they be having these 3-point shooters that come the hell out of nowhere. Guys, I don't even remember in college. Drew Holiday over 3.5 boards tonight, and then SGA over 4.5 rebounds. Go ahead, win a little cash at T-Mill Real Deal as we continue. All right, let me just kind of pose this question. As we continue, if you missed the breaking news about Bill Belichick, we'll remind you of that. But when you look at C.J. Stroud, do you get the feel or the feeling that he is scared of the moment? Scared of the moment. Is that Because if you feel that way, I can see why you cannot move forward and there's no coming back with CJ. Do you get the feel that he's scared of the moment? We'll discuss more as we continue.
All right, y'all. Look, it's January's almost up, and have you got that fresh oil in your rig? That's right. It's
first workout class for free at orangetheory.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive. Coming up behind us as we get going here. I saw a guy, Luke Morrow, back there. I saw Patrick Creighton back there. Patrick just walked past here in a full suit. I know that, but I think I've seen Sean Bijani back there. So, Area 45, boy, you never know who's rolling into that puppy. I've seen all three of them in here. I believe it's Sean Bijani and it's Luke Morrow, but I did see, and I know Patrick wears a lot of hats around here, so maybe he was wearing one of his other hats.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but I saw Patrick Creighton in a suit just walking through here. So, but Area 45, they've got you from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. A lot to get to for them tonight. So stay tuned for that, including I'm sure they'll talk about the breaking news here that Bill Belichick, if you've missed it, Adam Schefter, now many others have reported this, but Adam Schefter reported that Bill Belichick, who is an eight-time Super Bowl winning coach, both as an assistant with 2 and as a head coach with 6, which the 6 is the most of all time, the most playoff wins of all time, and second in wins overall, is not a first-ballot Hall of Famer. Bill Belichick fell short of the 40 out of 50 votes needed for induction into the Pro Football Hall of Fame in his first year. Patrick Mahomes, insane, don't even understand how this could be possible. J.J. Watt, I can't be reading this right. This has to be some knockoff Hall of Fame or something. There is not a single world whatsoever in which Bill Belichick does not deserve to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. Well, you're wrong, Justin, because this world, this one right here, this one that you're living in, you got a red jacket before he got a gold one. Hell, JJ might get in before he does.
Hey,
God.
I mean,
dog.
To think that, all he's got to do is eclipse the 80% mark. Like, it's not even the 98%.
That's the big part.
Like, if it were 98% and there was 2 people out there holding a grudge, okay, cool, I get it. 80%, man.
Like, there is a, like, this, like, it clearly sees, like, they come together. There's a good amount of people, like, this was a thing. Like, I think they've come together. This was a thing.
It was a coup.
Like a good group, like of people like, hey, man, we're going to do this. Because honest to God, I think they do this with Roger and Bonds and stuff. We're like,
you think the jury deliberated?
Yeah, I do.
Spend a little time in that
do.
back room?
I do. I think they did this to T.O. I think they did this to Chris Carter. I think they did it to Michael Irvin.
They said, we are right now, on to the second ballot.
What are the odds that this gets changed?
It's not. I think it's pretty cemented.
I don't think it can.
Yeah, I think it's done.
No. In today's world?
You think they'll force them to revote?
No question.
There's no hanging chads here.
No chance.
No question.
There's no.
Ron, this is stupid, man.
I know it's stupid.
It's very stupid.
This guy would be in the Hall of Fame for just coaches in all of sports ever in the history of sport.
First ballot.
He would be a first ballot Hall of Famer, but in the NFL, he's not.
We're on to the second ballot.
No, there's no chance, Tyler. I'm telling you, how much noise can these players make? How much noise can the players make?
Oh, hey, and listen, who's in the Super Bowl? The Patriots. So it's just, his former team, by the way, Robert Kraft, he's up. He's also eligible to get in.
That was on the list. I don't know exactly, because coaches and I can't remember what they referred to. They referred to him as an owner, but they're apparently live by different guidelines in the Hall of Fame. That'll be a hell of a deal if Kraft gets in and Belichick doesn't.
I think he'll get in, but the mere fact that
I'm
he's
talking
in
about
first
this
ballot.
year, Chief.
Okay, all right, yeah. Well,
no, noisy.
I know you get this, Tyler, but to get to any space in which, all right, man, Bill Belichick is up. We get to vote, baby. We just need 80%. Just need. Can't have 11 no's.
You would think the conversation.
Can't have 11 no's.
You would think the conversation would be who the two jackasses that voted no.
Who's the 12?
Right now it's 12.
It's the 12.
Oh man, that is crazy. I think the players make a bunch of noise when they change.
I think they are. There are a lot of players making a bunch of noise.
I'd be totally against changing anything other than this. I mean, this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
I've never seen it. I don't know who picked up whatever pencil or whatever button, whatever you do to vote. I don't know who said to themselves, "Yeah, I'm out. Got to go. He can't make it. Don't see it."
I think they need to check them voting machines.
I just don't see it.
Hey, they need to check them voting machines, man. Somebody rigged them.
Hey,
all over.
Hey, you think John McClain and some of his boys call each other? Hey, was it you?
Hey, John knows.
Did you do that?
I bet John knows exactly.
I
bet he can't pick 11 of them, but I bet
sorry.
Number done got to 13. I don't know if he can pick 11 of them, but I bet he can pick 7, 8 of them.
Maybe Bill was like knocking off these dudes' girlfriends or something.
They should still let him in. He should still be in.
Yeah, if their girls did, they should.
There's not a man. I'm telling you, man. Player protest, man. Don't play the Super Bowl till he gets in.
Just do that. Sit down.
Don't show up. Stay in the locker room.
Because they're gonna hit Vrabel up with this, who played for him.
They're gonna get so many
Patriots,
questions.
of all teams to be in when this is happening, it's the Patriots.
Of all times to announce it.
And we don't get to see that tall, big, husky guy who goes and knocks on doors with people.
Who's that?
He's the guy, the Hall of Fame guy. Have you ever go watch the videos? It's a big, tall, husky fella. He knocks on the door.
He was the
Mr. Belichick.
You did it.
He was the commissioner of the Arena Football League.
Was he? Kind of reminds.
He ain't just tall. He's a big
tall. Yeah, it kind of reminds me of a bigger version of Mr. Belvedere. But like he comes and knocks on.
Come on, man. He's better than that. What's his name, man?
I don't know. But it does seem big time. Most guys breaking.
That's what the whites used to do.
Whenever Bill comes in and he comes knocking on my door, and I open up that door, I got like a pie waiting on him in his face, and I'm gonna hit him right in his face. If I was Bill, I would never accept it. Y'all can all kiss my asses, every last one of them.
These nuts.
Ron has the same number of Super Bowl rings as Belichick with Brady, but 20 years he was with Brady, and he collected 6, so that's dumb. I just, woo! That is crazy. Insane. All right, let me hit you with the question I posed at the break before we get up out of here. I know that your feelings on CJ is where you are, and you're kind of out at this point.
Yeah, you kind of.
You're out. You're completely out. Let me, as I was asking myself this question, because this is my point. If I look at you and I see that, like, this guy's scared, man, he's scared of the moment. Like, he doesn't moment. That's something I can't do nothing with, right? That's for me. I don't see that. Do you sense and do you see when you watch him in these moments? Do you feel like he's scared of the moment, or do you think this was just bad play?
No, I don't think he's scared for the moment. I just don't think C.J. Stroud is built for the adversity and the responsibilities that come with being a championship caliber quarterback at the NFL level.
Yeah,
that
is a stop. That is a stop for you.
Yeah, it's a dead stop for me. After I've covered him for 3 years, I don't believe that C.J. Stroud is the quarterback that's going to take this team to the promised land. I don't believe that C.J. Stroud's the guy that's going to take this team to beyond where they've been before by other quarterbacks. I don't think it's going to happen. I think there's a little bit of what I'd call a front runner mentality of when everything around you is good, and the right plays are dialed up, and the scheme is perfect, and you understand what's going on, and it's more times than not, it's good, and at times it's really, really good. But it's the moments which every championship run is going to consist of. There's moments when there's extreme adversity. There's moments where you have to rise up and overcome the cold and the noise and the pressure that you're getting. And you used to call it a fixer back in the day when we were talking about great quarterbacks. And I just don't believe C.J. Stroud is that to a Super Bowl level.
Yeah, because a lot of people have hard stops, and that one is yours. Mine is that one. As I've said, I believe there is growth that can come from that. I think you can grow into handling adversity better, especially better to a point where you can be a winning quarterback if you know the stuff around him. I think you can grow from that. I think you can grow from, from a lot of the issues, from scheme stuff and learn and communication. I think those are things you can grow from. Personally, it's just the scared thing, and I didn't see that. I saw shell-shocked. I saw a loss of confidence, but he's not the first great quarterback that I've seen that in. I said it earlier. Patrick Mahomes had the same looks on his face when the Eagles was kicking his ass and he was throwing pick sixes against them. He had a similar face. He didn't have it in him. I've seen him walk up and down the sideline before. He didn't have it in him in that day. He looked defeated. Which that was what CJ did, but we've seen that before. To me, the scared thing, that is where I'm like you can't do nothing with it. Like we talked about from other sports, that's like, hey, my man, like it's like a hitter coming up there looking for a walk in the big moment because he don't really want to swing the bat, or James Harden refusing to shoot against the Spurs in Game 7. I didn't get that feel from him.
No, I don't think it's scared. I don't think scared is a fair term to use when we're talking about CJ. I just think bottom line is I just don't think he has that ice water in your veins that every $50 and $60 million championship caliber quarterback needs.
Yeah, text line coming in. I agree with you, Clint. Then of course, I think Clint maybe bumped his head
several times. Several times.
Bill Belichick.